A youth hailing from a poverty-stricken mountainous region, relying on the modest carving skills gleaned from a carpenter in his hometown, struggles to survive in the vibrant metropolis. Perhaps his humble beginnings would dictate a life of mediocrity. Yet, an unexpected relic of the Buddha's, Saraira, alters the course of his destiny. Chapter 1. The Downcast Youth. The scorching summer sun enveloped the ancient spring city. As the sweltering July air flowed through the antique market nestled in the city center, creating waves of heat. Although the northern Daming Lake and the western Baodu spring alleviated some of the heat, they could hardly counter the sultry summer of the spring city. Nonetheless, the populace was determined not to squander this rare weekend indoors. Venturing out became the favored and economical choice, particularly the antique market. Steeped in antiquity and adjacent to the spring city's most renowned attractions, Daming Lake and Baodu Spring emerged as the prime destination for both domestic and international tourists. The year 2000 marked the final year of the 20th century and the dawn of a new millennium for China. The rapid economic ascent of the nation had swiftly filled the pockets of its citizens. Only when the granaries are full can one appreciate propriety in music, and in this rare period of peace and prosperity, the number of collectors naturally increased. Consequently, those who typically scour the antique market for hidden treasures also grew in number. On such a day, Liu Dong certainly would not miss the opportunity. Thus, he set up a stall outside the antique market in the Spring City Square, showcasing the wooden carvings he had meticulously crafted over the past week. It was not that he shunned the allure of a prime location within the bustling antique market, where foot traffic was abundant and prices could soar. Rather, the monthly stall fee of 1,000 yuan compelled him to forego such aspirations. However, many other small vendors shared his predicament, rendering the vibrancy of the Spring City Square nearly on par with that of the antique market. Yet, Liu Dong understood that selling his wares here would prove challenging, unless he encountered an uninformed foreigner or a wealthy heir indifferent to the value of money, which were rare occurrences. "Young man, did you carve all these?" As Liu Dong sat on a small stool, engrossed in a book published by the People's Education Press titled Techniques of Jade Carving, an aged voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Upon looking up, he beheld an elderly gentleman clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, his gaunt cheeks betraying his approximately 60 years of age. "Greetings, sir. All these pieces are my handiwork. Which one would you like?" Liu Dong responded with respect, recognizing the gentleman's refined demeanor, further inferred from the pen tucked in his shirt pocket, suggesting he was likely a recently retired teacher. He recalled that during his middle school years, his homeroom teacher donned a similar appearance every summer, a style common among aged male educators. "Remarkable. At such a young age you possess this carving skill. It is no small feat," praised the elder. "Oh, you understand carving, sir?" Liu Dong inquired with a smile. Gazing down, Liu Dong chuckled. "Sir, you claim not to understand, yet this piece, titled Longevity of the Pine and Crane, consumed the most time and is crafted from premium red pine. Yes, you are my first customer today. I shall only charge you 300 yuan. Upon hearing this, the elder did not rush to acquiesce. Instead, he crouched down to examine a sculpture depicting two elegantly posed cranes alongside a gnarled pine branch, no taller than a foot, before nodding slowly. "The craftsmanship is commendable, but the price is a tad high. How about 260? "Agreed, sir. Since you seem to be knowledgeable and are my first sale today, 260 it is. Allow me to wrap it for you." Liu Dong readily acquiesced. The cost of this wooden carving was merely a few yuan spent on the pine wood, the remainder being profit. Indeed, this was a reflection of Liu Dong's years of honing his carving skills. Otherwise, such a price would be unattainable. Watching the elder depart with a beautifully wrapped red box, Liu Dong discreetly pocketed the over 200 yuan. While the profit was modest, the principle of a good start in business was paramount, and Liu Dong was no exception. Noticing that only a few of the 20 or so wooden carvings remained, Liu Dong reached into the wooden box on his left and retrieved several more to display. As the surrounding noise escalated, and unable to concentrate on his reading, Liu Dong took out his carving knife and extracted a piece of wood, approximately 8 to 9 centimeters, already partially shaped into a reclining Mithra Buddha figure. He began to carve, accumulating a thick layer of wood shaving swiftly. His years of market experience taught Liu Dong that sometimes showcasing his carving skills could be more enticing than merely displaying the finished pieces. This day proved no exception. Within half an hour of wielding his carving knife, a customer approached. "Wow, darling. Such adorable wooden carvings. Little swallows, purple willows, golden locks, and air Tom truly beautiful. I simply must have them. Hurry and buy them for me." A voice, grating enough to send shivers down one's spine, jolted Liu Dong from his carving reverie. Temporarily setting aside his work, Liu Dong looked up to see a woman whose beauty was not the source of his astonishment. Rather, It was the short, rotund man beside her, adorned with several oversized gold rings and a gold chain around his neck, dressed in a red short-sleeved shirt and flower-patterned shorts, exuding the unmistakable air of a nouveau riche. Though Liu Dong had no ties to this man, he recognized him as a potential lucrative opportunity. Years of experience in the world had taught Liu Dong that especially with such a wealthy individual accompanied by a lady, barring any significant missteps, securing this sale could yield a month's worth of income. Of course, darling. If you like it, he'll buy you whatever you want. The man, flaunting a smug expression, wrapped his arm around the woman, ostentatiously kissing her cheek with his thick lips, as if to showcase his affluence. In contemporary China, such public displays of affection are rare, yet Liu Dong found little surprise in the spectacle. Although the woman was indeed beautiful, her alluring demeanor did not align with Liu Dong's preferences. Thus, after a cursory glance, he redirected his focus to the wealthy man who could potentially bring him profit. Sir, how much for these wooden carvings? We'll take them all. The man commanded Liu Dong with an air of entitlement. Thank you for your patronage, sir. That'll be 5,000 yuan. Liu Dong promptly replied, rising with a commercially savvy smile. 5,000? Are you robbing me? Just a few wooden trinkets, and you expect me to pay 5,000? Do you take me for a fool? The man's expression shifted from shock to indignation upon hearing the price. That I truly believed you to be a fool. Although Liu Dong harbored this thought internally, he refrained from voicing it aloud. Sir, I'm not overcharging you by a single penny. This is an authentic handcrafted wooden sculpture, a genuine craft passed down through generations. In contemporary terms, it qualifies as an intangible cultural heritage. Furthermore, these wooden carvings are made from the finest rosewood, with the materials alone costing 5 to 600 yuan. If you find it too expensive, then, do you see that stall to the east? Everything there is machine carved and priced at 20 yuan each. You might as well purchase from there. Since leaving his village and arriving in the spring city, Liu Dong has spent 3 years navigating this new environment. While he may not possess the extensive experience of those seasoned veterans who have labored in the antique market for decades, Liu Dong has honed his ability to read people and understand customer psychology through hard work and intellect over these 3 years. That this moment. If it were solely the man wishing to buy these wooden carvings, he would undoubtedly attempt to negotiate a substantial discount and would never cling to the price of 5,000. However, with the presence of the woman beside him, who is clearly a mistress or associated with dubious circumstances, he would stubbornly refuse to lower the price by even a penny. Liu Dong understood well that for such nouveau riche individuals, especially when accompanied by a woman they are fond of, preserving their face is of utmost importance. Honey, please buy this for me. I really want it. Upon hearing Liu Dong's words, the woman's eyes sparkled as she wrapped her arms around the man's, pressing her ample bosom against him in a provocative manner. For her, aligning with this man was not about a harmonious partnership, but rather a life filled with luxury and ease, free from worries about food and clothing. When it came to shopping, she only selected what she desired. The price was never a consideration for her. In fact, the more expensive the item, the more delighted she felt, as those valuable possessions would become hers once acquired. As Liu Dong anticipated, the moment the woman began to charm him, the uncertainty that once clouded the man's expression vanished entirely. 5,000 it is. I have plenty of money. Pack this, and this for me. Certainly. Just a moment, please. Witnessing the successful transaction, a smile involuntarily spread across Liu Dong's face. These 5 wooden sculptures had been crafted from scraps at the furniture factory, costing him only a few yuan, so essentially, this 5,000 yuan was nearly pure profit. Chapter 2. Recollections of the Past. As Liu Dong secured his earnings, a middle-aged man clad in a gray vest and blue slippers, with a complexion slightly tanned, approached him with a look of envy. His name was Wu Yunxin, and the two had known each other for nearly 2 years, developing a close camaraderie. While Liu Dong specialized in handcrafted wood carvings, Wu Yunxin engaged in the antique trade, which had become increasingly commonplace in the antique market. In colloquial terms, this could be referred to as a baggage booth or guerrilla tactics. Wu Yunxin had only entered this line of work after being laid off, and his brief tenure rendered his discerning eye underdeveloped, limiting his capabilities. Moreover, his sources for acquiring goods were scarce, which compelled him to join Liu Dong in setting up a modest stall in Quanqing Square to earn a meager living. Although the profits were not substantial, they sufficed to support their families. Uncle Wu, my endeavors are mere trifles. Your antique business is on an entirely different level, Liu Dong remarked with a smile. His observation was not unfounded. As more individuals in the country took to collecting, the antique trade had surged, with small stalls like Wu Yunxin's sometimes earning tens of thousands in a good month. Indeed, the antique trade is fraught with peril. Misjudgments are commonplace. Although the rewards can be bountiful, the risks are equally substantial. It is far more secure to master a craft. Wu Yunxin's words resonated with Liu Dong. It is often said that all art is interconnected. Over the years, as Liu Dong refined his carving skills, his understanding of Chinese ancient culture deepened, especially in an environment like the antique market, where his familiarity with and affection for antiques blossomed. However, he was acutely aware of the risks associated with the antique trade. During his 3 years in this domain, he had witnessed numerous individuals misjudge items, leading to catastrophic losses and ruin overnight. This harsh reality compelled Liu Dong to remind himself to exercise caution. In the world of antiques, genuine treasures are rare, and he often refrained from purchasing the so-called antiques displayed on the stalls. As for the antique shops within the market, they were even more treacherous. Those lacking discernment would inevitably fall prey to exploitation. Liu Dong, you must be 20 this year, correct? Wu Yunxin inquired, pausing to look at Liu Dong. He continued with a hint of wistfulness. If only he possessed half of your talent, I would not worry about his future employment prospects. Uncle Wu, fret not. Aren't university graduates generally in the same boat? Besides, with their degrees, finding a job is not overly challenging. Liu Dong paused, setting down his carving tool. Had it not been for my family's financial struggles preventing me from affording tuition, I would have pursued higher education long ago. To be honest, I truly envy you. Reflecting on these thoughts, Liu Dong sighed inwardly, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. Enough of these disheartening matters. It is already noon, and with so few customers, let's have lunch. Observing Liu Dong's expression, the astute Wu Yunxin discerned his thoughts and, silently chiding himself for broaching such sensitive topics, swiftly redirected the conversation. Very well. Uncle Wu, you should eat first. I'll keep an eye on the stall, Liu Dong said after collecting his thoughts. Although the antique market outside was bustling with people, there were few dining options available, aside from bringing food from home. The only alternative was to venture to distant roadside stalls for a bite. However, the stall they operated required supervision, and thus, the two often took turns to eat. No, this morning before I left home, your aunt made me dumplings, authentic pork and chive filling, and they're quite fragrant. You should join me. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong did not decline, for such occasions were not uncommon. Throughout their 2 years of acquaintance, they frequently shared meals during lunch. On this summer afternoon, the heat outside was stifling. Even though the tall willow trees by the square provided shade, the sweltering streets saw foot traffic gradually dwindle. Typically, by 4 in the afternoon, as the sun dipped and temperatures fell, the square would begin to fill again. Around 6, just before sunset, the antique market reached its peak in terms of foot traffic. The sounds of buying, selling, bargaining, car horns, and children crying created a vivid tapestry of life on the crowded streets. Liu Dong and Wu Yunxin's stall also experienced its busiest time of day. As twilight descended, Liu Dong had nearly sold out all the wood carvings he had prepared over the past week. His business was thriving, particularly in the afternoon, when he managed to entice an American tourist visiting Quancheng to purchase a rather ordinary blue and white gourd vase for an exorbitant price of 10,000 yuan. Even with Liu Dong's limited expertise in antique appraisal, he could discern that the piece, which Wu Yunxin had touted as a Qianlong imperial kiln artifact, was merely a decent modern craft, worth at most 20 yuan. Yet, the American's fondness for the piece and its dazzling sheen made it appear quite exquisite, leading to a mutually agreeable transaction. With this significant sale as a foundation, coupled with the other items sold throughout the day, Wu Yunxin's earnings comfortably surpassed 20,000 yuan. Though his costs were considerably higher than Liu Dong's wooden sculptures, his profits still reached around 18 or 19,000 yuan, showcasing the lucrative nature of the antique trade. After listening to his words, Liu Dong patted the now considerably lighter camphor wood box slung over his shoulder, shaking his head with a smile. No, I've already sold all my carved pieces, so I need to restock and carve more tomorrow. I won't be coming back today. Be careful while riding on the road. I will. After responding, Liu Dong turned, picked up the small stool beneath him, and made his way toward his black Jinlu brand bicycle parked nearby. Presently, he resided in the Dianying community on Wire Road, and it took him at least half an hour to cycle from the antique market. However, this location was much closer and more comfortable compared to his previous accommodations under the bridge and later in the suburban village. Chapter 3. The Stunning Neighbor. Although the sky outside remains bright due to the long summer days, the bank has already closed its doors at the standard time of 5:30 in the afternoon. Thus, Liu Dong, carrying a substantial amount of cash, must defer his deposit until tomorrow. Of course, the roadside ATMs do offer the option to deposit money. Yet Liu Dong harbors reservations about these machines. Consequently, aside from the occasional withdrawals, he typically prefers to handle deposits at the bank counter. Xiao Dong, Have you changed your shoes? Have you forgotten my previous instructions? Are you unaware that cleaning the room is a laborious and arduous task? You show no regard for the delicate. The melodious and enchanting voice startled Liu Dong, causing him to stiffen momentarily, internally lamenting how he could have overlooked this young lady. Yet, despite having lived across from each other for nearly half a year, this petite man maintains his decorum, never daring to overstep boundaries. Beyond mere affection, Wang Chong harbors a curiosity regarding what has kept him from crossing that threshold. Observing Liu Dong's slightly awkward demeanor, Wang Chong suddenly conceived an idea that struck even her as somewhat absurd. With a resolute gaze and an intention to test her audacity, she gracefully approached the still-dazed Liu Dong. "Jijia, I'll tidy up the room myself later. You need not trouble yourself," Liu Dong managed to say, his face tinged with embarrassment as the captivating beauty drew nearer. The intoxicating scent of roses emanating from her proximity stirred a flurry of emotions within him, particularly as he caught sight of her alluring fair skin and enticing neckline, which quickened his breath. After placing the wooden box he had been carrying onto the floor beside the door, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and gradually relaxed his expression, allowing the fervor stirred by Wang Chong to dissipate. He had almost lost control just moments earlier. Thankfully, he had a strong will, otherwise he might have made a grave mistake. Liu Dong mused, but soon chastised himself, thinking, "Damn it, why did I run away just now? I missed such a wonderful opportunity. Liu Dong, you are truly foolish." This outcome left Liu Dong, who inherited his father's stubbornness, possesses a proud spirit, and carries a hint of male chauvinism, feeling somewhat unsettled. As for apologies, in the year 2000 China, such sentiments were still quite rare. Liu Dong, who apart from carving and reading his few other hobbies, had never even contemplated such matters. Moreover, for someone like him, who hails from a rural background and has struggled at the lower rungs of society, seeking a woman equated to marriage, yet he is not yet ready for that commitment. Currently, his foremost desire is to save more money, improve his carving skills, and eventually open his own shop in the antique market. Following that, he dreams of purchasing a large house to bring his parents and younger sister to the city for a life of comfort. This has been the driving force behind Liu Dong's relentless efforts over the past 3 years, and it remains his greatest aspiration. After taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture and flicked on the light switch to the left of the door. Under the bright glow of the incandescent bulb, a modest space of merely a few dozen square meters was illuminated. In the center of the room stood an old wooden bed, flanked by 2 nightstands, while against the wall at the foot of the bed was a black bookshelf brimming with tomes. Additionally, beneath the inner window sat an antiquated writing desk, cluttered with an assortment of carving tools. Coupled with the white ceiling and walls and the pale yellow tiles, the entire room exuded a sense of order, appearing both tidy and harmonious. Lifting a wooden box from beside his feet, Liu Dong took a few steps forward and placed it on the vacant space beside the writing desk. He bent down to open it, retrieving all the money he had earned that day. Subsequently, he collapsed onto the bed. Today, he had earned a total of 15,650 yuan. After setting aside 1,500 yuan for supplies, meals, and rent, he resolved to deposit the remaining 14,000 into the bank. With this addition to his previous savings, he would finally reach a total of 100,000. Liu Dong rejoiced inwardly. However, he was acutely aware that, despite today as fruitful earnings, such windfalls were not a daily occurrence. The carving industry, while not as exaggerated as the antique trade's claim of 3 years without business, then 3 years of profits, often saw weeks pass without a single sale. Especially during the early years, when his skills were still developing, he frequently struggled for months without any income. It was through the carving techniques he learned from a carpenter in his hometown, amidst a lack of formal mentorship, that he had persevered and progressed to his current standing, a journey intertwined with the hardships of his earlier life. Yet 100,000 yuan felt insufficient. The smallest shop in the antique market measured around 80 square meters and cost over 500,000. When factoring in inventory, employee wages, utility bills, and other assorted expenses, one would need at least 600,000 to commence. Contemplating this, Liu Dong sighed inwardly. It seems I must strive even harder. Chapter 4. Nanyang Jade Carving. Clenching his fists with renewed resolve, Liu Dong rose and took a few steps forward, bending down to pull out an old brown suitcase from beneath the bed. This suitcase, along with a few pieces of clothing, had been the only possessions he took when he secretly left his hometown over 3 years ago. The trials of living at the societal bottom for over 3 years had transformed Liu Dong, morphing him from an innocent village youth into a shrewd merchant. Alas, why? The nearly fruitless endeavors of the past 3 years weighed heavily on him, leaving him with no face to meet the scrutinizing gazes of his fellow villagers or the expectant looks of his parents. Each time he reflected on this, a profound sadness enveloped his heart. It took quite some time for him to finally calm his turbulent emotions. After exhaling deeply and rubbing his face with vigor, Liu Dong finally mustered his spirits. He unzipped his suitcase and lifted the lid, retrieving a black wooden box intricately carved with the lively images of two fish from beneath a pile of old clothes. He remembered the first time he sculpted this black camphor wood box over a year ago, marking the moment he earned his first income through his wood-carving skills. Once he completed this task, a significant weight seemed to lift from his heart. With a soft sigh of relief, he stood up, stretched lazily, and felt a wave of indescribable satisfaction wash over him. It was already 9 o'clock. Glancing at the alarm clock on the bedside table, Liu Dong touched his empty stomach, the urgent desire to satiate his hunger becoming increasingly pressing. However, upon noticing the closed door, he instinctively abandoned the thought of rummaging through the kitchen for food. The awkward encounter with Wang Chong from earlier had left him feeling too embarrassed to venture out to cook. Fortunately, there remained half a steamed bun and a pack of instant noodles in the drawer by the bedside, and a thermos by the door contained hot water, enough to quell his hunger somewhat. Yet, for a young man just 20 years of age, this meager fare was hardly sufficient. Within moments, Liu Dong swallowed the bun and noodles with the hot water. After patting his belly, feeling a tad less ravenous, he pulled out a chair and sat at his writing desk. This old writing desk, a second-hand purchase made after he moved into the neighborhood, was not only inexpensive but also of commendable quality. Since his arrival, it had served as his workstation. Currently, it was neatly arranged with tools essential for carving: a bandsaw, a rope saw, grinding wheels, files, and polishing needles. These instruments were Liu Dong's livelihood, costing him nearly 2,000 yuan in total, making them the most valuable items in his modest 15-square-meter rental. At this moment, Liu Dong carefully extracted a 10-centimeter tall Mithra Buddha jade sculpture from the second drawer on the left side of the desk. Though its surface appeared somewhat rough, its round belly and smiling visage were endearing. This piece, crafted from Dianying jade, had taken Liu Dong over a week to painstakingly carve. Considering the raw jade material combined with his craftsmanship, it could fetch over 10,000 yuan in a high-end jade shop, perhaps even more. However, this jade did not belong to Liu Dong. Rather, it was a commission piece for a jade shop within the antique market. For each jade ornament he sculpted, Liu Dong received a commission based on the level of craftsmanship and the selling price. Over the years, alongside selling his own wood carvings, this commissioned work had garnered him a substantial income. With a serious and meticulous demeanor, Liu Dong examined the Mithra jade sculpture in his hands, ensuring there were no oversights. Satisfied, he nodded appreciatively. Then, reaching into the right drawer, he retrieved a fresh piece of sandpaper, preparing to commence the final and most crucial step of the jade carving process: polishing. Over the past 3 years of his jade carving journey, Liu Dong has become intimately acquainted with every aspect of the craft. Nevertheless, at this moment, his expression remains as focused as ever, and his hands move with a skillful fluidity. As time passes gradually, fine jade shavings peel away like delicate dust, revealing the once rough and dull Mithra Buddha jade carving beneath his adept touch, which begins to exude a warm and smooth surface. Soon, a Mithra statue with large earlobes, a bare chest, and elegantly flowing robes, reclined upon a lotus throne, begins to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Upon completing the polishing and applying a coat of polishing powder, Liu Dong inspects the jade Buddha, making minor adjustments with his carving knife until he is satisfied that further alteration is unnecessary, nodding in contentment. He then cradles the jade sculpture in his hands, placing it under the glaring light of a bright incandescent bulb, squinting as he scrutinizes it. The once murky Nanyang green jade transforms into a crystal-clear gem under the brilliant illumination, and the expression of the Mithra seated upon the lotus pedestal becomes even more vivid. After handling the piece for 3 to 4 minutes, Liu Dong gently places the Mithra jade sculpture on the table. He retrieves a beautifully packaged red brocade box from a nearby drawer, which contains some sponge, and carefully wraps the jade sculpture in yellow silk before placing it delicately within the box. After covering it, he sets it aside temporarily and returns to the left drawer to extract 4 similarly exquisite but smaller brocade boxes, arranging them alongside the one holding the Mithra jade sculpture. In truth, these smaller boxes contain jade materials he purchased from the jade shop where he worked, transformed into small jade pendants depicting common forms of Guanyin and Buddha. Although the investment was considerable and the risks relatively high, these smaller jade carvings promised greater profits compared to pure outsourcing. Rising to stretch his stiff body after sitting for a while, Liu Dong slips on his deep blue slippers left by the door. After listening for a moment to the sounds outside, he pushes the door open and steps out. As expected, the living room lies in darkness at this hour, with only faint music emanating from Wang Chong's bedroom across the hall. From the familiar melody, Liu Dong quickly deduces that the 3 years older beauty is once again engrossed in her computer, watching My Fair Princess. His inspiration to carve the wooden figures of the protagonist from that series was indeed influenced by Wang Chong. It isn't until midnight that the lights in her bedroom finally extinguish. The night swiftly passes, and at 5 in the morning, as the sky begins to brighten faintly, Liu Dong awakens punctually. After sitting up and donning a simple tank top and shorts, he strides out of his home. However, instead of descending the stairs, he ascends to the rooftop. Despite July being the hottest month in the northern regions, the morning air retains a slight chill, though Liu Dong, strong and healthy, feels little discomfort. Gazing upon the expansive rooftop, Liu Dong felt his spirit uplifted. After wandering for a moment and finding a pristine spot, he faced the east, his expression solemn as he gradually settled down, adopting the common Taoist meditation posture known as 5 hearts toward heaven. After adjusting his breath, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing his muscles to relax with each passing moment. The obscure internal energy he had practiced for over a decade began to circulate within him. Chapter 5. The Golden Jade Pavilion. In his childhood, due to his family's modest means, Liu Dong had always been frail and sickly. In the early 1980s, medical conditions were not as advanced as they are today. In the small mountain village where he was born, there were scarcely any reputable doctors. Typically, when someone fell ill, the options were limited to enduring the sickness or visiting a small clinic in the town. Otherwise, they sought the help of an old monk residing in a dilapidated temple at the eastern edge of the village. Liu Dong was no exception. However, in addition to healing his ailments, he was also imparted with a set of internal skills by the old monk. Liu Dong vividly recalled the monk proclaiming that he possessed innate wisdom and a connection to Buddhism, expressing a desire to take him as a disciple. Yet, being the only son in a time when having offspring was paramount, his parents could not allow him to abandon worldly life and become a monk. Thus, they declined the offer. After several discussions with Liu Dong's parents, the old monk ultimately relinquished his pursuit, but chose to pass this set of skills on to Liu Dong. This nameless internal practice proved to be remarkable. After years of dedication, although it did not endow him with the formidable prowess depicted in the martial arts novels of Jin Yong, it did transform Liu Dong's once frail body into a robust one. Over the years, he seldom fell ill, and witnessing such benefits, he diligently maintained his practice. Nowadays, performing his morning exercises had become an indelible habit engraved deep within his being. As the fiery sun slowly ascended from the eastern horizon, Liu Dong's breath deepened and elongated. Had anyone been nearby, they would surely have been startled by the unusual state he was in, as the frequency of his breaths had diminished to over a minute per inhalation, during which his heart seemed to scarcely beat. While the average person's heart rate is around 70 to 80 beats per minute, Liu Dong's was merely a tenth of that. A slow heartbeat signifies a reduced metabolic rate, implying that Liu Dong's cellular division occurred at a rate only a fraction of that of an ordinary individual, perhaps even less. In the realm of medicine, this is a hallmark of longevity. An hour later, as he concluded his practice and rose to his feet, Liu Dong felt an indescribable sense of refreshment throughout his body, and his mind was clearer than ever before. The profound health benefits of this practice filled him with heartfelt gratitude towards the nameless monk who had imparted such wisdom. Regrettably, the monk had vanished 2 years after bestowing the teachings, leaving Liu Dong unable to express his gratitude. The urgency in his heart stemmed from a desire to avoid an awkward encounter with the enchanting Wang Chong, who shared the same roof, lest he be caught in an embarrassing situation. Yet, as often is the case, the very thing one fears tends to manifest. "Xiao Dong, I have prepared your meal. You can help yourself when you come out. I must take my leave." Hearing the melodious voice from outside the door, Liu Dong, who was dressing, hurriedly replied, "Understood. Sister Wang, thank you." It was only after the sound of the door closing that Liu Dong finally felt a sense of relief. He could not fathom why such an awkward situation had arisen last night and this morning, as they had been living together for nearly half a year without encountering anything like it. The breakfast laid out on the table was quite sumptuous, featuring 2 fried eggs, traditional northern delicacies including soy milk and youtiao, complemented by a cup of milk. Having barely eaten the night before, Liu Dong was immediately struck by a fierce pang of hunger emanating from his stomach, and his mouth began to water profusely. Without further ado, he pulled out a chair and sat down, devouring the meal with gusto. In no time, the breakfast left by Wang Chong was entirely consumed. Squinting his eyes and leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his now full belly, unable to suppress the thought. How blissful it would be to have such a beautiful woman as a wife. After a moment's reflection, Liu Dong quickly shook his head. He decided it was best to focus on supporting himself, earning money to buy a house, and bringing his parents from the countryside before contemplating marriage. By the time Liu Dong rode his old Jindu bicycle into the antique market, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Although the sun was high in the sky, for the often 9-to-5 white-collar workers, 7:30 was still considered quite early, which rendered the streets of the antique market unusually desolate, with hardly any pedestrians in sight. However, despite the sparse foot traffic, the shops lining the street had all opened their doors, with young assistants busily tidying up. As Liu Dong parked and approached, he noticed the door wide open, and a young boy, around 17 or 18, dressed in a blue top and somewhat worn green military pants, was vigorously sweeping the entrance. Liu Dong found the boy unfamiliar, likely a recent addition to the Jinyu Pavilion. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" The boy asked in a local dialect as he blocked Liu Dong's path with his broom. Liu Dong, smiling, replied, "How long have you been here?" "Oh, it's you. Xiaodong. Guomin." Upon hearing Liu Dong's name, the boy, who had been blocking the entrance, quickly stepped aside, visibly anxious. "Boss Wang, is this your new hire?" "Yes. This is Wang Sheng, my cousin from my hometown. He didn't get into college and wishes to gain some experience and learn trade with me. He just arrived a couple of days ago, so he doesn't know you yet." Liu Dong nodded with a smile, extending his right hand towards the nervous young man beside him. "Hello, I am Liu Dong. Now we are acquainted. Please do not block my way again next time." Chapter 6. The Jade Carver. Upon hearing Liu Dong's words, the rustic youth's expression brightened, and he eagerly grasped Liu Dong's outstretched hand, his tone tinged with nervousness as he stammered, "Hello. I promise I won't hinder you next time. Wang Sheng, you must learn from Xiaodong. He was once like you, venturing out without a university degree. Now he has mastered the exquisite art of jade carving, which is truly remarkable." At this moment, the middle-aged man named Wang, who stood nearby, spoke encouragingly. "I understand, Uncle San. I will definitely work hard," the youth replied promptly. In response, Liu Dong offered a subtle smile. At that moment, observing the slightly awkward expression on the young man's face, Liu Dong was reminded of his own trepidation when he first set foot in Quancheng 3 years ago, facing the uncertainties of fate with the same sense of apprehension. Reflecting on it now, everything seemed as if it had transpired just yesterday. "Xiaodong, what are you thinking so deeply about?" "Oh, my apologies, Boss Wang. I was lost in thought." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have completed the jade materials I obtained from you last time, and I have brought them to you today." With that, Liu Dong gently patted the black wooden box on his back. "Haha, I suspected you came for this. Gulme, let us discuss inside." Liu Dong had visited Jinyu Pavilion multiple times, yet each time he entered, he could not help but cast envious glances at the myriad of artworks surrounding him. Opening such a store in the antique market of Quancheng had been his dream for the past 3 years. Like all the shops dealing in antiques within the market, the first floor of Jinyu Pavilion was adorned with shelves covering over 100 square meters, filled with a variety of porcelain, paintings, bamboo, and wood carvings. However, nearly 99% of these were modern crafts, marketed to tourists who possessed little understanding of antique appraisal. The second floor housed items reserved for connoisseurs, featuring a lavishly decorated space complete with numerous tables and chairs for relaxation. Naturally, the second floor also served as the venue for the store owner to entertain guests and conduct business. Thus, Wang Kuan led Liu Dong directly upstairs, finding a table near the window for them to sit across from each other. Given their long-standing collaboration, there was no need for pleasantries, and Liu Dong immediately got to the point. After placing the camphor wood box on the table and opening it, he took out the boxes containing the jade carvings and pushed them toward Wang Kuan. "Xiaodong, your jade carving skills have improved remarkably. If I hadn't seen your journey to this point, I would hardly believe you came from such humble beginnings. Your craftsmanship has already surpassed the standard of a third-level carver." Wang Kuan praised with a smile, carefully examining the Methriya Buddha jade sculpture in his hands. In truth, while carving skills are categorized into levels, only national and provincial jade carving masters receive recognition throughout the jade carving community. The so-called levels of craftsmanship, such as the third-level carving mentioned by Wang Kuan, are merely a grading system established by the Quancheng Jade Carving Association, consisting of 5 levels in total. Initially, The Qian City Jade Carving Association aimed to establish a hierarchical structure to regulate the salary framework within the jade carving industry, encouraging more artisans to hone their craft and thereby ensuring the healthy evolution of the sector. However, after several years of implementation, the initiative has taken a disheartening turn. The annual jade carving competition, held every September, has transformed into a mere instrument for financial gain for those within the association. For ordinary jade carvers lacking connections or financial resources, the aspiration to elevate their status through examinations has become a distant dream. Although Liu Dong's skills have steadily improved over the past 3 years, to the unfamiliar observer, he remains a relatively obscure jade carver. "You flatter me, Boss Wang," Liu Dong replied with a composed expression. "I assure you, my words are not exaggerated. Were it not for the misconduct of certain individuals, you would likely already possess the certificate for a level 3 carver." After a pause and a glance at Liu Dong, Wang Kuan continued, "Of course. If that were the case, the price for your assistance in my projects would no longer be what it is now. The Jade Carver certification is akin to a university diploma. While it may be commonplace, possessing one distinguishes the holder significantly. If Liu Dong were to attain the level 3 certification, he could potentially earn a monthly salary of no less than 5 or 6,000 yuan. In the year 2000, such earnings in Qian City were considered exceptionally high, surpassing the income of many white-collar workers. Furthermore, by taking on private commissions, his earnings could easily exceed 10,000 yuan monthly. Nonetheless, Liu Dong is acutely aware that unless he has connections within the Qian City Jade Carving Association or is willing to invest a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan, the prospect of obtaining a level 3 certificate is purely fanciful. Clearly, he possesses neither the connections nor the inclination to part with his money. "Boss Wang, let's focus on these jade carvings first," Liu Dong expressed, his interest piqued more by monetary matters than by the elusive level 3 certificate. "Very well. We have a long-standing relationship. I shall compensate you handsomely. For this Mithriya Buddha jade carving, I will pay you 1,500 yuan, and for these 4 Nanyang jade pendants, 200 yuan each. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Liu Dong calculated briefly and nodded in agreement. The proposed price aligned with his expectations. "Excellent. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Shall you collect materials for me today?" Wang Kuan inquired. "Not just yet," Liu Dong replied after some contemplation, shaking his head. "All right then. I will head to the bank shortly to transfer your salary and deposit directly to your account." Liu Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, he had paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan at the Jinyu Pavilion before crafting the Mithriya Buddha carving. Now, as the materials are delivered and he does not intend to take on further work, this sum will naturally be refunded to him. "Xiaodong, my previous offer still stands. Should you choose to become my jade craftsman at Jinyu Pavilion, I will offer you a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, with regular annual increments based on your skill development." What do you think? Having witnessed Liu Dong's growth firsthand, Wang Kuan fully appreciates the young artisan's exceptional talent in jade carving. What is truly remarkable is his diligent attitude towards learning. The combination of talent and hard work promises an extraordinary future for Liu Dong. As a shrewd businessman, Wang Kuan naturally seeks to seize such a potential asset. Though Liu Dong felt a fleeting temptation under Wang Kuan's earnest gaze, he resolutely shook his head. He understood that working in Wang Kuan's establishment might offer greater ease and stability. However, the inherently free-spirited Liu Dong abhors constraint. Had he desired security, he would have followed his fellow villagers to the construction site instead of venturing into the uncertain realm of carving. Moreover, there was another reason. Wang Kuan's reputation in the antique community of Quancheng was rather tarnished, having previously deceived many. In the world of antiques, discernment is paramount, and one who falls victim to hidden traps has only themselves to blame. Nevertheless, due to Wang Kuan's cautious nature, he had avoided significant issues over the years, and his establishment, the Jinyu Pavilion, continued to flourish. "I appreciate your regard, Boss Wang, but I am accustomed to freedom and cannot endure constraints. So I must respectfully decline your kind offer." Liu Dong's open rejection left Wang Kuan somewhat embarrassed, a flicker of suppressed anger flashing in his eyes. Yet, being a seasoned player in the social arena for decades, Wang Kuan's composure was profound. "Well, since you feel that way, I shall not press you. However, the doors of my Jinyu Pavilion will always be open for you, Liu Dong. Should you wish to visit, you are always welcome. Thank you for your kindness, Boss Wang. When I seek stability, I shall certainly trouble you." Liu Dong dutifully reciprocated with polite words. "Then it is settled," Liu Dong replied nonchalantly. Though he had no idea when he might desire to settle down, perhaps not until he was old and gray. Chapter 7. Microcarving. Although referred to as a city, the Quanqing antique market is not expansive, comprising two main streets alongside several alleys and housing thousands of shops, covering merely about 100 acres. Originally, this place was the residence of the wealthy Zhang Shuxing family during the Republic of China. However, like many prominent families of that era, the Zhangs fell into decline amidst the frequent domestic wars and political turmoil. With the dawn of reform and opening up, the antique trade, once languishing, began to thrive once more, prompting the Quanqing government to undertake extensive renovations and expansions of the nearly derelict Zhang residence. This transformation gradually established the now prosperous market for antiques, cultural relics, and artworks, not only within Quancheng, but throughout the entire Dongshan province. Approximately 10 minutes later, Liu Dong arrived at a grand three-story pavilion, approximately 10 meters tall, constructed in the traditional Chinese mortise and tenon style, with the imposing characters Tai Pavilion inscribed in gilded letters on the sign at its entrance. Upon entering, Liu Dong shed the restraint he had felt earlier at the Jinyu Pavilion, striding confidently into the first floor filled with wooden carvings of various sizes and forms. After surveying the space and finding it empty, he called out, Uncle Long, stop shouting, you little rascal. I'm not deaf. With a voice that carried a hint of joy amidst age, accompanied by the footsteps descending from a second floor, an elderly man clad in a gray tunic appeared before Liu Dong, holding a common fan made of banana leaves. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet he exuded a vibrant spirit. Upon seeing the elder, Liu Dong stepped forward, instinctively reaching out to support the man's arm. While his previous interaction with Wang Kuan had been strictly business, his demeanor towards this venerable figure was imbued with genuine respect. Without the elder's guidance and support, Liu Dong's carving skills would not have progressed so swiftly, nor would his jade carving techniques have reached the esteemed level of a third-grade artisan. However, for reasons unknown, this remarkable elder had always declined to take him as an apprentice. Perhaps it was due to Uncle Long's expertise lying in wood carving rather than jade carving. Liu Dong often pondered, yet he could not ascertain the truth of this speculation. Enough, young man. I am not yet so old that I require assistance to walk. Despite his words, the elder's gaze towards Liu Dong was filled with the warmth one might show to their own descendants. After gently pushing Liu Dong's hand away, he settled into a redwood armchair behind the counter. Are you delivering jade carvings to that rascal Wong at the Golden Jade Pavilion again? Yes, Uncle Long. I have long since informed you of this matter, so I have no intention of concealing it. After speaking, Liu Dong took a nearby round stool and positioned it beside the elder. Once seated, the elder nodded, his expression turning serious as he advised. That young fellow Wang Kuan has been lurking around this antique market for over a decade, and his reputation has always been dubious. Therefore, you must be particularly cautious when dealing with him. Do you understand? I will remember, Uncle Long. Rest assured. The elder often conveyed his thoughts as reflections of his own accumulated wisdom, and Liu Dong displayed no sign of impatience, only earnestness. Observing the composed and diligent young man before him, the elder's admiration was unmistakable. Liu Dong's steadiness and industriousness were increasingly rare among his peers in this ever-volatile era, which was precisely why the elder had chosen to mentor him in the art of carving. Come, let me see if your skills have improved this month. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong felt a surge of urgency and carefully retrieved a small white grain of rice from his pocket, placing it in the elder's hand. Indeed, it was a grain of rice, yet it was far from ordinary. It served as his medium for practicing microcarving, a unique skill he had inherited from Uncle Long. Upon receiving the grain, the elder did not rush to examine it. Instead, he held it in his hand, meticulously feeling its surface with his fingers before nodding in acknowledgement. He then retrieved a magnifying glass from a nearby drawer and placed the grain beneath it, scrutinizing it closely. Observing the elder's meticulous actions and serious expression, Liu Dong felt an involuntary tension rise within him, straightening his posture, much like a student awaiting a teacher's evaluation of their homework. Not bad. After more than 2 years of practice, being able to inscribe 30 characters on a grain of rice is indeed a remarkable feat. The old man nodded in satisfaction after putting down his magnifying glass. Compared to Uncle Long, I'm still quite far behind, Liu Dong humbly remarked, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. Upon hearing this, the elder waved his hand with a hint of amusement, saying, do not belittle yourself. At your age, I certainly did not possess your current level of skill. Now then, what materials do you intend to acquire from me this time? Uncle Long, I might need a bit more this time. With that, Liu Dong pulled out a piece of paper filled with various specifications and types of wood from his coat pocket and handed it to the elder. Quite a substantial order this time. What asked the occasion? Business is thriving? The elder inquired with a smile after glancing over the list. Thanks to your guidance. My wood carving skills have improved rapidly, so I've been earning quite a bit lately. Liu Dong replied with a smile, fully aware that the elder spoke from a place of genuine concern for him. However, in comparison to wood carving, he harbored a deeper fondness for jade carving and was currently practicing micro-carving alongside the elder, which naturally spread his focus thin. Thus, although he may not achieve the same level of accomplishment as one who specializes, these pursuits were his own preferences, and Liu Dong had no desire to change that. Seeing his demeanor, the elder shook his head with a touch of helplessness. Well, I shall refrain from further commentary on this matter. It would be futile. Yet, despite your insatiable appetite for knowledge, your progress in craftsmanship is commendable. Perhaps you may indeed master it in the end. Rest assured, Uncle Long, with your watchful guidance, whether in wood carving or jade carving, I will ultimately succeed. Liu Dong assured him eagerly. The elder nodded with a smile in response to his words. Chapter 8, Darkwood. Lowering his gaze to the order Liu Dong had provided, the elder displayed a look of contemplation. But soon his expression firmed as an idea took shape in his mind. Upon hearing the elder's words, Liu Dong was taken aback, his countenance shifting to one of astonishment. Almost every wood carving displayed for sale here was a masterpiece from renowned craftsmen throughout Dongshan province, each piece holding considerable value. If his wood carvings could be showcased here, the potential for fame alone would be invaluable, regardless of monetary gains. With fame, how could one fear a lack of fortune? Uncle Long, is this feasible? My wood carving skills may not yet meet the standard for display in our shop. Liu Dong hesitated, his expression uncertain. Although he understood that having his work featured at Taiping Pavilion would greatly benefit his future, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Currently, he felt he was still lacking the necessary maturity to create larger wood carvings. Additionally, Liu Dong did not wish to jeopardize the esteemed reputation of Taiping Pavilion, which Uncle Long had cultivated over the years. Seeing Liu Dong prioritize integrity and the reputation of Taiping Pavilion over fame and fortune, the elder felt a deep sense of appreciation. At that moment, he realized he had not misjudged Liu Dong. The hesitations he had previously entertained were now solidified in resolve. Uncle Long, you. Liu Dong shook his head with a wry smile. Knock, knock. After merely a few minutes of sitting, Liu Dong heard the heavy footsteps approaching from behind, growing louder with each step. Soon, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging, a buzz-cut, thick brows, and large eyes, approached. His square face bore a somewhat dull expression, and he held a piece of dark, seemingly decaying wood in his palm, which resembled a large fan. He gently placed it on the small round table in front of the two. Muge, Xiaodong. All right, Dagong, you may sit as well. Yes, Uncle Long. The burly man replied in a deep voice before turning to retrieve a large, heavy black stool from the corner, settling down beside them. Over the past 2 years, Liu Dong had become well acquainted with this extraordinarily robust man, whose physique surpassed even that of American action star Dwayne Johnson. Since discovering Liu Dong's martial prowess, they had sparred numerous times, yet Muge's innate strength, combined with his exceptional skills in Bejiquan, had left a lasting impression on Liu Dong. Uncle Long, is this ebony? As an accomplished wood carver, Liu Dong possessed a fundamental knowledge of various types of wood. Indeed, I just acquired it a couple of days ago. What do you think? Quite remarkable. Isn't it? The elder observed the surprise on Liu Dong's face, unable to suppress a smile, his words laced with a hint of pride. Remarkable is an understatement. It is simply extraordinary, Liu Dong exclaimed. In contemporary international markets, ebony is generally categorized into 2 types, true ebony and striped ebony. The ebony commonly referred to is the black African ebony, known in Chinese folklore as black sandalwood. The second type, known as sunk wood or carbonized wood, originates from ancient trees that, due to sudden geological disasters like floods or landslides, found themselves submerged in river beds or buried in oxygen-deprived, shadowy layers of earth. Over thousands, even tens of thousands of years, nature meticulously crafted these wood mummies, resembling neither stone nor wood. The piece of ebony Uncle Long presented was, in fact, this very plant mummy known as sunk wood. Sunk wood embodies the ancient elegance of wood and the ethereal charm of stone. Its texture is solid and weighty. Its color a lustrous black, with a smooth and delicate cross-section that resists decay and insect damage. It is a naturally exquisite material, regarded as the pinnacle for wood carving. Moreover, throughout Chinese history, ebony has been utilized as a talisman against evil, fashioned into artifacts, Buddha statues, and amulets. Folklore states, A half piece of ebony at home surpasses a chest of treasures, highlighting its rarity and value. At this moment, the sunk wood placed before Liu Dong exhibited minimal cracks. With a black exterior and yellowish interior, the patterns displayed on the cross-section were exceptionally beautiful. Observing these characteristics, Liu Dong felt nearly certain that this piece of ebony was likely the most precious variety of sunk wood, known as golden silk namu. Liu Dong was aware that if his assessment was correct, this piece, measuring less than a cubic meter, would command a price of at least 30,000, and often, even wealth alone would not guarantee the acquisition of wood of this caliber. Though Liu Dong felt reluctant, he remained resolute and shook his head firmly. What is there to discuss? If you wish to take it, then take it. Moreover, this item was indeed prepared for you. If you continue to speak in such a distant manner, I may become quite upset. The elder's eyes widened as he spoke, his tone somewhat stern. Gazing at the elderly figure who had repeatedly assisted him over the past 3 years, embodying both a mentor and a fatherly presence, Liu Dong was overwhelmed with profound emotion. He understood well the elder's intentions. Had he used ordinary materials, the wood carvings he produced with his current skill would, while enhancing his reputation, likely struggle to fetch a high price in this prestigious gathering place, the Taiping Pavilion. However, with the acquisition of this piece of precious, dark-hued golden silk namu wood, everything would change. He believed that, provided his craftsmanship was not lacking, he could easily command several times the initial price of 30 or 40,000 yuan. Observing the unwavering expression on Uncle Long's face and understanding the elder's temperament, Liu Dong hesitated momentarily before taking a deep breath and nodding emphatically. Uncle Long, I shall shamelessly accept this. Rest assured, I will devote myself entirely to crafting it. Hearing this, a smile finally graced the elder's face. As Liu Dong watched the elder's figure vanish around the corner of the courtyard, he turned to Mu Go. How much does this piece of wood cost? I will bring you the money shortly. Otherwise, I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. In response, Mu Gang chuckled heartily, giving Liu Dong's shoulder a hearty pat. Xiaodong, you know Uncle Long's temperament. Do you really think he would want the money? Upon hearing this, Liu Dong's expression tightened, and he managed a wry smile, shaking his head in silence, choosing not to say anything further. Chapter 9. The follower after leaving the Taiping Pavilion. A precious piece of dark golden silk namu wood was now secured in the cedar box strapped to the back of Liu Dong's bicycle. By this time, it was already 10 in the morning, and the once quiet street had transformed into a bustling scene, alive with people. Stalls lining both sides of the street were filled with jade artifacts, bronze wares, coins, wooden items, porcelain, bamboo carvings, paintings, comic books, and old newspapers. Anything one could imagine from the past could be found for sale here. Previously, whenever Liu Dong visited the antique market, he would eagerly scour the stalls brimming with ancient treasures. Though he only observed without purchasing, he gained considerable knowledge, which greatly benefited his carving skills, particularly in design. It is worth noting that many exquisite jade artifacts throughout history were sculpted based on bronze and porcelain prototypes. Furthermore, the wood in the box on his bicycle was of immense value to Liu Dong. Should it be lost in the chaotic antique market? Although Uncle Long would not voice his displeasure, Liu Dong knew he would find it difficult to forgive himself. As Liu Dong paused and turned, he encountered a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s. Yet this individual was exceedingly thin, his frame seemingly composed solely of bones. With hardly any flesh to speak of, his eyes were somewhat small, narrowing into mere slits when he smiled, nearly rendering them invisible. He wore a pair of antiquated, closed-toe sandals, while his trousers were wrinkled and stained with a grimy, yellowish hue, suggesting they had not been washed in quite some time. The red vest he donned appeared somewhat tattered, and slung over his shoulder was a snakeskin bag, giving him an air of rusticity from head to toe. Who are you? We seem to be strangers. Liu Dong furrowed his brow. Hee brother. Not knowing each other is of no consequence, as long as you have an interest in antiques. With that, the gaunt man patted his grimy, slightly torn snakeskin bag, offering a sycophantic smile. I have no interest. You should seek others. Liu Dong replied curtly, preparing to turn away. Having mingled in the antique market for 3 years, he had encountered many such individuals. Within the antiquities circle, seasoned veterans referred to such people as tailgaters, who specialized in peddling counterfeit relics to unsuspecting tourists eager for treasures, and they were particularly ruthless in their dealings. Generally, these individuals were seasoned con artists, often operating in groups with a hint of underworld affiliation. Although Liu Dong was unafraid, he preferred to avoid entanglements with them. Brother, please, you haven't even looked. How can you be sure you don't like it? The gaunt man was evidently not one to surrender easily. Just as Liu Dong turned to leave, he stepped forward, blocking Liu Dong's path, his bird-like left hand gripping the handlebars of Liu Dong's bicycle. Seeing this, Liu Dong's expression immediately grew cold, his gaze sharpening with an intimidating intensity. Years of martial training had imbued him with an air of authority. Clearly, the frail young man was perceptive. Noticing Liu Dong's height exceeding 1.8 meters and his robust physique, he quickly recognized that this seemingly youthful individual was not one to be trifled with. Thus, he wisely loosened his grip, yet the ingratiating smile on his face intensified. "Brother, please don't be angry. I was merely caught up in the moment. Why not take a look at the items first?" With that, the slender youth hastily retrieved the snakeskin bag from his back, gently placing it at his feet before untying the knot at the top. At that moment, anyone would be curious, even if they had no intention of buying, and Liu Dong was no exception. To his surprise, the bag contained a considerable assortment of items: ceramics, bronze artifacts, jade, and even a rather dilapidated scroll of paintings. However, all these objects shared a common feature. Each was caked in dirt, appearing both filthy and worn. Even with Liu Dong's limited appraisal skills, he could discern that these so-called antiques were fundamentally inferior imitations, their crude craftsmanship rendering them a disservice to the very term art. Just as Liu Dong prepared to leave, he unexpectedly spotted something within the snakeskin bag that piqued his interest. "This item has potential. Let us discuss it further." At the entrance of the antique market, a throng of people had gathered, making it evident that this was hardly an ideal locale for conducting business. "Ah, splendid!" exclaimed the frail young man, his face lighting up with joy. In his view, once Liu Dong expressed willingness to examine the item, the deal was virtually secured. "All right, let us settle on this. It's quite cool here." Beneath the shade of a willow tree by the roadside outside the antique market, Liu Dong started the vehicle. "Great! Brother, what catches your fancy?" Upon hearing his words, Liu Dong nodded and bent down to rummage through a snakeskin bag, eventually extracting a small octagonal tower, 15 centimeters in height, composed of 3 tiers. As he wiped the dirt from the tower's surface, Liu Dong immediately discerned exquisite patterns intricately carved in bas-relief on the dusty black body. However, due to its diminutive size, he could not quite make out the details. Moreover, relying solely on his tactile perception and years of accumulated experience in wood carving, he was certain that the material of this wooden tower was the same as the piece resting in the trunk of his back seat. Carbonized wood derived from golden thread namu. Clearly, this small tower, whether or not it was an antique, undoubtedly held considerable value. "I'll take this one. Give me a fair price." Observing Liu Dong's continuous examination of the octagonal tower, the frail young man's eyes sparkled momentarily, and he soon wore a generous expression, saying, "Brother, you truly have an eye for quality. This item was just acquired yesterday, crafted from small leaf rosewood, and authenticated by Master Li of the Qinxiang Pavilion, an authentic relic from the Ming Dynasty during the Wanli era. I want to ask for more. Let us make it an even 5,000. Upon hearing his words, Liu Dong shook his head inwardly. He was aware of the Qinxiang Pavilion, a renowned antique shop in Quansheng, with Master Li inheriting his father's legacy and possessing remarkable skills in antique appraisal, seldom making mistakes. Generally, those in the trade would seek his expertise when needing to date or authenticate items. However, Liu Dong could not believe that this octagonal tower had genuinely been appraised by the Qinxiang Pavilion. Otherwise, given their discerning eye, it would not be languishing in this filthy, tattered snakeskin bag, waiting to be discovered by him. Having navigated the antique street for 3 years, Liu Dong, though rarely purchasing antiques, was well acquainted with the intricate rules of the trade. Hence, even though he coveted this finely crafted golden thread namu wood tower, whose actual value far exceeded 5,000, he knew he could not acquiesce too readily. If the young man sensed any inclination from him, the price could swiftly change from 5,000. Moreover, Liu Dong had no intention of buying it for that price. Brother, don't rush off. If it comes to that, why don't you propose a price?" The frail young man quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smile vanished from Liu Dong's face. As the saying goes, ask for the sky, but settle for the ground. He had not truly meant to leave moments ago. It was merely a pretense. Now that he had achieved his objective, it was time to capitalize on the situation. "I say this item is worth $50. I want to offer a penny more." Liu Dong's bargaining was indeed ruthless, slashing the price by 100-fold. "50? The frail young man appeared somewhat taken aback, and after a wry smile, he remarked, "Brother, your offer is rather harsh. When I acquired this item, it certainly cost me more than 50. Perhaps you could raise your bid a little. Otherwise, this transaction will be quite impossible." Observing the young man's expression, Liu Dong recognized that the price was indeed rather low. After feigning contemplation for a moment, He grimaced in pain and stated, "All right, I shall add another 50, bringing it to 100. If you refuse to sell now, I shall truly take my leave." Upon hearing Liu Dong's words, the frail young man scrutinized him for a moment, noticing the resolute look on Liu Dong's face that suggested he would depart if not met with agreement. The young man resigned himself and feigned reluctance, saying, "Fine, 100 it is. Today, I shall settle for breaking even, considering this a step toward befriending you, my brother." Despite his outward words, the frail young man felt a sense of satisfaction within. This octagonal small pagoda was merely a trinket from his rural treasure hunt, having cost him little to nothing. Selling it today for 100 was almost entirely profit. It's worth noting that in the year 2000, earning 100 a day was beyond the reach of an average white-collar worker. When Liu Dong extracted a newly minted red 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to the frail young man, both parties concluded the transaction with pleasure. He then retrieved the octagonal small pagoda from a box, turned, and sat at his writing desk. From the left drawer, he took out a white cotton towel and a small brush and began to clean the dirt from the pagoda. As Liu Dong focused intently on his task, the pagoda's dark and shiny surface gradually revealed itself, smooth as a mirror. Once all the dirt and grime were removed, the complete form of the small pagoda came into view, leaving Liu Dong astounded by its exquisite design and intricate patterns. Though the octagonal pagoda stood only 3 tiers tall, measuring a mere 15 centimeters in height and 6 centimeters at its widest, the craftsmanship emanated a grandiose aura. Liu Dong, skilled in microcarving, soon discerned that this small pagoda also employed the same technique. Through a magnifying glass, he noticed that apart from the lotus on the base, the 8 surfaces of the first tier were adorned with microcarvings depicting 8 renowned Buddhist scriptures. These included the Infinite Life Sutra and the Amitabha Sutra from the Pure Land School, the Lankavatara Sutra and Shurangama Sutra from the Zen School, the Diamond Sutra and the Heart Sutra, as well as the Lotus Sutra from the Tiantai School and the Avatamsaka Sutra from the Huayan School. The characters were diminutive yet legible, and the micro-carved regular script appeared more orderly under magnification than in printed texts. The second tier of the pagoda featured carved images of various figures, each representing a different story. Although Liu Dong's knowledge of Buddhist tales was limited, he had indeed heard of some. Notably, one of the 8 panels depicted a Buddha with long ears and a compassionate visage, seated beneath the Bodhi tree, surrounded by a multitude of fantastical creatures, instantly recalling to Liu Dong the well-known story of Siddhartha Gautama overcoming inner demons at the Bodhi tree to attain enlightenment. Additionally, another panel featured a nearly identical image of the Buddha, seated atop a pile of burning firewood, surrounded by devout worshippers kneeling in reverence. In the final comparison of the remaining 6 patterns depicting various figures and narratives, Liu Dong surmised that these 8 images were intended to recount the life of the Buddha. Siddhartha Gautama, from his birth and renunciation to his enlightenment and eventual parinirvana. The third and final layer was similarly adorned with Buddhist figures. However, Liu Dong's knowledge was limited. He could discern the central figure of the Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, alongside Mithra Buddha, Dipankar Buddha, Medicine Buddha, and the 3 realms of Buddhas, as well as the 4 great bodhisattvas and 18 distinct arhats, common representations within Buddhist iconography. Although he was less familiar with the others, it was evident that the layer featured no fewer than 500 meticulously crafted Buddhist figures, each rendered with astonishing realism, down to the details of their garments and hair, showcasing the sculptor's remarkable skill. Truth be told, this exquisite microsculpture was unlike anything Liu Dong had ever encountered, its artistry far surpassing that of his former teacher, Uncle Long, who had instructed him in microsculpture. At this moment, even Liu Dong, typically slow to grasp nuances, realized he had stumbled upon a true treasure. Although he was uncertain of its precise value, he estimated that the intricate microsculptural techniques of the octagonal stupa alone could fetch 50 to 60,000. Liu Dong pondered deeply about how to handle this precious item, whether to keep it for himself or sell it. However, within 2 minutes, he had made up his mind. He would sell it. His foremost concern was survival, ensuring a better life for his family. The pursuit of antique collecting as a spiritual indulgence was a luxury he could not afford at this moment. Yet, before proceeding with the sale, he knew he must seek an expert appraisal. While he could ascertain the stupa's significant value from its materials and craftsmanship, Liu Dong remained uncertain about its antiquity. Reflecting on these matters, he sighed inwardly. Although he had mingled within the antique markets of Quancheng for 3 years, he was unfamiliar with any renowned appraisers. If he were to recklessly approach antique shops or auction houses for verification, and it turned out to be a priceless artifact, it would undoubtedly create a stir, drawing the attention of all manner of opportunists. Having navigated society for several years, he understood the adage that a man is innocent until he possesses something precious, which can bring misfortune. Thus, he decided to secure the stupa for the time being. If necessary, he could seek Uncle Long's assistance. Resolute in his decision, Liu Dong carefully placed the meticulously cleaned and beautifully adorned octagonal stupa into a box typically used for jade carvings, before locking it away in an old suitcase under his bed. With a sigh of relief, he stood up and strode purposefully out the door. After stowing the vegetables and fruits in the refrigerator and placing the more durable items in the corner, Liu Dong took a deep breath. At this moment, he had resolved to devote the upcoming week to meticulously carving a piece of golden silk nama wood, using the provisions he had acquired to sustain himself during this period of artistic immersion. Only by wholeheartedly dedicating himself to this with sculpture could he ensure that his carving skills remained at their pinnacle. To truly craft exquisite wooden sculptures and honor Uncle Long's trust in him, he had just stumbled upon a significant breakthrough, leaving him exhilarated and unable to calm his emotions. Clearly, it was not the ideal moment to embark on his carving endeavors. However, over the years of sculpting, Liu Dong had developed a method to soothe his turbulent feelings. After taking a deep breath, he retrieved his towel from the rack by the door, and with a red, patterned enamel basin in hand, he slipped into the bathroom. There, he indulged in a refreshing shower and donned clean attire. With a tranquil demeanor, he settled cross-legged on his bed and began to practice the internal energy techniques he had honed since childhood. A few years prior, he discovered that this set of skills, learned from an unknown elder monk, not only fortified his physique, but also possessed remarkable efficacy in restoring inner peace. Whenever Liu Dong found himself in turmoil, it was through this practice that he regained his composure. Moreover, his rapid progress in carving over the past few years was largely attributed to the benefits of this discipline. Chapter 11. A Changed Fate. As Liu Dong circulated his internal energy, his facial expression became increasingly relaxed, and his breathing deepened and slowed. Should one remove his shirt at that moment, they would observe an undulating energy akin to a serpent flowing beneath his bronze skin, originating from his lower abdomen and circulating throughout his entire being. The atmosphere in the bedroom grew tranquil, an indescribable aura emanating from Liu Dong. Suddenly, a faint yellow halo began to emerge from beneath his bed, intensifying gradually, as if awakening from slumber. Soon, an irregularly shaped orb, emitting a rich yet gentle yellow glow, rose from under the bed, seemingly defying the bedframe and bedding, hovering at a distance of half a foot above Liu Dong's head. Fortunately, in this room, apart from Liu Dong, who was caught in a semi-conscious state oblivious to his surroundings, no one else was present. Otherwise, any onlooker would surely have been overwhelmed by the eerie spectacle. At that moment, the brilliance of the yellow orb intensified, illuminating the entire bedroom, casting aside even the sunlight filtering through the window, rendering Liu Dong, in his meditative pose, akin to a venerable Buddhist monk. However, shortly thereafter, the radiant yellow light that enveloped the room abruptly flickered and retracted into the irregular orb. The yellow pearl, resembling a longan fruit, spun a few times before plummeting into Liu Dong's crown point at the top of his head. Startled by the disturbance, Liu Dong's body jolted, his skin twitching momentarily. Yet he did not open his eyes. However, an intense pain surged through his mind, shattering his calm. What on earth was happening? Why did his head ache so terribly? Clutching his head with both hands, he grimaced and let out a low growl. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Liu Dong unconsciously uttered a sound and gradually opened his eyes. As the haze of confusion faded from his gaze, he recalled the reason for his fainting. Suddenly, he sat upright in bed, instinctively reaching to touch his head and surveying his entire body, relieved to find that he was neither missing limbs nor had any significant injuries. All parts were intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Liu Dong gazed out the window, momentarily lost in thought, before mechanically turning his head to scrutinize his surroundings. After several repetitions of this action, he became convinced that he had indeed not turned on the lights. However, this realization only deepened his astonishment, for outside, the street lights of the community had illuminated, and the distant city was aglow with vibrant lights, clearly indicating that it was night. In stark contrast, the area within 2 meters of him shone brightly as if it were daytime, while beyond that boundary lay an impenetrable darkness. He had just confirmed that he had not activated any lights. Clairvoyance. This term suddenly flashed through Liu Dong's mind. At that moment, a brilliant white light shot up from beneath him, radiant yet not blinding, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes. When he was prepared to open them again, he discovered that the source of the luminous white glow emanated from the box beneath his bed, specifically from the octagonal relic he had fortuitously acquired earlier that day. The white light surged upward, rising 8 feet, strikingly prominent in Liu Dong's vision. Furrowing his brow, he could not suppress the urge to tap his forehead, a peculiar expression crossing his face. For in that instant, upon witnessing the white light, he suddenly became aware of a spatial presence, approximately 1 cubic meter in size, manifesting in his mind, or rather within his head. This unprecedented sensation compelled him to pat the back of his head, yet rather than dissipate with his action. The enigmatic space became even clearer, as if he could touch it with outstretched hands. At that moment, an inexplicable feeling of control over everything within this bizarre space surged within Liu Dong's heart. As minutes passed, perhaps 10, half an hour, or even longer, he remained immersed in his thoughts, oblivious to the passage of time. Taking a deep breath, Liu Dong, with a hint of trepidation, extended his noticeably trembling right hand to touch the piece of golden silk nanmu, what he had placed on his writing desk, intending to carve it. In an instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. The ebony wood, measuring nearly 2 feet in height and 20 centimeters in diameter, vanished the moment Liu Dong's hand made contact, as if it were a bubble in water, disappearing without a trace. Was it truly so? Liu Dong's expression turned complex as he realized the familiar ebony wood that had unexpectedly materialized in his mind's eye. As his thoughts stirred, the previously vanished wood reappeared in Liu Dong's hand once more. After much contemplation, Liu Dong finally became convinced that the inexplicable space that had emerged in his mind was indeed under his control. Could this be what they refer to as supernatural abilities? Following an initial bout of panic, Liu Dong regained his composure and began to ponder the benefits that this mysterious space could bestow upon him. Although he had yet to discover many advantages, the capabilities of storage and clairvoyance alone were enough to astonish him. Subsequently, he bent down and retrieved an octagonal relic tower from an old suitcase beneath his bed. After examining it closely in his hands, Liu Dong grasped the top layer, resembling a monk's hat, and with a firm twist, he rotated it several times in a clockwise direction. The tower's eaves fell into his hand, revealing a hollow cavity approximately 7 to 8 centimeters deep. Inside this small tower, a delicate lotus throne crafted entirely of gold, adorned with 8 lotus petals, was embedded, and it bore an irregular indentation that suggested it had once held something precious. However, upon seeing this indentation, Liu Dong's expression shifted. He immediately recalled the irregular, luminous orb that floated within his enigmatic space, radiating a rich golden light. The inscription Ming Dynasty Wang Shuyuan's carved lotus pattern octagonal relic tower suddenly materialized in his mind, gleaming with a brilliant golden hue. What is this? Liu Dong instinctively looked down at the relic tower in his hand, pondering whether it referred to this very object. Chapter 12. The Relic. Liu Dong was well aware of who Wang Shuyuan was, particularly after his studies in microsculpture under Master Long. He had come to appreciate this celebrated microsculptor from the Ming Dynasty, renowned due to the work of contemporary prose writer Wei Shui's nuclear boat. Furthermore, given the exceptional microsculpting technique displayed on this relic tower, it was indeed plausible that it was crafted by Wang Shuyuan himself. With this thought, Liu Dong couldn't help but glance at the floating golden orb in his mental space, his heart racing with excitement. Could this orb also serve as an ancient artifact appraisal tool? How extraordinary! However, despite his joy, an air of mystery enveloped the situation, leaving Liu Dong, who had grown up under the influence of materialistic education in the modern era, feeling somewhat unsettled. When his gaze shifted to the piece of ebony wood on the table, which he was preparing to carve, the radiant glow emanating from it and the golden inscriptions of the precious golden silk nanmu wood that appeared above the orb in his mind clearly confirmed his earlier speculations. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Looking at the suspended golden orb in his space, Liu Dong felt a surge of exhilaration. At this moment, having traversed through initial surprise and panic, followed by hesitation and experimentation, and culminating in excitement and anticipation, Liu Dong had essentially unraveled the fundamental applications of the yellow orb he had unexpectedly acquired. First and foremost was the clairvoyance. As long as it was within 2 meters of his line of sight, regardless of any intervening obstacles, he could perceive it with utmost clarity. Secondly, there exists a concealed realm within his mind, which he has aptly named the seed of mustard space, symbolizing the enigmatic concept of the Buddhist mustard seed containing Mount Sumeru. Although its dimensions are merely 1 cubic meter, it possesses the extraordinary capability to securely harbor any items not exceeding this volume, alleviating any concerns regarding the burden on his mind. While it may seem trivial at first glance, placing objects within this space renders it arguably the most secure sanctuary in the entire world. Thirdly, there lies the gem's appraisal function within the seed of mustard space. Though it has only undergone preliminary tests involving the octagonal relic tower and a piece of dark wood, the reliability of this function is not yet fully established. Nevertheless, Liu Dong has largely confirmed its existence and credibility in his mind. However, the origin of this extraordinary ability remains a mystery. After the initial excitement of acquiring such powers subsided, Liu Dong sat on his bed, pondering with a hand upon his forehead, filled with private doubts. No matter how hard he tried to comprehend it, he could not fathom how such phenomena, typically reserved for the realms of fantasy literature, could manifest in his own life. Of course, Liu Dong did not leave entirely empty-handed, based on the recessed shape on the golden lotus pedestal within the octagonal relic tower, as well as the intricately carved Buddha patterns and scriptures surrounding it. He speculated that the yellow gem within the seed of mustard space might indeed be a sacred relic from Buddhism, potentially a relic of the Buddha Shakyamuni himself. However, while many such relics have been discovered across the globe, there has been no record of anyone acquiring extraordinary powers through them. Naturally, even if such instances existed, Liu Dong was far too insulated from the world to be aware of them. 2 millennia had passed, a time vastly different from the internet-saturated era that followed. He chuckled to himself, dismissing the troubling thoughts. After all, what was meant to be would be, regardless of how one viewed it. This development seemed to be a fortuitous event. With a headache from overthinking and unable to deduce the sequence of events, Liu Dong finally shook his head, temporarily setting the matter aside. Knock knock. Xiao Dong, why are you making such a racket in there at this late hour? A sultry voice, tinged with frustration, echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong nodded, her brows furrowing as she glanced back at Liu Dong, before continuing. What were you doing in there just now? Why is it so dark? The lights? I thought I had them on. Liu Dong paused, suddenly realizing he had indeed left the lights off, a consequence of his abrupt adjustment to the newfound power of the relic's essence. As he stared at the closed door, Wang Chong, now gritting her teeth in annoyance, thought, how irritating. Do I truly repel you so much that you won't even exchange a few words with me? Unbeknownst to her, Liu Dong, who had just managed to calm his own tumultuous emotions, had unwittingly drawn her ire with his instinctive action of closing the door. Yet, even if he had been aware, it was of little consequence at that moment, for Liu Dong's gaze was entirely captivated by the precious dark wood resting upon his writing desk. At that instant, he realized that the essence of the relic he had just acquired would immensely enhance his wood carving skills. Regardless of whether it is wood carving, stone carving, or jade carving, the foremost duty of the sculptor is to attain a profound and comprehensive understanding of the materials employed, encompassing their textures, qualities, hardness, colors, and more. Only through such knowledge can the sculptor tailor their approach to the material, allowing the subsequent design to truly flourish. This aspect is often where the most experience is required. Only through extensive practice can one fully grasp the characteristics of various woods or stones. In the past, this was Liu Dong's greatest shortcoming in his sculpting endeavors. Yet the situation has changed. With the aid of Shunli Yuanguang, he can effortlessly master every subtle detail of this precious golden silk enamel wood, including the variations in texture, insect damage, and knots, all vividly presenting themselves in his mind as if he were observing them in the palm of his hand. Chapter 13. Captivating Beauty. Gazing at the ebony resting on the table, Liu Dong could not help but feel awed and exhilarated by the formidable capabilities of Shunli Yuanguang. Fortunately, his previous meditative practices were not in vain. After taking a deep breath, Liu Dong's initially chaotic thoughts gradually began to settle. With such divine assistance, he resolved to dedicate himself fully to crafting a true masterpiece. Having made up his mind, Liu Dong promptly retrieved a stack of thick white paper from the drawer of his writing desk and began to sketch with a pencil. Only through the combination of quality materials, thoughtful design, and exquisite craftsmanship can one create a successful wooden sculpture. As time passed, night deepened, and gradually, countless households drifted into slumber. Yet, the room occupied by Liu Dong remained brightly lit. He was wholly absorbed in his sculpting world, completely oblivious to the passage of time. At last, it was complete. After assessing his final draft, Liu Dong nodded with self-satisfaction. He set down his pencil, stood to stretch his stiff body, and then noticed, to his surprise, that the eastern sky had already begun to lighten, revealing the pale dawn, while the clock on his bedside table indicated it was 5:30. Only then did Liu Dong realize that an entire night had slipped away. However, now that he had finalized his carving piece, Liu Dong felt no trace of fatigue. Perhaps the exhilaration of his spirit triumphed over his physical weariness. Despite having gone a night without sleep, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing meditation for an hour before immersing himself once more in his carving. As the carving knife danced in Liu Dong's hand like a butterfly flitting among flowers, wood shavings scattered and gradually accumulated beneath his feet and on the table. While the contours of the block of wood began to transform, days passed in a gentle flow. When hunger struck, he would consume instant noodles or bread, quenching his thirst with water, occasionally snacking on fruit to stave off hunger. When fatigue beckoned, he would collapse onto his bed for 3 or 4 hours of sleep or meditate briefly before awakening to continue his sculpting. Completely engrossed in his artistic realm, Liu Dong astonishingly did not step outside for 12 consecutive days, and at that moment, the entire carving process was truly nearing its conclusion. As the gentle sound of brakes echoed, a sleek black Mercedes came to a halt beneath the floor where Liu Dong resided. When the rear door on the right side swung open, a pair of elegantly clad legs adorned with strappy mid-heeled sandals and nude crystal stockings emerged from the vehicle. Following this, Wang Chong, dressed in a fitted white shirt, gracefully stepped out, exuding beauty and poise. Simultaneously, from the driver's seat, a corpulent man adorned with a gold chain the width of a pinky and 6 gold rings on his fingers stepped out, his attire lacking any semblance of taste. Faced with such blatant implications, Wang Chong could not help but feel disdain. If she were truly the kind of woman who craved superficial validation, her striking looks would have afforded her not just an apartment, but a villa long ago. As she observed the pudgy man extending his hand towards her, a flicker of subtle revulsion crossed her eyes, prompting her to take a step back, avoiding his unwelcome advance. The reason she had chosen to sit in the back seat rather than the front was precisely to evade his unwanted attention. Of course, her deliberate retreat did not go unnoticed by Xie Zhonglin, whose eyes momentarily flashed with irritation before it quickly vanished. Cursing inwardly, he thought to himself that this ungrateful woman would eventually come to heel, as long as she remained in the company. He envisioned the day when he would have his way with her. Yet, standing before this stunningly beautiful woman, his heart raced with desire. However, given the earlier scene and the public setting, he refrained from any inappropriate actions. Moreover, as the sales manager of the company, Wang Chong was a vital asset to their performance. Provoking her to the point of resignation would indeed be counterproductive. Observing Xie Zhonglin's fervent gaze and raw possessiveness, Wang Chong silently scoffed, having encountered such expressions from men far too often. After years of navigating the world alone while maintaining her integrity, she had developed her own methods of self-protection. All right then, since you insist, let us find a time for everyone to gather. After Wang Chong subtly declined his invitation, disappointment washed over Xie Zhonglin's face, leading him to respond somewhat dismissively. Witnessing his demeanor, Wang Chong felt a surge of contempt. Her previous remark was merely a tactic to avoid giving him the opportunity to harass her further. As for hosting a gathering, that was out of the question. Everyone in the company knew of Xie Zhonglin's miserly nature. For someone who would insist on using both sides of an A4 sheet, the thought of treating anyone was laughable. Merely avoiding a pay cut for a few days would be a stroke of good fortune. Mr. Xie, I have some inconveniences at home, so I won't be inviting you up. Hearing her words laden with the unmistakable tone of dismissal, Xie Zhonglin felt a mix of disappointment and anger. Yet he maintained a smile as he replied, "No worries. As long as I've safely delivered you home, my task is complete." "Thank you, Mr. Xie. I will head upstairs now. Goodbye." With that, Wang Chong waved at the visibly displeased Xie Zhonglin and confidently made her way into the building. "Goodbye." With these thoughts in mind, Xie Zhonglin started the car and swiftly departed from the scene. Chapter 14. Wang Chong's Surprise. One cannot help but wonder how Liu Dong has been faring these past few days. As Wang Chong walked down the corridor, thoughts of her neighbor, whom she had not seen for over 10 days, invaded her mind. In contrast to the avarice and cunning exhibited by Xie Zhonglin earlier, the simplicity, honesty, and shyness inherent in Liu Dong's character became increasingly vivid and pronounced in her heart. Contemplating these traits, an overwhelming desire to reunite with her charming roommate suddenly surged within Wang Chong, prompting her to unconsciously quicken her pace. Upon reaching the familiar door, a smile of delight graced her face as she retrieved her keys from her bag. She opened the door and, dragging her suitcase behind her, stepped inside. However, An acrid stench assaulted her senses as soon as she crossed the threshold. Without a second thought for her appearance, she hastily dropped her suitcase and rushed back into the corridor, inhaling the fresh air for several minutes until the queasiness subsided, leaving her feeling somewhat better. Yet, the lingering foul odor clung stubbornly to her nostrils, compelling her to cover her mouth and nose with her delicate hand. Thoughts of punishing Liu Dong swirled in her mind. After half an hour of airing out the room, the initially nauseating smell had diminished significantly, allowing Wang Chong to consider re-entering her home. However, she was well prepared, clutching a small handkerchief infused with perfume tightly in her grasp to shield herself from the odor. Once inside, she swiftly opened all the windows in the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and her bedroom. Finally, she stood before Liu Dong's door, knocking several times. When silence greeted her, hesitation crept in, since renting the room to Liu Dong. She had not ventured inside for 6 months. Nonetheless, she was nearly certain that the source of the foul odor originated from Liu Dong's quarters. If she did not promptly locate and eliminate it, she could hardly envision continuing to reside in the apartment. He was likely at the antique market selling wood carvings. Wang Chong mused as she slowly pushed open Liu Dong's door. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, the sight that greeted her was enough to draw a deep frown upon her face. Aside from the bed, bookshelf, writing desk, and 2 relatively clean nightstands, the remaining 7 or 8 square meters of tiled floor were strewn with discarded instant noodle packets, empty bread boxes, various fruit pits, crumpled papers, and large patches of wood shavings. Not to mention Liu Dong himself, lying on the bed, half-naked, clad only in black boxers, showcasing his well-built physique, soundly asleep. In that moment, Wang Chong understood why the apartment reeked so atrociously. The accumulation of leftover food waste, combined with the sweltering heat of July, would undoubtedly lead to decay and foul odors. However, instead of erupting in anger and waking Liu Dong to demand he clean his room, she found herself inexplicably lowering the perfumed handkerchief from her face. It turns out his wood carving is so exquisite. Gazing at the piece displayed centrally on the writing desk, under the brilliant rays of sunlight, it emanates a profound and restrained yellow glow from its deep ebony hue. The lifelike expressions and fluid lines of the sculpture left Wang Chong momentarily stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Although she was aware that Liu Dong made a living through manual carving, she could hardly fathom that this young man, merely in his 20s, could create such a flawless work of art. In her mind, such craftsmanship was typically the domain of seasoned woodcarvers in their 40s or 50s. Who would have thought that this seemingly introverted individual possessed such remarkable talent? As she admired the splendid wood carving, Wang Chong felt an urge to step closer and appreciate it in her hands. However, the nauseating odor emanating from the trash scattered beneath her feet made her, who usually cherished cleanliness, hesitate momentarily. Nonetheless, the current surroundings suddenly conjured in her mind the verses from Zhou Dunyi's On the Love of Lotus, which speaks of the lotus rising unsullied from the mud and remaining untainted despite being washed in clear waters. At that moment, this exquisite wood carving, akin to the lotus described in the poem, overshadowed the disorderly environment of Liu Dong's room. Awakening from a light slumber, Liu Dong opened his bleary eyes and immediately spotted Wang Chong standing at the door, her face resolute as she prepared to step inside. "Xiao Dong, did you really carve this statue of Guangong?" Wang Chong asked, pointing to the polished wood carving on the desk, momentarily forgetting about Liu Dong's careless littering. Following her delicate, fair finger, Liu Dong beheld the finished ebony statue of Guangong, his face lighting up with excitement and satisfaction. The level of craftsmanship in this piece was undoubtedly beyond his usual standards. The wood was sculpted using a round carving technique, resulting in a vividly rounded portrayal of Guangong, particularly evident in the long beard, each strand meticulously detailed. The armor's ornate patterns and the flowing lines of his garments were exceptionally graceful, while the green dragon crescent blade, held aloft in his right hand, added to Guangong's imposing presence. The entire statue, excluding the base, stood approximately 1 foot 3 inches tall. The remaining wood beneath Guangong's feet was fashioned into mountainous rocks and foliage using a half-round carving technique. In the base section, Liu Dong employed micro-carving, hollowing, and dao techniques to depict 12 scenes from Guangong's life, including the Oath of Brotherhood in the Peach Garden, the 3 heroes battling Lu Bu, the slaying of Yin Liang, and his passage through 5 gates to vanquish 6 generals, as well as his defense of Jingzhou, among others. This intricate carving was inspired by the micro-carvings found on Wang Shiyuan's octagonal stupa, Such artistry only enhanced the fullness of Guangong's portrayal. Chapter 15. Treasure Hunting in the Antiques Market. After hearing Wang Chang's words, Liu Dong felt a swell of pride within, yet humbly replied, "My skills are still lacking. Sister Wang, please do not mock me." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang couldn't help but scrutinize this young man, who had been living with her for half a year, as if she were meeting him for the first time. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by its measure. However, it wasn't long before Wang Chang's beautiful visage flushed a rosy hue, her eyes betraying a hint of bashfulness. "You mischievous boy, hurry and put on your clothes." Upon hearing her words, Liu Dong realized he was clad only in his boxers due to the sweltering heat. Without further ado, he hastily reached for his shirt on the bedside table, awkwardly shielding himself while glancing at the stunning woman by the door. "Sister Wang, could you please step outside? I need to get dressed. By the way, Liu Dong, once you're dressed, make sure to tidy up your room. It smells dreadful." With that, Wang Chang, in her high heels, gracefully exited the room, closing the door behind her. "Understood, Sister Wang. I will take care of it immediately," he called out, shaking his head with a wry smile as he gazed at the now-closed door. He picked up the shirt that concealed his lower half, noting the embarrassing situation, and thought to himself, "I still need to master this technique. Almost made a fool of myself just now." After quickly dressing and tidying up the clutter in his room, Liu Dong approached his writing desk, carefully examining the meticulously carved statue of Guangong before storing it in his mustard seed space. "This is indeed both convenient and secure," he mused, admiring the statue now safely placed within his mustard seed space. With his most pressing concerns resolved, Liu Dong finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Opening the window, he inhaled a breath of fresh air, clearing the remnants of drowsiness from his mind. Yet, the fatigue accumulated over the past 10 days of relentless work could not be swiftly dispelled. Nevertheless, bolstered by his good health and the rejuvenating nap he had just enjoyed, he felt significantly more invigorated. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was precisely 4:30 in the afternoon. Although he yearned to continue his slumber, there were pressing matters that weighed on his mind. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Dong resolved to take action. He quickly tidied his attire, grabbed 2 large garbage bags, and made his way to the door. He initially intended to inform Wang Chang of his departure, but the sound of running water from the bathroom deterred him. Quietly closing his bedroom door, he stepped outside. After disposing of the garbage, he mounted his bicycle and sped off toward the antique market in the city center. By 4 in the afternoon, the outside temperature had cooled considerably compared to the sweltering heat of midday. While the streets remained sparsely populated, the antique market was already buzzing with activity. Standing outside the southern gate of the market, Liu Dong, who hadn't visited in over 10 days, suddenly felt as though he had stepped into another world. Shaking his head with a bemused smile, he secured his bicycle with a parking attendant and strode eagerly into the lively market. Previously, each time he visited this place, he usually rushed through, only stopping occasionally to savor his favorite antiques at roadside stalls, though he predominantly merely perused without making any purchases. Today, however, he came here for the first time with the intention of hunting for treasures. At this moment, Liu Dong felt a surge of excitement within him, tempered by a slight nervousness. After all, the arrival of the Shenli Yuanguang was rather enigmatic. Whether it was truly as useful as he believed required further validation. Soon, half an hour had passed, and Liu Dong experienced a blend of joy and disappointment. He was pleased to confirm that his ability to identify and appraise treasures using the Shenli Yuanguang was indeed intact. Yet disheartened by the realization that among the dozens of stalls he had inspected, there was hardly any genuine antique of value. Most items were merely modern artifacts, set out to deceive unsuspecting tourists. As the anticipation and excitement faded, Liu Dong's emotions gradually settled. He maximized the Shenli Yuanguang, scanning each stall meticulously. Stepping back for a clearer view, he noticed that the intense white light emanated from a small bottle, roughly the size of a child's fist. Although the light reached only a foot in height, far inferior to the octagonal relic tower of Uncle Wang, it was nonetheless the most vibrant artifact he had encountered since entering the antique market. "Hello, young man. Which piece catches your eye?" The stall owner, a middle-aged man dressed in a white vest, brightened upon seeing Liu Dong crouch down, promptly setting aside his fan to greet him warmly. "Let me have a look first," Liu Dong replied. "Of course. Please, take your time," the middle-aged man responded with a courteous smile. Chapter 16. The antique stall. Having spent 3 years in the antique market, Liu Dong, despite not dealing in antiques himself, was well acquainted with the intricacies of the trade, though the unassuming middle-aged man before him appeared ordinary. Liu Dong understood that anyone able to set up a stall in this market had likely been in the industry for over a decade. While their appraisal skills may not rival those of experts in museums or auction houses, their acumen in reading people and conducting business was undoubtedly seasoned. If Liu Dong so much as indicated an interest in any item on display, he was certain that the middle-aged man would quote him a price that would make his heart ache, accompanied by a plethora of persuasive arguments. "Sir, how much for this piece?" Liu Dong inquired, picking up a three-legged blue and white porcelain wash basin from the stall. "Ah, my friend, you possess a discerning eye. This three-legged wash basin is indeed authentic Ru porcelain, quite rare these days. I unearthed it from the countryside. Should you find it appealing, hold on." Liu Dong quickly interrupted the middle-aged vendor's enthusiastic chatter. He knew that the next claim would likely elevate it to royal provenance, followed by a series of tedious tales. Liu Dong was all too familiar with the fabrications employed by antique dealers to bamboozle the uninitiated, and he had no desire to squander his precious time on the vendor's tiresome narratives. Moreover, while he had never seen Ru ware, one of the 5 famous kilns of the Song dynasty, he had certainly gleaned a fair amount of knowledge over his 3 years in the antique market. The exquisite Ru kiln 3-footed brush washer, a quintessential artifact of the renowned Ru kiln, is currently housed in the Palace Museum. Even if there were similar Ru kiln pieces, none will be found here. Despite Liu Dong uncovering the truth, the middle-aged proprietor displayed no signs of surprise, clearly a seasoned businessman. To Liu Dong's astonishment, the young brother was also quite the connoisseur. "If you truly fancy this brush washer, you may take it for 2,000. 2,000, Liu Dong scoffed inwardly. This 3-footed brush washer barely qualified as a high imitation, being crudely crafted. He wouldn't pay 2,000 or even 10 for it, especially since his intentions did not lie with this item. "How much for this?" Liu Dong inquired nonchalantly as he picked up the snuff bottle he had his eye on. "Oh, this snuff bottle is a genuine Qing dynasty antiquity. You seem to be an informed individual. I won't ask for too much. How about 1,000? Upon hearing this, Liu Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he maintained a frown, replying, "Boss, we both know that if this were a Qing dynasty snuff bottle, it wouldn't be displayed here." The middle-aged man grasped the implication in Liu Dong's words. He was aware of the current market for Qing dynasty snuff bottles, where even the most modest quality fetch prices around 50 to 60,000. Notably, a Qing dynasty glass snuff bottle with painted enamel sold for 1.67 million Hong Kong dollars at Sotheby's in 1997. This was, mind you, 2 or 3 years ago, with the flourishing antique market. Prices had undoubtedly risen by 10 to 20% since then. Moreover, even if not a piece from the Qing 3 dynasties, any genuine Qing artifact would command far more than 1,000. "What price are you aiming for, young brother?" The middle-aged man discerned Liu Dong's astuteness despite his youth, recognizing his familiarity with the intricacies of the antique trade, and thus abandoned any thoughts of inflating the price. $5, Liu Dong countered mercilessly. "5? Young brother, while this may not truly be an antique, I acquired it for more than that." The middle-aged man expressed disbelief. However, in his desperation, he inadvertently revealed his hand. Seeing his expression, Liu Dong could not help but smile. He knew his offer was indeed low. "How about 50? That price is quite fair for it." "All right, 50 it is." The middle-aged man quickly agreed. Although the antique business often adheres to a philosophy of not engaging in trade for 3 years and then reaping rewards for 3 years, such lucrative deals are rare for many. Selling this snuff bottle would yield minimal profit, yet there would still be a gain of $30 to $40. Upon hearing the middle-aged man acquiesce, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossed Liu Dong's face, though he kept his head down to conceal it. To prevent any complications, he promptly retrieved $50 from his pocket and handed it over. After the transaction was settled, he tucked the snuff bottle into his jacket pocket, satisfied, and stood ready to continue his pursuit of hidden treasures. Observing the series of actions and the cautious expression on his face, the middle-aged man tightly clutched the 50-yuan huaxia bill in his hand, unable to suppress his doubts about whether the snuff bottle he had casually brought from his ancestral home was truly an antique. However, even if he wished to retract his decision, it was too late now. Once the transaction was complete, even if the snuff bottle were worth millions, it would bear no consequence for him. "Xiao Dong, Uncle Long?" Surprised, Liu Dong turned to see an elderly man with a smile, waving at him. "Why, are you surprised to see me?" As the elderly man approached briskly, Liu Dong replied nonchalantly, "Yes, it's nearly 5 o'clock now, and the shop is bustling with customers. How do you still have the leisure to stroll around here?" Over the past 2 years, their relationship had grown quite close, allowing Liu Dong to speak freely. "Young man, Could you show me the item you just took out? Before Uncle Long could respond, an elderly gentleman following closely behind him spoke first. Upon hearing his words, Liu Dong glanced at the man and immediately recognized that this elderly gentleman, dressed in a traditional buttoned shirt and black shorts, with blue slippers on his feet, was not an ordinary person. Despite his casual attire, he exuded an air of cultured sophistication. Chapter 17. Masterly. Haha, it seems this young lad has something remarkable to have caught the attention of you, Masterly. Uncle Long teased with a glance at his companion. Hearing this, Uncle Long appeared somewhat defeated, clearly having had his share of misjudgments in the world of collecting. Xiaodong, let me introduce you. This old fellow is the most renowned antique appraiser in our city, and he is also the owner of Xinxiang Pavilion. You have been here for a while now. You must have heard his name. I 1T elaborate. But if you ever need an appraisal for antiques, he is the one to consult. Upon hearing Uncle Long's words, Liu Dong was taken aback and couldn't help but scrutinize the seemingly ordinary elderly man before him. He had never imagined that the illustrious Masterly Run Fong of Xinxiang Pavilion was this unassuming gentleman. Hastily, he clasped his hands in salute, respectfully stating, Liu Dong pays his respects to Masterly. A person of restraint and politeness is never unwelcome, especially when they're the junior of an old friend. Haha, you are quite well, young man. Masterly replied with a smile and a nod. Just ahead is my Xinxiang Pavilion. Let us head there to sit down. It's too crowded here, and the weather is hot. A poor setting for conversation. Sounds good. I could use a cup of your tea. This time, you can't keep that Dahong Pow hidden away. Uncle Long laughed in agreement. Both Xinxiang Pavilion and Taiping Pavilion are renowned establishments within the antique market, one specializing in antiques and the other in wood carvings. Both are top-tier brands in their respective fields, long established for decades and well-known in the antique market of the city. Consequently, Liu Dong encountered numerous people who recognized the elderly gentleman along the way, making him feel somewhat overwhelmed by the flurry of nods and greetings. In just over a 10-minute walk, Liu Dong truly grasped the immense influence these two elderly gentlemen wielded within the antique market. As with all northern courtyards, upon entering the modest abode of Old Li, the first sight that greets the eye is a shadow wall adorned with a character for fortune at its center. Beneath the shadow wall lies a small flower bed, ablaze with a riot of vibrant blossoms in the height of summer. The fragrant aroma wafting from the flowers clears Liu Dong's mind, soothing the restlessness caused by the sweltering heat. Following the narrow bluestone path, less than a meter wide, that winds around the shadow wall, a quaint courtyard of approximately 120 square meters unfurls before Liu Dong. In addition to the two tiled houses that stand facing south side by side, there is a flourishing pomegranate tree planted near the wing room on the left side of the courtyard. Its tall stature and sturdy branches suggest it has weathered many seasons, though the fruit hanging from its boughs remains green and unripe at this early hour. For meters in front of the pomegranate tree, a gnarled grapevine meanders, its robust black branches climbing the makeshift trellis, covering a significant portion of the courtyard. Beneath the verdant leaves, clusters of ripe, alluring purple grapes dangle enticingly, stirring a desire to taste their sweetness. In the southwest corner of the courtyard stands a tall sycamore, its imposing form acting as a loyal guardian, shielding the area from the harsh afternoon sun. Surrounding the courtyard are various greenery, including roses and wintergreen, creating a serene oasis that enchants the senses. As Liu Dong steps inside, the oppressive heat seems to dissipate, and the clamor of the bustling street is effectively muted, rendering this secluded retreat a perfect sanctuary for self-cultivation. Liu Dong, who relishes tranquility, finds deep affection for this place. However, he is acutely aware of his limited financial means and knows that in the precious real estate of Quansheng, acquiring such a haven remains a distant dream. Come, everyone, please have a seat. Old Li beckoned with a warm smile, gesturing for Liu Dong to join him. As for Uncle Long, he settled himself comfortably upon a stone stool nestled beneath the grape trellis, as if he were at home. The commotion outside soon summoned a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, with her hair styled in braids, clad in a blue and white dress, white socks, and sandals. Her round face and large eyes sparkled with joy as she dashed out of the house. Upon seeing his granddaughter leap into his arms, Old Li's eyes glimmered with profound affection. Ah, my precious granddaughter, what brings you to visit your grandfather today? My mother sent me over. She and Dad are both on business trips. The little girl pouted, her face displaying displeasure. Old Li couldn't help but furrow his brow at his granddaughter's words, letting out a silent sigh. At his age, he faced the same dilemma as many seasoned artists and collectors. His legacy seemed uncertain. With 3 children, None expressed an interest in antique collection and appraisal. His granddaughter's parents, both professors in the archaeology department at Shandong University, spent nearly half the year conducting fieldwork. Consequently, his daughter often entrusted her child to old Li's care, fostering a particularly close bond between the two. Come, Nana. This is brother Liu Dong and Grandpa Long. After lifting his granddaughter onto his lap, old Li pointed to his old friend and Liu Dong, smiling as he introduced them. Hello, Grandpa Long. Hello, brother Liu Dong. The little girl, with her big eyes blinking, greeted them sweetly. However, as she glanced at Liu Dong, a hint of hesitation flickered across her face. It was evident that Uncle Long was a familiar presence for her, having visited frequently, while Liu Dong was clearly an exception. Chapter 18. The Kangxi Cloisonné Snuff Bottle. Haha, Nanan is truly well behaved. Come here to Grandpa Long, Uncle Long said, pulling a large white rabbit candy from his pocket, his face softening with affection as he tempted her. Upon seeing her favorite candy, the little girl's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but look up at her grandfather, a trace of longing evident on her delicate face. Go ahead. Seeing his grandfather nod, the little girl, with a laugh as clear as a bell, climbed down from the old man's embrace, took a few steps forward, and reached out her fair, tender hand to accept the white rabbit candy from Uncle Long. With a beaming smile, she sweetly said, "Thank you, Grandpa Long." The little girl displayed remarkable politeness, and the delighted old Long scooped her up and placed her on his lap. Watching such an adorable child, Liu Dong felt a wave of fondness, though he realized he had no sweets or toys for children in his pocket and would have to make up for it next time. While they were engaged in conversation, a middle-aged woman in a blue short-sleeved shirt emerged from the house, carrying a tea set. Xiao Zhang, replace the tea leaves in here, and then come to my room to brew my treasured Hong Pao. I intend to entertain esteemed guests today. Understood, sir. It was clear that this middle-aged maid was a diligent and honest person. Upon receiving the instructions, she respectfully picked up the teapot and went downstairs. Young man, since you're a junior of Old Long, you're also my junior. I shall call you Xiao Dong, if you don't mind. Not at all. You are a respected elder in the field and an old friend of Uncle Long. Whatever you choose to call me is fine. Liu Dong quickly replied. All right, old Li. This lad, aside from his skill in carving, has a keen interest in collecting. If you have the time in the future, please offer him guidance. No need to be so formal, Uncle Long said, while playfully engaging with the little girl in his arms. Having spent considerable time together, Old Long was well aware of Liu Dong's interests, and now, mentioning them in front of old Li was a deliberate attempt to support him. As long as Xiao Dong is willing to learn, I will be more than happy to share my knowledge. Li Renfeng responded with a smile. Although he had just met Liu Dong for the first time, and their interaction had barely lasted half an hour, he had formed a very favorable impression of this humble and polite young man. Moreover, being a junior of his old friend and understanding his friend's character, Li Renfeng knew that anyone whom the discerning Old Long chose to pay special attention to must possess not only commendable character, but also exceptional talent. Thus, he was generous in offering assistance within his capacity. Upon hearing old Li's words, Liu Dong could not help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Over the past 3 years, Liu Dong, who has been diligently exploring the art of jade carving, has come to profoundly understand the significance of a good teacher. Especially after acquiring the precious relic, the Saraira Yuan Guang, Liu has resolutely committed himself to the path of collecting. A competent mentor can significantly compensate for his deficiencies in perception and knowledge. After all, while the Saraira Yuan Guang is indeed useful, it cannot instill confidence alone. It would be absurd to attribute every fortunate find solely to luck. Thank you, Mr. Li. Liu Dong expressed with immense gratitude. No need for such courtesy. I merely introduced you to the basics. Your ultimate achievements depend largely on your own efforts, Mr. Li replied, waving his hand dismissively. Xiao Dong, could you please show me the snuff bottle you just acquired? Mr. Li inquired further. Of course, please take a look. Liu Dong promptly retrieved the snuff bottle from his pocket and placed it on the stone table before him. He was well aware of the unwritten rule in the antiques trade regarding porcelain handling. Upon seeing this, Mr. Li nodded with a smile and began to examine the snuff bottle closely. It's truly exquisite, he exclaimed. Snuff, an imported product, finds its counterpart in the uniquely Chinese invention of the snuff bottle. During the Ming Dynasty, snuff began to flow into China in considerable quantities, typically contained in large glass bottles weighing between 4 and 16 ounces. To facilitate portability and consumption, the Chinese often transferred snuff into smaller vials. By the early Qing Dynasty, the popularity of snuff surged, leading to the creation of snuff bottles crafted from hardwood, precious metals, and rare buffalo horn. given China's multi-ethnic landscape. With ethnic groups, such as the Manchu and Mongolian peoples, spending extended periods in the wilderness, the demand for snuff bottles that were sturdy and practical became paramount. This functional aspect is one of the defining characteristics of early snuff bottles. As time progressed, snuff bottles evolved from mere functional items to treasured art pieces. The reigns of Emperors Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong marked the zenith of snuff bottle production. During the Qing dynasty, the primary production areas for snuff bottles included Beijing, Guangzhou, Liaoning, Tibet, and Inner Mongolia. The craftsmanship underwent a transformation from simplicity to complexity, from coarse to delicate, and from plain surfaces to those adorned with color and intricate carvings. Snuff bottles are generally categorized into 3 sizes, with the lightweight and thin-walled varieties being deemed the finest. The materials used in their creation encompass crystal, jade, agate, ivory, rhinoceros horn, cow horn, coral, enamel, porcelain, copper, and glass. The techniques employed include inner painting, relief carving, and both intaglio and cameo methods. It can be said that snuff bottles epitomize the confluence of Chinese painting, sculpture, inlay, and the arts of jade, porcelain, enamel, and lacquerware. Among the various types, those made of glass are the most prevalent. The Kangxi period saw the invention of a layering technique, wherein additional colors, such as red, blue, and black were applied over a white or lotus root-colored base. When red and blue were layered over a white base, the resulting palette became known as 4 colors, which is also referred to as single layering. An overlapping layering method exists as well. For instance, red may be layered over white, followed by blue over the red. The finest snuff bottles employing this technique were produced during the Kangxi and Qianlong eras, although exquisite pieces from other periods also exist. The snuff bottle Liu Dong has acquired features a layered copper-body glass adorned with an enamel painting of a lotus pond. The copper lid adorned with intricate floral engravings, showcasing exquisite lotus patterns in red, blue, white, and green, exemplifies the remarkable craftsmanship of snuff bottles from the Qing dynasty. The colors are vibrant, the patina rich, the form flawless, and the painting meticulous and complete. The walls of the bottle are smooth and polished, exhibiting high transparency, and the engraving is equally impressive, a truly remarkable antique. After holding it in his hands and observing it for a few minutes, Mr. Li could not help but exclaim in admiration. Chapter 19. Qian Duo Duo. Xiao Dong, your discerning eye is commendable. If I am not mistaken, this should be a royal snuff bottle crafted by the Imperial Workshop during the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, which is now exceedingly rare. What is even more remarkable is that this piece is remarkably well preserved, with hardly any damage. I once saw a similar piece at the Palace Museum, but its condition pales in comparison to yours. Upon hearing Mr. Li's words, Liu Dong felt a wave of admiration wash over him. The appraisal result displayed on the treasure within his space aligned perfectly with Mr. Li's assertion. It was indeed a Kangxi royal copper snuff bottle featuring an enamel lotus pond design. Haha, since Old Li says so, this item must be authentic. Xiao Dong, you have truly struck gold this time, chuckled Uncle Long, who sat nearby. Liu Dong appeared to him like a beloved nephew, and witnessing his good fortune brought joy to the elder's heart. No one understood Liu Dong's aspirations better than he did. Mr. Li, I acquired this snuff bottle from a street vendor for 50 yuan a short while ago. I would like to inquire about its current value, Liu Dong said, his expression tinged with slight embarrassment. Although he realized the rarity of this snuff bottle and wished to keep it for personal enjoyment, Liu Dong was also acutely aware that collecting requires capital, money, to put it plainly. At present, he lacked funds. Thus, upon hearing Mr. Li's account of the snuff bottle's provenance, Liu Dong began to contemplate selling it. Moreover, with the Shunli Yuanguang as his support, he believed that he could unearth even more exquisite pieces in the future, perhaps even national treasures. Therefore, if he could sell this precious snuff bottle for a substantial sum, he would be more than willing. 50 yuan. Mr. Li exclaimed in astonishment. You have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Currently, the market is flooded with exquisite snuff bottles from the Qianlong period, while those from the Kangxi era are comparatively scarce. A fine piece like yours is even rarer. Conservatively estimating, its value should be around 2.5 million yuan. If it were to go to auction, it might fetch an even higher price, although after deducting commissions, the difference would not be substantial. 2.5 million. Liu Dong couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Although he had previously known that the ethereal white brilliance of this snuff bottle indicated a significant value, hearing that figure from Mr. Li left him profoundly shocked. Throughout his life, the largest sum of money Liu Dong had ever encountered was less than 100,000 yuan. For him, 1 million was already an astronomical figure, and 2.5 million felt like a figure of wealth that was far beyond his reach. However, now, if he were to sell this snuff bottle, which he had found for a mere 50 yuan, he could instantly acquire 250,000. This thought caused Liu Dong, who had endured countless hardships in life, to lose all semblance of his previous tranquility. Look at your aspirations. Is it merely 250,000? If you dedicate yourself to the art of carving, I assure you that within 2 or 3 years, you will earn that sum. Although he said this, Uncle Long, seated nearby, was equally astonished by the lofty price of the snuff bottle. Though he did not belong to the antiquities trade, he was well aware of the exorbitant profits within it. Upon observing Liu Dong's expression, the old man feared that such a sudden windfall might divert him toward the realm of antique collecting, causing him to forsake his pursuit of higher standards in carving. If that were the case, it would indeed be a regrettable trade-off. After listening to the elder's words, Liu Dong took a deep breath, and his expression gradually settled into calmness. Witnessing this, the two elderly men exchanged glances and silently nodded. They had witnessed too many instances where individuals lost their reason in the face of immense wealth, leading to rifts among brothers and estrangements between fathers and sons. Liu Dong's demeanor undoubtedly elevated their regard for him, particularly in the eyes of Elder Li, who began to genuinely appreciate Liu Dong at that moment. Uncle Long, too, found himself making a decision in his heart. Xiao Dong, if you're not in urgent need of money, I advise you to hold off on selling this snuff bottle. There are very few exquisite pieces from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty that have survived to this day. Ilde li remarca. Liu Dong felt a surge of emotion upon hearing him. To be honest, he had a deep appreciation for collecting, and he truly cherished this Kangxi copper-bodied, enameled snuff bottle. Yet, in the end, Liu Dong resolutely shook his head. Thank you for your wise counsel, Elder Li, but I have decided to sell it. With this money, not only could he realize his goal of opening a shop in the antique market, but he could also afford to bring his parents and sister from the countryside to the city to enjoy a better life. Upon hearing this, Elder Li nodded, sensing Liu Dong's determination. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. If you trust me, I will find someone tomorrow to appraise it. He has a fondness for such items, and I believe his offer will surpass that of any auction. Thank you, Elder Li. Liu Dong expressed his gratitude. Old Li, you aren't referring to the renowned Zhao Defa, known for his wealth, are you? Uncle Long inquired after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, that is him. Liu Dong gasped inwardly upon hearing Uncle Long's words. Although he dedicated himself to the study of carving and seldom watched television, he was aware of the illustrious Huatai group in their locality. This year, it had been recognized as one of the 24 major backbone enterprises by the Dongshan province and was among the 20 notable brand enterprises nurtured by the provincial government. Moreover, it was the world's largest newsprint production base and ranked third in the inaugural list of the top 500 enterprise groups in national competitiveness published by the National Bureau of Statistics. The scope encompasses large conglomerates across various sectors, including papermaking, chemicals, printing, thermal power, forestry, logistics, and commercial services, with total assets not less than tens of billions. As the chairman of the group, one can only imagine the vast wealth he possesses, truly deserving the moniker of wealthy beyond measure. Upon hearing his old friend's words, a subtle smile could not help but grace Mr. Li's face. In the antique market of Spring City, the proprietors of various shops are almost all familiar with Zhao Defa, the chairman of Huatai Group. This self-made tycoon, like every successful individual rising from humble beginnings, has a penchant for sophistication, particularly a deep passion for antique collecting. However, even so, the losses he incurs are merely a drop in the ocean for someone of Zhao Defa's financial stature. Thus, he remains undeterred and, over the years, has earned the distinguished nickname of wealthy beyond measure in the Spring City antique market. In Chapter 20, titled Zisha Pumpkin Teapot, it is evident that Liu Dong has not heard much about Zhao Defa's experiences of unearthing treasures only to be misled. Nevertheless, this does not hinder his understanding of the man's immense wealth. As Uncle Long previously remarked, while 3 million may seem like an astronomical figure to Liu Dong, it is but a trifling sum in Zhao Defa's hands. At that moment, a middle-aged maid named Zhang approached, carrying a tray adorned with tea utensils. Mr. Li, is this not a Zisha teapot? Liu Dong inquired, gazing at the tray that held a teapot with a purple-red hue, its surface smooth and lustrous, shaped like a pumpkin and divided into 8 lobes, exuding an air of ancient elegance. Oh, little Dong also knows about Zisha teapots? Mr. Li asked with newfound interest. I am not very knowledgeable. I merely recall having seen something similar at antique stalls in the market before, although none matched the quality of yours, Liu Dong replied. Hee hee. My Zisha teapot is indeed remarkable, Mr. Li remarked, pausing before casting a glance at Liu Dong. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Little Dong, if you can discern the origin of this teapot, I shall present you with a cherished item from my collection as a token of our first meeting. And I assure you it will not disappoint. Before Liu Dong could respond, the elder Long, seated nearby, encouraged Little Dong if he can glean anything from this. Do not hesitate to speak boldly. This old fellow is quite generous towards his juniors. Haven't you always had an affinity for collecting? Old Li's collection is quite substantial. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying the words of Uncle Long. Observing the expressions of the two elders, Liu Dong took a deep breath. If it were in the past, with his limited knowledge of antiques, he would have been unable to discern anything significant from the Zisha teapot. However, the present circumstances are different. Regardless of whether this teapot is indeed an antique, the treasures within his microcosm will reveal themselves. Furthermore, even if the Zisha teapot conceals something, it will ultimately be laid bare beneath the radiance of his relics. Contemplating these thoughts, Liu Dong felt a reduction in his apprehensions and swiftly agreed, since Mr. Li has suggested it, I shall take the liberty to express my thoughts. If I misspeak, I kindly ask for your understanding. Liu Dong clasped his fists and, upon nodding at old Li, felt a stirring within himself. Instantly, everything within a 2-meter radius appeared transformed to his discerning gaze. The purple clay teapot on the table, as he anticipated, emanated a rich, white, spiritual aura. Although the light only rose a mere 10 centimeters, it was undeniably a genuine antique. Subsequently, the relic within the mustard seed space also provided an appraisal of the teapot, attributing it to the Qing dynasty craftsman Chen Mingyuan. Old Li, this should be Chen Mingyuan's purple clay pumpkin teapot from the early Qing dynasty, correct? Liu Dong inquired, a hint of nervousness creeping into his heart. To be candid, without the aid of the spiritual light, he would have struggled to discern that this was indeed a teapot crafted by Chen Mingyuan of the Qing dynasty. Old Li, I have spotted 2 characters, he foamed. Liu Dong pointed to a subtle indentation nestled between 2 ridges on the pot. In truth, it was quite difficult to perceive these characters with the naked eye, as the mark left by the artisan was minuscule, barely thicker than a strand of hair. Had it not been for the spiritual light, Liu Dong would have overlooked this concealed mark entirely. Nevertheless, despite recognizing the characters, Liu Dong was not well versed in the works of the early Qing dynasty master Chen Mingyuan and was oblivious to the significance of He Feng. However, that was sufficient for old Li. Little Dong's eye for detail is indeed commendable. He Feng is Chen Mingyuan's sobriquet, frequently inscribed on his teapots. This is well documented in ancient texts. Haha, old Li, as students of microcarving, our forte lies in our keen eyesight. It seems your precious purple clay teapot has been unveiled by Little Dong. It is time to fulfill your promise, chuckled Uncle Long. Sitting nearby, he too was somewhat astonished that Liu Dong had discerned such a hidden mark. Listening to his old friend's jest, old Li retorted playfully, You old rascal. Do you think everyone is like you, fond of shirking responsibility? After this, he turned to the middle-aged maidservant standing by and instructed Xiao Zhang, Please fetch that book from my study that is resting on the table. Yes, sir, replied Zhang, casting a curious glance at Liu Dong before turning to enter the room. Old Li, truth be told, I merely got lucky this time. As for the prize, perhaps we should forego it. Instead, I would greatly appreciate your guidance on my antique appraisal skills. Liu Dong expressed, apprehensive that old Li might, as Uncle Long suggested, bestow upon him a valuable piece from his collection, though one would not dare refuse a gift from a senior. Accepting a precious antique upon their first meeting felt rather inappropriate. Very well, no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. Moreover, what I shall give you is not exceedingly precious. Old Li waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong glanced at Uncle Long, who slightly shook his head, prompting him to refrain from further comment. Now let us savor some tea. This is authentic De Hong Pao, although not from the 3 tea trees of Wui Mountain. It is from the 2nd generation of 6 mother trees, quite rare. With that, old Li lifted the teapot from the table and poured a cup for each of the 2 men. The exquisite tea, indeed deserving of its title as the finest among Wui rock teas, possesses the refreshing aroma of green tea and the rich sweetness of black tea. Truly a gem within the realm of Chinese oolong. It lives up to the esteemed reputation of being the king of teas. Uncle Long, holding the cup in his right hand while supporting its base with his left, raised the teacup from the table. He first brought it to his nose for a gentle whiff, closing his eyes in blissful reverie, his voice brimming with admiration. Chapter 21. The Precious Notes. As for the exceptional Dahong Pao, Liu Dong had only heard its name prior, never having encountered the actual tea. Moreover, before the Republic of China, it was a royal tribute, produced in very limited quantities each year. Although today, thanks to artificial cultivation, Dahong Pao is no longer as difficult to obtain as it once was, it remains exceedingly rare. Currently, its market price exceeds 10,000 yuan per gram, far more precious than gold. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Dong was indeed fortunate to partake in it today. Observing Uncle Long and Old Li raise their teacups, Liu Dong also joined in, lifting the purple clay teacup from the table. He delicately held the rim with his thumb and index finger, the middle finger supporting the base. Yet he refrained from drinking immediately. Instead, he brought it to his nose for a moment of inhalation, then took 3 measured sips, savoring the tea in a manner that flowed gracefully, devoid of any mundane haste. The deftness of Liu Dong's movements elicited astonished expressions from both Old Li and Uncle Long. 3 sips to discern the flavor, 3 rounds to stir the heart. Who would have thought young Dong is so well-versed in the art of tea? Old Li remarked with a smile. To be candid, after this interaction, the elder found himself increasingly fond of this humble and courteous young man, equally knowledgeable in the ways of tea. Much like a prized antique, Liu Dong left a splendid first impression on Old Li. You flatter me. I merely observed my father at home and unconsciously picked up a few things. Liu Dong replied modestly. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have downed the tea in one go. However, the top-grade Shaoxing old purple clay and the national treasure Dahong Pao awakened his passion for tea. It seems your father is no ordinary man. Old Li chuckled. In China, the history of tea drinking is profound and ancient. The tea ceremony is regarded as an art of living, a form of etiquette mediated by tea, and a lifestyle that cultivates self-discipline through tea. Cultivation is the essence of the tea ceremony, its fundamental purpose. Through tea activities, tea enthusiasts find joy, refine their sentiments, and seek enlightenment. Thus, in modern times, those who comprehend the essence of the tea ceremony have become quite rare. After listening to Old Li's words, Liu Dong smiled, involuntarily recalling his father. In his memory, his father's habits and mannerisms were far from those of an ordinary villager. For Liu Dong, aside from the tea ceremony, his father was also adept in Go and calligraphy, and his fondness for carving was undoubtedly influenced by him. Grandpa, Wan wants to drink the Hong Pao too. The little girl, who had been quietly nestled in Old Li's embrace, wrinkled her delicate nose at the fragrant tea and whimsically tugged at the elder's arm, playfully pouting. Wan wants to drink too? Old Li affectionately stroked his granddaughter's soft black hair, inquiring gently. MHM. The little girl nodded vigorously, her adorable face brimming with eagerness. Her bright, twinkling eyes fixed intently on the teacup held by Old Li. All right, Grandpa will pour a cup for Wan too. With that, Old Li picked up another teacup from the tray on the stone table, then lifted the purple clay teapot, filling it halfway. After blowing on it to cool it down and tasting it to ensure it was not too hot, he handed it to his granddaughter. Sip slowly, be careful. It's hot. Listening to her grandfather's advice, the little girl nodded, holding the teacup with her small hands, mimicking how Liu Dong and the others had drunk tea earlier. She first brought it to her delicate little nose to take a whiff before bringing it to her lips for a tiny sip. Oh, it's so bitter, she exclaimed, her face scrunching up in response. The child's innocent demeanor elicited a chorus of cheerful laughter in the courtyard. As the enticing aroma of tea wafted through the air, surrounded by lush greenery and the warmth of familial joy, the courtyard became even more serene. All right, Wan, take another sip. Don't rush to swallow. Drink slowly. At that moment, Uncle Long, seated nearby, began to impart the steps of tea tasting to the little girl. While they conversed, the middle-aged maid, Ms. Zhang, approached with a thick, 16-paged, thread-bound book nearly 4 centimeters in depth. Sir, after receiving the book from the maid, Old Li stroked its slightly worn cover, a result of frequent handling, his face reflecting nostalgia. Xiaodong, this book is a compilation of notes I have gathered over 40 years in the antique trade. It contains my insights on antique appraisal throughout the years. Though it may not be a revered classic, I trust it will aid you on your collecting journey. With that, Old Li extended his hands and placed the book on the stone table before Liu Dong. Today, I officially pass it on to you. Upon hearing Old Li's words, Liu Dong, despite his overwhelming desire to accept the book, was not a greedy person. He understood the immense value of this thick volume of antique appraisal notes for anyone navigating the antique world. Unquestionably, with the wealth of experience accumulated by Old Li over the decades, paired with some time spent acquiring fundamental knowledge, even a novice could swiftly become a competent antique appraiser. Furthermore, This book was precisely what Liu Dong needed as he planned to embark on his journey into the antique realm. It was far more precious than the superficial tomes available in bookstores. Old Li, this is truly invaluable. I cannot accept it. Liu Dong protested. Indeed, Old Li, this represents your life-best work. While I recognize that Xiao Dong is exceptionally talented, it seems rather hasty to present it to him now. Uncle Long, who had been sitting nearby, could not help but interject. Although he regarded Liu Dong as family, he understood the significance of the notes in Old Li's possession. This book could serve as a guide to impart knowledge. With it, the Li family would not lack for exceptional antique appraisers in the future. Moreover, barring any natural calamities or misfortunes, the Xinjiang Pavilion could endure in the antique market of Quansheng indefinitely. Thus, the tome meticulously compiled by the venerable Mr. Li over the span of his lifetime stands as an invaluable treasure in the realm of antique appraisal, a clandestine secret. Alas, Mr. Li sighed deeply, a look of helplessness etched upon his face as he spoke. Old Long, you need not elaborate. You are well aware of my family situation. None of my children have an affinity for the antique trade, and among my grandchildren, apart from a few minors, the others show little interest in these matters. My pavilion of Agarwood is now devoid of successors. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long's expression also grew despondent. His own Tai pavilion faced a similar fate, with both son and grandson residing abroad, leaving the legacy he had painstakingly built over a lifetime in jeopardy of lacking an heir. Contemplating this, the elder Long cast a glance at the somewhat awkward Liu Dong, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. As he thought, it seems the moment for a decision has arrived. Xiao Dong, since Old Li has extended such kindness, do not decline. Accept it. At that moment, Uncle Long suddenly interjected. Uncle Long, Mr. Li, is this appropriate? Liu Dong hesitated. Appropriate? How could not be? It is given to you, so simply accept it. You are still young. Why be so hesitant? Mr. Li's words carried a hint of urgency. Observing the resolute expression on the elder's face, Liu Dong hesitated for a moment before picking up the book from the stone table. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly addressed the elder with conviction. Mr. Li, I wish to become your disciple and learn the art of antique collection from you. Chapter 22, Dahua White Porcelain. Upon hearing Liu Dong's declaration, Mr. Li smiled and waved his hand, speaking in a calm tone. As for taking on a disciple, let us forego that notion. At my advanced age, I merely wish to enjoy the company of my grandchildren and savor the twilight of my years. Engaging in the arduous task of teaching a student is something I must graciously decline. To be candid, when he had earlier resolved to pass on his years of accumulated insights in antique appraisal to Liu Dong, a flicker of hesitation had lingered in his heart. After all, this was their first encounter. Although Liu Dong was the descendant of an old friend, and Mr. Li felt an immediate fondness upon first sight, a sense of unease remained. However, upon witnessing Liu Dong's character, marked by gratitude and a sense of duty, Mr. Li truly felt reassured. Although I do not take on disciples, should you have any questions regarding antique collection in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong understood that he would not be able to call Mr. Li his master today. While a tinge of regret lingered, he felt immense gratitude for the elder's willingness to share his knowledge, and he silently vowed to repay this kindness when the opportunity arose. Sir, Mr. Zhao, who often seeks you, has arrived. He is in the reception area on the second floor. At that moment, the maid named Zhang hurriedly announced. Mr. Zhao? After a brief moment of confusion, Mr. Li quickly comprehended. It appeared that Zhao Defa had come. Ah, how fortuitous. We were just speaking of him, and now he presents himself at our doorstep. Xiao Dong, the buyer for your snuff bottle has arrived. We must extract as much value as we can from this fellow. Uncle Long exclaimed, downing his cup of tea with a smile as he stood up. On the eastern side of Li Lao's courtyard, there stands an archway, flanked by intricately carved floral bricks. Passing through this passage leads one into the front hall of the Xinjiang Pavilion, whose architectural structure mirrors that of Uncle Long's Tai Pavilion. Upon entering the hall, the trio ascends the ancient, robust wooden staircase, arriving at the reception room located on the second floor of the Tai Pavilion. Li Lao, you promised to help me procure some exquisite items. Za defa exclaimed. Ah, Uncle Long, you are here as well. Upon hearing footsteps ascending the stairs, a middle-aged gentleman, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and brown trousers, adorned with a jade bead bracelet on his left wrist, turned to greet them with a smile. His high cheekbones and dignified demeanor exuded an air of elegance. Exquisite items are not as common as cabbages. They are not easily found. Li Lao chuckled as he shook hands with the middle-aged man. It matters not if you cannot find any. as long as you are willing to part with that treasured piece in your collection, the Dahua porcelain statue of Guanyin by He Chaozong. Name your price. At this, Li Lao couldn't help but roll his eyes. You truly dare to ask for that? It is the centerpiece of my Xinxiang pavilion, and I would never sell it for any price. Though Zhao Defa had anticipated such a response, disappointment still crept into his heart. The genuine Ming dynasty He Chaozong Dahua porcelain statue is a treasure of unparalleled rarity, rivaling the finest wares from the Song dynasty. Fewer than 200 pieces exist worldwide, making it a coveted masterpiece sought after by major museums globally. Moreover, propelled by the dissemination efforts of the Venetian missionary Marco Polo during the Yuan dynasty, the Dahua porcelain, often dubbed false jade, has gained international acclaim. Both Qing dynasty and Republican-era Dahua porcelain hold significant allure in the global market. Thus, for such priceless and nearly irreplaceable porcelain treasures, collectors from around the world yearn in vain, and Zhao Defa, an avid collector himself, is no exception. However, due to its immense value, Li Lao has never contemplated parting with this item, keeping it as a hallmark of the Xinxiang Pavilion, which has earned an esteemed reputation in the antique collecting community. Every week or two, collectors and merchants, drawn by the allure of the He Chaozong Dahua porcelain masterpiece, visit, contributing to the flourishing business of Li Lao's Xinxiang Pavilion. After exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Long, Zhao Defa spotted Liu Dong, a young man standing in the back, whose face seemed unfamiliar. He must have never seen him before. As the host, it was naturally Li Lao's duty to introduce the guests. Upon inquiry, Li Lao brought Liu Dong forward. Xiao Dong, this is Zhao Defa, whom I mentioned before. Mr. Zhao, old Zhao, this is my junior, Liu Dong, who is also engaged in collecting and possesses quite an eye. Upon hearing Li Lao describe Liu Dong as a collector with a keen eye, Zhao Defa was inwardly astonished. In the antique circle of Quansheng, those who receive such praise from Li Lao's discerning judgment are indeed rare. I had no idea that brother Liu shared such a connection with you esteemed gentlemen. We must cultivate a closer relationship henceforth. Mr. Zhao, you are too kind. Liu Dong's expression was natural and poised, devoid of any signs of fear or obsequiousness that might have been expected given his status, which earned him a glance of respect from Zhao Defa. Well, we have all acquainted ourselves. Let us take a seat and converse, he suggested. Upon hearing the host's invitation, the four guests settled down in order of age and rank. Old Li was somewhat anxious during this outing and had not brought any extravagant gifts. This ginseng, aged 50 years, was a gift from a business partner of mine. I have no use for it myself, so I brought it for you today. Please, you must accept it. After taking his seat, Zhao Defa waved his hand, receiving a beautifully packaged red box from his bodyguard and placing it in front of Old Li. Uncle Long, knowing your fondness for tea, I had intended to present this to Hong Pao during a visit, but since we have crossed paths here, please accept it. As Liu Dong gazed at the two gifts on the table, he couldn't help but be astonished. Although he was unaware of the ginseng's value, he was well versed in the cost of the exquisite Da Hong Pao they had just enjoyed. Currently, 1 gram of Da Hong Pao is priced at over 10,000 Huaxia coins, while gold hovers around 300 coins per gram. Thus, the comparison to gold is indeed understated. Judging by the size of Uncle Long's box, it could easily contain around 25 grams, which would place its worth at no less than 300,000 coins. Given the already established value of Uncle Long's Da Hong Pao, it was reasonable to assume that the ginseng presented by Old Li would be of equal or greater value. After contemplating these matters, Liu Dong found himself secretly admiring Zhao Defa's generosity. Such lavishness upon first meeting suggested that this man was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. Chapter 23. The Gamble of Wood. Casting a glance at the gifts on the table, Uncle Long smiled faintly, his demeanor betraying little excitement. There is a saying that a gift given with ulterior motives must be accompanied by a request. Thus, until Zhao Defa's intentions were clarified, he would not readily accept such an extravagant offering, regardless of his fondness for fine tea. Old Li understood this principle as well, which is why he too left the ginseng untouched. Observing the expressions on their faces, Zhao Defa realized that if he did not clarify his purpose, the gifts would likely remain unaccepted. He had indeed come seeking assistance. Old Li, I would like to ask for your help regarding a particular item. Oh, how rare. I remember that in the past, you seldom sought my expertise when making purchases. What has motivated this change? Old Li chuckled. In response, Zhao Defa offered an awkward smile. Although he was the chairman of Huatai Group, with a fortune well into the billions and respected by many, even the mayor of Quansheng treated him with deference. The world of antiques was a different realm altogether. Here, respect was reserved for those with true expertise, and wealth alone could not shield one from disdain. His moniker of Moneybags illustrated that point well. Thus, when teased lightly by Old Li, a figure of immense stature within the antique community, Zhao Defa bore it without offense. This situation is different. The seller is asking for 20 million, which is why I have specifically come to seek your discerning eye. Although Zhao Defa has a penchant for collecting and a keen eye for treasures, he is acutely aware of the risks associated with trading antiques that can easily reach tens of millions. If the item turns out to be genuine, it would be a worthwhile investment. However, if it is a counterfeit, the loss would be substantial, and even his finances cannot withstand such extravagant expenditures. A price tag of 20 million? In the realm of porcelain, only the 5 renowned kills of the Song dynasty, Yuan Blue and White, Chenhua Doucai, Xuan Blue and White, Wanli Wucai, and the imperial porcelain from the Kong, Yong, and Qianlong eras could command such sums. While there are other porcelain pieces that may also fetch over 10 million, they are relatively rare. After hearing his words, Old Li did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he pondered deeply. As an esteemed appraiser, he yearned to witness a piece of exquisite antique porcelain valued in the millions. However, the act of verifying such items is fraught with challenges. If the appraisal is accurate, everyone rejoices with the reward in hand. Conversely, should it be proven otherwise, not only would the buyer suffer financial loss, but Old Li's hard-earned reputation could also be jeopardized. Thus, antique appraisers exercise utmost caution, particularly when dealing with such high-value porcelain. Nevertheless, after years of experience and a profound curiosity about million-dollar porcelain, he ultimately consented. Very well, I shall take on this task. When shall we proceed? Upon hearing this, Zhao Defa's heart soared with joy. Among the porcelain appraisers in the entire Dongshan province, Old Li's expertise is unparalleled, and with his assistance, Zhao was confident that no errors would arise. Old Li, let us schedule it for 3 days from now. I would appreciate your personal attendance. Za Defa hastidi vipiet. 3 days from now? Very well then. With Old Li's agreement, Zhao Defa felt a significant weight lift from his chest. However, when he turned to Uncle Long, the elder immediately waved his hand, saying enough. There's no need for further discussion. If you seek my help in gambling on wood, I must decline. Upon hearing this, Zhao Defa felt a surge of anxiety. His Huatai group operates a timber import-export business, particularly dealing with valuable woods like rosewood and Wangwali, which are in high demand domestically, presenting immense market potential and substantial profits, often several dozens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary timber. This sector constitutes a significant portion of Huatai Group's annual revenue. However, despite their considerable value, the import prices for these woods are also steep. Thus, in pursuit of greater profits, timber merchants and furniture manufacturers have turned their attention to the gambling wood trade. The adage 9 out of 10 sandalwoods are empty rings true. And not every piece of Wangwali heartwood possesses the coveted beautiful grain patterns, leading to a culture of gambling. As Chinese merchants increasingly sought after precious woods like rosewood and Wangwali, forest contractors in Vietnam, Myanmar, and India intensified their gambling on wood to mitigate their losses. However, since gambling inherently involves risk, losses often outweigh gains. Yet, akin to stone gambling, the allure of potential wealth continues to entice timber merchants, despite the known dangers. For if one were to strike a fortunate bet, they could naturally procure fine timber at the most favorable price, yielding substantial profits. Of course, failure would entail considerable losses. Thus, the expertise of a skilled wood gambler, adept in the nuances of high-quality materials and intricate grain patterns, becomes paramount. Take Uncle Long, for instance. He has spent a lifetime immersed in the world of timber. Although small-leaf rosewood and Wangwali are precious, he has crafted numerous pieces of furniture and ornaments from these esteemed woods. Coupled with the knowledge passed down through generations, Uncle Long's understanding of these rare materials is unparalleled. Hence, whenever Zhao Defa ventures abroad to gamble on timber, he invariably brings Uncle Long along, often leading to significant gains. Uncle Long, what is the matter? If you find the remuneration insufficient, I can assure you that I will double your commission, Zhao Defa proposed. While his earlier assessment of porcelain was merely a personal interest, this matter directly pertains to the profits of Huatai Group. Thus Zhao Defa's demeanor grew notably grave and even anxious. It is well known that a masterwood gambler like Uncle Long contributes over 100 million in profits to their group annually, making it impossible for him to disregard the situation. It is not a matter of money. I simply do not wish to go, the elder replied, pausing momentarily before continuing with a serene yet poignant expression. As one ages, the ambition fades. Now, my greatest desire is to enjoy the company of my grandchildren and live out my years in peace. As for anything else, I no longer contemplate it. So, do not attempt to persuade me. It would be in vain. Upon finishing, Uncle Long gazed out the window towards the eastern sky, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Sighing heavily, Zhao Defa discerned from the elder's expression that Uncle Long was genuinely resolved not to participate in the timber gamble any longer. It seemed imperative for the group to promptly seek a new wood gambler. With Uncle Long's unexpected decision, Zhao Defa felt the earlier joy from Mr. Li's agreement to appraise the porcelain dissipate. Very well, Mr. Zhao. Since old Long has made his choice, there is no need for you to press the matter further. Today, I happen to possess a fascinating item. I wonder if it piques your interest? Mr. Li interjected, aiming to lighten the somewhat somber atmosphere. Oh, it is rare for you to endorse something. May I have the privilege of seeing it? Zhao Defa inquired with a smile. Being a social elite who has risen from humble beginnings, his composure was remarkable, and the earlier shadows on his face vanished in less than a minute. This adeptness in social interaction earned him the admiration of Liu Dong, who sat nearby. Xiao Dong, bring forth the item you procured this afternoon. I trust Mr. Zhao will not let you be at a disadvantage, Mr. Li remarked, his words laden with double meaning. Upon hearing this, Zhao Defa smiled subtly, fully grasping the implication behind Mr. Li's words. If it indeed was a valuable item, he would not hesitate to part with his wealth. For this young man shared a close connection with Mr. Li and Uncle Long, prompted by Mr. Li. Liu Dong hurriedly produced the snuff bottle and placed it in the center of the table. Certainly, the act of retrieving from his pocket was merely a facade. Such a precious artifact. He had stored alongside the octagonal stupa he first discovered belonging to Wang Shuyuan and the intricately carved ebony statue of Guan Yu within the confines of the mustard seed space. For it was only there that Liu Dong felt an authentic sense of security. Chapter 24, 3,500,000. A snuff bottle? Its condition is quite commendable. Upon observing the exquisite porcelain piece Liu Dong had placed at the center of the table, Zhao Defa's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although he had initially struggled with his collection endeavors due to a lack of discernment, the lessons learned from past missteps had gradually honed his eye for quality. Thus, when Liu Dong revealed the item, Zhao Defa could indeed discern some telltale signs of a treasured antique within the snuff bottle. Brother Liu, may I take a closer look? Zhao Defa inquired, unable to contain his excitement. Of course, Mr. Zhao, please. Liu Dong replied, understanding the conventions of the antique trade. Zhao Defa carefully lifted the snuff bottle from the table, examining it meticulously, even resorting to a magnifying glass. As time passed, the delight on Zhao Defa's face grew ever more pronounced. Moreover, being well acquainted with Li Lao and Long Shu, he was confident that they would not allow their junior to deceive him with a counterfeit. This is remarkable, young brother. What price do you propose? After his thorough examination, Zhao Defa did not set the bottle down, but instead held it firmly in hand and asked outright. Earlier, he had surmised from Li Lao that the snuff bottle was indeed for sale, making his inquiry feel quite natural. Are you not concerned that it might be a forgery? At this moment, Long Shu, having regained his composure, chuckled as he observed Zhao Defa's eagerness to purchase. Haha, not all. While I may distrust others, I hold Li Lao and Long Shu in high regard. In response to Zhao Defa's flattery, Li Lao offered a faint smile and remarked, this piece is known as the copper-bodied painted enamel snuff bottle depicting a lotus pond, crafted during the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. It is an authentic royal artifact, with a market value of approximately 3 million. Of course, Li Lao's figure included the auction price with commission, generally speaking, unless one encountered a genuine aficionado of snuff bottles. Such exquisite pieces would not fetch such lofty sums in the 2,000-year-old auction market. Brother Liu, 3,500,000. How about transferring it to me? Zhao Defa asked without hesitation after hearing Li Lao's appraisal. His willingness to offer such a substantial sum was largely influenced by the respect he held for Li Lao and Long Shu. Otherwise, he would not only refrain from increasing the price, but would even attempt to negotiate it down significantly. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong, who had initially intended to sell the item for profit, showed no reluctance. Noticing Li Lao's slight nod, he readily agreed. Very well, as you wish, Mr. Zhao. 3,500,000. Haha, Brother Liu, you are most agreeable. Zhao Defa continued. Do you possess a bank card? I shall promptly instruct my associate to transfer the funds to you. Liu Dong, naturally, possessed a bank card. However, for the sake of convenience in sending money home, he had procured a card from the agricultural bank. After sharing his card number with Zhao Defa, he observed as Zhao pulled out his phone and made a call. In less than a minute, he hung up and smiled, saying, all right, Brother Liu, the money has been transferred. Feel free to call and verify. No need, Liu Dong replied. I trust in your character, Mr. Zhao. This Kangxi snuff bottle now officially belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long, who was seated nearby, revealed a hint of a playful smile. Among those present, he was the only one aware that Liu Dong did not possess a mobile phone, rendering any attempt to verify the transaction futile. Thus, Liu Dong's generosity served to leave a favorable impression on Zhao Defa. Ah, Bruta Liu, you truly are a magnanimous person. In that case, we are formally acquainted now. No need to call me Mr. Zhao, if you don't mind. Just refer to me as Brother Zhao. Everyone enjoys flattery, and Zhao Defa was no exception. Coupled with Liu Dong's connections to Li Lao and Uncle Long, Zhao Defa's tone was notably warm and familiar. Brother Zhao, Liu Dong readily acquiesced, embracing the informal address. Though this was their first meeting and they were not yet familiar, Liu Dong found Zhao Defa quite agreeable. Despite his immense wealth, he did not exhibit the arrogance often associated with self-made billionaires. Instead, he exuded the unique generosity and openness characteristic of Shandong man, which left Liu Dong with a favorable impression upon their initial encounter. Moreover, recognizing the value of such a formidable ally, Liu Dong knew he must seize the opportunity. All right, haha, then I shall call you Xiao Dong. Zhao Defa chuckled. In that case, we are at a disadvantage. You, my friend, are of our generation. Li Lao playfully pointed at Zhao Defa. Haha, old Li, I think we should stick to our own titles to avoid complications. Zhao Defa nodded in agreement, laughing. After a bout of jovial banter, Zhao Defa turned to Liu Dong and said, Xiao Dong, in 3 days, come my home with old Li. I will host a dinner for you both. And of course, if Uncle Long wishes to join, I wholeheartedly welcome him. Noticing Zhao Defa's earnest gaze, the astute Uncle Long understood his intentions and promptly waved his hand in refusal, saying, No need, I'm just an old carpenter, lacking expertise in antique appraisal. Let Xiao Dong go. It will be a good opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. By the time Liu Dong and the others exited Li Lao's Xinxiang pavilion, it was already 7 in the evening. However, due to the summer season, the days were long and the nights short. The sun had yet to set, and the external light remained bright. Initially, Liu Dong had intended to invite Uncle Long to participate in the Vietnamese gambling event organized by Huadai Group on the 15th of next month. However, with Uncle Long resolutely deciding to retire, Huadai Group would need to find a replacement craftsman over the next month, someone who, while not necessarily matching Uncle Long's expertise, should at least be comparably skilled. To speak candidly, in this era where machine production prevails, the art of handcrafted wood carving and the crafting of antique furniture are gradually declining, making it quite challenging to find a proficient woodworker. After listening to his words and noticing a hint of urgency in his gaze, Uncle Long began to comprehend Zhao Defa's intentions. Thus he nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Dong, do not forget to come to my home with old Li in 3 days. I shall show you my collection then. Understood, Brother Zhao. I will accompany old Li in 3 days. Liu Dong replied with a nod. Subsequently, Zhao Defa greeted old Li, who stood at the entrance of the Agarwood Pavilion, and hurriedly departed with his 2 bodyguards. After arranging to meet old Li in 3 days, Liu Dong also left the Agarwood Pavilion alongside Uncle Long Xiao Dong. You can now be regarded as a millionaire. What do you intend to do next? As they walked down the street, observing the flow of passersby, Uncle Long suddenly turned to inquire. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Dong revealed a long-buried aspiration. Uncle Long, I wish to open a shop in the antique market, sourcing my own jade and wood, carving them, and selling the creations. With the remaining funds, I plan to purchase a house in Spring City and bring my parents and sister from the countryside. Chapter 25. The Stylish Nokia Phone. Splendid. I knew I did not misjudge you. However, considering your ambitions to establish a shop in the antique market and purchase a residence in Spring City, I fear your current funds may still be insufficient, Uncle Long remarked, pleased that Liu Dong remained grounded and focused on carving despite his newfound wealth. It seems you've already formulated a plan. It is quite comprehensive, but it would be wise to refrain from exhausting all 3 million. It is prudent to reserve some funds for emergencies. Yes, I understand. But once I find more treasures to sell, I will have funds again. With the presence of the Shaili Yuanguang, treasure hunting had become a relatively effortless endeavor for Liu Dong. However, Uncle Long remained unaware of this, and, upon hearing Liu Dong's words, furrowed his brow and said, Xiao Dong, when did you become so arrogant? If treasure hunting were truly that easy, no one would end up losing everything to scams. Furthermore, Instead of indulging in impractical fantasies, you would be better off seeking quality materials to craft and sell exquisite pieces. Given your current financial standing, you have the means to acquire some premium jade for carving. Indeed, I understand Uncle Long. Although reprimanded by the elder, Liu Dong felt no anger. He recognized that Uncle Long had his best interests at heart. Moreover, having unexpectedly profited 350,000 from the Kanshi snuff bottle, coupled with the Shaili Yuanguang's existence, Liu Dong felt a sense of elation. While the Shaili Yuanguang was remarkable, carving remained my foundation. I must not lose sight of my priorities. Liu Dong promptly realigned his thoughts. It is already completed. I shall bring it to you tomorrow for your review. Upon hearing this, the elder's face suddenly displayed interest. Good. It seems you have not been idle these days. Your pace is commendable. However, should you dare to cut corners, you shall witness how I deal with you. Rest assured, Uncle Long, I shall not disappoint you. Recalling the meticulously crafted statue of Guangong, Liu Dong spoke with confidence. Very well, I shall trust your words. Bring it to me for inspection tomorrow. Understood. No, Uncle Long. I will return tomorrow. I comprehend, Uncle Long. Liu Dong exclaimed joyfully. With Uncle Long, a venerable figure who has navigated the antique market for decades, assisting him in selecting a shop, Liu Dong not only saves a considerable amount of time and effort, but also ensures that the prices remain reasonable. Indeed, I understand. I shall take my leave now. With that, the elder ascended the steps, striding into the store. After watching Uncle Long's figure vanish around the corner of the staircase at Tai Pavilion, Liu Dong turned around, glancing at the dimming sky, and shook his head. Just moments ago, while they were strolling and chatting, the surroundings had darkened, and most of the antique stalls had already closed. Although the street-side shops remained brightly lit, it was considerably more challenging to unearth treasures within those establishments compared to the open stalls. After all, those who can afford to operate antique shops are typically well-versed in the appraisal of antiques. Otherwise, they would have been taken advantage of countless times. Consequently, upon observing this, Liu Dong lost the inclination to continue browsing. He promptly headed towards the exit of the antique market. Having roamed for an afternoon, coupled with over 10 consecutive days of relentless carving, Liu Dong, despite his robust constitution, felt quite fatigued. As Liu Dong rode past a mobile phone store, he suddenly halted, remembering the awkwardness he felt earlier that afternoon at the Qinxiang Pavilion when Zhao Defa asked him to check the accounts. Liu Dong was indeed mortified, for he did not possess a mobile phone. Previously, the exorbitant prices of phones, often in the thousands, had deterred him from purchasing one. However, now that he had some money, he wished to avoid the same embarrassment he experienced earlier. Good day, sir. Welcome. Although Liu Dong was not dressed particularly well, the salesgirl greeted him with professionalism, her face adorned with a courteous smile as he entered. Nodding slightly, Liu Dong stepped inside, feeling somewhat self-conscious. It was his first visit to such a high-end mobile phone store. Good day, sir. What kind of mobile phone are you looking for? While Liu Dong perused the counter, a young girl clad in a purple uniform approached him with a smile. I'm not too familiar with these. I will just have a look for now. This being Liu Dong's inaugural venture into purchasing a mobile phone, he felt rather lost. Allow me to recommend a model. Perhaps sensing Liu Dong's novice demeanor, the young girl promptly retrieved a sleek silver-gray phone from beneath the glass counter and presented it to him. This is the latest model released by Nokia this year, the Nokia 7110. In addition to the essential functions of making calls and sending texts, it can store 35 songs and 5 ringtones. Furthermore, its battery capacity reaches 900 mAh, ensuring a prolonged standby time. Whether for business trips or travel, it will meet your needs for communication. Moreover, should you decide to make a purchase now, we would be pleased to present you with a complimentary waist pouch, travel charger, and headphones. What is the price? Liu Dong inquired. 2,999 yuan. The waitress felt a flicker of nervousness as she uttered this figure. For Liu Dong's attire suggested he might not be one capable of affording a phone valued at 3,000 yuan. Yet, the young girl was also aware of the adage that appearances can be deceiving, and thus she held considerable hope for this transaction. As it turned out, her anticipation was not in vain. Very well, I shall take this one. Can you assist me with acquiring a mobile phone number? With 5 million in hand, Liu Dong no longer regarded 3,000 yuan with the same weight. Thus, upon seeing the appealing color and design of the phone, he made his decision without hesitation. Sir, we can assist you with that. Would you prefer China Mobile or China Unicom? Upon hearing Liu Dong's confirmation of purchase, the young girl immediately donned her brightest smile. Securing this sale would significantly boost her commission. I'll go with China Mobile. I've often heard that Unicom's signal isn't particularly reliable. Very well, sir. Please follow me to settle the payment. Approximately 10 minutes later, as Liu Dong stepped out of the mobile phone store, he found himself with the latest Nokia model nestled in his pocket. Now, he too was a mobile phone owner, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Just as Liu Dong was about to push his cart away, an unexpected sight caught his attention, compelling him to halt. Chapter 26, Compassion. Before him stood an elderly woman, clad in a navy blue top adorned with several patched sleeves, paired with a pair of clean, yet similarly patched, black trousers. On her feet, she wore the typical black cloth shoes common in rural areas, perhaps the only intact part of her ensemble. Upon hearing Liu Dong's words, the elderly woman, curled beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with her nearly black, frail right hand and looked up at him. From Liu Dong's vantage point, illuminated by the streetlight, the deep lines etched on her face, reminiscent of cuts made by a knife or axe, were starkly visible. Her dark, gaunt cheeks, high cheekbones, and forehead, marked by deep, gnarled wrinkles akin to the bark of an old tree, all revealed a life fraught with hardship and the ravages of time. "Young man, are you speaking to me?" After glancing around and confirming the absence of others, the elderly woman cautiously inquired of Liu Dong. Having come from a rural background, Liu Dong was acutely aware of the challenges of country life, which reflected in his warm demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the elderly woman sighed deeply, her expression darkening with sorrow, and the corners of her recently wept eyes glistened with fresh tears as her hands instinctively tightened around the small bundle she clutched, patterned in blue with white flowers. "Madam, please share your troubles with me. Perhaps I can be of assistance." At his words, the elderly woman instinctively lifted her gaze to scrutinize him closely. Although the young man before her did not outwardly appear to be affluent, the elderly woman sensed an inexplicable sense of security emanating from him. Furthermore, having faced an overwhelming number of rejections in recent days, she felt a twinge of melancholy, prompting her to confide in Liu Dong, revealing the burdens she had long kept hidden. Years have passed, and while the family no longer enjoys the grandeur of its ancestors, life is manageable thanks to her husband's exquisite carpentry skills and the modest plots of land they possess. Yet, despite once being a relatively prosperous household, they encountered severe issues in the education of their children. After painstakingly raising 3 children, none exhibited filial piety. They divided the land owned by the elderly couple and squandered the wealth accumulated over the years, ultimately driving the couple from their home. Such a disgraceful act invited whispered gossip among the villagers, and although the village committee attempted to mediate on several occasions, they ultimately refrained from intervening, deeming it a private family matter. After repeated failed attempts at reconciliation, the village had no choice but to relent. Eventually, with the assistance of the village committee, the elderly couple found an unoccupied old house to reside in. Fortunately, the husband's carpentry skills remained commendable, and with the villagers' support, they were able to sustain themselves. However, fate can be capricious, and misfortune can strike unexpectedly. According to the hospital bill, merely the cost of hospitalization amounted to 5,000 yuan. When accounting for additional medical expenses, the total soared to a minimum of 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan, even for city dwellers with decent incomes. This sum poses a formidable challenge, let alone for villagers whose average annual income barely reaches 5,000 yuan. This astronomical sum was beyond the means of the elderly woman, who was nearly destitute. Fortunately, after the villagers rallied together and exhaustively sought assistance, they managed to cobble together 3,000 yuan. With considerable negotiation, and given that the doctor's ethics were not as disheartening as they would later become, they allowed her husband to be admitted to the hospital out of compassion. Yet, the subsequent medical expenses loomed as a formidable challenge for the elderly woman. Fortunately, in recent years, the antique market had been flourishing, and villagers frequently encountered individuals seeking to purchase antiquities. This prompted the elderly woman to recall her husband's cherished possessions, a painting and a few books said to have been passed down through generations. When they were expelled from their home, her husband had taken little except for these treasured items. With a sense of desperation, she decided to present these artifacts to a few antiquities dealers who visited the village. However, their limited expertise rendered them incapable of discerning the authenticity of her belongings, resulting in offers of merely a few hundred yuan, far below her expectations. Eventually, a kind-hearted antique dealer, moved by her plight, directed her to the antique market in Spring City. Thus, the elderly woman boarded a tractor from the village and journeyed several dozen kilometers to reach Spring City. After inquiring for directions, she finally located the antique market in the city center. However, none of the antique vendors, after examining the items in her possession, were willing to offer a generous price. Most bids fell below 5,000. Although 5,000 is a substantial sum, it remains woefully inadequate for the elderly woman, who urgently requires a considerable amount from medical expenses. As 2 days have passed, the pressure mounts. If the remaining payment is not settled soon, the hospital will begin to discharge patients. Thus, the woman finds herself ensnared in a desperate situation, clinging to the faint hope of remaining in the provincial capital. The thought of leaving fills her with despair. As she laments, "If I leave, I might as well cease to exist." Her words are punctuated by tears streaming down her weathered cheeks, revealing profound sorrow. The weight of life and death, a true reflection of her current state, hangs heavily in the air. Upon hearing her plight, Liu Dong could not help but exhale deeply. With a disloyal son and the loss of her only companion, the elderly woman faces the prospect of losing her means of survival. The agony of existence, perhaps, seems less desirable than the finality of death. It is no wonder that she harbors thoughts of relinquishing her life. "Madam, allow me to purchase your items. I will give you 50,000, Liu Dong declared without hesitation. In the past, he might have offered only a few hundred out of sympathy, but now, with financial means at his disposal, 50,000, though considerable, is not insurmountable for him. "Young man, are you serious?" The elderly woman's astonishment was palpable, her face alight with emotion, tears still glistening in her eyes, and her body trembling slightly. "Of course, I am sincere. Follow me," Liu Dong replied, guiding her to an automated teller machine at a nearby commercial bank. After securing the card, he discreetly retrieved his bank card from the hidden pocket of his trousers. Upon entering his password and checking the balance, a lengthy series of numbers appeared on screen. 3,655,000. Aside from his own 100,000, the remaining 3,500,000 was the profit from selling snuff bottles earlier that afternoon. Witnessing this amount, Liu Dong felt a surge of excitement. Despite having anticipated it, after calming himself, he withdrew 40,000 from the ATM and adding the additional 10,000 stored in his hidden space, he had exactly 50,000. "Madam, please count it," he said, handing her the money. "Young man, there is no need to count. Thank you. You have truly saved our lives," the elderly woman exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling as she suddenly knelt before Liu Dong. Chapter 27. Good deeds are rewarded. "Madam, what are you doing? Please stand up. You are diminishing my lifespan." Startled by her sudden gesture, Liu Dong instinctively stepped back and quickly reached out to assist her in standing. After some time, with Liu Dong's comforting words, the elderly woman's emotions gradually settled. "Young man, you are a good soul. You will surely be rewarded in the future." The elderly woman appeared quite agitated, her frail right hand gripping Liu Dong's arm firmly, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. "Oh, by the way, this is for you." As she spoke, the woman opened a blue cloth bundle from her bosom and handed Liu Dong a collection of calligraphy and a few books. After receiving the items, Liu Dong, without pausing to examine them, said, "Madam, it's quite late, and given that you're carrying so much money, the streets may not be safe. Perhaps I should find you a hotel for the night, and you can depart tomorrow?" In response, the elderly woman unfolded her blue cloth bundle, neatly arranged her money in a line, and wrapped it layer by layer before rolling it into a long, belt-like shape and securing it around her waist. After tightening it to ensure it wouldn't fall, she lowered her clothing to conceal the small bundle, her face reflecting a sense of relief now that everything appeared normal. Watching the elderly woman leave with heartfelt gratitude, Liu Dong shook his head, surprised that he had spent 50,000 yuan to assist a stranger. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. Having never known his grandparents and hailing from a rural background, he naturally held a fondness and even a sense of reverence for such simple, rural women. Next, intending to examine the calligraphy and books to determine if they were indeed antiques, Liu Dong suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in his mind. Alarmed, he focused intently and noticed that the relic, previously suspended in the mustard seed space, was now radiating brilliantly, absorbing a soft white glow that had inexplicably appeared. As the white luminescence infused the relic, its brightness intensified, and more significantly, the mysterious space around it began to expand gradually. Once the white glow dissipated and the relic settled into silence, the mustard seed space, which had initially measured only 1 cubic unit, had expanded to 15 cubic units. The space has increased? Could it be a result of the good deed I just performed? Scratching his head, he pondered, and this seemed the only plausible explanation. It appeared that he would need to investigate the nature of this relic's light further when the opportunity arose. With this thought lingering in his mind, Liu Dong glanced at the items he had just acquired, and soon a vibrant white light emerged before him. Recognizing this familiar white aura, he felt a rush of excitement. Although his assistance to the elderly woman stemmed largely from compassion, he had not anticipated that the items would be as genuine as she claimed. Having spent 3 years in the antique market, Liu Dong had heard far more outlandish stories than this. Yet, seeing the familiar white light now assured him that these items were undoubtedly authentic antiques. Moreover, the white luminescence emanating from the calligraphy in his right hand was significantly more intense than that of the books in his left. Although he was eager to open and examine them, it was clear that this was not the appropriate setting. Suppressing his curiosity, Liu Dong discreetly stored the books and calligraphy in a mustard seed space when no one was watching, then mounted his bicycle and swiftly made his way home through the streets. Turning around, he gazed upon the charming and enchanting beauty not far away, and a wave of intense possessiveness surged within Liu Dong. The attainment of the sacred relic and the bountiful harvest of the afternoon instilled him with unwavering confidence about his future. As his life and career began to flourish, the desires he had long suppressed, specifically his yearning for women, particularly beautiful women, began to rise within him, occupying an increasingly significant place in his heart. From this day forth, Liu Dong's mindset began a gradual transformation. He was no longer the struggling third-rate sculptor worried about making ends meet, but a burgeoning tycoon on the verge of ascendance. Although Liu Dong's fervent gaze made Wang Chong feel somewhat uneasy, she blushed and continued to inquire, "What about your materials?" "I left them with a friend. I will retrieve them tomorrow." Upon noticing Liu Dong's slightly awkward expression, Wang Chong offered a gentle smile and refrained from further questioning. She extended her delicate hand, lightly patting the empty space on the sofa beside her, and said with a smile, "All right, come over. I have something to discuss with you." Naturally, Liu Dong could not refuse the invitation of such a captivating beauty, so he suppressed his curiosity about the ancient artifact he had just acquired and moved to sit beside Wang Chong. "Little Dong, could you do me a favor?" Wang Chong, unaware of Liu Dong's more base thoughts, simply expressed a request. "Sister Wang, could you clarify what you need? I will certainly help if it is within my capacity." Hearing his words, a look of delight flickered across Wang Chong's face, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not particularly difficult. Tomorrow, our company is hosting a banquet, and employees are allowed to bring family or friends. I would like you to temporarily act as my boyfriend." Wang Chong endeavored to keep her tone as neutral as possible. However, her words struck Liu Dong like a thunderbolt. "Boyfriend me?" Liu Dong incredulously pointed to himself, his heart brimming with joy. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Wang Chong asked, observing the astonishment on Liu Dong's face. No. It would be my honor to be Sister Wang's flower protector," Liu Dong quickly replied. "Now, that's more like it." Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction. After hearing her words, Liu Dong acknowledged that the clothes he owned were mostly cheap items from street vendors, and their colors and styles were somewhat outdated. While they were acceptable for lounging at home, he felt ill-suited to accompany the radiant Wang Chong in such attire. Moreover, now that he had some money in his pocket, acquiring a few decent outfits was essential. After closing the door, he turned on the lights, and the entire room brightened under the dazzling illumination. The space, which had been tidied up in the afternoon, no longer bore the foul odor accumulated over the past fortnight after several hours of ventilation. Additionally, from the air within the room, Liu Dong detected a faint fragrance, undoubtedly the result of Wang Chong having spritzed perfume in his absence. Surveying the neat room, Liu Dong's spirits lifted. As the saying goes, joyous occasions invigorate the spirit. Perhaps this aptly describes his current state. The only writing desk capable of displaying his calligraphy is now cluttered with the carving tools he frequently employs. Consequently, when he retrieved the newly acquired antique from his spatial pocket, he found that the bed was the only suitable surface left to utilize. Setting aside the 4 ancient books bound in thread, Liu Dong first grasped the scroll. However, rather than hastily unveiling it, he held it in his hands, scrutinizing it meticulously. From the pristine condition of the scroll ends, the firm rods, and the slightly yellowed yet evidently well-preserved backing, it was clear that the artwork was of notable quality. Moreover, it became evident that its previous owner had taken great care in its preservation. Upon loosening the upper ties, Liu Dong gently pressed one side of the scroll with his left hand while using his right hand to unfurl it. Soon a vivid scene, approximately 8 feet in length and 2 feet in width, gradually unfolded before his eyes. In the distance, majestic mountains loomed, while nearby, a winding stream meandered, flanked by blossoming peach trees. Within the courtyard of a thatched cottage, constructed beside the stream, three elegantly attired figures were seen indulging in wine and poetry. The entire composition displayed a harmonious balance of ink tones, with distinct layers of depth, and the figures were rendered with remarkable clarity, revealing the artist's exceptional skill. To the left of the painting, a poem was inscribed, and, as a sculptor, Liu Dong naturally possessed a requisite understanding of the written word. Thus, he encountered no difficulties in comprehending the beautifully pinned lines of cursive. In the Peach Blossom Grove lies the Peach Blossom Temple. Beneath the temple, the Peach Blossom Immortal. He mused, recognizing it as a poem by Dianying. Upon reading the first line, he silently acknowledged that anyone who had attended school would undoubtedly be familiar with this. One of Dianying's most renowned works. Furthermore, the reputation of the charming scholar Tang Bohu had permeated countless households across China through numerous films depicting his life. At times, his fame even eclipsed that of the revered Wu Daozi, known as the Saint of Painting, and Li Bai, the immortal poet. Gazing at the exquisite artwork laid before him, Liu Dong could not help but sigh inwardly, lamenting the scarcity of knowledge when it is most needed. This also heightened his anticipation for the notes by Li Lao that had just arrived. Once he concluded his admiration, it was time to validate his appraisal. Soon, as a subtle pulse flickered at his brow, it felt as though an invisible window was slowly opening before him. A rich, radiant light surged from the scroll, ascending 5 feet high, while a yellow luminescence emanated from the relic within his spatial pocket, revealing the clear characters of Dianying's Spring Mountain Companions from the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 29, Liu Dong's Manuscript. Upon witnessing the dozen or so characters floating above the relic, Liu Dong could not suppress the delight that spread across his face. Although he was yet to ascertain the precise value of this painting, it was undoubtedly an authentic work by the illustrious Dianying, one of the renowned Wu School's 4 masters, and given its orderly lineage, it should certainly exceed 1,000,000. After all, while frequent fortunate finds could be attributed to luck, they might also lead to unfavorable suspicions. Thus, it is far wiser to prepare in advance than to find oneself helpless when difficulties arise. As my proficiency in appraisal improves, I shall no longer need to be as cautious as I am now. With this thought, Liu Dong's desire to learn about antique appraisal intensified. Having made up his mind, he carefully stored the authentic masterpiece by Dianying, titled Spring Mountain Companions, within his mustard seed space. He then picked up 4 ancient books, bound in a linear format, which comprised the 4 books of Confucian classics, the Relics, the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, and Mencius. Much like the earlier painting by Dianying, the 4 books were remarkably well preserved. Although the pages had yellowed slightly, they exhibited no significant damage or signs of insect infestation. In the realm of Chinese antiques, any item with ties to the royal family commands a skyrocketing price, a fact Liu Dong was well aware of. After scrutinizing the title page several times with reluctance, he turned the pages, revealing a myriad of neatly carved regular script characters. Interspersed among the text were annotations in tiny, meticulous cursive. Though the script was diminutive, it bore a robust and substantial quality, each stroke distinct and exuding the elegance of a master calligrapher. Furthermore, nearly every page bore such cursive annotations, albeit with varying content. Liu Dong also discovered several sheets tucked within the book, filled with personal reflections, indicating that this volume was indeed cherished by its previous owner. Upon reaching the final page, Liu Dong stumbled upon the seals of Liu Yong, Shiren, and the Taoist of Ri Guanfeng, among others. While he was unfamiliar with the latter two, he recognized Liu Yong, a notable minister of the Qianlong era, known by the courtesy name Chongru and the art name Shiren. This revelation heightened Liu Dong's anticipation for the remaining 3 books. Thus, after setting the Relics aside, he swiftly retrieved and examined the other 3 volumes. However, to Liu Dong's dismay, the subsequent 3 books bore no seals or endorsements from Emperor Qianlong. Yet, the 4 seals of Liu Yong, which appeared on the last page of the Relics, were also present on these 3 works. Unlike the carved regular script of the Relics, the content of the latter volumes was handwritten in cursive, and the handwriting matched that of the annotations in the Relics, clearly indicating that they were penned by the same individual. It was evident that the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, and Mencius were all handwritten by Liu Yong himself. Indeed, the characters revealed by the relic in the mustard seed space confirmed Liu Dong's suspicions. Dianying's Spring Mountain Companion scroll, endorsed by Qianlong's seal. Liu Yong's commentary on one of the 4 books, the Relics, and the handwritten classics The Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, and Mencius, all bearing Liu Yong's seal. Although Liu Dong was still uncertain of their exact worth, He speculated that they must surpass 1 million at the very least. In truth, Liu Dong, who was not well-versed in market trends, had significantly underestimated the value of the authentically passed-down masterpiece by Dianying. For instance, at an auction held by Christie's in New York on June 1, 1989, the top lot was a work by Dianying titled Quiet Mountains and Lengthy Days. This pamphlet comprises 12 pages, accompanied by a calligraphy piece by Wang Yangming, valued at $15.2 million, yet ultimately fetched an astonishing $660,000, exceeding its estimated worth by more than threefold. On May 30, 1990, Christie's in New York auctioned Dianying's Moon Spring painting, featuring endorsements from esteemed figures like Dianying, Wen Jingming, and Zhu Zhishan, originally appraised at $25.3 million, which surprisingly sold for a remarkable $560,000. In November 1991, a similar work titled Spring Breeze and Wine Cup was presented by Christie's, concluding its auction at $720,000. Even Dianying's smaller fan paintings, such as Ancient Wood and Bamboo Stones and Bamboo in the Rain, were sold for $100,000 and $250,000, respectively. Liu Dong, having acquired the authentic scroll Spring Mountain Companions by Dianying, could potentially earn at least 5 million Chinese yuan or more if marketed appropriately at auction. While Liu Yang's calligraphy may not rival the value of Dianying's paintings, the inscribed Analects bearing the Qianlong Emperor's seal, alongside Liu Yang's handwritten Great Learning, Doctrine of the Mean, and Mencius, collectively should command a value in the millions based on the antique market trends of 2000. Liu Dong marveled at his unexpected fortune from a moment of kindness, realizing that good deeds are indeed rewarded. However, he felt a pang of guilt towards the elderly woman who sold him the antiques, as their true worth far exceeded the meager sum of $50,000 he had paid. While a typical person might not have cared, Liu Dong felt a twinge of discomfort for having benefited so significantly at the expense of someone so unfortunate. He resolved to find a way to compensate her in the future. Chapter 30, Strangers on the Road. The night passed swiftly, and when Liu Dong finally rose from his slumber, the sun was already high in the sky. It was 9:30 a.m. Oh no, I still need to visit Uncle Long this morning. For years, Liu Dong's internal clock, honed through diligent meditation, had been impeccably accurate, allowing him to forego setting an alarm. In a hasty motion, he tossed the alarm clock aside, leapt out of bed, donned his clothes with remarkable speed, neglected to brush his teeth, and dashed out the door. By the time Wang Chong heard the commotion and emerged from her room, Liu Dong had already vanished. With a sense of urgency, Liu Dong pedaled furiously on his bicycle. Fortunately, despite its age, the sturdy bike held up well. Had he been riding a modern lightweight bicycle, it might have succumbed to his vigorous pedaling. As he raced through the streets, he managed to complete a journey that typically took half an hour in just a fraction of the time. Had it not been for the throngs of people in the antique market and the unique nature of the goods for sale, he might have considered riding directly into the market itself. Alas, trouble loomed. With Uncle Long's Tai Pavilion in sight, Liu Dong's face fell as he slapped his forehead in frustration. When he initially departed from home, he was so preoccupied with the urgency of time that he neglected to retrieve the meticulously carved statue of Guan Yu from the microcosmic space. Now, amidst the throng of people in the expansive hall, it proved quite challenging to extract it. Standing on tiptoe and peering over the crowd, Liu Dong's eyes brightened as he scanned the street, his face illuminating with joy as he thought, "This is it." He then pushed his bicycle to the public restroom located at the street corner, secured his bike, and, after a quarter of an hour, emerged contentedly cradling his wooden Guan Yu statue. Although he was now carrying an additional wooden carving, the surrounding crowd paid little heed. After all, in the antique market, one is surrounded by various relics. It was not uncommon for individuals to bring fragile items, such as porcelain or ancient paintings, into restrooms for safekeeping. Hey, wait a moment. Just as Liu Dong, with a wooden carving in one hand and pushing his bicycle with the other, was making his way towards Uncle Long's shop, he was unexpectedly called back by a voice from behind. "Are you calling me?" Liu Dong inquired, observing the middle-aged man before him, clad in a black and white striped t-shirt and dark blue trousers, with a square face and pronounced brow, who appeared to be in his 30s. Upon hearing Liu Dong's response, the middle-aged man glanced at the Guan Yu statue in Liu Dong's arms before nodding and smiling yes. "May I ask your name, brother?" Noticing the imposing figures of two bodyguards behind the man, dressed in black shirts and exuding a formidable presence, Liu Dong quickly deduced that this individual was no ordinary person, likely of considerable wealth or status. Moreover, judging by his gaze, Liu Dong surmised that the man was interested in his Guan Yu statue. "My surname is Liu. But it seems we are not acquainted, Liu Dong replied, maintaining a neutral expression despite the man's evident stature. Ah, no need for concern, my friend. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely intrigued by the statue you possess. Would you consider parting with it? Money is no object. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to sell this Guan Yu statue. I have urgent matters to attend to. Farewell. Liu Dong, already running late, was not inclined to waste further time with a stranger. Furthermore, even if he were to entertain the idea of selling the statue, it would be prudent to consult Uncle Long first. However, to his astonishment, as he turned to leave, the two bodyguards positioned behind the middle-aged man unexpectedly blocked his path. What is this? In broad daylight, do you intend to resort to coercion? Liu Dong's demeanor grew stern, although the two men appeared robust, exuding a martial air and an undercurrent of lethal intent that hinted at their battle-hardened pasts. Liu Dong remained unfazed, having honed his skills since childhood. He was confident that even together, they would not pose a threat to him. Ah, young brother, you misunderstand. My subordinates are merely inexperienced. I apologize on their behalf. After speaking, the middle-aged man scolded, "Tz Dabiao, clear the way." Liu Dong, noticing a hint of sincerity in his expression, along with the two stern-faced bodyguards stepping aside, found his demeanor softening. In a public setting, he was reluctant to incite trouble. "Sir, do you no longer want the statue of Guangong?" The burly bodyguard with a scar on his left cheek was the first to speak. At this moment, Liu Dong, who was walking ahead, also noticed the three individuals trailing him, but he paid them little mind. "Xiaodong, you're here. Come in quickly. Uncle Long has been waiting for you." At the entrance of Tai Pavilion, Liu Dong encountered Mu Gang, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. I was quite exhausted yesterday, so I got up a bit late this morning." Pausing, Liu Dong gestured towards the interior, lowering his voice slightly. "Muga, how is it?" The old man isn't angry. Is he? Haha. As long as you agree to spar with me, I will let you in. After saying this, Mu Gang rolled up his sleeves, an expression of excitement breaking through his otherwise dull demeanor. In response, Liu Dong waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Forget it. I have no desire to spar with you. You weirdo. I'll head straight in to find Uncle Long." With that, Liu Dong strode inside, cradling his statue of Guangong. Chapter 31. The Ebony Statue of Guangong. To be honest, Liu Dong felt a twinge of regret for Mu Gang. With his extraordinary talent and remarkable martial prowess, had he been born in an era that favored cold weapons, he would surely be a legendary warrior akin to Zhang Fei or Dianying, easily rising to the ranks of noble generals. However, in this modern age dominated by gunpowder weaponry, no matter how formidable one's skills, they are no match for firearms. Thus, Mu Gang, with his blunt intellect yet formidable martial arts, found himself relegated to merely guarding Uncle Long's residence, a hero without a battlefield. "Hey, Xiaodong, don't go. We need to discuss this further," Mu Gang called out as he hurried after Liu Dong. Frankly, over the years, Liu Dong was the only one who could hold his own against Mu Gang. Others could hardly withstand a few exchanges with him. "Boss, they have entered. Let us go in as well." With that, Zhou Bin stepped forward, ascending the stone steps to enter the grand doors of Tai Pavilion. "Brat, is this how you invite Lord Guan in?" Upon Liu Dong's entrance into the backyard, the old man, who had been resting in a rocking chair, opened his eyes upon hearing the footsteps and remarked with irritation. Hearing this, Liu Dong glanced down at the ebony statue of Guangong cradled in his arms, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. It is important to note that while Guangong was merely a renowned general during the Three Kingdoms period in historical reality, over countless centuries, he has been deified due to his embodiment of loyalty, righteousness, bravery, and integrity, as well as the needs of successive rulers to bolster their own authority. In China, and indeed within all Chinese communities worldwide, Guangong has been mythologized. By the Qing dynasty, he was revered as the god of loyalty and righteousness, a divine protector known as the Great Emperor Guansheng, honored as a martial sage, and equated in esteem with the literary sage Confucius. Furthermore, according to incomplete statistics, there are over 40,000 temples dedicated to Guangong worldwide, with offerings made in more than 30 countries and regions, including China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, the United States, Japan, Australia, and Malaysia. It can be said that Guangong is one of the most venerated deities in China, with a lineage of worship spanning thousands of years. Certainly, this reveals just how disrespectful Liu Dong's behavior is, as he now embraces the belly of Lord Guan with his left arm. However, Liu Dong finds himself in a predicament. After all, he forgot to retrieve Lord Guan from the mustard seed space earlier. "Lord Guan, I have always held you in the highest regard, and I shall ensure that offerings are made continuously henceforth." After repeating this silently in his mind, Liu Dong placed the statue of Guan Yu on the small square table beside Uncle Long previously. Liu Dong had little faith in such supernatural matters. But after inexplicably acquiring a relic of Yuan Guang, he found himself questioning. The elderly gentleman, who had intended to lecture Liu Dong, suddenly widened his eyes upon seeing the ebony statue of Guan Yu that Liu Dong had placed on the table. Forgetting his intention to reprimand Liu Dong, he hurriedly picked up the statue with care and scrutinized it closely, even retrieving a magnifying glass from his pocket to examine the finely carved patterns on the base. Seeing the old man's actions, Liu Dong could not help but display a proud expression. He was immensely satisfied with the Guan Yu carving, which had taken him over 10 days to complete. Observing the old man's earnest examination, Liu Dong chose to remain silent, finding a nearby stool to sit down. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and the old man let out a light sigh, his eyes filled with astonishment and, more predominantly, delight as he regarded Liu Dong. "Young man, tell me, how have your skills improved so remarkably? Were the previous pieces you showed me merely inferior creations you brought along?" Although the old man posed this question, his tone was imbued with admiration and a hint of jest. After all these years, he was well aware of Liu Dong's character. Moreover, the craftsmanship of this Guan Yu statue bore no resemblance to the works of others. So the old man had no doubt that Liu Dong had not brought him someone else's creation. Not to mention, the majority of Liu Dong's carving skills had been imparted by him. Thus the old man possessed both discernment and confidence. Hearing his hard-earned work receive validation and praise from Uncle Long, whom he highly respected, filled Liu Dong's heart with joy. "Uncle Long, you flatter me. This statue of Guan Yu took me 12 days to complete. The quality is thanks to your diligent guidance." "Enough, you rascal. At my age, I do not require your flattery. Furthermore, if you do not put in the effort yourself, no amount of teaching will be of any use." Although he spoke thus, the old man felt a deep sense of pride. After all, with no family of his own, he had always regarded Liu Dong as his own kin, pouring his heart into teaching him the art of carving. Now, witnessing Liu Dong's remarkable achievements after years of hard work, the old man felt a profound sense of honor. "Uncle Long, Mr. Zhou has arrived." At that moment, Mu Gang, who had been managing the store, strode in to announce. "Let him in." Uncle Long replied. "Xiao Dong, have you not always yearned to learn the art of jade carving from Master? Today, that opportunity has arrived." Upon hearing the elder's words, Liu Dong felt a sudden jolt of surprise. However, before he could voice his inquiries, he was greeted by increasingly distinct footsteps approaching from outside. "Is it you?" Liu Dong exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the figure at the doorway. "Ah, my dear brother, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again." Zhobin glanced at the statue of Guan Yu resting on the wooden table before turning to Liu Dong with a smile. "Long Lao, it is a delight to meet you once more." Approaching the elder, Zhobin bowed slightly, his demeanor imbued with respect. "Xiao Zhou, no need for such formality. Yet, it seems you are acquainted with Xiao Dong?" Uncle Long inquired with a smile. It is quite the coincidence. Just moments ago on the street, I was immediately captivated by this brother's Guan Yu wooden carving. Enthralled by its beauty, I expressed my desire to purchase it. Yet alas, he departed without even inquiring about the price. Subsequently, I intended to follow this brother in hopes of acquiring the statue, only to find it here with you. Long Lao. What a delightful surprise. Zhobin chuckled, casting a glance at Liu Dong beside the elder. Nodding in response to his words, Liu Dong found himself intrigued. Chapter 32, An Opportunity. As Uncle Long concluded, Zhobin could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. "Long Lao, you flatter me. Your craftsmanship is known throughout the industry. Were it not for your esteemed reputation, I would not have the privilege of requesting you to craft a set of furniture, which would undoubtedly take ages to accomplish." Listening to the middle-aged man's earnest remarks, Liu Dong developed a favorable impression of him. At the very least, his demeanor was commendable, unlike many privileged youths who, owing to their noble lineage, exhibit arrogance. Furthermore, Liu Dong was aware that Uncle Long's true talent lay in the meticulous creation of classical furniture. He also understood that Uncle Long's ancestors had served as royal artisans in the Qing dynasty's Yangxin Hall, where only the most skilled craftsmen from various trades were permitted entry. With such a prestigious lineage, it was no wonder Uncle Long possessed exceptional skills and garnered respect. As for the wood carving and microsculpting that Liu Dong had initially learned from the elder, it paled in comparison to the elder's true mastery and could merely be regarded as a personal hobby. This, Liu Dong suspected, was the genuine reason Uncle Long had been reluctant to accept him as an apprentice. Upon hearing Zhou Bin's words, the elder smiled gently and gestured towards Liu Dong, saying, This is Liu Dong. The wood-carved Guan Yu statue you desired was sculpted by him. Indeed, this brother possesses remarkable skill, Zhu Bin exclaimed, raising his thumb in genuine admiration. Turning to the elder, he added with a smile, Long Lao has taken on a fine apprentice. With Liu Dong's artistry, obtaining a provincial-level wood-carving master certificate would be a breeze. You honor me with your words, Liu Dong replied with a smile. After the introductions, the two took their seats at Uncle Long's invitation. In this setting, Liu Dong held a semblance of host, and being the youngest among the three, the task of serving tea naturally fell upon him. Long Lao, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit to Quansheng. I wonder how you have contemplated it? Zhou Bin initiated the conversation as they settled in. I wholeheartedly agree with everything you mentioned over the phone. I have no objection to providing you with a set of furniture, but I do have one condition, the elder stated without hesitation. Please, do elaborate, Zhou Bin. Clearly a person of decisiveness, inquired promptly after hearing Uncle Long's words. Nodding slightly, Uncle Long glanced at Liu Dong beside him and remarked, this young man, my junior, has been enamored with jade carving since childhood. Unfortunately, he has never had the guidance of a master and has only reached the level of a third-tier sculptor, which is a lamentable squandering of his innate talent. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in introducing him to Master Yin. Uncle Long? To be honest, Zhou Bin felt quite troubled upon hearing Uncle Long's request. Although he possessed wealth and influence, the Master Yin mentioned by Uncle Long was no ordinary figure. He is a true master in the realm of Chinese jade carving, a pillar of the northern style, renowned even internationally. Consequently, the number of jade carvers aspiring to be accepted as his disciples is countless. Yet over the years, only 2 or 3 have truly earned his recognition and been taken under his wing, highlighting the challenge of such an endeavor. Therefore, even with his esteemed background, it would be impossible for him to guarantee such a thing. Old Long, you are aware that Master Yin is exceedingly selective in his choice of disciples. Even though I have some connections with him, persuading him to accept Liu as a student seems implausible, Zhou Bin said with a wry smile. I understand the difficulty of this matter. Thus, all I ask is for you to secure an opportunity for Xiaodong. If Master Yin finds him worthy and accepts him as a disciple, that would be splendid. If not, we shall consider it as fate, the elder said after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhou Bin furrowed his brow and responded with a resigned smile. Old Long, I truly regret having informed you about my acquaintance with Master Yin. Old Long, I agree to take on this matter, Zhou Bin stated. That's splendid. Uncle Long could not suppress his laughter. However, do not rejoice too soon, Old Long. While I can assist Liu, there is a small hurdle to overcome first. Zhou Bin quickly added. Speak candidly, Uncle Long urged, sensing that if this matter were to proceed too smoothly, he might question Zhou Bin's sincerity. Without hesitation, Zhou Bin continued. There is a youth jade sculpting competition in the capital next May, and I hope Liu can participate. It would be best if he could secure a place among the top 10. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to approach Master Yin. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long nodded and turned to Liu Dong, asking, what do you think, Xiaodong? Are you confident? At that moment, Zhou Bin's attention turned to the young man he had only just met today. Uncle Long, rest assured, I firmly believe I can attain a top 10 position. Liu Dong replied, his expression radiating confidence. Of course, this confidence was not unfounded, although his jade carving had suffered from a lack of guidance. Resulting in a level inferior to his wood carving, he nonetheless had achieved the standard of a third-tier sculptor. Particularly, the emergence of the relic of the Xunli Yuanguang had elevated his wood carving skills to a new level. Believing in the ability to perceive the internal essence of jade, known as the Shaili Yuan light, would undoubtedly elevate his jade carving skills to remarkable heights. In time, he would not fall short compared to his contemporaries, young jade sculptors of similar age, who have the guidance of esteemed mentors. Brother Liu, do not underestimate this upcoming competition. It is a nationwide contest organized by the National Jade Carving Art Society, where elite talents from various provinces will showcase their skills. And none among them are to be taken lightly. I firmly believe that all those who reach the finals possess extraordinary jade carving abilities. If Brother Liu wishes to secure a notable position, he must exert considerable effort during these 6 months. Zhu Bin and Kuhaget. Although today marked their first meeting, Zhou Bin held a favorable impression of this younger brother, who was over a decade his junior. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Zhou. I will certainly strive diligently. Liu Dong replied with determination. Here, take my business card. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me, Zhou Bin said, as he produced a beautifully embossed, gilded business card from his coat pocket and handed it to Liu Dong. The card's design was quite simple, featuring only his name and a phone number. However, the craftsmanship of the card revealed its value to Liu Dong. Yet, the essence lay not in the card itself, but in the opportunity to be acquainted with the evidently distinguished Mr. Zhou. Chapter 33. The 300,000 wood carving. Now that the formalities are out of the way, Xiao Zhou, you understand the rules here. If you wish to craft furniture, you must provide the materials. Uncle Long stated. Indeed, I'm well aware of old Long's rules. I have already brought the materials, a genuine piece of Indian rosewood, which is stored at the warehouse of the train station in Quan City. I shall bring it to you this afternoon, and naturally, any leftover materials after the furniture is completed will belong to you. Furthermore, here is a check for 2 million. Please accept it. No, old Long. Your craftsmanship is among the finest in the country. I am immensely grateful that you are willing to create this furniture for me. You must accept this check, or I would feel quite embarrassed to impose upon you. Zhou Bin insisted, rising to his feet, observing the resolute expression on his face. The old man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall graciously accept this check. Rest assured, once the materials arrive, within a month at most, the items you desire will be completed. Thank you, old Long. However, I have one more request for your assistance. Zhou Bin continued. What is it? Speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall lend my support. In response, Zhou Bin smiled and said, It is nothing significant, merely that I have taken quite a liking to the ebony statue of Guangong that Brother Liu has carved. I wonder if Brother Liu would be willing to part with it? Xiao Dong, what do you think? The old man inquired. As both men turned their gazes toward him, Liu Dong also rose from his seat. To be honest, he appreciated Zhou Bin's generosity, and the statue was originally intended for sale at Tai Pavilion after showing it to Uncle Long. Now, since Mr. Zhou is so fond of it, selling it to him would be equally agreeable. Since you admire it, consider this Guangong statue a gift from me. Liu Dong was acutely aware of how rare and precious the opportunity to apprentice under the esteemed jade carving master, Yan Lao, from the northern school truly was, an aspiration cherished by countless jade artisans across the nation. Even with Zhou Bin's agreement and the backing of the venerable Long Lao, he still felt a tinge of unease. Thus, he contemplated gifting the statue of Guangong to Zhou Bin, adhering to the adage that one is indebted when receiving favors. After years of navigating the complexities of life, Liu Dong understood this principle well. Moreover, having amassed over 3 million through the sale of a Kangxi snuff bottle, along with possessing invaluable antiques such as the Wang Shuyuan octagonal relic and the Tang Yin Spring Mountain Companion scroll, he found himself no longer in want of financial resources. Ah, Brother Liu is indeed generous. You are a friend worth keeping, Zhou Bin exclaimed, yet he insisted that he could not accept the ebony Guangong statue without compensation. With that, he produced a checkbook, swiftly inscribing a sum, signing it, and tearing it out to hand to Liu Dong. Naturally, Liu Dong attempted to decline, as he had never intended to accept money. However, recognizing Liu Dong's sentiments, Long Lao understood that by stepping forward, he could relieve Liu Dong of the burden of refusal, encouraging him to accept the check. 30,000? Isn't that a bit excessive? Liu Dong gasped. Although the material of the Guangong statue was indeed commendable and the craftsmanship admirable, he had anticipated a maximum of around 10,000. He was astonished that Zhou Bin had offered such a substantial amount. Given the quality of the dark-hued golden silk Nanmu, would combined with your remarkable artistry. 30,000 is hardly excessive. Indeed, it seems I am the one benefiting, Zhou Bin replied. Much like antiques, the value of such a piece is often determined by the affection it inspires. Thus, Zhou Bin, genuinely enamored with the ebony Guangong statue, did not perceive the price as exorbitant. Just accept it. Young Zhou is financially comfortable, and this amount is trivial, Long Shu interjected from the side. Please, Long Lao, do not underestimate my hard-earned money. It pains me to part with it, Zhou Bin chuckled lightly. Upon hearing their exchange, Liu Dong ceased his reluctance. Long Lao, Brother Liu, it is nearing noon. Allow me to treat you both to a meal today, he proposed after concluding their serious discussions. There's no need. I'm quite old, and the heat outside is unbearable. You two should go without me. Let Xiao Dong accompany you. Long Lao waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Bin, observing the elder's demeanor, did not press further. After Long Shu's instruction, Liu Dong also refrained from refusing. He understood that Long Lao had paved the way for him. Whether he could cultivate a friendship with Zhou Bin and strengthen their relationship would depend entirely on his own efforts. Very well, I shall visit you again this afternoon, Zhou Bin said as he rose to leave. Wait, Xiao Zhou, please take a seat for a moment. I have a few matters to discuss with Xiao Dong. Longshu suddenly recalled something just as they were about to rise. Ah, perfect. I shall secure the ebony Guan Gong statue, Zhou Bin replied, unperturbed. After watching his silhouette disappear beyond the door, Uncle Long extended his hand, signaling Liu Dong to take a seat. My dear Xiaodong, I have done my utmost to advocate for you. Yet in the end, it is solely upon your own efforts, Uncle Long expressed with a hint of regret. Uncle Long, I am truly grateful for this opportunity. After all, not everyone has the chance to gain favor from Elder Yan, who holds such a prestigious position in the jade carving industry. Liu Dong sincerely expressed his gratitude. By the way, Liu Dong began to retrieve the check for 300,000 from his pocket, but before he could utter a word, Uncle Long interrupted him. No. You keep this 300,000 for yourself. At my age, I have no need for such a sum. Now, you rascal, hurry along. Don't keep Xiao Zhou waiting. It would be impolite. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong, understanding the elder's character, refrained from saying more. He genuinely took to heart the care the elder had shown him, secretly vowing to repay this kindness whenever the opportunity arose, although he was painfully aware that such chances were likely to be rare. Chapter 34. The Hummer exiting the back courtyard of Tai Pavilion, Liu Dong met Zhou Bin, who was admiring exquisite wooden carvings inside the shop. The two of them, accompanied by two bodyguards, walked to a nearby street where they found a pleasant and clean restaurant and entered. After perusing the menu and exchanging polite refusals, they each ordered several signature dishes and began a converse. Liu, may I inquire, what is your relationship with Elder Long? Zhou Bin asked curiously. He had known Elder Long for quite some time and was aware of his family background, yet he was meeting this young man for the first time. The fact that Elder Long was willing to incur such a significant cost to secure a master apprentice opportunity for him indicated an extraordinary bond between them. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you, then please disregard my question, Zhou Bin quickly added. Actually, it's nothing inconvenient at all, Liu Dong replied, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. When I first ventured out from home, I found myself in a city where I knew no one. With only rudimentary skills in wood carving, I struggled to find anyone willing to employ me. I could barely earn enough for food, let alone have a place to stay at night. As he spoke, memories of those harrowing days spent on the streets, mingling with beggars, flooded Liu Dong's mind. Observing Liu Dong's expression, Zhou Bin wisely chose to remain silent. Seeing the genuine emotion displayed by Liu Dong, Zhou Bin nodded gently and continued. So, does this mean that you are Elder Long's apprentice? Not at all. Liu Dong chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Uncle Long insists that my wood carving skills are merely mediocre at best, and he is resolute in refusing to take me on as an apprentice. Elder Long is being modest. However, his true expertise lies not in wood carving, but in crafting traditional Chinese furniture. His craftsmanship is truly unparalleled in the industry. Zhou Bin could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong nodded in agreement, albeit regretfully, for his true passion lay in carving rather than furniture making. Perhaps sensing the weight of the earlier conversation, Zhou Bin took a sip of tea from the table and then inquired, Liu, do you have any free time this afternoon? The mention of the afternoon momentarily startled Liu Dong, but he quickly nodded in agreement. Initially, he had planned to visit a bookstore to purchase books on antique appraisal and then head to Jinyuj to explore some jade materials, aiming to refine his jade carving skills. I have no plans for the afternoon, he replied with a smile. Excellent. I shall take you to broaden your horizons, Zhou Bin said with a mysterious grin. Perhaps preoccupied with the afternoon's agenda, Zhou Bin remained relatively silent during the meal. Liu Dong, having been raised with the principle of silence at the dining table, also spoke little, resulting in a somewhat quiet atmosphere between the two. However, this silence expedited their meal. Brother Zhou, is this your car? Liu Dong asked, captivated by the impressive vehicle. The traditional Chinese dining culture swiftly strengthened the bond between Liu Dong and Zhou Bin. Observing Liu Dong's astonished expression, Zhou Bin proudly remarked, What do you think? Isn't this car remarkable? Remarkable? It is simply splendid, Liu Dong replied with a hint of envy. The imposing black automobile before him, significantly larger than an ordinary vehicle, dramatically reshaped Liu Dong's perception of cars. This is genuine American merchandise, not available domestically. Zhou Bin paused, glancing at Liu Dong before continuing. Have you heard of the Hummer? To be honest, Liu Dong, who rarely ventured online, had little knowledge of various car brands. His life had been rather monotonous, with little beyond carving and indulging in books of interest, leaving scant room for entertainment. Furthermore, his income had not yet reached a level where purchasing a car was feasible. Thus, aside from the common black Santana and the high-end representative, Mercedes, he was unfamiliar with other car brands. Noticing Liu Dong shake his head, Zhou Bin continued, It's understandable you don't know it. Information in our country can be rather insular, and many are unaware of it. Yet this Hummer is renowned globally. With its lineage from American military vehicles, it is celebrated for its exceptional off-road capability and maneuverability, earning the title of King of Off-Road Vehicles. Surely it must come at a hefty price? Liu Dong inquired. Indeed, the purchase price along with modifications amounted to nearly 2 million. Zhou Bin replied. 2 million? Liu Dong felt a jolt of surprise. He realized that what he had once deemed an astronomical sum of 350,000 now seemed rather modest in comparison. At least this vehicle's worth constituted a significant portion of his entire savings. This revelation extinguished the flicker of hope that had sparked within Liu Dong, who had been contemplating whether he too should acquire a Hummer. Xiaodong, hop in. Zhou Bin beckoned. Enough of this thinking. If I manage to seize some lucrative opportunities, I refuse to believe I can afford such a vehicle. With that thought in mind, Liu Dong stepped into the spacious interior of the Hummer. To be honest, this was Liu Dong's first experience riding in such a luxurious automobile, and he felt a surge of excitement within him. Chapter 35. The Jadestone Street. Brother Zhou, where are we headed? Liu Dong inquired. We'll arrive shortly, Zhou Bin replied with a smile. As the Hummer turned onto a somewhat chaotic road, Liu Dong's eyes widened in astonishment, for everything around him evoked a sense of familiarity. When a towering iron sign, exceeding 10 meters in height, came into view, Liu Dong realized precisely where he was. Jadestone Street was one of the two places Liu Dong frequented in Spring City, aside from the antique market. Here, one could find nearly every type of jade known in China and even the world, including Nanyang jade, Hetian jade, Xiuyan jade, and Lantian jade, some of China's 4 renowned soft jades, as well as the hard jade representative, emerald, along with other celebrated jade from around the globe, such as petrified wood jade, yellow jade, and emerald. Of course, Liu Dong was not the only jade sculptor with such intentions. Almost all novice sculptors from unconventional backgrounds had left their marks here. However, having honed his jade carving skills, Liu Dong had not visited this place in over 6 months. All right, let's park the car here. Zhou Bin gestured toward the roadside, where designated parking was non-existent, forcing cars to line the curb. Xiwan Pavilion. Upon exiting the vehicle, Liu Dong immediately spotted the impressive ancient-style building across the street, and couldn't he help but whisper its name. What? Liu Dong, have you been here before? Zhou Bin asked with a smile, noticing the expression on Liu Dong's face. I have indeed come here before, though it was merely to glance from the outside. Liu Dong replied with self-deprecation. He spoke the truth. Xiwan Pavilion was a renowned gambling stone shop on this street, where the jade rough was sold by the kilogram, often priced at hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of yuan, far beyond his reach. Moreover, the intense atmosphere of gambling stones had previously instilled a fear in Liu Dong of losing control, hence he seldom entered such authentic gambling establishments. Yet today, he found himself unexpectedly accompanying Zhou Bin here. Let's go inside and take a look. The raw materials here are quite impressive. Indeed, that sounds good. Liu Dong nodded. He felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the gambling stones. At this moment, he was eager to discover whether his Shunli Yuanguang could be of any use to the jade rough. If it was, he might have stumbled upon the most expedient path to wealth. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Dong quickened his pace. The main entrance of Xiwan Pavilion featured a tempered glass revolving door, flanked by pristine tempered glass display windows, allowing passers-by to clearly see a multitude of people selecting raw materials inside. Following Zhou Bin, the group pushed the door open and ventured inside. They navigated past the front counter, and upon glancing to the right, Liu Dong was greeted by a spacious hall of over 100 square meters. In the center stood rows of steel racks, each approximately half a meter wide and reaching waist height, laden with jade roughs no larger than an adult's fist, their dull yellowish skin almost entirely shrouded in mystery. Surrounding the hall are towering steel racks, approximately the height of a person, meticulously arranged in 4 tiers. However, the jade rough materials displayed upon them have all been partially opened, revealing the warm, lustrous jade within, thus categorizing them as semi-gambling materials, which naturally come at a higher price. Xiaodong, do you prefer to explore on your own, or would you like to accompany me? Zhou Bin inquired, his face brimming with eager anticipation. On this outing, he had not brought along his own jade stone master, so while he desired to purchase a few pieces of rough material and test his luck, he was hesitant to engage with the fully gambled stones. Brother Zhou, this is my first visit here. I think I'll take a look by myself for now, Liu Dong replied, feeling somewhat restrained with Zhou Bin by his side. All right, I'll head over there to inspect the semi-gambling materials. Call me if you need anything, Zhou Bin said, taking a few steps before suddenly turning back. His expression serious as he cautioned, Liu Dong, it's fine to dabble with a few stones costing a few thousand, but do not get too caught up in it. If you incur significant losses, I want to be able to explain things to old Long, seeing the concern etched on Zhou Bin's face. Liu Dong chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. He had frequented this Jade Street more than once or twice, although he had not previously engaged in gambling. He had certainly heard plenty about it. He understood the adage that one can become either rich or poor with a single cut. Had this been before he acquired the Shunli Yuanguang, Liu Dong would have, as Zhou Bin suggested, merely indulged in the experience. However, now things were different. I understand. Brother Zhou, rest assured, I will exercise caution. After bidding farewell to Zhou Bin, Liu Dong began to examine the rows of iron racks in the center of the hall. However, he found no sign of the often-mentioned pine flower or blemishes on the jade rough. Instead, he encountered numerous chicken foot lines, interspersed with various fissures. If these rough stones were not prominently displayed in the store with clear pricing, they would be indistinguishable from stones found in a latrine. After several minutes of fruitless searching, Liu Dong's initial excitement waned, and he grew weary of perusing the materials. He decided to utilize the Shunli Yuanguang for a more thorough inspection. To Liu Dong's disappointment, after examining several pieces of rough material on the racks, he found almost none that caught his eye. While many contained jade, they were either utterly worthless or only worth a few hundred yuan, lacking any gambling value. As he finished inspecting piece after piece, Liu Dong felt his disappointment mounting. Just as he turned to check the semi-gambling materials displayed on the wall, a vivid flash of brilliant green suddenly caught his eye, compelling him to pause in his tracks. Quickly spinning around, he scrutinized it once more before stepping closer to grasp a piece roughly the size of a palm, weighing around 2 to 3 kilograms, and began to examine it closely. Externally, it appeared to be a yellow sandskin material with a rough texture suggestive of a Longtang material. The Longtang Jade Mining Area is one of the world's most significant jade production sites, located in the northern Kachin Hills of Myanmar, bordered to the east by the Wulu River and to the west by the Qingdun River. The gambling stones produced in the Longtang area typically weigh around 300 grams, with most exhibiting good water and solid bases, displaying a vibrant green hue, often yielding high-quality jadeite. However, the performance of this rough stone is rather unimpressive. It bears no blemishes or mottling. Yet on one side, there is a notable crack extending a centimeter or two. This minor fissure significantly diminishes the value of this Longtang jadeite rough, which explains why it is displayed here. Otherwise, such material from an established site would not be found among stones priced at merely a few hundred yuan per kilogram. In Chapter 36, Gambling Stones, although Liu Dong is not well versed in the intricacies of gambling stones, he understands that seasoned experts in this field recognize the adage. It is not the large cracks that are worrisome, but the small fissures. Often, these seemingly inconsequential cracks can ruin the jadeite within the rough. Of course, exceptions exist. For instance, the piece Liu Dong holds. Despite the surface displaying a crack that affects the stone's value, it does not penetrate deeply, and the jadeite inside remains remarkably intact, with commendable quality. Having extensively studied the grading of jadeite, Liu Dong can almost instantly discern that the water quality of this rough stone reaches the level of golden silk jadeite, and the color is commendable. Although it may not be the pinnacle of deep green or vibrant green, it meets the standards of apple green, with the green color distributed in a silky manner. Over 60% of the jadeite is adorned with green hues, barely qualifying as high-grade jadeite. Moreover, the entire piece weighs over a kilogram and has an oval, disc-like shape, measuring just over a centimeter in width. Despite some surface irregularities and uneven thickness, Liu Dong estimates that he could skillfully carve a bracelet from this stone without issue. Even the remaining material could yield 2 or 3 pendants or 5 or 6 ring faces, given the current market conditions for jadeite ornaments. Transforming these stones into finished pieces could easily fetch 2 million yuan. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Dong felt an overwhelming desire to purchase this rough stone. He quickly turned and waved over a beautiful female attendant clad in a red qipao, raising the piece of rough stone in his hand and inquiring about its price. "Good day, sir. The rough stone you are holding is priced at 400 yuan per kilogram. If you wish to purchase it, please proceed to the front desk for payment. Should you wish to have it processed on-site, we have professional equipment and skilled craftsmen available to assist you free of charge." The attendant's demeanor was quite pleasant, and her explanation was thorough. "Understood." Liu Dong nodded. However, having only just finished examining the central display of fully raw stones, he had yet to scrutinize the semi-raw stones surrounding it. After a brief inquiry, he retrieved a basket resembling those used in supermarkets. designed for customers to hold their selected rough stones and place the golden silk jadeite he had chosen inside. Indeed. Hey Zhou, why haven't you picked any rough stones? Noticing Zhou Bin's empty hands, Liu Dong inquired after nodding in acknowledgement. Haha, I intended to purchase a few pieces, but I haven't encountered any that caught my fancy. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong nodded. Typically, the rough stones placed prominently by vendors rarely exhibit commendable quality. In fact, many stone merchants, driven by profit, often adulterate their offerings with a multitude of inferior stones that lack even the essence of jadeite, merely to cater to those tourists and casual visitors who possess little knowledge of stone gambling and seek only amusement. Even the semi-gamble stones displayed on the surrounding iron racks follow suit, although they may appear promising at first glance. They are predominantly composed of lower-grade jadeite varieties such as flower green, bean green, oil green, and horse-tooth types, all of which exhibit poor coloration and possess minimal value. Yet, their prices remain exorbitant, with even slightly better quality stones fetching thousands per kilogram. Liu Dong surveyed the area and found no reliable specimens. Have you finished inspecting the stones here? Liu Dong chuckled in response. It has only been half an hour. How could I possibly review all these stones? However, aside from this one, I haven't encountered anything of interest, which is why I came to seek Brother Zhou. As he spoke, Liu Dong lifted the basket in his hand, gesturing towards Zhou Bin. Just as well, I share your lack of interest in these rough stones. Come, let us venture to the back. I am acquainted with the owner of this establishment, and the truly remarkable stones are not found here, Zhou Bin remarked, pointing toward the side door. In truth, had it not been for Liu Dong's first encounter with stone gambling, Zhou Bin would not have even glanced at these stones, which had already been sifted through countless times by those unversed in the craft. Upon hearing Zhou Bin's words, Liu Dong nodded in agreement. He had essentially scanned the rough stones with a discerning eye, and to stumble upon a decent golden silk variety was already an unexpected delight. Thus, he eagerly anticipated whether the superior specimens Zhou Bin mentioned would yield even greater surprises. Following Zhou Bin through the side door, they traversed a corridor barely 10 meters in length, revealing a spacious courtyard of nearly 300 square meters before Liu Dong's eyes. To the north of the courtyard stood 3 windowed rooms, which, judging by the clothing hanging outside, likely served as accommodations for the shop owner or staff. The eastern side of the courtyard was constructed of reinforced concrete, devoid of windows, with a nearly 3-meter-tall by 2-meter-wide steel gate gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen in the sunlight. 2 imposing men, each standing over 6 feet tall, stood guard before the gate, suggesting a vigilant watch. Given the fortifications surrounding this structure, it seemed likely that this reinforced concrete building housed the establishment's most prized collection of rough stones. As Liu Dong and his companion entered, they noted that the number of onlookers was relatively sparse, primarily due to the cacophony emanating from the stone processing equipment situated to the east of the courtyard. Surrounding this equipment was a throng of people, tightly packed in layers, with many unable to enter, resorting to standing on chairs to peer into the crowd. Xiaodong, it appears we have arrived at the perfect moment. Someone is processing stones, Zhou Bin remarked with a smile as he observed the crowd. Indeed, Liu Dong nodded, his face illuminated with interest. This was his first encounter witnessing the stone processing live. Observing the eager expression on his face, Zhou Bin, feeling a tinge of curiosity himself, promptly suggested, let's venture inside as well. Certainly, Liu Dong, who had already harbored the same intention, readily agreed, with Zhou Bin's 2 robust bodyguards clearing the way. The duo effortlessly navigated through the throngs to the very rear of the gathering. Initially, a few individuals who had been jostled to the back expressed their dissatisfaction, grumbling a few words under their breath. However, upon sighting the 2 brawny figures clad in sunglasses, reminiscent of the gangster archetypes from Hong Kong cinema, they refrained from uttering any further impertinent remarks. Oh no, it's ruined. Indeed, the white and yellow sand skin from Lao Peigang, with its mottled pine flower and blemishes, displayed no cracks, yet succumbed upon unveiling. It's often said, in the gamble of stone, 9 out of 10 lose. Poor Lao Wang. Indeed, Lao Wang invested over 500,000 for this rough material, and now it's all gone. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Liu Dong gradually pieced together the events that had transpired. It was evident, as he gazed upon the stone that had split in 2, revealing only a stark white interior devoid of any trace of green, an unremarkable jade rough material. Nearby stood a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of refinement. Yet his expression was one of deep chagrin. Liu Dong surmised that this was a frequent occurrence in the realm of stone gambling, a disastrous loss. Old Wang, I'll offer 50,000. Let me take the remaining 2 pieces off your hands. At that moment, a middle-aged man sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle and clad in a black t-shirt interjected. Although the recently unveiled rough material had failed, the 2 remaining stones still exhibited promising characteristics. The scattered pine flowers and the relatively substantial blemishes instilled a lingering desire to purchase, suggesting they retained some value. However, the middle-aged man, known as Lao Wang, clearly was not one to concede easily. Having invested 500,000 in the raw material, it was understandable that he found the loss difficult to bear. Chapter 37. The Opportunity in Rough Material. I shall not sell this material. I refuse to believe it. Although his words were left unfinished, the resolute defiance in Wang's eyes communicated his decision to those around him, ignoring the pleas of those nearby. He grasped one of the larger pieces of rough material at his feet and secured it once more to the base of the cutting machine. Without consulting the stone cutter at his side, he flipped the switch, gripping the grinding wheel's handle, and, without marking a line, plunged directly through the center of the rough material. It seemed he was indeed in a rush. However, observing his actions, Liu Dong silently sighed. Given the manner in which he was proceeding, neither of the stones stood a chance of yielding jade. This was not due to the absence of jade within the promising peigang material, but rather because the jade's location was unexpectedly offset. It did not reside in the center of the rough material he was currently attempting to cut, but was situated towards the left of the piece Wang was working on. Moreover, the uncut jade exhibited commendable quality in terms of both texture and color. According to Liu Dong's experience at the very least, the material should be of the icy variety of Huangyang green, and it is quite substantial in size, double that of the previous piece of golden silk apple green he possessed. This would suffice for a skilled jade craftsman to carve out 2 bracelets, 5 or 6 pendants, along with a dozen or so ring faces and earrings. Moreover, high-grade jadeite, such as this, has always been a rare commodity in the jewelry market, often existing at a price without market. If Liu Dong were to process this jadeite and display it in an upscale jewelry store, earning 10 million would indeed be a manageable feat. As Liu Dong pondered these thoughts, the middle-aged man, surnamed Wang, had already re-examined the 2 pieces he had just dissected. As Liu Dong had anticipated, he faltered once more. Listening to the murmurs and sighs around him, and observing the despondent demeanor of the middle-aged man, Liu Dong experienced firsthand the stark contrast of fortune and misfortune that gambling on stones entails, as well as the allure that such a gamble possesses. "Excuse me, sir. Are you still interested in purchasing the remaining rough materials?" Just as the middle-aged man was preparing to pack up the dissected stones and leave, a youthful voice from behind compelled him to pause. Turning around, he beheld a tall young man dressed in a blue and white plaid short-sleeved shirt, paired with slightly faded blue and white denim capris and black sandals. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he exuded an undeniable vitality. At that moment, those who remained after the gambling session also turned their attention to Liu Dong, who had unexpectedly spoken up. "Xiao Dong, why would you want such already dissected rubbish? If you wish to dabble in stone gambling, it would be far wiser to select 2 pieces from the front. At least the chances of finding jadeite would be significantly higher than with these worthless remnants." Wu Bin, standing beside Liu Dong, furrowed his brow in earnest counsel. To be frank, jadeite that had been dissected repeatedly holds almost no possibility of yielding any jade. It is essentially refused that no one would bother to pick up. Thus, upon hearing Liu Dong express interest in purchasing, Wu Bin could not help but intervene, unwilling to see his friend suffer a loss. However, these words only caused the middle-aged man's brow to twitch and his expression to darken. After all, anyone would feel discomfort at having their costly acquisition labeled as garbage. Were it not for Wu Bin's distinguished demeanor and attire, which suggested he was no ordinary individual, along with the 2 bodyguards who accompanied him, the middle-aged man might have been tempted to confront him. "It's all right, Brother Wu. These dissected materials are inexpensive anyway. Buying them to dissect again is no loss. Even if there is no jade, it can serve as practice." Although he expressed this nonchalance, Liu Dong was already convinced that one of the pieces did indeed contain jade. Thus, when he noticed the middle-aged man preparing to leave with the dissected materials, he could not restrain himself from voicing his desire to purchase them. After all, he had no grudge against money. Furthermore, today Liu Dong, observing Zhou Bin's nearly $2 million Hummer off-road vehicle, came to a clear realization. The previously astronomical figure of 350,000 was, in fact, rather trivial. Thus, with a magnificent jade, rough material worth tens of millions now before him, Liu Dong would not let this opportunity slip away easily. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Bin ceased to intervene. Indeed, as Liu Dong pointed out, acquiring this particular piece of jade would not require a substantial investment. However, The middle-aged man, surnamed Wang, appeared a bit uneasy as he declared, "For 20,000 yuan, this entire batch of rough material is yours." 20,000? Surely old Wang had lost his senses. He had the audacity to demand such a price for scraps that were hardly worth 2,000. As whispers circulated around him, the color on Wang's face fluctuated between green and pale. He was aware that his asking price was absurd, yet his frustration could not be quelled. Moreover, the individual seeking to purchase his rough material was evidently aligned with the man who had just ridiculed him, instilling in Wang a sense of resentment towards Liu Dong. Unbeknownst to Liu Dong, he was merely collateral damage in this conflict. The exorbitant price he faced was a consequence of Zhou Bin's influence. Upon hearing Wang's outrageous offer, Liu Dong, though cognizant that the jade's worth far exceeded 20,000, was unwilling to be viewed as an easy target. Should he acquiesce too readily, suspicions would arise, potentially leading Wang to reconsider the stone's value and leaving Liu Dong empty-handed. "Sir, in business, integrity is paramount. Is 20,000 not a rather unreasonable price for these 4 pieces?" Liu Dong asserted. "At the very least, it should be 10,000, anything less, and I would not sell." Clearly, this middle-aged man was obstinate, and, fueled by the surrounding commentary, he stubbornly replied that he would not entertain offers below 10,000. Although this gamble had cost him over 500,000, to him, that sum was not particularly significant. Rather, it was his pride that mattered most, a philosophy deeply rooted in Chinese culture. "Oh, you," Zhou Bin interjected, "very well. Since you insist, you may proceed with the purchase. But if this gamble turns sour, and you find yourself lamenting the loss of that 10,000, do not come to me with tears." Zhou Bin, understanding that Liu Dong possessed the 300,000 he had from purchasing the Guanyu wood carving, recognized that with Liu Dong's skills, future earnings would not be a challenge. Thus, while 10,000 was not an insignificant amount, it was not a substantial burden for Liu Dong at this juncture. After reassuring Zhou Bin, Liu Dong turned to face the resolute expression on Wang's countenance. He discerned that 10,000 was likely Wang's threshold. "How about this? I will select 2 pieces for 5,000. Would that be acceptable?" Liu Dong understood that at this critical juncture, he must not appear overly eager. Otherwise, he risked provoking a reaction from the middle-aged man that could lead to a complete reversal of the situation. After casting a puzzled glance at the young man nearby, the middle-aged man, surnamed Wang, scrutinized the 4 pieces of rough jade at his feet, each weighing approximately 5 to 6 kilograms. Convinced that he had overlooked nothing, he acknowledged that these 4 already compromised jade materials would be exceedingly challenging to yield any jade. He nodded and stated, "Very well, as you suggested, for 5,000 yuan. You may select 2 pieces from these 4. Upon hearing Wang's agreement, Liu Dong felt a surge of joy within. Fortunately, everything was proceeding smoothly, and the middle-aged man had ultimately acquiesced to his terms. Just as Liu Dong reveled in his good fortune and prepared to make the payment, his expression shifted to one of discomfort as he reached into his pocket. Although he had recently amassed some wealth and possessed a bank check for 300,000 yuan, the cash in his pocket barely amounted to a mere 1,000 yuan. Additionally, having only recently come into prosperity, he lacked the anonymous checkbook that someone like Zhou Bin might carry. Thus, while 5,000 yuan was not an exorbitant sum, it was presently beyond Liu Dong's means. Observing the conflicted expression on Liu Dong's face, Zhou Bin, possessing both experience and keen insight, immediately grasped the predicament Liu Dong was facing. With a knowing smile, he refrained from commenting, instead retrieving his wallet from his pocket and presenting Liu Dong with a substantial stack of 100 yuan bills without counting them. Grateful, Liu Dong cast a glance of appreciation toward Zhou Bin, but refrained from expressing further thanks, for this was not the moment for such sentiments. "You may count it if you wish," Liu Dong offered, to which Zhou Bin replied, "No need for that. This amount pales in comparison to the price of the rough jade." After settling the payment and drafting a transfer document, signing it and affixing his fingerprint, Liu Dong finally felt a sense of relief. At this juncture, even if the middle-aged man were to retract his agreement, Liu Dong would have no cause for concern. Promptly, Liu Dong bent down and selected 2 pieces of the compromised rough jade, placing them into the basket at his feet. Observing his swift movements, one might suspect that the 2 pieces he chose were not merely discarded remnants, but rather precious jade stones worth their weight in gold. Nonetheless, at that moment, Liu Dong was indifferent to others' perceptions. Securing the jade worth millions into his possession was his utmost priority. Why not take this opportunity to process these stones? Suggested Zhou Bin, standing beside him. With a nod from Liu Dong, Zhou Bin's face lit up with excitement as he rolled up his sleeves, saying, "Let us get to it. I'll assist you." Seeing the eager expression on Zhou Bin's face, Liu Dong smiled and did not decline. He then bent down, retrieving a piece of rough material from his basket, smooth on both sides yet devoid of any jade markings, and placed it on the cutting platform. However, this time he did not intend to cut the stone. Instead, he picked up the corner grinder and began to polish the edges. Accompanied by the harsh sound of friction and a cloud of rock debris, Zhobin stood nearby with a water hose, periodically rinsing the surface of the rough material that Liu Dong was smoothing, hopeful that Liu Dong would immediately see the jade upon encountering it. He swiftly moved the angle grinder aside to prevent any damage to the precious jadeite concealed within. However, his concerns proved to be unfounded. After half of the 4 to 5 kilogram raw stone was ground away, not a trace of jade was visible. Only the stark whiteness of limestone remained. Alas, another disappointment. Those gathered around could not help but express their schadenfreude. Observing Liu Dong's dismay, the middle-aged man surnamed Wang, who had sold him the raw stone, also revealed a look of relief. After all, knowing that someone else was equally unfortunate brought him a sense of balance. Moreover, he felt a twinge of gratitude. Had Liu Dong indeed uncovered jade, his own face would have been left in shame. As the raw stone was ground down significantly without revealing any hint of green, Zhobin's face inevitably reflected disappointment. Although he had initially doubted the potential of this piece, which was nearly indistinguishable from scrap, he had harbored a glimmer of hope deep within. Yet, it was now abundantly clear that this hope had evaporated into despair. Nonetheless, Liu Dong, already aware of the raw stone's contents, was not surprised by the crowd's reaction. In fact, he had deliberately chosen to reveal this jade-less piece first during the initial grinding. Otherwise, his eagerness to purchase these almost unwanted scraps might have raised suspicions among the onlookers. Additionally, he needed to avoid any potential fallout from the middle-aged Wang regretting his sale after seeing Liu Dong's success. As the raw stone crumbled, the crowd began to disperse. After all, few wished to witness a grinding destined for failure. Thus, when Liu Dong retrieved another piece from the basket, only 2 or 3 individuals remained to watch. Zhobin, witnessing Liu Dong's actions, felt a sense of inevitability. This young man was not content with one failure and sought to unveil another piece. Had it been Zhobin, he would have cast the almost certainly disappointing scrap far away without a second thought. With the angle grinder emitting its piercing sound once more, Liu Dong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He knew this 4 to 5 kilogram stone contained a piece of jade capable of driving all gamblers wild. He needed to grind away just 1 centimeter of the outer shell to reveal the jade hidden within, and in doing so, he could enjoy another lucrative triumph. More importantly, he had finally discovered a path to wealth, aside from the occasional antique treasure. Gambling on stones. Armed with the Sherry Yuanguang, he would navigate the stone gambling world with unparalleled success, signifying immense financial rewards and boundless riches. Brother Zhou, water. After pausing to observe Zhobin, who appeared slightly distracted, Liu Dong could not help but call out. "Oh, right. Okay," Zhobin replied. "Little Dong, I don't see any jade in this stone. Let us not waste time." With that, he grabbed the hose and directed it toward the opening Liu Dong had carved into the raw stone. As the grayish-white rock fragments were washed away, a warm, sunlit green, akin to a vibrant sunbeam and the size of a fingernail, soon emerged before his eyes, leaving Zhobin utterly astonished. The jade has emerged, and the gamble has paid off. Initially, Zhobin muttered this phrase absent-mindedly, only to become animated as he exclaimed, "Xiao Dong, the jade has emerged. It really has paid off. What? The jade has emerged. Is it truly a success?" At that moment, several individuals lingering near the jade slicing machine rushed over upon hearing Zhobin's words. As a vibrant shade of green caught their eyes, excitement surged among them. Indeed, the jade had emerged, with its quality already reaching the level of icy jade. The color was rich, brilliant, and radiant. Though it may not have been the top-tier imperial green, it certainly attained the status of apple green. This observation was made by an elderly gentleman, well-dressed and with a slightly graying head of hair. "Young friend, I wonder if you are willing to sell this piece. I offer 50,000. I'll bid 100,000. The elderly man, known as Qian, was interrupted by a middle-aged man in a short-sleeved t-shirt, whose elongated face suggested a lean physique. As he doubled the previous offer. Upon hearing this, the elderly Qian remained unfazed, casting a calm glance at the man and saying, "Good materials are coveted by all. Let us allow the highest bidder to prevail. Gentlemen, there is no need for contention. I intend to unveil this piece myself and have no plans to sell it," Liu Dong remarked, somewhat amused by their spirited bidding. Chapter 39. Icy Apple Green. Though only a thumbnail-sized piece of icy jade had been revealed, It had significantly increased the value of the rough material Liu Dong had purchased for 2,500 yuan. Yet, Liu Dong, fully aware of the rough stone's potential, had no intention of selling it. Even if he were to sell, he would first fully unveil the rough material. At that moment, those who had previously departed, upon hearing the emergence of icy jade, all flocked back. In this day and age, the top-tier imperial green jade of glass-like quality is a rare find. One may not encounter it more than a few times in a lifetime. Thus, high-quality icy jadeite has become the most sought-after material in the current jade jewelry market. However, such premium jade is seldom found in regular jewelry stores, reserved for only the most affluent jewelers. Therefore, news of icy jade being unveiled naturally piqued the curiosity of the crowd. "What's going on? Lao Ma, do you also desire my young friend's material?" Zhobin inquired, observing a stout man wearing a white tank top and flamboyant floral shorts, approximately 1.7 meters tall and weighing over 90 kilograms, who had just entered the throng, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here?" Ma Yud exclaimed, surprised at Zhou Bin's cheerful demeanor. "Is my presence unwelcome?" Zhobin replied playfully. "Oh, how could I dare? Your visit is a stroke of fortune for me, Ma Yud." Ma Yud complimented, a hint of flattery gracing his expression. He had learned of Zhou Bin's esteemed status from a mutual acquaintance. Despite his own wealth, he recognized the vast disparity between them, akin to the difference between an ant and an elephant, warranting his utmost caution in their dealings. "Enough with the flattery. Show me the gambling stones you've been hiding." Liu Dong gestured dismissively. Of course," Ma Yud replied, ever polite. As the jarring sound of friction echoed, the jadeite concealed within the rough material gradually revealed itself, inciting an increasingly restless crowd. "Young man, no more cutting. I will purchase this material for 1 million. I offer 1.5 million. Despite the skyrocketing price of the rough jade, Liu Dong showed no signs of stopping. Observing his demeanor, the onlookers understood his intentions, and gradually, no one dared to bid further, opting instead to await the complete unveiling of the rough stone. Meanwhile, many began to take out their phones, calling friends for various reasons. Some sought to gather more funds to seize this jadeite, which was destined for a significant price surge, while others simply wished to share the experience with friends. After all, such high-quality icy apple green jadeite, with its potential for profit, was rarely seen outside of stone gambling venues and jade distribution centers like Myanmar, Tungchong, Pingzhou, and Ruili. After nearly half an hour, the grinding machine finally ceased its operation. Once the water washed away the stone debris, an irregularly shaped piece of icy apple green jadeite, weighing approximately 3 kilograms, emerged before the crowd. In the afternoon's brilliant sunlight, the soft green hue reflected on the faces of the spectators, its transparent quality devoid of any impurities. At that moment, the allure of premium jade captivated the gaze of all present. "Xiao Dong, may I take a look?" Zhobin asked, his face displaying envy. "Of course. Young man, 6 million. This material is ours at Jinyuan Jewelry," shouted a middle-aged man in a suit. Despite the sweltering heat, 6 million for such a fine piece? "We at Sueli Jewelry offer 7 million, 7.5 million, 780,000, 8 million, 10 million. A voice, aged yet resolute, drowned out all bids, silencing the previously raucous crowd. Even Liu Dong turned to look in the direction of the sound. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, the elderly gentleman named Qian fixed his stare on Liu Dong. "Young man, 10 million is already a generous offer. I believe no one here can outbid me." However, he was mistaken. "I bid 11 million for this piece." It was the middle-aged man named Wang, who had previously sold Liu Dong the leftover materials. He squeezed through the crowd, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes fixed on the icy jadeite cradled in Zhou Bin's hands, his face etched with regret. Had he persisted a little longer and made a few more cuts, this premium icy jade might have been his. Upon hearing Wang's bid, Qin glanced at him, contemplated for a moment, and then slowly replied, 12 million, 15 million. Wang gritted his teeth in response. The crowd turned their attention to the elder, as only the two of them remained in the bidding contest. Yet after a lengthy pause, Qin shook his head. 15 million is hardly profitable even after crafting it into bracelets or pendants. Alas, as I grow older, I find myself lacking the audacity of youth. Upon realizing that no further bids were forthcoming, the middle-aged gentleman of the Wang surname could not suppress a sigh of relief, followed by a hearty laugh. Although this particular piece of icy jade would yield minimal profit even after meticulous carving, its intrinsic worth transcended mere monetary valuation. The significance of such exquisite jade lies not only in its inherent value, but also in its ability to draw clientele and enhance the reputation of a jewelry company within the competitive industry, something that common jade simply cannot achieve. Moreover, as the jade resources in Myanmar steadily dwindle, the market for jade, be it rough stones or finished jewelry, exhibits an optimistic trend. While 15 million may seem exorbitant for this piece at present, it is certain that, given a year or two, it would undoubtedly appreciate in value. Of course, this understanding was not exclusive to the Wong gentleman. However, he was among the few present willing to stake a substantial sum on such a gamble. Chapter 40, 15 million. Brother Zhou, are you interested in this jade? Liu Dong inquired, turning toward Zhou Bin, although he was unaware of Zhou Bin's profession. His evident enthusiasm for jade gambling suggested he might own a jewelry company, prompting Liu Dong to ask. If Zhou Bin truly desired it, Liu Dong would gladly sell it to him out of friendship, even if the price did not reach the lofty sum of 15 million. In response, Zhou Bin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. He felt a sense of gratitude that Liu Dong thought of him in the face of such substantial finances, reaffirming his belief that this friendship was indeed worthwhile. No, I do not possess a jewelry company, and I do not require such jade. If you wish to sell it, please proceed with him. Upon hearing this, the initially anxious Wong gentleman's face lit up with a broad smile. Young brother, may I have your bank account number? I will transfer the funds to you immediately. Seeing the urgency on the Wong gentleman's face, Liu Dong, too, felt a lack of immunity to the staggering sum of 15 million. Consequently, upon realizing no one else would bid higher, he readily provided his bank account details. All right, young brother, you may call to verify. Within a matter of minutes, the Wong gentleman had completed all necessary arrangements. After hanging up and confirming the 15 million had been received, Liu Dong handed the icy jade over to the Wong gentleman. I have personally entrusted you with the jade. Our transaction is now settled. Indeed, replied the Wong gentleman, his face aglow with joy. Judging by his cautious demeanor, one might suspect he had never cradled his own son with such care. It was evident that the Wong gentleman had not come alone. After receiving the jade from Liu Dong, he swiftly accepted a silver box from a robust young man behind him. After carefully wrapping the jade in red silk, he placed it inside the box and locked it with a combination, exhaling deeply as he did so. My apologies, young brother. I hope I have not caused you any amusement. However, this item is exceedingly precious, and it demands utmost care. Not at all. I would feel the same in your position. Liu Dong indeed did not speak falsely. Had it not been for the throngs of onlookers, he would have long since secured the jadeite within his mustard seed space. After all, a jadeite worth 15 million is not something one would want to carelessly damage. More than the jadeite itself, it is a matter of substantial financial loss. May I inquire your name, young man? Asked the middle-aged man with the surname Wong. My surname is Liu. You may call me Liu Dong, he replied. Then allow me the honor of addressing you as Brother Liu. Wong Changzhong, the chairman of Wong's Jewelry, said, handing over his business card. Should you have any jadeite to sell in the future, feel free to call me. I assure you that I will not let you suffer any loss on the price. Liu Dong silently read the elegant introduction on the card. Brother Liu, let's keep in touch. I must first secure this piece of jadeite. Otherwise, holding it makes me rather uneasy, Wong Changzhong stated. Very well, goodbye. Farewell. After their transaction concluded, the surrounding crowd began to encroach upon them, and soon Liu Dong found himself with a plethora of business cards. Young man, I see there's still a rough stone in your basket. Why not unveil it as well? An elderly gentleman surnamed Qian approached. I would like to, but I have yet to complete the payment. Liu Dong responded. Nodding in understanding, the elder glanced at the remaining rough stone in Liu Dong's basket and directly inquired. Would you be willing to transfer this rough stone to me? I assure you, I will not let you suffer a loss. How does 20,000 sound? However, as the population within the city continued to swell, incidents of fire caused by firecrackers became increasingly frequent, leading to a general prohibition on their use in city centers. Were it not for this, the atmosphere following Liu Dong's jadeite unveiling would surely be far from this tranquil. I'm afraid I have no intentions of parting with this rough stone. Liu Dong replied, incredulous. Despite not being as valuable as the ice-type apple green jadeite he had just revealed, this stone was still of a high mid-range quality, suitable for crafting jewelry boxes or pendants. Worth at least 2 million. Selling it for 20,000 would be sheer folly. Seeing the determination etched on Liu Dong's face, Elder Qian sighed inwardly and refrained from raising his offer. Instead, he retrieved a delicate white business card from his coat pocket and handed it to Liu Dong. If you wish to sell in the future, you may contact me at this number. Liu Dong nodded, taking note of the information on the card. The elder then departed. Brother Liu, be sure to keep that card safe. Elder Qian is the chairman of our Dongshan Province Gemstone Association. If you wish to delve into the world of gemstones, cultivating a good relationship with him will prove invaluable. Upon hearing Fatima's words, Liu Dong paused momentarily before asking, "Could you elaborate on that, Boss Ma?" He was naturally aware of the Dongshan Province Gemstone Association, a semi-official organization sanctioned by the state, serving as a bridge and link between gemstone enterprises and workers and relevant government departments. Much of the national gemstone policy is formulated through this association, and any individual or enterprise engaged in gemstone exploration, mining, processing, or sales within China would fall under its purview. Certainly, the paramount entity remains the Gemstone Association, particularly its jade and diamond divisions, which possess the authority to issue certification documents. This establishment is indeed a lucrative realm. A single certification can command hundreds, even thousands, or tens of thousands, thus signifying considerable value. However, the authenticity of the jade and gems adorned with such certificates remains a subject of uncertainty. Allow me to elaborate. Zhou interjected suddenly. Xiao Dong, while the Gemstone Association holds significance, it is not as critical as it may seem. Nevertheless, if you manage to secure membership, the most substantial advantage is your eligibility to participate in the annual stone gambling auctions held in Tengchong and Ruili. Furthermore, during the Myanmar auctions, you will have the opportunity to join others, enhancing your safety. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong nodded thoughtfully. Throughout history, countless jade merchants have ventured from Tengchong into Myanmar, only to meet their demise in a foreign land, all in pursuit of their dreams of wealth. Even in modern times, it is not the Myanmar government that dominates the jade mines along the Irrawaddy River, but rather various warlords. For those without connections, venturing there poses significant risks, not only the potential for extortion and kidnapping, but also the possibility of losing one's life. Every year, many Chinese jade merchants fall victim to such fates. Thus, to ensure personal safety during the Myanmar auctions, merchants typically travel in groups organized by the Gemstone Association or local stone gambling associations. Strength lies in numbers and with wider connections. Even the most common warlords tend to avoid confrontation. In the event of any mishaps, assistance is more readily available. However, you need not worry. If you ever wish to travel to Myanmar, simply call upon me, and I shall accompany you, Zhou said with a smile. As a council member of the Beijing Gemstone Association, he had no qualms about bringing along a companion. Liu Dong nodded deep in thought. Having just experienced a significant profit from stone gambling, he had already begun to contemplate the renowned auctions he had only heard of but never attended. Zhou words further ignited his desire to witness such events firsthand. "Brother Zhou, are there any auctions scheduled in the country this year?" Liu Dong inquired. "Really, Xiao Dong? Do you genuinely wish to go?" Zhou replied, taken aback. "Of course. If the opportunity arises, I would love to experience it," Liu Dong affirmed. "Well, if you are eager to go, let us plan to attend together in November, coinciding with the end-of-year jade auction in Myanmar," Zhou suggested. "Actually, if Brother Liu wishes to experience a jade auction, there is an opportunity available at present. However, compared to the larger auctions, this one is considerably smaller." Fatima interjected from his side. "I presume Mr. Zhou is here in Quancheng for this reason?" Upon Ma's reminder, Zhou expression shifted to one of realization. After lightly tapping his forehead, he turned to Liu Dong and said, "Now that you mention it, I recall that a week from now, there will be a small-scale stone gambling auction held locally in Quancheng, featuring several major rough stone merchants from Myanmar. I anticipate there will be many fine items, and we should certainly attend together." "Ah, splendid. I am eagerly looking forward to it," Liu Dong exclaimed joyfully. "Very well, it is settled. Let us proceed to witness Boss Ma's raw materials. He is indeed the largest jade rough merchant in Quancheng." After patting Liu Dong on the shoulder, Zhou chuckled. "Mr. Zhou, you flatter me. Please, both of you." With that, the rotund Ma stepped briskly ahead, guiding the two. Liu Dong, having retrieved his basket from the ground, followed closely, determined not to lose this precious piece of golden silk jade. "Xiao Dong, why not unwrap that piece of rough jade you are holding?" Zhou suggested, observing the basket in Liu Dong's grasp, his brow furrowing slightly. "No rush, I haven't paid for this piece yet. Besides, I am eager to see Boss Ma's collection before making another selection," Liu Dong replied. The memory of his recent windfall of 15 million from a jade gamble had ignited a profound passion for the stone betting trade within him. The speed of profit here eclipsed any bank heist. Upon hearing this, Zhou could not help but frown. He perceived that Liu Dong had become somewhat too enamored with the jade betting world. Although the recent stroke of luck had yielded substantial gains, The reality was that such ventures were fraught with peril. For every 10 bets, 9 ended in loss. 15 million, while seemingly grand, was but a mere drop in the ocean among the multitude of affluent gamblers. Nevertheless, observing Liu Dong's exhilarated expression, Zhou ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. He recognized Liu Dong as a man of conviction. Even if he were to offer counsel, it would likely fall on deaf ears. It would be more effective to wait until Liu Dong experienced a loss before attempting to reason with him. For as they say, reality often speaks louder than reason. Zhou Bin's indecisive expression did not go unnoticed by Liu Dong, yet he felt no need to elaborate. The essence of his newfound fortune had become Liu Dong's foundation. A secret too valuable to share, even with close friends. Although Xiwan Pavilion was the largest jade betting establishment in Quansheng, its operational style resembled that of an antique shop. Typically, the jade rough that had been selected multiple times and deemed unsatisfactory was displayed in the front store, sold to curious tourists who knew little of the trade. The exquisite pieces in the back warehouse, however, were reserved for serious gamblers and jewelry companies, possessing the financial power to wager hundreds of thousands, if not millions. For instance, the piece Liu Dong had just unraveled had been purchased by a middle-aged man surnamed Wang from the back warehouse of Basma. Unfortunately for him, luck was not on his side. After spending hundreds of thousands on a gamble, he unwittingly allowed Liu Dong to seize a remarkable opportunity. With a thunderous clang, the two burly guards stationed beside the jade warehouse swiftly pulled open the heavy steel doors. Fortunately, these robust doors were equipped with rolling pulleys, otherwise the nearly 10-centimeter thick. Over 1,000-kilogram solid steel plates would have been a formidable challenge to open, even with double the manpower. This clearly underscored the owner's emphasis on security. "Mr. Zhou, Brother Liu, please enter." Ma Yu gestured politely, stepping aside to allow them passage. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhou Bin did not hesitate and strode confidently into the chamber. Eagerly anticipating this moment, Liu Dong naturally followed closely behind. With a resounding thud, the massive steel doors sealed shut once they entered. The once bright storeroom was abruptly shrouded in darkness, the light extinguished by the imposing doors. Devoid of windows, the space was illuminated only by a constantly whirring fan, which circulated fresh air while allowing a faint glimmer of daylight to filter through. In this vast expanse, 2 dim bulbs emitted a somber, yellowish light, barely sufficient to discern the jade roughs arranged within, preventing any unfortunate collisions among the gathered individuals. However, discerning the nuances of the roughs remained an unattainable endeavor. Chapter 42. 2 pieces of betting stone. How on earth are we to see this? Although Liu Dong possessed the serpentine radiance, enabling him to perceive all materials without light, he still needed to maintain appearances to avoid drawing suspicion. Yet the unexpected darkness was quite beyond his expectations. Brother Liu seems to be new to this business, chuckled Ma Yu. "Shall Dong here take this?" In the realm of betting stones, it was common knowledge that the darker the lighting, the more desirable their materials became. As he spoke, Zhou Bin produced a powerful flashlight, which he handed to Liu Dong. The tradition of examining roughs had been passed down through generations, favoring late-night assessments over early ones. In the past, gamblers would hold a candle to scrutinize the stones, a practice that often led to singed hair. The transition to utilizing small bulbs was already a considerable concession. Nevertheless, to cater to the client's comfort, sellers generally refrained from commenting on the powerful flashlights brought by the customers. After all, it was essential for them to clearly observe the performance of the betting stones, wasn't it? As Liu Dong switched on the flashlight, a brilliant beam pierced the darkness of the storeroom, startling him with its intensity. Observing his reaction, Zhou Bin couldn't help but chuckle. "I had this specially made. I assure you it works wonders." Nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Dong noted that this flashlight was several times brighter than an ordinary household model. With the illumination issue resolved, Liu Dong began to examine the pile of roughs in the storeroom. The arrangement mirrored that of the front shop, with fully bet stones positioned centrally and partially bet stones placed on surrounding iron racks. However, compared to the roughs he had seen earlier, the quality of the materials here was undoubtedly several magnitudes superior. "Shall we split up to examine the stones?" Zhou Bin inquired. "Yes, let us do that," Liu Dong replied. Unlike Zhou Bin, who favored the higher quality materials for stockpiling in hopes of awaiting appreciation, Liu Dong was more inclined to seek out undervalued fully bet stones at the lowest possible prices, aiming for substantial profits. After their exchange, Zhou Bin cautioned Liu Dong to proceed with care before heading towards the iron rack against the wall, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. "Brother Liu, please go ahead. If you find a piece you like, just call for me. I'll make sure to offer you a 10% discount," laughed the portly Ma. I must first express my gratitude to Boss Ma. Although he understood that the reason for the cordiality of the rather rotund Ma had much to do with Zhou Bin's favor, Liu Dong remained unfaltering in his etiquette, as the two parties would inevitably continue to interact. Hee, Brother Liu, you are far too gracious. Ma had beamed with a broad smile. Then, I shall proceed to select the rough stones. Please make yourself comfortable, Brother Liu. Under the dim light, a plethora of rough stones lay piled together, arranged in several rectangular heaps measuring 7 meters in length and 2 meters in width, each containing at least 100 pieces of rough material of varying sizes. Observing such an abundance of rough stones, Liu Dong felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, he perceived these stones not as cold slabs of jadeite, but as tantalizing heaps of freshly minted currency. Noticing someone approaching with a flashlight, Liu Dong took a deep breath to steady his overly excited heart, then switched on his own flashlight and feigned an earnest examination of a particular stone. However, after half an hour of scrutinizing the majority of the rough materials, Liu Dong was left profoundly disappointed. This was not merely a case of 10 bets, 9 losses, but rather an unrelenting series of failures. He mused inwardly. Upon closer inspection, while it was true that many of the rough stones contained jadeite, they were predominantly of the lower quality varieties such as dry green, oily green, and Maya types, and the sizes were not substantial. Although he could potentially earn a profit of several $100,000 from them, Liu Dong, having just pocketed over 10 million, found himself lacking enthusiasm for such inferior jadeites. Moreover, these low-grade stones were in the minority, which further disheartened Liu Dong, who had come with the hope of uncovering hidden treasures. Nevertheless, his extensive examination was not entirely fruitless. Among the 3 pieces he had managed to gather, 2 were sourced from this very place, in addition to the initial piece of golden silk type. One of these was a piece of rosy-type jadeite in parrot green, slightly larger than an adult's fist, yet the jade flesh within was exceedingly thin, rendering it unsuitable for crafting a bracelet. It could only yield several ring faces or small items, such as pendants and earrings. However, rosy jadeite is considered a high-quality jade, and parrot green falls into the category of premium hues, so while it might not yield the millions he had envisioned, crafting it into finished pieces could still garner a profit of $100,000 to $200,000 with relative ease. In comparison, the other piece of rough material was significantly larger, approximately the size of a basketball, weighing around 6 to 7 kilograms. The outer skin was not excessively thick, leading Liu Dong to estimate that if it were to be opened, one could extract about 3 to 4 kilograms of jade material, roughly the size of a bowl. However, the quality and color of the jade within were somewhat inferior, consisting of bean-type spinach green, which was of lesser value than the rosy jadeite piece. Liu Dong intended to keep this piece for practicing jade carving, as such mid-range jade was suitable for his current skill level. Otherwise, high-quality rosy and iced jade materials would indeed be wasted on his still-developing artistry. Gazing at the 2 pieces of rough stone in his basket, Liu Dong sighed quietly, realizing that they fell far short of his expectations. Brother Liu, would you care to take a look at those semi-precious stones? There are quite a few quality pieces with open windows. For someone like Liu Dong, who has recently come into a windfall and is a novice in the industry, he appears to be the ideal client in the eyes of the shrewd and cunning Ma Ponzi. Years of experience have taught him that those who enter the realm of stone gambling and quickly amass wealth are often the most fervent enthusiasts. Especially when it comes to promising stones, they're usually not stingy with their finances. Hence, Ma Ponzi is naturally reluctant to expend his energy on low-value stones, preferring to promote high-end materials that have already yielded substantial profits. Upon hearing Ma Ponzi's words, Liu Dong turned around, momentarily taken aback, his gaze betraying a hint of peculiarity. As he lacked a thorough understanding of the intricate relationships involved, Ma Ponzi, at that moment, appeared remarkably pristine in Liu Dong's eyes. To Liu Dong's amusement, he noticed that Ma Ponzi was wearing a pair of oversized red underwear adorned with cartoon characters Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, a comical sight that, when juxtaposed with his corpulent figure, was particularly amusing. Fortunately, Liu Dong maintained his composure and refrained from laughing out loud. "Well, I was just about to check out those semi-gambling materials," he replied, although he had no intention of moving just yet, having already scrutinized the semi-gambling stones on the shelves while examining the full gambling materials. While some of the semi-gambling stones displayed decent potential, their prices were steep, generally ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands per kilogram. In fact, a few pieces, barely the size of a fingernail, were priced as high as 350,000 per kilogram. However, Liu Dong noted that the iced jade within these stones was too minuscule to be fashioned into bracelets. rendering them a poor investment, far inferior to the ice apple greenstone he had previously gambled on. Moreover, the cost-effectiveness of these semi-gambling materials paled in comparison to the full gambling stones, which further diminished Liu Dong's enthusiasm for the exorbitantly priced semi-gambling stones. Due to the dim lighting in the warehouse, Ma Yud failed to notice the subtle changes in Liu Dong's expression. Nevertheless, upon realizing that Liu Dong was not heading towards the semi-gambling materials as he had hoped, a flicker of disappointment crossed Ma Pengzi's eyes, though he concealed it well, leaving Liu Dong unaware. Even if he had noticed, it mattered little, as their relationship was hardly that of friends, merely a transactional one. As the atmosphere between them grew somewhat tense, Ma Pengzi's eyes darted to the basket of stones Liu Dong was carrying. Are these materials all selected by Brother Liu? He inquired. Indeed, and I would appreciate it if Boss Ma could show some leniency and offer me a few discounts. Liu Dong replied, extending the basket towards him. You are too kind, Brother Liu. Ma Pengzi responded, taking the basket from Liu Dong and examining its contents under the dim light. Of course, he did not require any powerful flashlight, as the full gambling materials on the ground were unimpressive, priced at around 10,000 per kilogram. Thus, Wang Fadi merely glanced at it before saying, Brother Liu, although this yellow sandskin material does not exhibit remarkable qualities, it originates from the old Hojiang area. I shall not ask much. How does 8,000 yuan per kilogram sound? The Hojiang field area is a tributary on the north side of the Wulu River, known as the Kondi River. The jadeite mining zone is situated along the riverbank, hence it is referred to as the Hojiang field area. Mining commenced only in the early 16th century, making it relatively newer compared to the older Peigang mines. Like all ancient mining sites in Myanmar, Hojiang is divided into old and new sections. The old Hojiang is sourced from the base of the impact layer. Its skin is thin, exhibiting a gray-greenish-yellow hue, with individual pieces rarely exceeding 0.3 kilograms. It possesses excellent quality, often yielding fully green, high-quality jadeite with minimal fog and numerous cracks, resulting in finished products that enhance the original stone's color and boast superior processing capabilities, making it an ideal material for ring faces. The new Hojiang, on the other hand, has thicker skin and larger pieces, typically around 3 kilograms. Its quality, both in terms of water and base, falls short of that of the old Hojiang, with slightly reduced density and hardness and more cracks. Even when fully green and of high quality, it is challenging to produce high-end jewelry from it. Despite Liu Dong's rough piece being pockmarked with little mottled patterns and lacking in allure, and even revealing a small crack of less than 2 centimeters when illuminated by a flashlight, the material remains valuable. After all, it is sourced from an ancient mining site, and in an era where mechanized extraction has led to the gradual depletion of jadeite resources, the materials from old mines are becoming increasingly rare. Therefore, the price of 8,000 yuan per kilogram for this rough jadeite is quite fair, and Fatima did not demand more. Additionally, within this piece, which weighs less than 3 kilograms and is scarcely larger than a baby's fist, lies a premium rose-colored jadeite worth over 1 million. Thus, upon hearing Fatima's quotation, Liu Dong did not hesitate to agree. Seeing Liu Dong's acquiescence, Fatima did not linger, pointing to basketball-sized black sand skin piece in Liu Dong's basket that resembled an ordinary stone, saying, This piece is from the Masa mine. Let us set it at 3,000 yuan per kilogram. Liu Dong raised no objections. Although the Masa mine is a newer site, it is still among the top 10 renowned pits in Myanmar. Compared to older sites, the jade produced here is lighter in color, with variable quality in terms of water and base, primarily utilized for low-end bangles or large ornamental pieces. Nevertheless, high-quality rough from Masa can also fetch a handsome price, making Liu Dong's 3,000 yuan per kilogram a reasonable offer. As for the remaining piece, Fatima decided to gift it to Brother Liu. He had encountered considerable trouble during the transport of this batch from Myanmar and was grateful for Zhou Bin's assistance. Thus, upon noticing Liu Dong's familiarity with Zhou Bin, the astute Fatima wished to foster a good relationship. Moreover, since this piece was displayed in the front store, it held little monetary value, making it inconsequential to give away. However, despite Fatima's intention to offer it freely, Liu Dong was reluctant to accept it without compensation. To be aware, the jadeite contained herein is of the high-grade golden silk variety, valued at nearly 2 million. Should it be unveiled and Fatima wishes to retract his offer, the situation could become rather complicated. After 3 years of navigating the vibrant and chaotic metropolis, Liu Dong is no longer the naive youth who first emerged from the village. He has witnessed the darker facets of society and has personally experienced the avarice and blatant dishonor of others on several occasions. Thus, he has inevitably adopted a degree of caution. Boss Ma, you are too kind. Although this piece of raw jadeite is not particularly large, it is still quite valuable, and I cannot accept it without due compensation. Let us agree on a fair price, Liu Dong stated. Xiao Dong, since Boss Ma is offering such goodwill, you should not decline. A businessman like him earns tens of millions each year. A few thousand is but a drop in the ocean for him, so there's no need for you to feel embarrassed. At that moment, Zhou Bin approached with 2 bodyguards in tow. Haha, Mr. Zhou, you flatter me. In comparison to your achievements in the business realm, my modest possessions are insignificant. Zhou Bin smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Dong ultimately nodded. While he could disregard Fatima, he felt compelled to regard Zhou Bin as sentiments. If necessary, I can always refrain from unearthing the stone here. Liu Dong mused. Noticing Liu Dong's nod, Zhou Bin glanced at the materials in his basket and frowned. Why are all these pieces uncut? Did you not consider those semi-gambling materials? I did, but those pieces are rather pricey, and I am not well versed in gambling stones. For now, I prefer to purchase some more affordable raw materials to satisfy my curiosity. Who knows, perhaps these uncut materials could yield surprises. Zhou Bin found himself bemused. Do you think jadeite grows like cabbages in the field, just waiting to be picked up? Nevertheless, he was pleased with Liu Dong's prudent approach to gambling stones. At the very least, he was not like other gamblers who, after a significant increase, recklessly invested all their funds, only to end up with nothing. After hearing Zhou Bin's words, Liu Dong chuckled, but did not retort. Xiao Dong, would you like to continue browsing? Enough. I think I shall refrain from looking any further. With these 3 pieces of gambling stones, I am satisfied, Liu Dong replied, shaking his head. Very well, I have also made my selections. Olma, let us proceed. Zhou Bin announced, turning away. All right, Mr. Zhou, Liu brother, please follow me, Fatima replied. Chapter 44. 3 pieces of raw material. After Liu Dong and Zhou Bin concluded their conversation, Maya felt a tinge of regret for not having sold the expensive materials to Liu Dong for a substantial profit. Yet he remained exceedingly courteous as he guided the two towards the warehouse's main entrance. To preserve the dim ambience within the warehouse, a large scale was not placed inside. Thus, to ascertain the weight of the raw materials, they needed to step outside. Following Fatima, they arrived at the entrance, where he fell along the left side of the steel door and pulled firmly. A clear chime faintly reached Liu Dong's ears. With a resounding rumble, accompanied by the heavy and grating sound of steel, the tightly sealed iron door slowly swung open from the outside. A sudden burst of dazzling sunlight made everyone squint their eyes as they abruptly transitioned from the relative darkness of their surroundings to the brilliance of the outdoors. It was a jarring experience for all. Fortunately, the eyes adjusted quickly. Please, you go first. Upon hearing Zhou Bin's words, Liu Dong did not hesitate. Compared to Zhou Bin's semi-gambling materials, his own rough stones held lesser value and were fewer in number. 5 Jin 2 Liang, 16 Jin 8 Liang. According to our agreed price, the material from the Hojiang factory is valued at 25,000 yuan, while the one from the Masa factory is assessed at 20,000, totaling 45,000. Liu Dong nodded, finding the price aligned with his expectations. Thus he had no objections. Boss Ma, can I pay by card? I don't carry that much cash. Though Liu Dong had become a wealthy individual with assets in the tens of millions, he had not yet shed the habit of carrying less than 100 yuan in cash, a remnant from his earlier days. Of course, chuckled Fatima, waving towards a shop in trance. Soon, a young woman in a red short-sleeve shirt arrived, holding a black POS machine, and trotted over to the group. Liu Dong had never used a card before, but it was not particularly daunting. Under the guidance of the average-looking cashier, he entered his password, and the transaction was swiftly completed. As he watched 45,000 yuan vanish from his account, a sense of reluctance washed over Liu Dong. Just a year prior, he had never dreamed of earning such an amount in that time frame. All right, it's my turn, Zhou Bin remarked. At that moment, Liu Dong couldn't help but glance over. In his preoccupation with his own matters, he had paid little attention to Zhou Bin's rough materials. Zhou Bin had his eyes on 6 pieces of semi-gambling rough stones, each quite substantial, weighing around 5 to 6 kilograms. Through the open window, Liu Dong could see 1 icy jade piece and 2 strands of gold, along with 3 fine bean varieties, all exhibiting rich colors. At a glance, the jade's deep green hue seeped through the openings, and all 6 pieces displayed a fine layer of moss and python stripes, with minimal cracks. Particularly noteworthy was a piece the size of a child's palm, which, boasting eyes quality, was adorned with both dotted and striped moss, and was entwined with a winding python stripe on its surface. This material was evidently an old piece from the Peigang factory, with only a slight surface layer of moss, suggesting a commendable quality for a jade rough. It was evident that Zhou Bin possessed a keen eye for gambling stones, surpassing Liu Dong's reliance solely on intuition. Naturally, with the promising appearance of these 6 rough stones, the prices would be correspondingly elevated. Mr. Zhou, this jadeite of ice type is priced at 300,000 per kilogram, while these 2 pieces of golden silk type are priced at 150,000 per kilogram. The remaining 3 pieces of fine bean type are at 50,000 per kilogram. What do you think? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Bin nodded. This price set by Ma Fati is quite reasonable. Particularly, the piece of ice-type jadeite has a deep infusion of emerald hue, although it does not reach full green. It exhibits a vibrant and harmonious parrot green. If the jadeite extracted can yield 2 or 3 bangles, then merely from this rough stone, a profit of 4 to 5 million is easily attainable. However, only Liu Dong is aware that among these seemingly promising pieces, the true value lies not in the one with the ice-type window, but rather in the largest piece, weighing approximately 8 kilograms from the Leitachonko source. Hidden within this stone is a flat, cup-sized, high-quality golden silk jadeite. Although not particularly large, it can still yield a bangle valued at over 1 million. Yet, even with this golden silk foundation, the total cost of the 6 rough stones would still result in a loss. Zhou Bin's intention in purchasing these promising rough stones is to stockpile them, patiently awaiting appreciation for a profitable margin. Therefore, Liu Dong remained silent as he witnessed Zhou Bin making the payment. Liu Dong certainly would not reveal any stones here. He had previously extracted high-grade ice-type jadeite from scrapstone. It is believed that his recent luck in gambling has become the talk of the entire Jade Street. Moreover, all 3 rough stones in his basket contain valuable jadeite. If all were to appreciate, it could not be attributed solely to luck. After all, he was once a complete novice in stone gambling, and such a streak of good fortune would easily arouse suspicion. This is somewhat inconsistent with Liu Dong's usual low-profile demeanor and his penchant for accumulating wealth discreetly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin did not press further. Initially, he had intended to cut a few rough stones for leisure, but he now lacked the enthusiasm for stone cutting. After instructing his bodyguard to load the rough stones bought by him and Liu Dong onto his Hummer, the 2 departed from Shi Yuangu amidst Ma Fati's entreaties. Xiao Dong, you are now a millionaire. Have you ever considered purchasing a car for yourself? Zhou Bin inquired with a smile. A car? Liu Dong had indeed not contemplated this. Yet upon Zhou Bin's suggestion, he felt quite tempted, realizing that his wealth was now sufficient to afford a vehicle. However, after a moment's hesitation, Liu Dong replied, I cannot drive. Cannot? Why not learn? Zhou Bin wugit. Learning to drive is not a hassle. Within 10 days to half a month, you would be proficient. Besides, now that you have money, not having a car makes outings inconvenient. Furthermore, in social gatherings, it subconsciously places you at a disadvantage compared to others, which could be detrimental to your future prospects. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong nodded, recognizing the truth in Zhou Bin's words. In this society, a car generally symbolizes a man's status and identity, which is indeed significant. Chapter 45, Sending Money. Now, Liu Dong's bank account is nearing 20 million, and he still possesses 3 pieces of gambling stones with a total value exceeding 1 million yet to be cut. Thus, the lofty dream he once established to open his own jade carving shop by a large house, and subsequently bring his family to the city for a life of comfort, is now easily within reach. Thus, what once seemed an unattainable luxury for him, the automobile, now appeared to be of little consequence. Moreover, through today's venture into gambling with stones, he had discovered the most suitable path to wealth, which implied that monetary concerns had ceased to be a significant issue for him. Consequently, after listening to Zhou Bin's words, Liu Dong found himself inevitably stirred, soon resolving that, given his limited knowledge of automobiles, he would need to trouble Brother Zhou for assistance. Haha, that is no problem at all. I'll have Biao teach you how to drive. Back when he was still in the army, he was renowned as a tank operator. I assure you, he'll have you driving in 10 days, Zhou Bin chuckled. I must first express my gratitude to Brother Zhou. No need for such formality. By the way, Xiao Dong, since it is still early, why not seize the day and visit a car dealership? At this suggestion, Liu Dong felt a flicker of excitement. But recalling Wang Chang's instructions from the previous day, he ultimately declined. For Liu Dong, who already possessed a fortune in the millions, purchasing a car was a mere matter of timing. However, opportunities to accompany a beautiful woman for a leisurely outing were rare indeed. Xiao Dong, do not forget the raw stone trading event in a week. I will call you then. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, I will not forget. Liu Dong nodded affirmatively. All right, I shall take my leave. After waving goodbye to Liu Dong, Zhou drove off from the community. Boss, are you perhaps overestimating that young man? Questioned the bodyguard, known as TZ, who was seated in the passenger seat as they exited the community. Upon hearing this, Biao, who was driving, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Having transitioned from military service to becoming Zhou Bin's bodyguard for several years, they had encountered many elite individuals and genuine aristocrats in the capital. Yet they had never witnessed Zhou Bin extend such courtesy to anyone, especially to someone like Liu Dong, who, in their eyes, bore neither a prominent status nor considerable wealth, made the situation all the more extraordinary. The saying chickens and ducks cannot communicate and dragons do not associate with snakes resonated with them, leading to their mutual curiosity. After overhearing their conversation, Zhou Bin himself could not quite articulate the reason behind his behavior. In essence, he sensed an inviting and amiable aura emanating from Liu Dong, coupled with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This card contains 100,000 yuan. I had it prepared at the bank just the day before, intending to send it home. Afraid that my parents might become suspicious, I refrained from depositing too much. However, for my parents in the countryside, 100,000 yuan is a substantial amount, sufficient for their needs. Wang Jia, are you at home? Turning to see Wang Chong, clad in a pink floral t-shirt and denim shorts. Her bare legs elegantly crossed as she sat on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. Liu Dong smiled. Is this jadeite raw stone? Wang Jia knows about this. Observing the astonished expression on Wang Chong's face, Liu Dong was filled with curiosity. These gambling stones were deliberately retrieved by him from the mustard seed space, as he considered that if he were to crack the stones himself, the noise would undoubtedly be considerable. Rather than later exerting himself to explain to Wang Chong, it was better to bring them out openly now. Observing Wang Chong's suddenly tense and exquisite face, Liu Dong, somewhat perplexed, replied honestly, it's not too much. These 3 rough stones cost over 40,000. 40,000? Xiao Dong, have you lost your mind? Spending 40,000 on gambling stones? Do you realize the risks involved? Do you know how many people lose everything and suffer calamity because of this every year? Seeing Wang Chong's sudden agitation and the hint of tears in her eyes, Liu Dong was taken aback. He could hardly comprehend how the gentle and occasionally mischievous Wang Jia could become so furious over a few gambling stones. He had never witnessed such a display of emotion from her before. I'm sorry, Xiao Dong. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. After a moment, Wang Chong took several deep breaths and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's all right, Wang Jia. Are you feeling better now? Observing the cautious expression on his face, Wang Chong smiled gently and shook her head. I'm fine. Xiao Dong, it's not easy for you to earn money. You should avoid getting involved in gambling stones. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, it could all be lost. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Liu Dong understood that she was truly concerned for him, and warmth blossomed in his heart. Although giving up on gambling stones was out of the question, his assurance at this moment was unusually resolute. Rest assured, Wang Jia, after this round of gambling stones, I definitely want to participate again. Chapter 46, The Commercial District of Spring City. After Liu Dong spoke, Wang Chong's face finally regained its smile. Xiao Dong, your skills in jade carving and wood sculpture are quite good. Moreover, you are still young. Opportunities to earn a fortune will surely come your way in the future. Gambling stones are akin to gambling. Small bets are entertaining, but large bets can be detrimental. You should refrain from getting involved too easily. Seeing her expression, Liu Dong was momentarily stunned. He had never seen this side of Wang Chong before. He thought to himself, it seems Wang Jia is someone with a story. All right, let's set these things down and prepare to go out and buy you some decent clothes. After calming her somewhat disordered thoughts, Wang Chong said. However, with nearly 50,000 worth of jade, rough materials lying here, Liu Dong felt somewhat uneasy. After a brief contemplation, he took some old newspapers typically used for carving from the table and covered the basket with them. Let us leave it like this for now. Although it's still not very secure, it's better than nothing. Once Liu Dong had placed everything down and stepped out, the television in the living room had already been turned off. Vangya, please wait a moment. I'll change my clothes and be ready shortly. A delicate and clear voice drifted from behind the closed door. Oh, understood. Liu Dong replied and turned to enter the adjacent bathroom. He hadn't relieved himself since noon, so it was the perfect opportunity to do so. After washing his hands, he glanced at the still closed door of Wang Chong's room and sighed, remarking on the troubles of women. He then settled onto the sofa in the living room and casually picked up a newspaper to read. In times past, his thoughts were consumed by the pursuit of greater wealth, yet he had never experienced such tranquility as he did now. Mom, Dad, how are you faring over there? I miss you dearly. At this moment, Wang Chong sat on her bed, her hands tightly clutching a brown picture frame. Tears, resembling tiny pearls, cascaded down onto the white glass, splattering and subtly reflecting her pale, sorrowful visage. The frame held a family portrait of three, with two adults embracing a girl of about 11 or 12, whose face radiated happiness, a striking resemblance to the current Wang Chang. A muffled sob escaped her lips, and her frail shoulders quivered, rendering Wang Chang particularly vulnerable. As half an hour slipped by, Liu Dong, having finished reading the newspaper, lay languidly on the sofa, lost in thought when he heard a soft click. The door, long shut, finally opened. Impatiently awaiting this moment, Liu Dong sprang up from the couch. With the sound of light footsteps, Wang Chang emerged, donning a white floral t-shirt and snug blue leggings, her delicate feet adorned with white, diamond-studded high-heeled sandals. Her hair was elegantly swept up, and her exquisitely beautiful face was lightly dusted with makeup, coupled with her statuesque figure and an air of nobility. The stunning Wang Chang left Liu Dong, usually composed, utterly entranced. "How do I look, sister?" she teased, noticing the astonishment etched on Liu Dong's face. Stunned, he nodded vacantly before shaking his head in realization. Observing her displeasure, Liu Dong couldn't help but chuckle. "Wang Jie, if we go out together, I fear every man's gaze would be lethal to me." At his words, Wang Chang's eyes sparkled as she smiled playfully. "Enough of your banter. Let's hurry, otherwise we shall be late." "Understood," he replied promptly, hastening to follow her outside. As he closed the door behind them, Liu Dong's gaze lingered on the enchanting figure ahead, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. Despite being awed by her recent transformation, he discerned a trace of lingering sorrow in her slightly swollen eyes. It was evident that she had been weeping moments before. Liu Dong was aware that Wang Chang owned a car, and the emblem of 4 interlinked rings on the front indicated it was an Audi, the same brand purchased by Uncle Long. However, he was uncertain of the price of a red Audi. "It seems I ought to acquire a vehicle of my own soon," he mused, watching as Wang Chang gracefully maneuvered the car toward the community entrance. Recalling Zhou Bin's advice to buy a car, feeling a stirring desire within him. Naturally, beyond this motivation, a hint of masculine pride also stirred in his heart. As he gazed upon the admired Wang Chang, who had acquired a car, Liu Dong felt an undeniable urge to keep pace. Otherwise, he would forever perceive himself as inferior, a sentiment that he detested. The city of Quancheng boasts 4 bustling commercial districts: the Quancheng Road Commercial Area, the Dianying Commercial Area, the People's Shopping Center District, and the Southgate Commercial Area. The Quancheng Road Commercial Area, situated in the heart of the city, houses the most renowned shopping establishments, including the Yinzhua Mall and the Yinzhua Underground Supermarket. Additionally, one can find department stores, Gueha Commercial Building, Walmart, and other primary shopping venues. This area represents the upscale consumer zone of Quancheng, where a variety of goods align with international standards and numerous prestigious brands are readily available. Conversely, the Dianying Commercial Area offers a distinct local flavor, primarily selling various Shandong specialties and tourist souvenirs, such as black pottery, root carvings, Shandong Jiao, and jujubes. The People's Shopping Center and the Southgate Commercial Area serve as the main consumer hubs for the local populace, characterized by a more modest spending level, a comprehensive assortment of goods, and reasonable prices. Presently, the duo is en route to the Quancheng Road Commercial Area, located in the city center. With the convenience of a car and the afternoon hour before peak traffic, they encountered little delay. In the year 2000, the number of cars in Quancheng was not as overwhelming as it would later become, allowing them to reach the department store in under 30 minutes. Wang Chang parked in the underground garage, and upon exiting the vehicle, they entered the elevator that ascended directly to the upper floors of the department store. Wang Chang, a frequent shopper here, was well acquainted with the surroundings and promptly pressed the 5th floor button. However, the spacious elevator, capable of accommodating 18 individuals, was not solely occupied by him and Wang Chang. Liu Dong, standing closely beside her, could acutely sense the envy and jealousy directed towards him from those around them. The intensity of admiration felt as if it could melt steel, leaving Liu Dong, experiencing such attention for the first time, feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter the situation. After all, he was but an ordinary man, while the striking beauty beside him was undeniably captivating. Chapter 47. Soft Jade. Warm Embrace. A flower amidst dung. Indeed, how could such an extraordinary beauty be drawn to such an unsophisticated fellow? Perhaps she is wealthy. Modern women increasingly prioritize financial stability. To marry, one must possess a house and a car, lest they be overlooked entirely. This may hold some truth, yet the shabby attire of this man hardly suggests affluence. Listening to the chatter behind him, Liu Dong inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger that simmered within. Had it not been for the awareness of their public setting, and having undergone considerable societal experiences that tempered his once volatile temper, he would have certainly shown these gossip mongers why the flower blooms so vividly. As Liu Dong gazed at Wang Chong, who was stifling a laugh, her beauty reminiscent of a peach blossom, a surge of impulse welled up within him, intensified by the stimuli from behind. In a bold move, he extended his arms and enveloped her delicate waist, pulling her into his embrace with a hint of possessiveness. Amidst the clamor behind them, Wang Chong felt her cheeks flush with surprise at Liu Dong's audacity. She had never imagined that this seemingly reserved man, who had always treated her with utmost propriety, would dare to hold her so boldly in front of so many. Tilting her head slightly, she observed the tension etched on his face and the rare flicker of apprehension in his eyes. In a playful act of retribution, she pinched his waist lightly. But mindful of his dignity, she refrained from pushing him away, allowing Liu Dong to relish the delightful sensation of holding her soft and fragrant form. Ding! As the elevator doors opened on the 5th floor, they stepped out together. Now that we've arrived, let me go, Wang Chong chided playfully. All right. Liu Dong quickly released her, though he felt an undeniable reluctance to part. At that moment, blushing from the masculine aura that enveloped her, Wang Chong shot him a teasing glance before stepping back to adjust her slightly disheveled attire. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, Liu Dong inhaled the faint, enchanting scent lingering on his hands, feeling a pang of wistfulness. He had never been this close to any woman besides his mother and sister. Well, you've had your share of advantage just now. If you dare let me down tonight, I will make you pay. Wang Chong attempted to sound stern and intimidating. Yet Liu Dong sensed an alluring charm that set her apart from her usual demeanor. Rest assured, Sister Wang, do you still doubt me? Liu Dong replied hastily, internally sighing with relief, fearing that Wang Chong might explode in anger over their earlier encounter. Just know that. Let us go, she commanded. All right. Liu Dong quickly followed her lead. The 5th floor of the department store was dedicated entirely to men's apparel, showcasing a wide range from suits and casual wear to trench coats and jackets, as well as ties, belts, and shoes. Let us start here. Not long after, Wang Chong guided Liu Dong into a clothing store named Lancy. Welcome. Despite the stark contrast between Liu Dong's humble appearance and Wang Chong's regal aura, the two female sales associates at the door, embodying professionalism, merely displayed surprise in their eyes, maintaining courteous smiles and respectful tones. Let's take a look around, Wang Chong suggested. Under the guidance of a sales assistant, Wang Chong led Liu Dong through the store, selecting several suits of varying colors and styles from the nearby rack and placing them in his hands. All right, hold on to these and try them on. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong cast a glance at the suit in his hands, noticing that he possessed at least 6 sets. Having never ventured into a shopping mall, he could not help but inquire, Sister Wang, is this truly necessary? It was worth noting that during his childhood, his mother would take him and his sister to the countryside markets, where they purchased clothes piece by piece. Wang Chong shot him a sidelong glance, lightly reproaching. Why not just try it on? It won't cost you an ounce of flesh. After hearing her words and noticing the amused smile of the sales assistant nearby, Liu Dong felt a tinge of embarrassment and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Observing Wang Chong's playful yet slightly vexed demeanor, he chose to remain silent, promptly clutching the garments and following the sales assistant into the fitting room. As Liu Dong entered, Wang Chong settled onto a sofa designated for customers' comfort. The reason she had eagerly brought Liu Dong along was to have him pose as her boyfriend at the evening's banquet. This decision stemmed from her pride in her extraordinary beauty, which too easily attracted unwanted attention. Previously, only a certain Mr. Xie, along with a few self-important individuals from the company, had harbored ulterior motives, but as the company owner, Mr. Xie prioritized profit and would not dare pressure her. A sales manager, whose performance was crucial to the firm. The others in the company also had their own close friends to deter them from becoming overly bold. Were it another girl, encountering such a lavishly affluent young master might have led her to eagerly pursue him. However, Wang Chong remained indifferent to this particular individual. The reason for her disinterest lay in a chance encounter where she had overheard scandalous tales regarding this young Master Han. It was rumored that during his college years, he had caused 3 girls to become pregnant, one of whom tragically took her own life. Had it not been for the substantial influence of the Han family in the jewelry business and the hush money dispensed by his father, this incident would have undoubtedly stirred a significant uproar. Such a man, who abandons those he entangles, was despicable in her eyes. Were it not for her company's reliance on Han's jewelry, she would have hardly acknowledged him. At the company gathering, Her intent was to use Liu Dong to masquerade as her boyfriend, thus dispelling the swarms of admirers surrounding her, particularly the aforementioned young Master Han. Chapter 48. The Suit Makes the Man. Ah! The sales assistant exclaimed in astonishment, prompting Wang Chong, lost in her own thoughts, to instinctively lift her head. Upon seeing Liu Dong emerging from the fitting room, her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, and a look of profound surprise graced her features. Standing over 6 feet tall, coupled with a robust physique honed from years of martial arts practice, Liu Dong, clad in a well-tailored black suit, radiated an undeniable brilliance, akin to a pearl unveiled from its layer of dust. Though his features were unremarkable, an aura of serene elegance mixed with an air of mystery surrounded Liu Dong, drawing the gaze of those around him like a magnet. The adage, "a man is only as good as his clothes," was exemplified in Liu Dong at that moment. Realizing the scrutinizing gazes directed towards him from all directions, Liu Dong momentarily froze, taken aback by this unfamiliar situation. Instinctively, he glanced at himself. Aside from the black sandals on his feet that seemed somewhat incongruous with his designer suit, everything else appeared to be in order. Xiao Dong, I didn't expect this. You've transformed completely with this change of attire. You look so much more handsome than before, Wang Chong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a hint of admiration as she rose and circled Liu Dong, appraising him from head to toe before breaking into a smile of appreciation. Naturally, Liu Dong felt elated to receive praise from the woman he admired. However, he couldn't help but feel that those shoes were rather beneath him. After completing her inspection, Wang Chong thoughtfully stroked her chin and remarked, "But that is not a problem. We can buy you a new pair of shoes later." Xiao Dong, how do you feel in this outfit? She inquired. It's all right, though I'm a bit unaccustomed to it, Liu Dong replied, slightly hesitant, as he adjusted his formal attire for the first time. You'll get used to it with time. Wang Chong called out to the sales assistant, "Miss, we'll take this outfit." Upon hearing this, the sales assistant, who had been standing nearby, swiftly approached with a bright smile. "Sir, miss, this outfit is priced at 500 yuan. Currently, we're running a promotion, offering a 10 discount, making the total for 950 yuan. Understood, thank you," Wang Chong said, reaching into her bag for an industrial and commercial bank card. However, before she could hand it over, Liu Dong gently restrained her. "Wang Ye, since this is for my attire, allow me to cover the cost." Being a man with a slight inclination towards traditional masculinity, Liu Dong felt it was only proper that he pay for his own clothes. Besides, while his funds are not excessive, he still possessed nearly 20 million yuan, which made purchasing a decent outfit trivial. With a calm smile and a nod, he retrieved his bank card from the mustard seed space and presented it. The sales assistant's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon seeing the white card. As one of the top apparel boutiques in Quansheng, she was exceedingly familiar with the industrial and commercial bank's diamond card. The prerequisite for obtaining such a card was typically a deposit exceeding 10 million yuan. She was utterly taken aback that this seemingly ordinary young man, who appeared somewhat rustic and was only slightly older than herself, was in fact a millionaire, which was quite surprising. "Sir, could you please enter your password?" the cashier asked, regaining her composure. "Of course," Liu Dong replied, entering his mother's birthday as the password. "What's going on?" Just as Liu Dong was placing the bank card and receipt into his pocket, he inadvertently turned his head and noticed Wang Chong staring at him with wide, beautiful eyes, her gaze filled with scrutiny, making him feel rather uneasy. "What is the matter? Speak honestly, what is going on?" she began, but as she caught sight of the curious glances from those around them, she remembered that this was not the appropriate venue for such a conversation. As the conversation lingered, she extended her delicate hand, pulling Liu Dong's arm and leading him towards the door. "Wait, Sister Wang, let me change my clothes," he protested. "Change what? Just wear what you have." Watching their figures disappear into the corridor, a slender-faced cashier couldn't help but express her envy, exclaiming, "That woman was stunning. I think she is even more beautiful than Zi Wei from My Fair Princess." Upon hearing this, a round-faced, charming salesgirl beside her nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's my first time seeing such a beautiful woman, but I was quite surprised by that young man beside her. I initially thought he was just her attendant." "Ah, Xiaowen, have you taken a liking to him?" The slender-faced girl teased her friend with a mischievous grin. "Not at all. I'm just a bit curious." The round-faced girl blushed at her companion's playful tone and quickly denied it with a soft voice. The slender-faced girl was about to say more, but was silenced by the stern gaze of the store manager nearby. "No chatting during work hours." "Understood, manager," they replied obediently, lowering their heads. Meanwhile, Liu Dong was blissfully unaware that he had become the subject of their gossip. At that moment, he had been led by Wang Chong to a relatively quieter aisle. "Come on, honestly, how did you suddenly acquire so much wealth? Wang Chang asked, her expression filled with suspicion and a hint of playful teasing. Clearly, Wang Chang was astonished by the appearance of the diamond card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank in Liu Dong's possession. Sister Wang, I would love to explain, but this is hardly the right place, Liu Dong replied, gesturing around him. Noticing his demeanor, Wang Chang glanced around and realized they were surrounded by a small crowd of onlookers. Their gazes were predominantly fixated on her, and the desire reflected in their eyes made her feel uncomfortable. Feeling Liu Dong's mischievous smile, Wang Chang's face flushed slightly. Otherwise, I might just have to teach you a lesson. Realizing her tone had inadvertently revealed an ambiguous undertone, she shot him a fierce glance with her beautiful eyes, but did not release her grip on his arm. It is often said that a woman's curiosity can lead to unexpected circumstances, even causing her to develop feelings for a man who initially seemed unrelated to her life. Perhaps Wang Chang was experiencing such a moment. Although it was too early to speak of love, she was undeniably intrigued by Liu Dong, a man who had previously relied on sculpting for income and appeared far from being a wealthy heir. How could he, in such a brief span, amass a fortune that would take ordinary people generations to exhaust? Sister Wang, where are we headed? We've already bought clothes, haven't we? Liu Dong asked, unable to restrain his curiosity as Wang Chang continued to lead him forward. Chapter 49. Encounter with a Rival. Upon hearing Liu Dong's question, Wang Chang halted and turned to him. Now that you're a millionaire, one outfit is hardly sufficient. You still need shoes, socks, a belt, and a tie. None of those have been purchased yet. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Let us proceed with our purchases. Liu Dong discerned that Wang Chang intended to seize this opportunity for a grand shopping spree, transforming him into a dapper, sophisticated gentleman. Fortunately, he was not lacking in financial resources, and the prospect of a stunning beauty selecting attire for him was undeniably pleasurable. As time elapsed, they traversed the expansive department store from top to bottom, and what once was anticipation in Liu Dong's heart had now morphed into an overwhelming sense of regret and sorrow. Wang Jia, isn't it time we prepared for the evening event you are to attend? He suggested, observing Wang Chang ahead, exuberantly surveying the myriad of fashion boutiques, her arms laden with an assortment of shopping bags. Liu Dong could not suppress a rueful smile as he urged her to consider their time. After more than 3 hours of relentless shopping, even Liu Dong, who was accustomed to physical exertion, found himself weary. Yet Wang Chang, clad in her high heels, remained invigorated. Showing no signs of fatigue, his admiration for her resilience solidified his resolve. He would never again accompany a woman on a shopping excursion, as it was merely an exercise in self-inflicted torment. Upon hearing his words, Wang Chang halted, turning to face Liu Dong, who appeared somewhat disheveled beneath the weight of numerous colorful shopping bags, a sorrowful expression etched on his face. She couldn't help but chuckle, her sudden charm momentarily captivating Liu Dong. Noticing his unabashed gaze, a rosy hue spread across Wang Chang's cheeks as she playfully admonished him. Where are your eyes wandering? Ah, of course, they are fixated upon you, Liu Dong blurted out instinctively, only to realize his blunder, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Nevertheless, Wang Chang, her face flushed yet still exuding beauty, merely shot him a playful glare without reproach. To Liu Dong's ears, her words were akin to divine encouragement, and he eagerly nodded, his tone slightly urgent. Then let us hasten our departure. Are you so unwilling to accompany me on this shopping venture? She inquired, her expression suddenly fierce. Liu Dong's earlier excitement faltered, and he quickly donned a smile. How could I? It is a privilege to accompany a beauty like you, Wang Jia. However, we must be mindful of the time, for we cannot afford to be late to the soiree. It will be quite embarrassing for you. Is that so? Little Dong, I never realized you possessed such silver-tongued charm, she replied, a hint of amusement in her voice. But you make a valid point. Let's be off. With that, Wang Chang gracefully glided towards the elevator they had arrived from. Seeing this, Liu Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly followed suit. Miss Wang Chang. Just as they engaged in conversation while awaiting the elevator, an exuberant voice filled with joy echoed from behind them. Liu Dong turned around and caught sight of a young man clad in a silver-gray suit, sporting the slick-back hairstyle often seen in Hong Kong cinema. His complexion was notably pallid, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested a life of excess. At that moment, he appeared as jubilant as Columbus discovering a new world, enthusiastically waving in Liu Dong's direction, or more precisely, beckoning to Wang Chang beside him. Instinctively, Liu Dong harbored a deep-seated disdain for this overly groomed individual. Wang Ye, is this your friend? Liu Dong inquired, a frown creasing his brow. A fly I can't shake off. Wang Chong replied darkly. Xiao Dong, promise me you'll agree to whatever I say later, understand? Before Liu Dong could question her, Wang Chong gracefully entwined her delicate arm around his, leaning into him casually. This gesture filled Liu Dong with immense joy and profound satisfaction. All right, Wang Jia, he affirmed with unprecedented certainty. Miss Wang, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here. The young man exclaimed, his face alight with glee. However, upon noticing Wang Chong's intimate hold on Liu Dong's arm, his expression soured momentarily, though it quickly faded. Liu Dong, with his keen perception, discerned the subtle shift in the man's demeanor. Indeed, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into Mr. Han here. Wang Chong replied with a much more composed demeanor than the young man's excitement suggested. Manager Wang, what a surprise to see you as well. At that moment, a middle-aged man, portly and clad in a white t-shirt, with small eyes betraying a cunning glint, hurriedly approached from behind. Perhaps due to his hasty pace and ample girth, his breath came in heavy gasps, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Hello, Mr. Xia. Despite her personal disdain for this insistent figure from her workplace, Wang Chong maintained a facade of basic respect. And who might this young gentleman be? Xia Zhonglin inquired, glancing at Liu Dong, who stood beside Wang Chong. In contrast to the merely wealthy Han Lei, Xia Zhonglin, a self-made man, possessed far greater insight and depth. Thus, upon seeing Liu Dong's close proximity to Wang Chong, his gaze flickered momentarily before returning to normal. Oh, I am Chong's boyfriend, Liu Dong. It's a pleasure to meet you, Liu Dong declared, as if to assert his claim, wrapping his arm around the soft, delicate waist of the enchanting Wang Chong. Truth be told, after making such a bold and intimate gesture, Liu Dong felt quite anxious, fearing that Wang Chong might be embarrassed and leave him in an awkward position. Nevertheless, despite the inherent risks, the intense possessiveness emanating from Mr. Han and his rotund companion, directed at Wang Chong, was exceedingly distasteful to Liu Dong, prompting him to act almost instinctively. Since time immemorial, competition, hostility, and even wars among men have often arisen due to women. Hence, the saying women are the source of trouble has endured through the ages. Fortunately, Wang Chong also wished to utilize Liu Dong to extricate herself from the entanglement with the two individuals present. Thus, after being encircled by Liu Dong's strong arm around her waist, she merely cast a demure glance at him, her cheeks flushed, and refrained from uttering a word. This outcome eased the tension that had been weighing on Liu Dong's heart, prompting him to tighten his embrace around Wang Chong. However, the tender exchange of glances and gestures between them evidently provoked Han Lei, who was both proud and secretly enamored with Wang Chong. As the sole heir to the prestigious Han's Jewelry Company, Han Lei was born with a proverbial silver spoon in his mouth, effortlessly inheriting a fortune worth billions without the need for arduous effort. Consequently, having grown up in a life of privilege, he had seldom faced adversity. A mere flick of his finger would summon a multitude of beautiful women. This upbringing fostered his arrogant disposition and narrow-mindedness. Now, as he finally set his sights on a woman he admired, he found her utterly disinterested in him. Furthermore, the fact that she was involved with a partner whom he deemed inferior in every conceivable way was an affront to his lofty self-image. Was it possible that she found this inconsequential man more worthy than himself? Han Lei s'était invalidé. Observing the increasingly cold expression on Han Lei's face, Xia Zhonglin, who stood nearby, felt a shift in his own demeanor. Although he held little affection for Han Lei, the indulgent playboy, he recognized that the continued growth of his jewelry company depended on the support of Han's jewelry. Thus, he found it impossible to remain aloof in this situation. Moreover, he had initially recommended Wang Chong to Han Lei. If this young man were to seize her away, it would surely spell disaster for him. Regrettably, Xia Zhonglin lamented his decision to accompany them today. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, inquiring, "May I ask where Mr. Liu is currently employed?" It seems Miss Wang has never mentioned it before. Just moments ago, while shopping, Wang Chong had completely transformed Liu Dong's appearance, and now, upon closer inspection, the tall, well-dressed Liu Dong indeed resembled one of those successful individuals in society. Of course, Han Lei paid no heed to such details. However, Liu Dong, who had struggled at the societal margins for 3 years, was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. Thus, when faced with Xie Zhonglin's probing question, he deftly responded, "I wouldn't say I have a prestigious position. I merely have some idle funds and am contemplating starting a small business." After a brief pause, he glanced at Wang Chong, his eyes filled with deep affection, and continued, "I have known Sister Wang for many years. We officially moved in together 6 months ago and are now planning to introduce each other to our parents, with the intention of marrying. Has Sister Wang not shared this with you? Liu Dong silently inhaled as he spoke, for at that moment, Wang Chang's delicate hand had firmly grasped the soft flesh at his waist, twisting it playfully several times. However, Liu Dong was somewhat surprised that Wang Chang did not publicly oppose him. After he finished speaking, her charming face retained a radiant smile. Thus, despite experiencing a bit of pain, Liu Dong felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In the past, when he had little money, he could hardly afford to support a top beauty like Wang Chang, which tempered his affections with a lack of ambition. Yet now, with the existence of the Sherry Yuanguang, whether it be antiques or gambling stones, he could acquire unimaginable wealth. Consequently, the concerns of basic sustenance that had once plagued Liu Dong were now thoroughly resolved. Just as Liu Dong completed his statement, Han Lei received a gift intended for Wang Chang from his bodyguard, but he fumbled it, causing it to crash to the ground. His eyes glinted with a hint of red, his breath grew heavy, and anger flashed in his gaze as he fixed an intense stare at Liu Dong. Were his gaze capable of inflicting harm, Liu Dong might have perished hundreds of times over. However, Liu Dong felt no pressure from such an inconsequential glare. The urgency to depart stemmed primarily from Wang Chang's fear that a confrontation might erupt between Han Lei and Liu Dong. It was crucial to note that Han Lei was flanked by two burly bodyguards. Should a fight ensue, Liu Dong would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. All right, there will be an important banquet organized by the company tonight, with many prominent figures from Quancheng in attendance, so Miss Wang must not be late. Xie Zhonglin also sensed the tension between the two parties. Although he leaned towards Han Lei, he was uncertain about Liu Dong's background. If Liu Dong happened to be a wealthy heir or a scion of the powerful, provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he sincerely hoped the two could separate swiftly. Just then, the elevator arrived, and after exchanging a quick farewell, Wang Chang hurriedly pulled Liu Dong inside. Damn it. If it weren't for this place, I would make that brat pay. Once the elevator doors began to close, Han Lei could no longer contain his fury. He kicked the gift box against the wall with such force that it shattered, revealing exquisite, lavishly designed women's clothing inside. Had he not been concerned about losing face in front of Wang Chang and leaving a poor impression on her, Han Lei would have already instructed his subordinates to teach that insolent young man a lesson for daring to compete for a woman with him. During his university days, he had often engaged in such disputes. Though he had matured somewhat through his experiences, his fundamental nature remained unchanged. Han Lei was still the same intensely jealous and possessive individual. Observing Han Lei consumed by rage, Xie Zhonglin felt anger at the open threat, yet needing something from him. He had to exercise patience. Young Master Han, please calm down. Calm down my ass. CF Fatty, if you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about those African diamonds, and the gambling master can forget about it too. Han Lei shouted, his anger reaching a boiling point. His fury was indeed fueled by his deep affection for Wang Chang. When Han Lei first encountered her in Shanghai, he felt that all the women he had previously pursued were mere trivialities in comparison to Wang Chang. No matter their appearance, physique, or demeanor, none could hold a candle to her elegance. Thus, captivated at first sight, Han Lei ardently pursued Wang Chang, following her all the way from Shanghai to Quancheng. Now, seeing the goddess of his affections ensconced in another man's embrace, the anguish in Han Lei's heart is palpable. Upon hearing his words, Xie Zhonglin was taken aback, a flicker of urgency flashing in his eyes. The diamonds and jadeite that Han Lei mentioned were pivotal to the next phase of his company's development, and any hint of negligence was unacceptable. Although he had founded Dingfu Jewelry from scratch in the mid-1980s and transformed it into a substantial enterprise spanning Shandong, Hebei, and Hunan provinces, the company still primarily focused on traditional Chinese jewelry made of gold, silver, and jade. However, with the dawn of the new century and the influx of Western wedding culture, the tradition of exchanging diamond rings had gained immense popularity among the youth, prompting jewelry companies across the nation to invest heavily in this sector. Dingfu Jewelry was no exception. Yet the domestic diamond supply had largely been monopolized by established brands, and Xie had no overseas channels. Thus, he could only procure a fraction of what he needed from Han's jewelry company. The idea of involving a stone gambling master came to Xie Zhonglin as he sought to venture into the jadeite jewelry market. In recent years, jadeite ornaments had emerged as the fastest growing category after diamonds, and he was keen not to miss out. As a novice in the jadeite business, he knew that purchasing already uncovered jadeite was ideal, yet his limited funds hindered him from acquiring the high-end pieces worth millions. Reluctant to settle for merely selling mid-range jadeite, he felt compelled to explore the gambling aspect after hearing from Han Lei about the rising prices of stones from Myanmar, Pingzhou, and royally auctions, igniting a gambler's instinct within him, akin to someone unaccustomed to gambling yet eager to try their luck. Chapter 51. An Unexplainable Affection. Fortunately, although Xie Zhonglin had begun to develop a passion for gambling on stones, he had not yet lost his rationality and was aware of his limitations. Thus, lacking knowledge of stone gambling, he implored Han Lei to lend him one of the many gambling masters cultivated by Han's jewelry company. The arrangements regarding the diamonds and the request for a gambling master had already been successfully made when he introduced Wang Chong to Han Lei. Consequently, his share of diamonds from Han's company had seen a significant increase this year. Therefore, no matter the cost, even if it meant offending the enigmatic young man beside Wang Chong, he would not relinquish the profits that were almost within his grasp. Fully aware of this, even when insulted publicly by someone nearly 2 decades his junior, the image-conscious Xie Zhonglin maintained a smiling facade, suppressing the anger that simmered within. Han Xiao and Wang Chong's single status is common knowledge among nearly all employees at our company. Moreover, during the company-organized spring outing with employees and their families 2 months ago, she was alone. Therefore, this sudden appearance of a boyfriend today is likely to be a fabrication. Despite Xie Zhonglin's fervent assurances, Han Lei retorted with barely restrained anger. A fabrication? How can you explain their apparent intimacy just moments ago? Do you take me for a fool? Well, they must be good friends, right? Even Xie Zhonglin struggled to believe his own words. Observing the increasingly ominous expression on Han Lei's face, Xie Zhonglin quickly replied, Han Xiao, grant me 1 hour, and I assure you I will uncover the truth before the evening banquet, providing you with a satisfactory explanation. Then you had better hurry. Han Lei coldly admonished his head. Yes, yes. I shall take my leave at once. At that moment, Xie Zhonglin seemed less like a billionaire jewelry company owner and more like a servant to Han Lei, particularly given his corpulent stature, evoking a sense of the wartime era. Han Zhong. After Xie Zhonglin's figure vanished into the elevator, the anger on Han Lei's face remained unabated. Young master, a robust bodyguard standing behind Han Lei, spoke respectfully. Although Xie is a local tyrant in Quansheng, his capabilities are questionable. Therefore, I would like you to leverage our family's connections here to investigate the background of that fellow named Liu Dong. As one of the largest jewelry companies in the nation, Han's jewelry boasts branches across all provinces. With a population exceeding 90 million, Shandong province ranks high in terms of GDP, trailing only behind the coastal economic powerhouses of Guangdong and Jiangsu, making it a focal point for Han's jewelry operations. As the capital of Shandong, Quansheng is of utmost importance, with Han's jewelry possessing deep-rooted connections in both political and business circles here. Young master, should we inform the old master about this matter? Han Zhong hesitated before speaking. Inform him of what? I am merely asking you to investigate that young man's identity. There is no need for the old master to be involved. After hearing Han Lei's response, Han Zhong hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. Although the old master had specifically instructed them to keep a close watch on Han Lei to prevent him from causing trouble or attracting powerful adversaries, Han Lei's request to merely investigate an individual should not be considered a serious issue. Moreover, the plain-looking young man did not appear to be a figure of power or a scion of a wealthy family. With these thoughts in mind, Han Zhong reached a decision. Understood, young master. I shall proceed at once. Upon hearing this, Han Lei nodded curtly. While he harbored a deep-seated dislike for the 2 ever-interfering bodyguards, he had no choice but to tolerate them, as they were dispatched by his father. Thus, even his disdain and annoyance were rendered futile. Meanwhile, Liu Dong, who had just accompanied Wang Chong downstairs, was unaware that, due to the recent events, Xie Zhonglin and Han Lei had begun to investigate his background. At that moment, he was awkwardly admitting his mistakes to Wang Chong. Xiao Dong, it seems that your previously honest and earnest demeanor was merely an act. Were you not quite audacious just now? Wang Chong inquired, her delicate face taut with tension. Earlier, in the elevator, she had refrained from expressing her ire due to the presence of others, but now, seated in the car, she was determined to chastise this audacious scoundrel who dared to take liberties with her. Ah, Sister Wang, you misunderstand. My intentions were solely for your benefit, Liu Dong replied, somewhat awkwardly. For my benefit? How could I have possibly perceived that? Yet, you have tarnished my reputation entirely. Stories of cohabitation for 6 months, meeting parents, and marriage. If such rumors circulate, how shall I ever find a husband? Wang Chong retorted, her tone laced with playful reproach. Observing her, even in anger, still exuding a hint of charm, Liu Dong found himself exclaiming, I shall marry you. Upon uttering those words, both Liu Dong and Wang Chong were momentarily struck dumb. Silence enveloped the vehicle, creating an atmosphere that was both awkward and imbued with an unusual intimacy. From the faint blush on her cheeks and the fleeting panic in her eyes, Liu Dong discerned that Wang Chang's composure was not as steadfast as she pretended. "All right, let us put these purchases down first," Liu Dong suggested, realizing that his previous statement had indeed been rather abrupt. However, he felt a surge of excitement when Wang Chang did not display any signs of anger in response. For him, this was a notable advancement. Liu Dong could not recall where he had read the phrase, "Love arises from awkwardness." Clearly, the current dynamic between him and Wang Chang epitomized this very sentiment. Wang Chang herself was at a loss, despite the fact that this young man, nearly 3 years her junior, was neither particularly handsome nor comparable in status to the wealthy suitors and elite scions who had once pursued her. There was an inexplicable charm about him that drew her in. Moreover, when Liu Dong had declared his intent to marry her, she felt an unexpected flutter of joy within her, a sentiment completely foreign to her. It was worth noting that she had never been in a romantic relationship since university. "Sister Wang, we've arrived. I'll grab the items, and you can open the door," Liu Dong announced as he exited the vehicle. "Oh, all right, Xiao Dong. You've purchased so much. Should I help carry some?" Wang Chang quickly offered once she regained her composure. "No need. You're in high heels, and it wouldn't be convenient for you to carry anything. Allow me to handle it," Liu Dong replied, as he hoisted all 20 shopping bags from the trunk into his arms. Watching him busy himself, Wang Chang leaned against the car door and suddenly thought, perhaps having Liu Dong as her boyfriend wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 52. The Gradual Firmness of Possessiveness. "Sister Wang, is something the matter? Do I have an issue?" Noticing Wang Chang's unwavering gaze upon him, Liu Dong instinctively glanced at himself, finding nothing amiss aside from the multitude of shopping bags he bore. "Nothing at all. Have you finished?" Wang Chang's face flushed as she concealed her inner turmoil while shutting the car door. She was also surprised by the sudden thought that had emerged from her heart moments ago. Although these items, such as clothing and shoes, are not excessively heavy, after accompanying Wang Chang for such an extended duration, Liu Dong felt physically unburdened yet emotionally fatigued. However, Wang Chang remained lost in her tumultuous thoughts, oblivious to the subtle changes in Liu Dong's expression. Her series of actions left Liu Dong momentarily speechless. The complexities of a woman's heart are truly perplexing. Reflecting on the scant knowledge imparted to him about women by Wu Yunxin, who once shared a street stall with him, Liu Dong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Shaking his head, he gazed at the scattered shopping bags on the sofa. Although he had no regrets about his purchases, spending nearly 200,000 Huaxia coins on these garments and shoes did evoke a twinge of pain in Liu Dong, who had never indulged so extravagantly before. Previously, his clothing was minimal, carelessly tossed in an old suitcase at the foot of his bed, but now, that space was evidently insufficient. Never mind, he thought. I'll just place them on the bed for now and sort it out later when I acquire a wardrobe. With this intention, Liu Dong casually tossed the shopping bags onto the spacious wooden bed, then removed his black suit. Wearing such formal attire for the first time left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, particularly since the ceiling fan was off and the air conditioning was non-existent. He felt rather warm in such heavy clothing. After undressing, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 10 minutes past 7. According to Wang Chang, the company banquet was set to commence at 8. With this in mind, Liu Dong promptly stood up, intending to remind Wang Chang, but as he took a few steps, he recalled her earlier unusual demeanor and hesitated. Perhaps it would be best to wait. After all, the banquet hosted by that old spoon was hardly a compelling reason to attend. He thought of the scene in the department store moments ago. "Xiao Dong, are you ready?" Just as Liu Dong was about to sit back down, Wang Chang knocked on his door. "Wait a moment, Sister Wang," he responded, hurriedly donning his recently removed suit, though he didn't bother to button it up, and quickly opened the door. Upon opening the door, Liu Dong was momentarily taken aback. There stood Wang Chang, transformed in a flowing white gown that accentuated her long, slender legs, adorned with delicate, ivory high-heeled sandals. Her flawless arms, rounded shoulders, and graceful neck radiated elegance, complemented by her cascading black hair and a stunning diamond necklace. Her beauty was striking, exuding an air of nobility and innate charm that was utterly captivating. Even after sharing the same roof for nearly half a year, the allure of Wang Chang was still irresistible to Liu Dong. He could only imagine the beauty of legendary figures like Shi Shi or Diao Chan, but he was certain that the naturally exquisite Wang Chang was in no way inferior. In that moment, a powerful thought surged within him. Such a woman must surely belong to me. Let's go, or we'll be late. At this moment, Wang Chang's previously tumultuous thoughts had calmed. However, The admiration reflected in Liu Dong's eyes filled her with great delight. The meticulous effort she had invested in her appearance was not in vain, as women often adorn themselves for the pleasure of those they cherish. Of course, Wang Chong was yet unaware of this. She merely sought to derive joy from Liu Dong's presence, and at that moment, she felt fulfilled. Very well, she responded, and Liu Dong, initially eager to shower her with compliments, refrained upon recalling that his earlier conduct might have been somewhat excessive. To avoid leaving a frivolous impression on Wang Chong, he prudently chose to remain silent. The Sofitel Ginza Hotel is situated at the heart of the business and financial district of Spring City, mere moments away from renowned landmarks such as the International Exhibition Center, Baodu Spring, and Daming Lake. The hotel, soaring to a height of 51 stories, elegantly embodies a rich European style and cultural heritage. Established in 1999 with a classic luxurious decor. With a total height of 25 meters and 326 guest rooms, it boasts Chinese, French, and Japanese dining establishments, along with comprehensive fitness, wellness, and entertainment facilities, making it Spring City's first international five-star hotel. Undoubtedly, it is also the most extravagant venue in the city, where even the most modest set of utensils costs a staggering sum, often exceeding 10 times that of ordinary hotels. Moreover, visitors must adhere to a high standard of attire. Otherwise, they may find themselves barred from entry. This elevated standard is complemented by the most attentive and considerate service in Spring City, capturing the favor of affluent locals and expatriates alike. Since its inception, the hotel has seen a steady influx of guests, often reaching full capacity each day. Thus, the banquet for Dingfu Jewelry Company was aptly chosen to be held here, with the somewhat frugal Xie Zhonglin willing to invest significantly to showcase his company's prowess before Han Lei, hoping to glean greater benefits from him, or more precisely, from the Han family jewelry empire behind him. In the year 2000, while Spring City's nightlife was not particularly vibrant, it was no longer a rarity. Consequently, on warm summer evenings, as the city illuminated at 8 o'clock, various entertainment venues in the center of Spring City were filled with patrons. The first five-star international hotel in the city was no exception, with its expansive parking lot brimming with an array of mid to high-end vehicles, including luxury brands such as Ferrari and Aston Martin. As Liu Dong stepped out from the passenger seat, he couldn't help but marvel at the opulence surrounding him. Although he had lived in Spring City for 3 years, he had previously struggled to establish himself in this unfamiliar locale. Today marked his first intimate encounter with such grandeur since his arrival. Xiao Dong, remember to keep your words in check and your gaze modest once we enter. Otherwise, you may be looked down upon, understood? Wang Chong cautioned him earnestly. After listening, Liu Dong secretly curled his lips, thinking, their opinions of me, whether favorable or unfavorable, are of no consequence. I owe them nothing. The years spent struggling alone have forged not only Liu Dong's resolute will, but also rendered his character somewhat reclusive. Consequently, unless he shares a special bond with someone, Liu Dong has never been one to concern himself with others' perceptions. His favorite motto, which he often recites to himself, is to tread his own path, allowing others to speak as they wish. Perhaps it was this very conviction that led him to secretly drop out of school and venture alone to the bustling city of Quansheng, forsaking the more lucrative opportunities of construction sites to pursue the arduous journey of sculpture, a commitment he has steadfastly maintained to this day. Chapter 53. Trouble or Romantic Encounter. All right, I'll heed your words. Liu Dong hastily responded upon seeing Wang Chong's tense expression. At his remark, Wang Chong's anger transformed into delight, her lips, adorned with a rosy hue, slightly curling upwards, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of pride, evidently pleased with Liu Dong's earlier demeanor. Moreover, if anyone inquires inside, you shall pose as my boyfriend. Before she could finish, Liu Dong, surprised, interjected, Sister Wang, have you agreed to be my girlfriend? With her face flushed, she shot him an exasperated glance, chastising, you think too highly of yourself. Did you not hear me say pose? What a pity. How wonderful it would be if we could turn pretense into reality. Liu Dong mumbled, somewhat discontented. What did you say? Oh, nothing. I merely suggested we should head inside. Liu Dong laughed. Truth be told, such playful banter would have been unimaginable between them in the past. The fact that they could share such a moment today filled Liu Dong with immense satisfaction. He believed that with just a bit more effort, he might indeed win the heart of this charming lady, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. The dual reward of wealth and beauty is perhaps the most splendid fortune imaginable. Observing Liu Dong's tall figure ahead, Wang Chong's eyes flickered with a mix of chiding and delight. She quickened her pace, linking her right arm with his left. In light of your assistance today, I shall concede a little and let you gain some advantage. Though Wang Chong endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, Liu Dong, standing nearby, could still discern the faint blush on her cheeks and the shyness in her eyes. He said nothing, merely tightening his embrace around her tender, fair arm, causing his smile to broaden. As they stepped into the hotel lobby, welcomed by the respectful greetings of the doorman, Liu Dong was momentarily awestruck by the opulent decor within. However, having been forewarned by Wang Chong and possessing an inherent aversion to ostentatious Western-style luxury, he merely glanced around before being led by a hotel hostess to the banquet hall on the 6th floor, reserved by Dingfu Jewelry. As the two attendants on either side pushed open the doors for them to enter, the first sight that greeted their eyes was a resplendent hall adorned in lavish French decor, sprawling over approximately 500 square meters. However, before Liu Dong could fully appreciate the intricate details of this opulent banquet hall, he was immediately disrupted by a myriad of scrutinizing, astonished, and even incredulous gazes directed at him from all corners. Moreover, since their entrance, the once bustling hall, filled with the clinking of glasses and lively chatter, abruptly fell into an unusual silence. This sudden transition from movement to stillness allowed Liu Dong to distinctly perceive Wang Chong's captivating allure for the first time. To be honest, it was Liu Dong's first experience being the center of attention among hundreds, and despite his cultivated composure over the years, he felt an indescribable discomfort enveloping him. In contrast, Wang Chong, who had been linked to his arm, exhibited no signs of unease, likely due to her numerous encounters with such spectacles. "What's the matter? You're usually so composed," she remarked playfully, observing Liu Dong loosen his tie with a sigh of relief after they settled into a corner. Anyone would feel like a circus monkey under such scrutiny. "Oh, I'm often under similar gazes. By your logic, I must be the circus monkey then?" Liu Dong retorted, casting a teasing glance at her, bemused by his metaphor. How could that be? Sister Wang is a stunning beauty. You have some sense." As the two engaged in their seemingly private conversation, the onlookers, realizing the nature of their interaction, began to murmur animatedly among themselves, quickly escalating the noise in the hall to an even greater din than before. Judging by their expressions and gestures, it was evident that the subjects of their discussion were none other than Wang Chong and the unexpectedly present Liu Dong. At that moment, a charming girl dressed in a flowing blue gown and black high-heeled sandals, with an oval face and large eyes, her hair styled in a ponytail, gracefully approached them while holding a tall wine glass filled with red wine. Without hesitation, she plopped down beside Wang Chong, disregarding any semblance of decorum, much to Liu Dong's astonishment. "Sister Wang, aren't you going to introduce me to this handsome guy?" she inquired, placing her wine glass on the low table before casting a playful glance at Liu Dong, then suddenly wrapping her arms around Wang Chong's fair and delicate neck. "Hey, you rascal, let go of me. Can't you see all these people are watching?" Wang Chong exclaimed, lightly tapping the girl's smooth forehead while whispering a playful admonition. "Let them look. They're all acquaintances anyway. Besides, they're here to admire you, the gorgeous Sister Wang, not me." The girl released Wang Chong, her expression nonchalant. "You cheeky girl, always spouting nonsense." After giving the girl a reproachful glare, Wang Chong turned to Liu Dong and introduced, "Xiao Dong, this is my colleague from the company. Jiang Tingting." Tingting, this as she hesitated briefly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her eyes, before quickly stating, "This is my boyfriend, Liu Dong." As soon as Wang Chong's words fell, Jiang Tingting, seated beside her, widened her eyes in astonishment, reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new continent. Even Liu Dong, sitting across from them, could clearly see her rosy little tongue peeking from her agape mouth. "Sister Wang, you can't be serious." Her voice rose dramatically, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the hall once more. Wang Chong, startled by her best friend's exclamation akin to a soprano's, couldn't help but jump. Noticing the curious and inquiring gazes directed her way, Wang Chong's cheeks flushed as she playfully smacked Jiang Tingting's smooth forehead, admonishing her, "You silly Tingting. Why'd you shout so loudly? Do you want everyone to know? Is he really your boyfriend?" Jiang Tingting asked, clutching her forehead. Ignoring the pain, her delicate fingers hovered between Liu Dong and Wang Chong, still incredulous as she pressed for confirmation. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Wang Chong nodded firmly, having already made up her mind. In truth, she had intended to inform her dear friend that her relationship with Liu Dong was merely a temporary guise. However, considering Jiang Tingting's straightforward and outspoken nature, she ultimately refrained from revealing the truth. Yet, upon seeing Wang Chong's nod, Jiang Tingting paused for a moment, then suddenly sprang from her seat. In the bewildered gaze of Liu Dong and Wang Chong, she leaned over the table, her hands propping herself up as she gazed intently at Liu Dong with wide eyes, unaccustomed to being scrutinized so closely by a beauty whose looks rivaled Wang Chong's. Liu Dong found himself at a loss. "Ting, what are you doing?" Wang Chong asked, noticing her friend's peculiar behavior and Liu Dong's awkward expression. Oblivious to Wang Chong's inquiry, Ting examined Liu Dong, touching her smooth, fair chin, and remarked, "His demeanor is quite decent, and his clothing is designer, suggesting he has some wealth. However, he isn't particularly handsome." Pausing for a moment, Ting turned to Wang Chong, seizing her right arm, and with a look of curiosity, inquired, "Sister Wang, are your parents behind this match? Or perhaps one day you were in distress, and this fellow heroically came to your rescue, leading to an unplanned union?" Hearing this, Liu Dong found it amusing. Such an eccentric girl was indeed a rarity. Ting, have you read too many romance novels?" "It's not as you imagine," Wang Chong chided, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Then how did you end up liking him? Zhongzhen is far more attractive. Not to mention that wealthy heir from Han's jewelry who is madly pursuing you. What was his name?" "Oh, Han Lei. He seems a better match than this guy." "Miss, am I really as undesirable as you claim?" Liu Dong interjected. He could sense that Wang Chong's friend was merely speaking without thinking. So despite feeling somewhat unsettled by her remarks, he bore no true resentment. After casting a disapproving glare at Ting, Wang Chong turned back to Liu Dong, apologetically saying, "Xiao Dong, she just has this carefree personality, saying whatever comes to her mind. Please don't take it to heart." However, just as Wang Chong had managed to calm Ting, a new trouble swiftly approached. "Look, here comes Zhongzhen. Indeed, this promises to be quite a spectacle." Zhongzhen is the most fervent admirer of Wang Chong within our company. With such an unexpectedly intimate figure appearing beside her, how could he not feel unsettled without clarifying the situation? I had wondered why Wang Chong had remained indifferent to so many suitors, only to discover that she already has a boyfriend. Yet, that man's appearance leaves much to be desired. He pales in comparison to Zhongzhen. It truly is a case of a beautiful flower being placed in a pile of manure. What a pity for such a stunning woman. That fellow is indeed fortunate. It seems that good cabbage has been wasted on pigs. Wang Chong's taste is rather poor to have chosen someone like him. Listening to the surrounding gossip, Liu Dong couldn't help but feel a swell of resentment. Although his appearance is indeed not remarkable, it surely isn't as dreadful as they claim. Chong, I wonder who this friend is. He looks rather unfamiliar," Liu Dong remarked, as Wang Chong prepared to offer some comfort to him, noting the noticeable change in his expression. Just then, a young man dressed in a silver-gray suit, strikingly handsome yet with thin lips pressed together, exuding an air of sharpness, approached with a glass in hand. It must be Zhongzhen, the suitor that others had just mentioned, Liu Dong surmised. However, from Wang Chong's tightly furrowed brows, it was evident that she did not favor, and perhaps even harbored some disdain for, this uninvited guest. Upon witnessing this, Liu Dong felt an inexplicable sense of relief. One less competitor. "Zhongzhen, our relationship is not quite so intimate yet, so I would appreciate it if you could simply call me by my name in the future to avoid any misunderstandings," Wang Chong asserted, her brows knitting in disapproval. At her words, Zhongzhen's smile faltered, a fleeting flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes before quickly dissipating. However, Liu Dong, who was keenly observing him, caught every nuance of his changing expression. Chong. Before he could finish, Liu Dong abruptly interjected, "Sir, did you not hear what my girlfriend just said? Chong is not a name you can use." Having just endured the scorn of Wang Chong's colleagues, Liu Dong, still simmering with frustration, naturally had little patience for the man who was now vying for the affections of the woman he admired. "What did you say?" Being disregarded by Wang Chong was already infuriating for Zhongzhen, and now, with this uninvited individual stepping into the fray, his temper flared further, especially at the mention of Wang Chong's boyfriend, which ignited a fire within him. Coming from a wealthy family, Zhongzhen had never been questioned in such a manner by anyone other than his parents or elders, and the public nature of this confrontation only compounded his embarrassment. However, Liu Dong paid no heed to his rival's thoughts. Was I not clear enough just now? With that, he boldly seated himself beside Wang Chong, and in the midst of Zhongzhen's fury, Ting's astonishment, and the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, he pulled Wang Chong tightly into his embrace. Surprised by Liu Dong's actions, Wang Chong instinctively wished to struggle, but upon recalling the purpose of bringing Liu Dong here, she swiftly ceased her movements. Witnessing this scene, Zhongzhen's breath became noticeably heavier, his face reddening as he asked in a hushed, furious tone, Wang Chong, is what he just said true? Confronted with Zhong Zhen's wrathful gaze, Wang Chong took a deep breath and replied with a calm demeanor, Indeed, Xiao Dong is my boyfriend. Well, you two are quite the pair. Zhong Zhen appeared visibly agitated by Wang Chong's words, his body trembling slightly as he spoke. However, he was aware that creating a scene in this setting would be unwise, not only due to his own reputation, but also because of the presence of Jiang Tingting beside him. After taking a deep breath, Zhong Zhen's expression normalized slightly as he declared, Chong, I will not simply concede. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Liu Dong and coldly warned, Kid, I advise you to keep your distance. Otherwise, once you step outside, you will surely learn the meaning of regret. Is that so? I'm quite eager to find out. Liu Dong, embodying a personality that thrives on soft approaches rather than hard threats, and possessing martial prowess, adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked himself. Thus, he dismissed Zhong Zhen's threats with nonchalance. I hope you remain this defiant when the time comes. With a cold snort, Zhong Zhen turned and departed. Well, you're in for it now. Jiang Tingting, who had been watching the drama unfold, remarked to Liu Dong after Zhong Zhen stormed off. Do not worry, Sister Wang. I will be cautious. Besides, that kid may not be able to deal with me. Liu Dong replied confidently. Such bravado. Are you aware of Zhong Zhen's family background? Let me enlighten you. His father is the vice mayor of Quancheng, his mother the chairwoman of Yangming Group, and his grandfather the chairman of the Quancheng Jade Carving Association. Can you compete with that? Hearing this, Liu Dong furrowed his brow. Despite his suspicions about Zhong Zhen's family background, he was still taken aback when he heard it from Jiang Tingting. What surprised him most was that Zhong Zhen's grandfather was actually the chairman of the Quancheng Jade Carving Association. If Liu Dong's memory served him correctly, this individual was named Wen Zheng, a provincial jade carving master. However, as a peer in the industry, Liu Dong held a degree of disdain for him, as rumors suggested that his meddling had turned what should have been a healthy competition promoting the jade carving industry, the Quancheng Jade Carving Masters competition, into a murky affair, even becoming a tool for accepting bribes. Chapter 55, Dual Personalities. Observing Liu Dong's furrowed brow and silence, Jiang Tingting assumed he was intimidated and felt a tinge of contempt, secretly deeming her friend's choice as unworthy, thus losing interest in continuing the conversation with him. However, upon meeting Wang Chong's pleading gaze, Jiang Tingting reluctantly said, All right, I will warn that brat Zhong Zhen to behave, but I've heard that his uncle has some connections, so do keep your guard up. Thank you, Tingting. No need for thanks. After all, we are best friends. I truly cannot fathom what it is about that young man that captivates you so much, to the point of being so concerned. As her words faded, Jiang Tingting lifted her glass from the table, declaring, All right, I'm leaving. Out of sight, out of mind. How could she leave? Observing Jiang Tingting's departure, Liu Dong was taken aback, immersed in his own thoughts. He was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Tingting had begun to harbor some discontent towards him. Of course, even if he were aware, Liu Dong would remain indifferent. After all, unlike Wang Chong, his acquaintance with Jiang Tingting was merely fleeting. They were not even friends at this point. Nodding thoughtfully, Wang Chong, with a hint of caution in her voice, advised Xiao Dong, Zhong Zhen comes from a formidable background. Now that Tingting has agreed to assist, I trust Zhong Zhen would not dare to confront you openly. However, it seems he has an uncle with connections, so you must exercise utmost caution. A smirk crept across Liu Dong's lips. If Zhong Zhen were to utilize his familial connections to confront him overtly, Liu Dong might indeed find himself in a bit of trouble. Yet, should it escalate beyond that, it could lead to quite an entertaining spectacle. Reflecting on it, he mused that it had been quite a while since he had engaged in a confrontation, particularly after his scuffle with members of the Black Tiger Gang 2 years ago. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Liu Dong replied, Don't worry, Sister Wang. I will be careful. He assented, choosing not to elaborate further. Noticing the concern etched on Wang Chong's face, he wisely shifted the topic. Sister Wang, I heard you mention that Jiang Tingting's family seems rather impressive. Indeed, Tingting's father is quite influential in our city, Wang Chong replied lightly, leaving Liu Dong utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that the headstrong young woman's father held such a prominent position in Quancheng. It was no wonder Wang Chong had been so certain that Zhong Zhen would refrain from leveraging his family's influence against him. As a vice-province-level city, Quancheng serves as the capital of SD province and is home to a high-ranking official who is also a member of the provincial committee. Even on a national scale, such a figure commands significant authority. In contrast, a deputy mayor who may not even have reached the city committee level pales in comparison. At that moment, Liu Dong's understanding deepened. A stunning beauty like Wang Chong, lacking a substantial background, would likely have been ensnared by some powerful figure long ago had it not been for Jiang Tingting's protection. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, thunderous applause erupted in the spacious hall, compelling both Liu Dong and Wang Chong to turn their attention towards the center, where Xie Zhonglin stood, microphone in hand. "Shall we join them?" Wang Chong suggested, observing the crowd rising from their seats and converging towards the hall center. As a senior executive of Dingfu Jewelry, she felt it was inappropriate to remain seated. "All right." Despite his reluctance, Liu Dong rose to his feet. "I am thrilled to see everyone here today for this banquet. I would also like to take this opportunity to share some wonderful news. Dingfu Jewelry's revenue for the last quarter has surpassed 100 million. If we can maintain this momentum, achieving over 400 million in sales this year will be entirely feasible. When that time comes, I shall host another grand celebration for all. Certainly, the year-end red envelopes will be plentiful for everyone." As the applause echoed around, Liu Dong noticed a lack of joy on the faces of his colleagues. "Sister Wang, why do you all appear so unenthusiastic about the red envelopes?" he inquired, puzzled. "In our company, President Xie's stinginess is notorious. I've been here for 3 years, and every year he promises a year-end bonus that never materializes. Over time, we have all grown accustomed to it." Liu Dong expressed his disbelief. Is he not afraid that employees will leave if he continues to break his promises? "Of course, he is concerned," Wang Chong explained. "That is why he tries to win over the upper management. As for the lower-level employees, despite the lack of year-end bonuses, the salary and performance incentives at Dingfu Jewelry are relatively competitive compared to the industry, which reduces turnover." In truth, Wang Chong refrained from mentioning that with the expansion of university admissions, the number of graduates has surged, making it increasingly challenging to secure desirable positions. The jewelry industry, with its relatively relaxed environment and decent pay, attracts a plethora of applicants even for the most ordinary sales positions. Although the employees' reactions rendered Xie Zhonglin somewhat uncomfortable, his adeptness at navigating the complexities of corporate politics masked any signs of distress on his countenance. "The success of Dingfu Jewelry is not solely due to our hard work, but also thanks to the long-standing support from Han's Jewelry. Will you drink?" Liu Dong hesitated momentarily before accepting the glass of red wine from Jiang Tingting. Having previously been financially constrained and devoted to martial arts training, he had never indulged in smoking or drinking. Yet, refusing Jiang Tingting, a close friend of Wang Chong, seemed impolite. "Can you tell me how you and Sister Wang met?" Jiang Tingting asked, taking a sip of her wine with an air of indifference. Liu Dong found himself momentarily disconcerted by the stark transformation of Jiang Tingting, who had once exuded vivacity during their initial meeting. Though surprised, Liu Dong managed to maintain his composure. "That seems unrelated to Miss Jiang," he replied nonchalantly. "Humph, don't think I don't know. You're just a carpenter renting a room in Sister Wang's house," Jiang Tingting remarked coldly. In her eyes, woodworking, regardless of its form, was synonymous with carpentry, equating Liu Dong's craft to that of furniture makers. "Since Miss Jiang is already aware, why bother asking me?" Liu Dong retorted. Although Wang Chong had mentioned him before, observing their interaction, especially Wang Chong's affectionate gestures towards Liu Dong, left Jiang Tingting uncertain about the nature of their relationship. Chapter 56. Lack of interest. "I don't know what tricks you've used to deceive Sister Wang's affections, but you should be self-aware. A top beauty like her is beyond the reach of someone like you. Moreover, even if Sister Wang has feelings for you, can your meager income as a carpenter sustain her?" To Miss Jiang Tingting's surprise, after listening to her words, Liu Dong displayed no signs of anger on his face. Of course, Liu Dong was not devoid of irritation. He merely suppressed his mild resentment, considering the other party's identity and out of respect for Wang Chong. "Miss Jiang, these matters seem to bear no relation to you. Whether I can support Sister Wang is a concern solely between us, one that requires no interference from outsiders." Had Liu Dong not attained the Shaili Yuanguang before, Jiang Tingting's words might have exerted some influence over him. However, since he had made over 3 million from a serendipitously acquired snuff bottle and subsequently earned 15 million from a piece of ice jade at Shiwan Pavilion, earning money was no longer a formidable challenge for him. Thus, Jiang Tingting's remarks held no weight for him now. "You," Jiang Tingting pointed at Liu Dong. Her face flushed with indignation. Yet, she quickly seemed to recall something, reclining against the back of the sofa like Liu Dong, crossing her legs, and with a playful smile. She said, "If you leave Sister Chong, I will offer you 100,000. Furthermore, I will take care of the situation with Zhongzhan, ensuring he will not trouble you again. Additionally, if you desire a position in the government, I can arrange that for you." and I can guarantee your promotion to a departmental level officer within 5 years. How does that sound? This is certainly a more promising future than being a mere carpenter. Is that so? Such advantageous terms. Should I then express my gratitude? Liu Dong replied with a smirk. Faced with such generous offers, another might have readily agreed. Yet, for Liu Dong, who had unexpectedly acquired Shaili Yuanguang and would not lack for wealth in the future, such conditions bore little allure. Moreover, the bureaucratic world was rife with regulations and intrigue, a reality Liu Dong, who cherished freedom and abhorred constraints, found unappealing. There is no need for gratitude. I simply wish for you to distance yourself from Sister Chong. Jiang Tingting replied with a dismissive wave of her hand, her face marred by distaste. Regrettably for her, Jiang Tingting misjudged Liu Dong's reaction. What a pity. I, Liu Dong, am someone who does not recognize good fortune. So Miss Zhang's offer is better suited for someone else. Liu Dong shrugged, his expression eliciting a particularly vexing response from Jiang Tingting. Your delicate face flushed with indignation, your finger trembling as you pointed at Liu Dong. Do you even comprehend what a departmental level officer signifies? Of course, positions such as the township party secretary, town mayor, and directors of various departments in county-level cities are all considered departmental-level officials. Am I mistaken? Since you understand, why then do you refuse? Jiang Tingting inquired, astonished. The coveted title of a departmental-level official was something countless individuals yearned for, many dedicating their entire lives in pursuit of it. Yet Liu Dong had dismissed it without a moment's contemplation, a scenario Jiang Tingting had never encountered before. Naturally, this sparked a flicker of intrigue within her toward Liu Dong. How novel. I have no interest in holding office. Why should I not decline? Liu Dong replied with an air of nonchalance. Sister Chong. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Jiang Tingting's demeanor abruptly transformed. She swiftly rose to her feet, extending her arms with exuberant enthusiasm, and embraced Wang Chong's slender waist. You mischievous girl, can't you see all these people around us? Let go. Wang Chong, blushing, urged hastily. No, Irafuza. Those filthy men are simply envious. Jiang Tingting retorted defiantly, casting a challenging glance at Liu Dong nearby. Observing their affectionate interaction, Liu Dong couldn't help but entertain an absurd thought. Could Jiang Tingting possibly harbor feelings for Sister Wang? Old Xia, who's that girl? She is quite beautiful, Han Lei remarked, nudging Xie Zhonglin beside him while gesturing subtly toward Wang Chong. As Xie Zhonglin followed Han Lei's indication, his expression changed dramatically, a wave of bitterness washing over him as he thought, it's that esteemed lady. In truth, Jiang Tingting's presence in his company was primarily due to Wang Chong, and she held no specific position, merely dabbling for amusement. Nonetheless, Xie Zhonglin dared not dismiss her. In fact, he was quite pleased to have such a distinguished young lady in his firm, for her presence had shielded Dingfu jewelry from bureaucratic hindrances during its years of expansion. Young Master Han, it would be prudent to avoid crossing paths with her. Despite the risk of offending Han jewelry, Xie Zhonglin was too wary to provoke Jiang Tingting. Old Xie, what do you mean? Is she not just a pretty girl from your company? Are you really that reluctant to part with her? Han Lei, ever assertive, pressed on, his demeanor brimming with audacity. No, young Master Han. This young lady wields considerable influence. We cannot afford to offend her, Xie Zhonglin implored, his urgency palpable. Cannot afford to offend? Han Lei paused, taken aback. Indeed, fearing that this reckless scion, unrestrained in her actions, might cause turmoil in his midst. Xie Zhonglin hastily stepped forward and quietly revealed Jiang Tingting's background to him. Is that so? Han Lei instinctively curiosity. Of course. How could I possibly withhold such information from young Master Han? Observing the conviction in Xie Zhonglin's expression, Han Lei nodded, albeit with lingering skepticism. Although Han Jewelry was a nationally recognized conglomerate with assets exceeding 100 billion, the Han family remained mere merchants. In a society dominated by bureaucratic hierarchies, while local officials might be inconsequential, they certainly could not afford to provoke a deputy provincial leader. Han Lei was acutely aware of this reality. What a pity for such a beauty, Han Lei mused inwardly. By the way, old Xie, have you ascertained the identity of that fellow beside Wang Chong? He inquired, turning his attention. Having resigned to the unattainable Jiang Tingting, he had no intention of letting Wang Chong, who stood on similar ground, slip away. I have found out. That fellow is just a country bumpkin who emerged from nowhere, typically earning a living by setting up a stall at the antique market in Cheng. Moreover, he only moved into the apartment rented by Wang Chong 5 months ago. Thus, they're certainly not a couple, Xie Zhonglin asserted with certainty. Certainly. The swift acquisition of Liu Dong's information required considerable effort and incurred a significant debt of social favors. However, if it facilitates the cultivation of a favorable relationship with Han's jewelry, then such sacrifices are deemed worthwhile. Han Lei nodded in agreement, finding that Xie Zhonglin's insights largely mirrored his own findings. Yet, one could not help but ponder why Wang Chong referred to this rustic fellow as her boyfriend, especially given their apparent intimacy. It was hardly surprising, given one's disdain for a lecherous glutton like you. While he harbored such thoughts, Xie Zhonglin remarked, Miss Wang is naturally beautiful. Many male employees in the company are enamored with her, particularly one named Zhongzhen. He, boasting of his father's position as the vice mayor of Quancheng and his mother's status as the chairwoman of Yangming Group, incessantly pursues Miss Wang, likely to her irritation. Thus, she has resorted to finding someone to pose as her boyfriend to deter his advances. To be candid, Xie Zhonglin harbored a particular disdain for Zhongzhen, who, despite his prestigious lineage, showed him no respect within the company. Were it not for Zhong's illustrious background, he might have been expelled long ago. Hence, Xie deliberately highlighted Zhong's affection for Wang Chong, hoping that if Han Lei were to compete for her affections and provoke a conflict, it would alleviate his own burdens, allowing him to evade the domineering presence of these young masters. Chapter 57. A Brief Confrontation. Does being the vice mayor confer any real significance? Although Quancheng is the capital of Dongshan province and a vice-provincial city, a vice mayor who has not ascended to the standing committee is merely a deputy departmental level official. Thus, Han Lei did not regard Zhongzhen's lineage with the same trepidation he had shown toward Jiang Tingting. Let them quarrel. The louder, the better. It would serve as an outlet for my own grievances, Xie Zhonglin mused. However, before that, he needed to deal with this young man. Observing Liu Dong engaged in jovial conversation with Wang Chong from a distance, Han Lei spoke coldly. For the majority of Dingfu Jewelry's employees, the rare 2-hour banquet this evening was a fleeting yet precious opportunity, so much so that when the event concluded at 10 o'clock, a lingering sense of unfulfillment remained. Thus, the suggestion to continue the revelry at a KTV was met with growing enthusiasm. Sister Chong, shall we join in for some karaoke? Jiang Tingting implored, clinging to Wang Chong's arm with a delicate tone. Xiaodong, are you coming? She inquired. I think not, Liu Dong replied, shaking his head. Then I shan't go either. You may revel with them. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Chong declared. Before Jiang Tingting could respond, an exceedingly irksome voice echoed from behind them. Chong, isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, we've been colleagues for many years, and Tingting is your dear sister. Surely you can grant her this favor. Besides, it's merely singing. It won't take long. Casting a cold glance at him, Jiang Tingting loathed this individual who spoke nonsense under her name. Yet since their objectives temporarily aligned, she refrained from retorting. Please refer to me as Wang Chong, Zhongzhen. Our relationship is not that intimate, Wang Chong replied curtly. The expression on Zhongzhen's face darkened considerably after his encounter, yet he maintained a semblance of composure. Although his heart seethed with anger, he refrained from expressing it in front of Wang Chong, especially with Jiang Tingting present. Nevertheless, his animosity towards Liu Dong intensified. The audacity of stealing affection was intolerable for any man, particularly for someone like Zhongzhen, who had grown up in affluence, basking in the accolades of others, and harbored a deep-seated pride and arrogance. At that moment, Wang Chong, who was hesitating about joining Jiang Tingting and the others for karaoke, noticed the unfriendly glare Zhongzhen cast towards Liu Dong. This prompted her to make a firm decision. Distrustful of Zhongzhen, she feared he might leverage his family's influence to trouble Liu Dong. Consequently, she sought an opportunity to speak with Jiang Tingting privately, hoping for assistance. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Dong could not fathom Wang Chong's thoughts. Despite feeling disappointment, he wore a neutral expression. Had it not been for Jiang Tingting's presence, he would never have allowed Wang Chong to go to karaoke alone. As they prepared to part ways, Liu Dong unexpectedly stepped forward and gently embraced Wang Chong. Though she initially felt a sense of discomfort, she quickly recalled their pretense of being a couple and did not resist. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she softly acknowledged the embrace, discreetly pinching Liu Dong's waist in the process. The sudden pain elicited a sharp intake of breath from Liu Dong. However, the pleasure of holding her far outweighed the momentary discomfort. As he held Wang Chong, the three onlookers simultaneously expressed their discontent with a huff. Among them were the visibly displeased Zhongzhen and Han Lei, who was peering from the 6th floor of the hotel through an open window. The third was unexpectedly Jiang Tingting. With so many witnesses, Liu Dong could not linger in the embrace, despite his desire to do so. Once Liu Dong released Wang Chong, she breathed a sigh of relief and inquired about their transportation. Aware that Liu Dong did not drive and that it was already past 10 in the evening with most public transport in Quanchang halted, she understood the urgency. "I see," she replied, but before she could say more, Jiang Tingting abruptly tugged at her arm, pulling her towards the parking area. Observing her close friend's actions, Wang Chong cast Liu Dong a resigned glance before being led away by Jiang Tingting. Liu Dong smiled, waved goodbye, and prepared to depart. However, before he could take a step, Zhong Zhun obstructed his path. "Get out of the way," Liu Dong admonished, furrowing his brow. He held no regard for the arrogant young man standing between him and Wang Chong. "You." Zhong Zhun's face flushed with anger. Throughout his life, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner, except for his parents. Yet recalling his purpose, he took a deep breath and suppressed the fury boiling within him. Although Liu Dong's attire and demeanor exude the essence of a prosperous individual, his lifestyle and insights are not easily swayed by mere designer clothing. Thus, the attentive gaze of Zhong Zhun during the banquet likely stemmed from a misjudgment of Liu Dong's status, culminating in the current scene. To Zhong Zhun, the sum of 500,000 is already a figure that an ordinary person would find hard to refuse. However, Liu Dong is far from ordinary. With a fortune nearing 20 million and the potential for rapid wealth accumulation, he remained unfazed by the tempting offer. Even in his previous state of having nothing, he would never acquiesce to such terms. Upon receiving the 500,000 check from Zhong Zhun, and under the latter's gaze of reluctant respect, Liu Dong exerted a slight force with his hands, maintaining an unchanged expression as he tore the paper in half. In an instant, what was once a check transformed into mere scraps of paper in Liu Dong's grasp. With a decisive puff, the fragments floated away, cascading like snowflakes onto the concrete ground outside the hotel, eliciting an atmosphere thick with derision. "Liu Dong, I will make you regret your actions today." Zhong Zhun seethed, fixating on Liu Dong's retreating figure. Though he harbored intentions of confronting the man who had humiliated him, the sight of Liu Dong's imposing stature quelled his violent impulses. This was a public space. Should he fail in his attempt to retaliate, the repercussions would be too great to bear. Zhong Zhun had no desire to become the laughingstock of the affluent circle in Quancheng. "Just wait, you scoundrel. Soon enough, you will be the one begging on your knees," he thought bitterly, envisioning a future where Liu Dong's arrogance would be stripped away. Chapter 58, A Minor Trouble. The brief confrontation between Liu Dong and Zhong Zhun went unnoticed by Wang Chong, who had been whisked away by Jiang Tingting. However, the encounter was witnessed by Han Lei on the 6th floor. "These two," Han Lei scoffed, his gaze narrowing as he observed Liu Dong's retreating form, a chilling glint in his eyes. Although Zhong Zhun was also a rival for affection, the Zhong family held significant power in Quancheng, rendering them untouchable for Han Lei. In contrast, Liu Dong, appearing to lack any backing, seemed far more manageable. Moreover, in the contest for Wang Chong's affection, Liu Dong had just gained the upper hand. "First, I shall eliminate you, and then I will deal with that Zhong fellow," Han Lei mused. "Sir, everything is prepared, and they are ready to act at any moment." At that moment, Han Zhong, who had been serving as Han Lei's bodyguard, approached with a phone in hand. "Excellent, that young man is alone now, making it the perfect opportunity for us to strike." Han Lei nodded, but after a moment's hesitation, Han Zhong added, "Sir, there has been a slight complication. The Black Tiger Gang has doubled their asking price." "What? Do they think we are fools? They want 10,000 just to handle that guy? They must be out of their minds." Han Lei spun around, his anger palpable. To speak candidly, although Han Lei is the sole heir of Han's jewelry, his allowance from home is not substantial, especially due to previous missteps. Moreover, a sum of 100,000 yuan in the year 2000 was indeed considerable. It is no wonder he feels such distress. "Young master, shall we take matters into our own hands?" After discovering that Liu Dong is not a person of significant background, Han Zhong felt liberated from any apprehensions. Furthermore, Han Lei merely intended to teach Liu Dong a lesson without resorting to lethal measures, which was a task far too effortless for someone with Han Zhong's special forces training. Upon hearing his words, Han Lei experienced a flicker of temptation. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately shook his head. "You have already encountered this fellow at the mall this afternoon, hence you cannot act against him." The crux of the matter lay in his desire to avoid leaving a negative impression on Wang Chong. If he were to deal with Liu Dong and inadvertently tarnish his relationship with the enchanting Wang Chong, pushing her into the arms of Zhong Zhun, it would indeed be a case of loss outweighing gain. 100,000 is merely 100,000 if the Black Tiger Gang desires it. "I shall grant it to them," provided they handle the matter with finesse and do not implicate us. After pacing for a moment, Han Lei gritted his teeth and suddenly turned to issue instructions to Han Zhong. I understand, young master. Very well, go ahead. However, just as Han Zhong reached the doorway, Han Lei, deep in thought, abruptly called out, Wait a moment. What further instructions do you have, young master? Inform the members of the Black Tiger Gang that I will not part with a single cent of that 100,000, but they're to break one of that brat's legs, rendering him crippled, so that he dares not contend for women with me again. Adihunali, Han Zhong. You are to accompany the Black Tiger Gang. Should they fail to handle that fellow, you must take matters into your own hands. Recalling Liu Dong's tall and robust physique, he feared that the average thugs would be no match for him. Thus, he decided to send out a bodyguard of similar special forces background. Understood, young master. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Han Zhong inquired once more. Nothing more. Once the task is complete, have them call me immediately. I wish to know the outcome at the earliest opportunity. Understood, young master. Well then, it is settled. Quickly attend to it. Han Lei waved his hand, and Han Zhong swiftly departed. Brat, consider this a lesson, so you may comprehend that a beauty like Wang Chong is beyond the reach of a pauper like you. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the opulent private room, illuminated by the bright lights outside, Han Lei crossed his arms and watched Liu Dong leave alone, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face as he murmured to himself. The Sofitel Silver Plaza Hotel is located on Shuiyuan Street in Spring City, merely 3 streets away from the Imperial View Garden where Liu Dong currently resides, with a straight-line distance of less than 5 kilometers, a distance that is not far at all. If one were to take a shortcut through Zhongshan Park, it would take less than half an hour. To be frank, the name Zhongshan Park has become somewhat commonplace in China. It seems that nearly every first-tier city boasts a park of the same name. However, compared to its counterparts, the Zhongshan Park in the Spring City possesses a slightly longer historical lineage. According to the inscriptions on the stone tablets in the park, during the 30th year of the Guangxu reign in the Qing dynasty, which corresponds to the year 1904, the Jiazhou-Jinan Railway was completed, and thus Zhongshan Park was established. Although it did not bear its current name at that time, it was then known as the earliest park in the commercial area, referred to as the Commercial Park. Naturally, it became a favored spot for the residents of the nearby Spring City to seek respite during the evenings. However, as Liu Dong traversed a bamboo-lined pathway approximately 12 meters long and arrived at a modest sunken square covering merely over 30 square meters, a sardonic smile suddenly appeared on his face, prompting him to halt his steps. Come out, all of you. You've been following me for quite some time. If you find it tedious, I'm even more weary of your incessant following. Liu Dong proclaimed loudly, standing at the center of the small square, gazing towards the bamboo grove. Not bad, brother. You've managed to see through our stealth. A tall young man clad in a black vest, his shoulders adorned with tattoos of snarling wolf heads, stepped out from the shadows of the bamboo under the dim light, exuding a more menacing aura. Following him, 8 young men of various appearances, their hair dyed in a kaleidoscope of colors and their bodies marked with assorted tattoos, emerged from the darkness, brandishing steel pipes, gradually encircling Liu Dong. The mockery evident on their faces made their intentions unmistakable. It seems you have come specifically to deal with me, Liu Dong remarked coolly. Indeed, you're not foolish after all. The tall young man with the wolf tattoos lightly tapped his steel pipe, sneering. However, I am quite curious as to who sent you here. Was it Zhongzhen or Han Lei? The tall young man remained unfazed, replying, We do not know either of those individuals you mentioned, but regardless of what you say today, it seems you cannot escape a beating. Have you forgotten, brother? We promised to incapacitate him by breaking a leg. A young man with red-dyed hair taunted Liu Dong. Haha, indeed, I almost overlooked that. The tall young man continued, Kid, do not blame us. We are merely carrying out orders for a price. After all, you have offended someone. Chapter 59, The Black Tiger Gang. Liu Dong smiled indifferently. Although the young man did not disclose who had sent them, it was evident that it was linked to one of the 2 individuals he had mentioned. Liu Dong remained uncertain whether it was Han Lei or Zhongzhen, but soon he would likely discover the truth. Clenching his fists, he thought, So, are you not going to strike? Upon hearing this, Chi Chong felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding as he observed the calm demeanor of the person they had surrounded. Based on his past experiences, typically, when a single individual was encircled by 9, they would display fear and beg for mercy or resort to threats. Yet, Chi Chong discerned not a trace of fear emanating from this person. In fact, under the dim light, he could even perceive a hint of disdain in the fleeting glances exchanged between them. He was uncertain whether this individual was merely a bluffer or genuinely possessed formidable skills. If it were the former, it would be manageable. However, if the latter were true, they would find themselves in a precarious situation. Upon this realization, Chi Chong's brow furrowed. The relaxed demeanor he had moments ago vanished, and his gaze fixated intently on Liu Dong, as if seeking to discern something from him. Meanwhile, his underlings, oblivious to their leader's concerns, could not contain themselves upon witnessing Liu Dong's calm expression, which seemed to dismiss them entirely. The brash members of the Black Tiger Gang, accustomed to instilling fear, could no longer restrain their tempers. "Hey, you little brat, what gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly?" Though surrounded by incredulous and mocking glances from his companions, the individual felt a surge of embarrassment for his earlier cowardice. Without waiting for Chi Chong's command and disregarding the earlier piercing gaze, he charged down the steps, brandishing a metal pipe, aiming a reckless strike at Liu Dong, who stood at the center of the small square. However, the ensuing scene left the onlookers of the Black Tiger Gang utterly astounded. The very individual who had moments ago swung the metal pipe at Liu Dong was now sent flying 3 meters away by a kick as swift as lightning, rolling on the ground until he collided with the steps of the square, finally coming to a halt. At this moment, the arrogance he once exhibited had completely evaporated, and the sight of him clutching his abdomen in pain suggested he had sustained a significant injury. "My apologies. I haven't had the opportunity to engage in a brawl for quite some time, and I may have struck a little too hard," Liu Dong remarked nonchalantly. Yet, at this juncture, the expressions of everyone, including Chi Chong, had drastically changed. They recognized that they had encountered a formidable foe that night. Although they contemplated retreating, the obligation to fulfill the task for which they were compensated weighed heavily on them, even in the face of defeat. They felt compelled to put up some semblance of a fight. "Let us band together, everyone." The thugs were not inclined to adhere to any rules. A brawl had always been a matter of numbers. Chi Chong's words resonated with the crowd. It was evident that this adversary was not to be trifled with, and their numerical advantage was their only asset at that moment. However, they soon grasped that in the face of absolute power, sheer numbers were of little consequence. Bang! Bang! Oh my goodness! Except for Chi Chong, who managed to delay Liu Dong for a few moments. The rest of the thugs were dispatched with a single blow each. In less than half a minute, the once haughty members of the Black Tiger Gang were reduced to mere figures lying on the ground. "By the way, what's your name?" Liu Dong inquired, standing above the tall young man adorned with a fierce wolf tattoo on his shoulder. "Chi Chong. I am Chi Chong," he replied, aware that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. This saying was etched in the minds of those who roamed the streets. "Chi Chong, your attitude is somewhat satisfactory. Now, could you enlighten me as to who sent you?" Upon meeting Liu Dong's stern gaze, Chi Chong felt a tremor of fear and quickly replied, "Brother, I truly do not know. This task was assigned from above. We were merely following orders. Brother, we were blind to the great mountain before us, and shall never dare to do so again. Truly unaware? Indeed, brother, we genuinely do not know." Observing his demeanor, Liu Dong realized that he would elicit no meaningful responses. Regardless of who confronted him, it ultimately boiled down to either Han Lei or Zhongzhen. However, at this moment, Liu Dong could not conceive an effective strategy for retaliation, so he decided to temporarily set the matter aside. "Chi Chong, is it?" Liu Dong inquired, casting a glance at the tall young man at his feet. Yes, yes, big brother," Chi Chong hastily replied, eager to spare himself further suffering. At this juncture, he disregarded all notions of pride and dignity. Meanwhile, concealed within the bamboo grove, someone was drenched in cold sweat from the chilling gaze Liu Dong had cast upon him as he departed. Since retiring from the Chengdu Military District Special Forces, he had never encountered an individual with such terrifying prowess. All 9 of his companions had been incapacitated in less than half a minute, although he had honed his own exceptional combat skills during his military service. Facing a master like Liu Dong, who evidently possessed formidable martial arts, he knew that even a dozen of him together would stand no chance. Thus, even with Han Lei's insistence, if the members of the Black Tiger Gang could not best Liu Dong, he would have to intervene. Yet, fully aware of his own limitations, he dared not emerge. He was not Han Zhong, fiercely devoted to the Han family. No matter how he contemplated it, upon hearing Liu Dong's final words, Chi Chong was utterly stunned. As the leader of the Black Tiger Gang's Qinglang Hall, he was acutely aware of his gang leader's identity. Chapter 60, The Alarmed Yongbin. Nevertheless, upon recalling Liu Dong's demeanor and tone when mentioning his gang leader, coupled with his concluding remarks, Chi Chong was both astonished and reminded of a long-circulating legend within the gang. If Liu Dong truly was the person of the rumors, he had inadvertently found himself embroiled in a significant predicament. How had he been so greedy as to accept such a cursed task? Regret washed over Chi Chong. turning his face a shade of blue. Xiao Lu was right. Since joining the Black Tiger Gang, he had never suffered such a significant loss. And this matter could not be left unresolved. Indeed, this beating could not go unavenged. Oh, it hurt so much. After Liu Dong departed, the gang members of the Black Tiger Gang, sprawled on the ground, slowly rose, clutching their chests, waists, or backs where Liu Dong had struck, groaning in pain while cursing. 2 years prior, the Black Tiger Gang had imposed a gag order. Even Chi Chong had only heard whispers about it from the veteran members who had brought him into the gang. Tales spoken in drunken stupor that were vehemently denied upon sobering up. Yet, Chi Chong knew there was indeed such a person. Let us go. With a heavy heart, Chi Chong called out and hurriedly made his way toward the exit of Zhongshan Park. The bewildered gang members, unsure of why their leader had suddenly changed his demeanor, exchanged confused glances before reluctantly following along, grimacing and stumbling. Meanwhile, within the opulent suite of the Sofitel Silver Plaza Hotel, despite the clock striking 11:30 p.m., Han Lei, seated on the leather sofa, remained wide awake. After glancing at the time, he finished the red wine in his goblet and rose from the plush sofa, pacing irritably around the living room. At that moment, Han Zhong, who had been standing guard outside the door, unexpectedly entered, clutching his mobile phone. Upon witnessing this, Han Lei halted his steps and eagerly approached, asking, "Is there news? That rascal must have been severely beaten, right?" Faced with the young master's fervent gaze, Han Zhong recalled the panicked description from the earlier call. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly shook his head. The excitement and anticipation in Han Lei's expression abruptly froze on his face. "Young master, our planned operation has failed. Liu Dong is a master of martial arts." All 9 members of the Black Tiger Gang attacked simultaneously and were utterly defeated without even touching his clothing. Moreover, it is said that he is not even their match. Impossible. How could he possibly possess such skills? Han Lei muttered in disbelief, his face contorted with anger. How did you conduct your investigation? How could you overlook something as crucial as his martial prowess? I apologize, young master. I have failed in my duties. In truth, aside from those who were genuinely acquainted with him, such as Uncle Long and Mu Gang, very few in Quansheng were aware of Liu Dong's abilities. Furthermore, Han Zhong's investigation had been brief, leaving him unaware of Liu Dong's martial skills. However, Han Lei was unconcerned with these details. At this moment, what mattered most to him was how to eliminate Liu Dong, the greatest threat to his interests. You must immediately contact the Black Tiger Gang and offer them more money to send additional men. Also, you will go with them. I refuse to believe that we cannot deal with that little nobody Liu Dong, Han Lei declared with a fierce demeanor. Upon hearing this, Han Zhong furrowed his brow. Though he disagreed with the young master's current decision, he had known Han Lei's temperament well over the years. With a sigh of resignation, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Had Han Zhong known that this moment of inaction would lead to deep-seated enmity between the two parties, directly resulting in the decline of the Han family and Han's jewelry, he would have fought desperately to prevent Han Lei from proceeding. Alas, no one can predict the future. The Black Tiger, situated in the heart of Quansheng, is the largest and most prosperous entertainment venue in the city, offering a myriad of services including bathing, bars, saunas, and KTV, generating immense daily profits. However, few dare to set their sights on this establishment, as it is also the headquarters of the most formidable gang in Quansheng, the Black Tiger Gang. At this moment, in a private room on the top floor, Chi Chong was diligently detailing the events of the evening to his superior, Yang Bin, the leader of the Qing Wolf Hall. "What did you say? That person really claimed his name is Liu Dong." Yang Bin, who had initially been indifferent, could no longer suppress his astonishment upon hearing that name, which had once been etched in his memory. He sprang to his feet from the expansive sofa, and in his sudden motion, he inadvertently toppled the young lady, sitting in his lap, who was dressed provocatively. Yet, she understood Yang Bin's position, and despite the false severity, she dared not voice a complaint. "All right, except for Chi Chong, everyone else leave." At this moment, a flustered Yang Bin could no longer afford to indulge in the merriment around him. If Chi Chong did not deceive, it appears that the Black Tiger Gang may soon face unrest once more. Observing Yang Bin's somber expression, the others refrained from further inquiries and hastily exited the private room with their respective companions. Yang Bin abruptly disconnected the power supply of the television, plunging the spacious and lavishly adorned room into silence. "Now, recount the entire sequence of events to me, leaving not a single word unspoken," Yang Bin commanded gruffly. Noticing the unprecedented seriousness etched upon the leader's face, Chi Chong understood that the incident from 2 years prior within the gang was indeed of grave importance. Consequently, he did not dare to delay, meticulously detailing how he had initially received 100,000 yuan, and how he subsequently orchestrated a lesson for Liu Dong. Curse it! How could you not inform me beforehand? Yangbin could no longer contain his simmering anger, forcefully overturning the rectangular coffee table before him. Beverages and snacks scattered across the floor, and a bottle of beer flew through the air, striking Chi Chong. Yet the sudden outburst from Yangbin left Chi Chong so startled that he could hardly move, allowing the spilled beer to soak his fitted black t-shirt. Chapter 61. Past Grievances. In truth, Chi Chong felt quite aggrieved for previously. Such actions, merely collecting debts and administering a beating without incurring legal consequences, were often the means by which the members of the Black Tiger Gang supplemented their income. Matters of such insignificance hardly warranted reporting to Yangbin, who oversaw hundreds in the Tianlang Hall, and he certainly had neither the time nor inclination to manage trivialities. However, even Yangbin had not anticipated that these seemingly inconsequential matters would lead to complications. Observing Chi Chong's expression of grievance, Yangbin let out a quiet sigh, recognizing that the fault was not his. After all, the incident had cast a long shadow over the Black Tiger Gang, prompting a gag order from the top down. Thus, those who joined the gang later were largely unaware of what had transpired 2 years ago. Yet, Yangbin, who had personally witnessed the event, vividly recalled the young man who had inflicted unprecedented damage upon the Black Tiger Gang, almost like a demonic force. At that time, the elite members of the Qinglang Hall and Tianlang Hall, numbering 400 to 500, were utterly overwhelmed by that young man, who fought barehanded. It was the first time he had encountered such a formidable presence, despite being merely the deputy hall master of Qinglang Hall. As a trusted subordinate, Yangbin held a certain fondness for the exceptionally skilled Chi Chong, and thus, under the principle of ignorance absolving one of guilt, he refrained from imposing any punishment upon him. "Thank you, Hall Master." Chi Chong breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously opened the door to the private room before stepping outside. Once Chi Chong had departed, Yangbin sank onto the sofa, hand pressed against his forehead, unable to suppress a lament. Why must such misfortune fall upon me? After voicing his grievances internally, Yangbin gritted his teeth and retrieved his phone from his pocket, deftly dialing a number, his expression shifting to one of deference. "Hello, Binzi. It's rather late for a call. What is the matter?" The familiar yet authoritative voice compelled Yangbin to take a deep breath, and with a grave tone, he replied, "Elder brother, I have caused you trouble this time." He then recounted Chi Chong's words verbatim. "Is everything you said true?" Wang Haitao, who had just awakened from slumber, abruptly sat up in bed, his mind still somewhat clouded. His sudden movement disturbed the silk quilt, rousing the person sleeping beside him. "Darling, who is on the phone?" A lazy voice accompanied by a delicate arm emerged from beneath the thin covering, resting gently on Wang Haitao's thigh. "Nothing, go back to sleep." At that moment, Wang Haitao prioritized the call over comforting his partner. He donned a robe and proceeded from the bedroom to the study. "Are you suggesting that our relationship with that fiend is not deeply rooted in animosity and that it is all a misunderstanding?" After hearing this, Wang Haitao felt a sense of relief. After a moment of hesitation, Yangbin replied, "It cannot be entirely termed a misunderstanding, for our people did take action. Although no harm was inflicted, the words he left behind clearly indicate that he has no intention of letting this matter rest." Wang Haitao's expression grew solemn. He had not anticipated that a mere skirmish among his subordinates could have offended such a formidable figure. The incident from 2 years prior had brought the Black Tiger Gang immense disgrace throughout Quan City and even the entire Dongshan province. To mitigate the repercussions of that event, Wang Haitao had implemented a stringent policy forbidding all gang members from disclosing the details, with severe penalties for violators. While this approach preserved the gang's reputation, it rendered the newer members unfamiliar with the incident. Even though ancient wisdom suggests that ignorance absolves one of guilt, Wang Haitao felt a compelling urge to eliminate the 9 troublemakers responsible for this predicament. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he commanded solemnly, "Binzi, you must immediately mobilize all our connections to locate that fiend by tomorrow. I will personally apologize. Once was more than enough. We must ensure there will not be a second occurrence. Otherwise, our Black Tiger Gang status as the foremost gang in Quan City may very well be jeopardized." "Elder brother, your esteemed position warrants that I handle the apology," Yangbin urged anxiously. "Enough. There is no need for persuasion. This matter is settled." With that, Wang Haitao ended the call. Putting away his phone and recalling his leader's directive, Yangbin felt a sense of urgency. He hastened to the door, flinging it open to the subordinates gathered outside, who were inquiring about Chi Chong. "All right, everyone come in," he beckoned. The gang members exchanged glances before promptly following Yang Bin into the room. However, the chaotic state of the interior caused expressions of profound astonishment to spread across the faces of the elite members of the Qinglang Hall. Due to the effective soundproofing of the room, they had been unable to discern the events that transpired within, and their earlier inquiries to Qi Chong had yielded no clarity. Gathering you here is to locate an individual within the city of Jiansheng. Qi Chong stated directly, Master, who is this insolent person that has offended you? My brothers will certainly drag him out and give him a severe lesson. To avenge you, Master. A burly man clad in a floral shirt, with a fierce wolf head tattoo emblazoned across his open chest, declared menacingly. Upon hearing his words, Qi Chong, standing nearby, could not help but smirk inwardly. Recalling Liu Dong's formidable fists and feet, should a confrontation arise, it remained uncertain who would prevail. Meanwhile, Yang Bin's brow also twitched involuntarily, realizing that these fellows were oblivious to the formidable nature of that scourge. Thus he quelled his own seething anger. Let me clarify. The person you are to find is a distinguished guest of our leader. If anyone dares to show even the slightest disrespect towards him, do not blame me for the repercussions when the punishment hall comes knocking. Qi Chong's words elicited a collective gasp from those present. As the saying goes, every nation has its laws, and every household has its rules. The Black Tiger Gang, as the underground sovereign of Jiansheng, undoubtedly possesses its own set of regulations, diligently enforced by the punishment hall, a particularly unique branch within the gang. Historically, those summoned by the punishment hall for transgressions rarely emerged unscathed. Thus, the mere mention of the punishment hall instilled a profound fear among the members of the Black Tiger Gang. Consequently, after hearing Yang Bin's words, the expressions of the individuals shifted from ease to solemnity, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Observing their serious demeanor, Yang Bin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had these individuals further antagonized that scourge, his position as the master of the Blue Wolf Hall would surely be at risk. Chapter 62. Emotions Intensify. The individual you are searching for is named Liu Dong, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall. Our leader demands that you locate him by noon tomorrow. Furthermore, once found, you must treat him with utmost respect and avoid any form of conflict. Even if he insults or strikes you, you must endure. Do you understand? Yang Bin commanded sternly. Understood, Master. After hanging up the phone, Wang Haitao's furrowed brow showed no signs of relaxation. Currently, aside from the relatively small and uniquely tasked punishment hall, nearly all of the over 1,000 members of the Black Tiger Gang as 3 main branches had been dispatched. However, every time Wang Haitao recalled that indomitable figure, who had mercilessly wreaked havoc upon his meticulously cultivated Black Tiger Gang, he could not help but touch his neck. Even after 2 years, the sharp blade that once hovered over him felt as if it still lingered, sending a shiver through Wang Haitao's heart. Alas, I hope we can find that fellow tomorrow. Otherwise, we shall be in deep trouble. The events that transpired on the road were merely a trivial interlude for Liu Dong, who paid them no mind. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his parting words had sent the Black Tiger Gang into utter chaos. A sudden impulse surged within him, and a stone the size of a soccer ball materialized in his left hand. Although Liu Dong was eager to uncover its secrets, the pitch-black night outside ultimately restrained him from acting upon his desire. After all, it was already close to midnight, and every household in the neighborhood had succumbed to slumber. The thought of disturbing his neighbors with the noise of stone carving would likely summon the community security or local police to his doorstep the following day. At that moment, Liu Dong resembled a parched sponge, rapidly absorbing all manner of knowledge that could elevate his expertise in antique appraisal. However, as he continued to read, he succumbed to drowsiness and drifted off to sleep. Time became an elusive concept until a sudden loud thud, reminiscent of a door being forcefully shut, jolted him awake. Upon rising to check the time, Liu Dong realized it was already 3 in the morning. He stretched his stiff neck, the subtle cracking sounds dispelling his lingering sleepiness and sharpening his mind. Slipping on his slippers, he exited his room. Xiao Dong, you're still awake? Upon hearing this, Liu Dong gently shook his head, refraining from mentioning that he had been roused by the noise of the door. Sister Wang, what happened to her? He inquired, glancing at Jiang Tingting, who lay unconscious on the living room sofa, her face flushed. What else could it be? She s drunk, knowing her own limits, yet still choosing to drink. There s no reasoning with her. Wang Chong lamented, wringing out a towel as she wiped the remnants of alcohol from Jiang Tingting's lips. Nodding in understanding, Liu Dong approached Wang Chong. Is there anything I can assist with? Please help me get her to my room. I was exhausted carrying her upstairs alone. Wang Chong replied, wiping the perspiration from her forehead, a look of helplessness on her face. Sure, Liu Dong responded, and under Wang Chang's guidance. He extended his arms and lifted Jiang Tingting effortlessly. In that moment, he realized that the tall and slender Jiang Tingting, standing nearly 1.7 meters, was surprisingly light, weighing perhaps no more than 90 pounds. The softness of her body, coupled with the unmistakable scent of alcohol mingling with her delicate fragrance, stirred an undeniable sense of intrigue within him. Give me more wine. I want a drink. Perhaps sensing Liu Dong's movements, Jiang Tingting gazed at him through hazy eyes and wrapped her alabaster arms around his sturdy neck. Still drinking, and she doesn't even recognize how inebriated she has become. Wang Chang grumbled, ushering Liu Dong through her door. Truth be told, despite having shared the same roof with Wang Chang for nearly half a year, this was Liu Dong's first opportunity to appreciate the intimate details of her personal space. However, unlike the typical girl-ass room adorned with plush toys and dolls, Wang Chang's sanctuary was not only immaculate, but also brimming with books. Apart from the large wardrobe, located to the left upon entering, a towering bookshelf stretched nearly 3 meters along the back wall, reaching up to the ceiling, filled with a myriad of literary works. Moreover, unlike ordinary individuals who merely adorn their studies with books for aesthetic purposes, Wang Chang's collection bears the marks of frequent perusal, with many volumes still holding bookmarks. It is surprising that not only is Sister Wang beautiful, but she is also remarkably studious, a rare combination. Observing Wang Chang's graceful silhouette, Liu Dong mused. Cool, mate. Let's set her down. After lifting the thin blanket on the table, Wang Chang said, Oh, certainly. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong quickly set aside his examination of Wang Chang's boudoir and gently laid Jiang Tingting's delicate form upon Wang Chang's bed, naturally removing her high-heeled shoes. Thank you, Xiao Dong. I'm truly grateful for your help. Otherwise, I would have been utterly exhausted. Wang Chang expressed her gratitude, glancing at the unconscious Jiang Tingting sprawled on the bed. Sister Wang, there's no need for such formality. By the way, I informed Tingting earlier this evening that she will warn Zhongzhen not to trouble you again. Henceforth, you need not worry. Wang Chang tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes fixed on Liu Dong. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Dong was also at odds with wealthy scions like Han Lei, and someone had already sought to trouble him that very evening. However, these matters seemed trivial compared to the warmth he felt from receiving genuine concern from a woman he admired for the first time since leaving home. Gazing at the enchanting Wang Chang, whose delicate features were adorned with a rosy glow, Liu Dong felt a surge of warmth in his heart, prompting him to embrace the alluring lady before him without a second thought. Thank you, Sister Wang. Wang Chang was momentarily taken aback by Liu Dong's sudden action. Chapter 63. Seeking help in that moment, silence enveloped them, a gentle warmth silently exchanged between the two. Hello, Andy. Yes, Tingting is here with me. Rest assured, I shall take good care of her. Liu Dong replied warmly. Ha, you are too kind, Andy. Oh, very well. Liu Dong replied with a hint of regret. Had it not been for that wretched phone call, perhaps he could have grown closer to Wang Chang. Yet, despite the lost opportunity for intimacy, the sight of Wang Chang's evasive gaze filled Liu Dong with unexpected joy. Previously, he had always been the subject of her playful teasing. Now, it seemed their roles had reversed. This shift indicated he had indeed secured a place in her heart. Sister Wang, I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to call upon me if needed. All right. Upon hearing the door close, Wang Chang sighed in relief, her delicate hand brushing against her slightly flushed cheeks, pondering. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for Xiao Dong? Shaking her head, she realized she could not even define this sensation as affection, for she had never before felt such a fluttering in the presence of a man. Let it be. I shall allow things to unfold naturally. After dismissing these troubling thoughts, she cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Tingting, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. It seems that tonight will be sleepless. With this thought in mind, Wang Chang removed the already soiled clothes from Jiang Tingting's body and placed them in the nearby laundry basket. She then filled a basin with water from the bathroom and used a towel to cleanse the dirt that had sullied her skin. After tidying up the living room, washing and hanging Jiang Tingting's clothes to dry, she meticulously arranged everything in the room. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed by this time, and outside, the dawn began to break. Wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, Wang Chang found herself relegated to the sofa, as Jiang Tingting had taken her bed. The sticky sensation from perspiration was particularly uncomfortable, prompting her to take a shower and change into fresh attire. She then removed her shoes, nestled a cushion beneath her head, closed her eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. However, as tranquility returned to the living room, The previously shut door of Liu Dong's room quietly creaked open. He emerged, holding a thin blanket, and approached Wang Chong with utmost care, gently draping it over her. Observing the weariness etched upon her face, he tenderly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his expression softening with concern. Earlier, while Wang Chong had been busy tidying up, Liu Dong had longed to assist her. However, he felt it inappropriate to intervene given the intimate nature of her tasks with Jiang Tingting, which pertained to the girl's modesty. Thus, he refrained from leaving his room. To avoid disturbing the newly sleeping Wang Chong with noise, Liu Dong chose not to practice martial arts on the rooftop, as was his usual routine. Instead, at 6 o'clock, he sat cross-legged on his bed for an hour of meditation before retrieving the notes given to him by Elder Li, reclining on his bed to read. Yet, after a while, fatigue overtook him. Having slept no more than 3 hours the previous night due to the events involving Wang Chong and the others, he succumbed to slumber. Director Liu just called, inquiring about any operations we might have today and why we didn't notify them in advance. After hanging up, Song Qing, the leader of the Tianling Hall, reported to Wang Haitao, who sat at the head of the table, with a slight headache. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Haitao noted that this was already the 9th call he had received from government officials. However, he was not surprised, as the largest underground gang in the area, their collective action was undeniably provocative to the sensitive nerves of the law enforcement agencies in Quanqing. Fortunately, his consistent offerings and rapport with the leaders of various government departments had kept the situation from escalating. Though they had made considerable noise, they had refrained from engaging in any violent actions or illegal activities. Thus, the calls were merely inquiries for the time being. Otherwise, he would have been facing the iron bars of the police department's detention center. With first-hand experience, Wang Haidao harbored no doubts about the enforcement capabilities of these powerful authorities. Brother, I suggest we abandon the search for that Liu Dong. No matter how formidable his skills may be, can they truly withstand a bullet? If he chooses not to come, then so be it. But should he dare to show up, we can swiftly deal with him. We could find a secluded spot to bury him, and who would ever suspect us? The speaker was a young man named Qi Hongbing, his arms adorned with 2 azure dragons, his physique muscular. A twisted scar ran from the corner of his left eye to his jaw, giving him a fierce countenance. Qi Hongbing was known as the Red Flower Double Clubs within the Black Tiger Gang, essentially a thug, yet his position was uniquely elevated. Unlike the other heads of the various factions, he was not easily commanded, owing to his prowess. This arrogance stemmed from his mastery of the remarkable 6 harmonies praying mantis fist, rendering him nearly unmatched within the gang. It was due to his presence that the Black Tiger Gang managed to rise again, reclaiming dominance in Quan City after suffering significant losses from Liu Dong's incursions. Upon hearing his words, Wang Haitao felt a fleeting temptation, but ultimately shook his head with unwavering resolve. Setting aside the question of whether a firearm could indeed eliminate a being as formidable as Liu Dong, the mere act of murder would undoubtedly draw immense trouble upon him. The possession of firearms is a grave offense in the country, let alone the act of using one to kill. Engaging in such actions would ensure that his future would be fraught with peril, constantly vigilant against the ambitions of his own subordinates who might seek to use state power against him. Moreover, having grown accustomed to a life of comfort and affluence, Wang Haitao was unwilling to risk it all. Noticing Wang Haitao's refusal, Qi Hongbing initially contemplated further arguments, but, upon meeting the intensity of his gaze, chose to withhold his thoughts. Within the Black Tiger Gang, he feared no one, yet he dared not defy Wang Haitao, the gang's leader. Old Hong, what do you propose we do? Wang Haitao inquired, turning to a middle-aged man seated to his right, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, exuding an air of scholarly elegance reminiscent of a university professor. At that moment, the various heads of the Black Tiger Gang, who had been scattered around the room, directed their attention towards this middle-aged gentleman, including the typically proud Qi Hongbing. Chapter 64, Unbearable Past Memories. Hong Changshan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and allowed a confident smile to grace his lips. As the intellectual backbone of the Black Tiger Gang, while his authority was not the greatest, his influence within the gang was second to none. The gang had evolved from a small faction of fewer than 100 members to its current stature, a feat largely attributed to his strategic planning. Consequently, he was held in high regard by all within the gang, including Wang Haitao. Leader, while our Black Tiger Gang is numerous and powerful, we excel more in navigating the shadows of society. Matters such as locating individuals are far better suited to the Public Security Bureau. A simple word from you to Director Wang, and he would certainly extend his courtesy for such trivialities. Brother, I believe Mr. Hong's approach is quite commendable. Besides, Our usual tributes to director Wang have not been insignificant. I trust he will be more than willing to assist us, Yang Bin remarked. Wang Haitao, a man of decisive nature, pondered briefly before promptly responding. Let us proceed as Mr. Hong has suggested, shall we, Lao Wu? Brother. A portly man clad in a gray t-shirt, his eyes perpetually squinted as if he were always on the verge of laughter, slowly rose to his feet. You have been managing the gang's assets, and given your familiarity with Director Wang, this phone call shall be made by you, Wang Haitao instructed. Understood. As the master of the Xuanwu Hall of the Black Tiger Gang, Pei Jiming, though lacking in combat prowess, possessed a remarkable talent for generating wealth. The bar, karaoke lounges, KTV establishments, and underground casinos under the aegis of the Black Tiger Gang were predominantly under his stewardship. The flourishing growth of the Black Tiger Gang to its present stature owes much to the substantial revenue provided by the Xuanwu Hall under Pei Jiming's leadership. Throughout any era, one cannot hope to achieve greatness without the backing of financial resources. Indeed, gang leader, Yang Bin thought to himself with a wry smile. Who exactly is this Liu Dong? Why does everyone seem to fear him so? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Qi Hongbing, who had been sitting quietly at the side, posed the question. Upon hearing his inquiry, the senior members of the Black Tiger Gang exchanged glances, none daring to speak, instead collectively directing their gazes toward Wang Haitao. It must be noted that the matter which had brought shame upon the Black Tiger Gang was one for which the opposing party had issued a gag order. Realizing the weight of the other's stares, Wang Haitao understood that the issue could no longer be concealed. Fortunately, the fury of 2 years past had dissipated, leaving only reflection and trepidation. Moreover, Wang Haitao had initially chosen to suppress the information to prevent rival gangs from seizing any advantage during a period of vulnerability for the Black Tiger Gang. However, now firmly established as the preeminent force in Quancheng, such concerns have been alleviated. Allow me to elaborate. After all, Hongbing is no outsider. He continued. Everything proceeded smoothly at first. Though some vendors expressed grievances, they ultimately complied with the protection fees after we had a word with them. However, we encountered an unexpected complication with a young man who had yet to reach 20. This young man is Liu Dong, Qi Hongbing interjected. All the vendors in the antique market paid their protection fees, yet he singularly refused to pay a single cent. In truth, Liu Dong, a newcomer with his funds already depleted, would not permit his hard-earned money to be exploited. Coupled with his martial prowess, the youthful Liu Dong found himself in a physical confrontation with the men of the Black Tiger Gang. To uphold the integrity of their operations, they could not let this transgression go unpunished. Thus, when tempers flared, both parties engaged in a fierce brawl. Yet the outcome left them astonished and enraged. None of the elite members of the Qing Wolf Hall could land a single blow on him. At this juncture, a hint of nostalgia crossed Wang Haitao's face. It was then that we realized we had provoked no ordinary individual, but rather an exceptional martial artist of considerable skill. However, before we could devise new strategies to confront him, this individual unexpectedly approached us, unarmed and unrelenting. Wang Haitao's voice faltered, a flicker of fear crossing his countenance, though it quickly dissipated. Nonetheless, the keen-eyed Qi Hongbing noted this subtle reaction, deepening his curiosity about Liu Dong, a figure only spoken of in whispers but never seen. Few could instill such fear in the formidable Wang Haitao. Alas, it was the first time in my life that I encountered someone with such formidable martial prowess. Back at headquarters, here, in the very same place, the Qinglang Hall, the Tianlang Hall, and the most formidable of all, the Baihu Hall, with their combined elite of 300 to 400 members, were utterly defeated by this solitary individual. Moreover, his strikes were ruthlessly precise. Once struck, none could rise again. The victims bore no visible injuries, yet upon medical examination, nearly all were found to have sustained severe internal injuries. This was the work of dark energy. Upon hearing Wang Haitao's account, Qi Hongbing was struck with horror. Trained in a prestigious lineage and having practiced praying mantis kung fu since childhood, he understood the varying realms of traditional martial arts: bright energy, dark energy, and transformative energy. Only those who have attained the level of dark energy could execute such a concealed yet devastating effect, leaving the exterior unharmed while inflicting grave internal damage. However, what astonished him even more was that this Liu Dong had already reached the dark energy level before even turning 20, a feat comparable to his own teacher, who had imparted knowledge to him. Now, at the age of 25 or 26, Qi Hongbing still found himself far from that level, requiring another 5 to 6 years of dedicated effort and favorable circumstances to break through. This realization fostered a sense of unreality in Qi Hongbing, regarding the Liu Dong described by Wang Haitao, as he had never encountered anyone capable of achieving dark energy at such a young age, perhaps only during the Republic of China era, when martial arts flourished, could such a talent emerge. Due to the injuries sustained by hundreds of elite members, we were burdened not only with exorbitant medical expenses, but also suffered a significant loss in the strength of the Black Tiger Gang. Many of those who once held the rank of Hall Master within the gang found themselves hospitalized for 6 months. Upon recovery, they were unwilling to return to a life of peril and subsequently withdrew from the gang. Furthermore, to preserve our gang's standing and prevent the dissemination of the greatest humiliation since the gang's inception, I issued a gag order. Any member of the Black Tiger Gang who dared to discuss the matter in private would face severe punishment. Consequently, the new recruits who had joined the gang in the past 2 years were largely unaware of Liu Dong's existence. In truth, there was one more matter Wang Haitao neglected to mention, that Liu Dong had once pressed a machete, taken from a member of the Black Tiger Gang, against his throat, coercing him to abandon the collection of protection fees from the entire antique street. Naturally, Wang Haitao would not voluntarily disclose such a humiliating incident, and while other Hall Masters were aware, they were wise enough not to broach the subject that their leader wished to keep buried. Chapter 65, A Sensual Scene. What time is it? Looking out at the dazzling sunlight, Liu Dong sprang from his bed with urgency. The bedside alarm clock quickly revealed the answer to him. It was 11:30. From now on, it would be wise to avoid indulging in such lazy mornings, lest one becomes addicted to them. With this thought in mind, Liu Dong stretched, a harmonious crackle resonating through his joints, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed and invigorated. Slipping into his slippers, he gently opened the door, and upon seeing Wang Chong still lying on the sofa, soundly asleep, Liu Dong softened his footsteps even further. Cautiously, he opened the bathroom door and strode inside. But before he could turn on the tap, he was abruptly taken aback by the stunning scene before him. Undoubtedly, the beauty of this woman's form could provoke desire in any man. Yet, as Liu Dong's heart raced, he was equally startled by the strikingly familiar face of this woman. In response to Liu Dong's unexpected presence, Jiang Tingting appeared equally unprepared. After Wang Chong had bathed her the previous night, she had removed all her outer garments, which were now washed and hanging on the balcony. Upon waking, Jiang Tingting, suffering from a headache, had evidently forgotten that Liu Dong was residing here, and, in urgent need of relief, she dashed into the bathroom in her unadorned state, unaware that she would encounter Liu Dong, who was also in need of the facilities. Moreover, in his attempt to avoid waking Wang Chong, Liu Dong had intentionally muted his footsteps, leaving the bathroom door ajar, which meant Jiang Tingting was fully visible to him from head to toe. After locking eyes for several seconds, a scream erupted from her, a piercing sound that seemed to shake the very foundation of the building. Hearing Jiang Tingting's loud accusation of pervert echoing from the bathroom, Liu Dong could only manage a wry smile. He was indeed in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. He could only imagine the tumult of emotions Jiang Tingting must be experiencing after having been so unexpectedly exposed. And he realized that any attempt to explain himself would likely fall on deaf ears. It would be far more prudent to wait until she had calmed down before offering an explanation. Descending from the upper floors, Liu Dong rode his bicycle out of the community, but this time his destination was not the antique market. Instead, he headed to the Xinhua bookstore located on Quanchang Road. Established in 1983, this expansive bookstore spans over 5,000 square meters, boasting the most diverse collection of books in the entire city of Quancheng at the most reasonable prices. Furthermore, it exclusively sells authentic books with fewer errors. Thus, he often frequented this store in the past, and this occasion was no different. However, unlike his previous visits where he merely browsed, the now well-off Liu Dong chose to make purchases. After spending approximately 2 hours exploring from the first to the fourth floor, his shopping basket was brimming with books. Titles such as A History of Chinese Art, A History of Chinese Painting, Gung Baochan's Identification of Ming and Qing Porcelain, Yi Zhimin's History of Chinese Ceramics, and Feng Xiaming's Chinese Ceramics, along with numerous volumes on bronzes, paintings, porcelain, and antique collectibles, as well as jade and other precious stones, filled his basket with over 60 books of varying thicknesses. Liu Dong even acquired a substantial number of books concerning the art of gambling stones. However, acquiring so many books was not a trivial expense, especially since many contained numerous colored pages, rendering their prices 2 or 3 times higher than ordinary volumes. Liu Dong had spent over 1,000 yuan to procure these 2 substantial stacks of books. It was time to consider purchasing a vehicle for convenience. Otherwise, it truly would be quite inconvenient. As he untied the rope from the back of his bicycle and secured the books, Liu Dong couldn't help but muse. Fortunately, upon leaving, he had specifically asked the attendant to wrap the books in a thick layer of craft paper. Otherwise, being an avid book lover, he would have been reluctant to tighten the rope so forcefully. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Liu Dong, two young men with dyed hair, exuding a somewhat unsavory demeanor, were observing him from a short distance away. "Is that him, San Chong?" "Yes, it is," Zhang Chong remarked, touching his chest, which still throbbed with lingering pain from the previous encounter, his face reflecting a sense of dread. "Wonderful. Does that mean we have accomplished something?" His companion, who had not participated in the events of the previous night, was clearly unaware of Liu Dong's prowess. Hence, witnessing the very person their entire gang was searching for appear before them inevitably sparked excitement. "Mouse, remember this. Never provoke him. Otherwise, we will surely suffer." Recalling Liu Dong's lightning-fast skills from last night, Zhang Chu quickly cautioned, "Do not worry, San Chong. Although I cannot fathom the extraordinary capabilities of the young man riding that dilapidated bicycle, the fact that the entire Black Tiger gang was mobilized to find him, with the gang leader personally instructing everyone to treat him with respect, clearly indicates he is no ordinary individual. I will be foolish to provoke him." "Excuse me, sir. Are you Liu Dong?" Just as Liu Dong was about to mount his bicycle and depart, a cautious young man approached him, wearing an expression of polite apprehension. "What is it that you seek from me?" Liu Dong inquired, scrutinizing the slender young man with a prominent hooked nose and restless eyes, who was clearly of a lively disposition. Chapter 66. Treating with Respect. Upon hearing Liu Dong's words, the young man's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly gestured behind him. Following his motion, a burly figure, though casting a somewhat evasive glance at Liu Dong, hurried over from a distance. Observing their attire, Liu Dong frowned. "Are you from the Black Tiger gang?" "Indeed, Mr. Liu," Zhang Chu replied promptly. "Regarding yesterday's incident, we were blind to your worth, and our gang leader has specifically instructed us to mobilize everyone to find you and offer our sincerest apologies." "Oh, is that so?" Liu Dong nodded, acknowledging the statement, before casting a glance behind the two of them and continuing, "Was it Wang Haitao who sent you?" Upon hearing Liu Dong directly mention their gang leader's name, the young man with the hooked nose felt a surge of indignation. However, Zhang Chu, having deeply experienced Liu Dong's formidable nature, comprehended that the seemingly amiable young man before them was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Thus, understanding his companion's temperament well, he sought to prevent any inappropriate remarks that might offend this esteemed guest, as their leader had repeatedly emphasized the importance of treating him with courtesy. Hastily pulling his companion along, he spoke first. "Indeed, Mr. Liu, our leader has repeatedly instructed us to treat you with utmost courtesy upon your arrival, and we would be honored to invite you to our establishment. Then let us depart." "It has been quite a while since my last visit," Liu Dong replied, nodding after a moment's contemplation. Although he preferred to maintain a distance from the Black Tiger gang, subtly asserting his presence could potentially avert many unnecessary complications in the future. "Please, Mr. Liu," Zhang Chu exclaimed with evident delight. He had initially anticipated a daunting task, yet it had unfolded with unexpected ease. After the trio had walked a few paces, Zhang Chu respectfully suggested, "Mr. Liu, would it not be prudent to take a vehicle? It would expedite our journey. Rest assured, your bicycle will be delivered to you safely, and I guarantee that nothing you purchased will be missing," he added. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong agreed without much hesitation. Moreover, riding a bicycle under the sweltering midday sun was quite the ordeal, had he not encountered that awkward situation with Jiang Tingting at home. He would not have ventured out at this hour. "Why must it be me?" the hawk-nosed youth grumbled resentfully. Who would willingly traverse the streets on such an antiquated bicycle in this heat? Nevertheless, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to comply with Zhang Chu's orders. Recognizing his subordinate status within the Black Tiger gang, "Please, Mr. Liu." After hailing a taxi, Zhang Chu beckoned Liu Dong to take a seat. As the cab receded into the distance, the youth, known as the Rat, defiantly raised his middle finger and muttered a few curses under his breath to vent his frustrations. Sighing, he mounted his bicycle, seeking refuge in the shade of the trees along the sidewalk, and slowly pedaled in pursuit of the departing vehicle. He still had a task to fulfill, to promptly locate a phone booth and relay the news of Liu Dong's whereabouts to the gang, ensuring they were prepared. "Ah, Liu, my dear brother, finding you has proven quite the challenge." As the taxi carrying Liu Dong halted outside the entrance of the Black Tiger gang, Wang Haitao, already informed of the developments, awaited alongside several high-ranking members of his gang. Upon seeing Liu Dong emerge from the vehicle, he stepped forward with a welcoming smile. "Is that so?" However, After 2 years, it seems your demeanor remains unchanged, Leader Wang. Your gang appears to be thriving, and although I have not visited often, I have certainly heard much about it in recent years. Wang Haitao's expression momentarily flickered with awkwardness. It was here, 2 years prior, that this young man had single-handedly confronted the entire headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang. The recollection of that incident stirred discomfort within him, despite Wang Haitao's seasoned composure. Liu Dong noticed the subtle shift in Wang Haitao's demeanor. However, he intended merely to impose a sense of deterrence without publicly embarrassing him. Having spent several years navigating the complexities of society, Liu Dong was no longer the fearless youth who had recently emerged from the countryside. Compared to his earlier impetuosity, Liu Dong has matured considerably under Uncle Long's guidance. Hee, Brother Liu, you flatter me. With the sweltering heat outside, Wang Haitao suggested, let's converse inside. Please, Chief Wang. Observing the two walking side by side, the senior members of the Black Tiger Gang naturally followed suit. After 2 years, witnessing the young man who once turned the Black Tiger Gang upside down evoked a mix of nostalgia and lingering apprehension among them. Consequently, upon seeing Liu Dong, very few dared to initiate conversation. Is he truly Liu Dong? He appears rather unremarkable, Wang Hongbing remarked disdainfully, watching the figure striding alongside their chief. Oh, if you are unconvinced, perhaps you should challenge Mr. Liu yourself. Quipped Pei Jiming, the head of the Xuanwu Hall, standing nearby. The surrounding high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Gang merely observed the unfolding drama, choosing not to intervene. Although they had witnessed Liu Dong's prowess firsthand, Wang Hongbing had always looked down on them, bolstered by the chief's backing and his own commendable abilities. Hence, everyone tacitly refrained from cautioning him, as a confrontation with Liu Dong would certainly amuse them. Let him go. I am quite eager to witness just how formidable he truly is. To have instilled such trepidation in you all. Wang Hongbing scoffed at Pei Jiming, his usual adversary. Surprisingly, Pei Jiming refrained from retorting, clearly skeptical of Wang Hongbing's chances. Wang Hongbing, not a fool, recognized that if only Pei Jiming doubted him, it would matter little, but the collective mockery from the others signified Liu Dong's superiority. Having come to this realization, Wang Hongbing felt a heightened sense of caution. It was daytime, and the Black Tiger establishment had few patrons, so despite their conspicuous presence, only a handful of outsiders paid attention to the scene, aside from their own gang members. Brother Liu, it happens to be noon, and I presume you haven't dined yet. I have prepared a banquet to apologize for the misconduct of my thoughtless subordinates last night, Wang Haitao said, leading Liu Dong to the banquet hall on the top floor with a smile. Chief Wang, you are too kind. An apology is unnecessary. However, I am quite curious to know who instigated the trouble for me back then. Liu Dong, now resembling a sword sheathed, revealed glimpses of his brilliance, his prowess surpassing that of yesteryears. With this thought in mind, Wang Haitao felt a compelling urge to recruit Liu Dong under his banner. Should he manage to enlist such a formidable expert, the Black Tiger Gang would undoubtedly grow stronger and more secure in its standing. Certainly, his intentions stemmed from a network of connections he had cultivated, through which he had uncovered Liu Dong's experiences in the city over the past few years. A rural individual who relied solely on the meager income from his carvings and lacked even a home of his own, would find it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of wealth, which precisely constituted the advantage of the Black Tiger Gang. Contemplating these thoughts, Wang Haitao felt an irresistible urge to act. However, he was also aware that a master like Liu Dong possessed a sense of honor and perseverance inherent to warriors, akin to the lofty ideals often held by scholars. Thus, if he were to employ a direct monetary temptation, it could very well backfire. He realized that a more gradual approach would undoubtedly yield a higher success rate. Having resolved in his mind, Wang Haitao diligently began to pursue this objective. Brother Liu, rest assured, I have already clarified the events of last night. With that, Wang Haitao turned his expression serious and called out, Chi Chong, step forward. Initially lingering at the back of the crowd, Chi Chong felt a shiver of trepidation. Although he was extremely reluctant to approach at that moment, he dared not show any sign of disrespect towards the gang leader, swiftly parting the throng to approach. Boss. Wang Haitao nodded and instructed, speak to Brother Liu about what transpired last night. If I discover even a single falsehood in your words, you know the consequences. Upon hearing Wang Haitao's words, Chi Chong was filled with bitterness. He had not anticipated that a moment of greed would lead him into such significant trouble. Had he known, no matter the amount offered, he would not have dared to act. He lamented inwardly. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in this world. At that moment, Chi Chong no longer dared to withhold anything and hurriedly recounted the events of the previous night in their entirety. So you are unaware of who that person is? Liu Dong pondered. Indeed, Mr. Liu. That night, the individual approached us with 100,000 yuan, requesting our assistance in teaching some a lesson. I thought such a trivial matter would be a mere trifle for those of our ilk, and so, in a moment of greed, I accepted the task. Had I known it was you, Mr. Liu, I would not have dared to act so recklessly. Chi Chong said hastily. Brother Liu, do you have any further inquiries? Wang Haitao asked. None. After signaling Chi Chong to depart, Wang Haitao continued. Brother Liu, if you trust me, I shall take charge of this matter. Within a week, as long as this fellow remains in the city, I assure you, I will locate him and bring him before you. Thank you, Boss Wang, for your assistance. But it is unnecessary. I believe I've already deduced the identity of the individual who has caused me trouble. After speaking, a chilling glint flickered in Liu Dong's eyes, one that would deter any from gazing directly at him. From the physical description provided by Chi Chong, Liu Dong was nearly certain that this person was one of the two bodyguards he had encountered earlier at the department store alongside Han Lei. Observing Liu Dong's unwavering demeanor, Wang Haitao ceased his insistence and led Liu Dong to the center of the dining area, where a table laden with a variety of dishes awaited. Brother Liu, please take a seat. Determined to reclaim Liu Dong, Wang Haitao's smile grew even more radiant, and his words became increasingly courteous. Although Liu Dong was unaware of the reasons behind Wang Haitao's transformation, he paid it little mind, believing that it was merely a matter of meeting force with force in the ever-changing tides of circumstance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he took a seat to Wang Haitao's left. Everyone, please take your seats, Wang Haitao commanded, and once all were settled, he lifted the Mao Tai from the table, filling 3 cups before setting the bottle down. With a smile, he said, Brother Liu, 2 years ago, the actions of our Black Tiger gang were indeed unseemly. Today, I offer these 3 cups of wine as an apology. I hope we can bury the hatchet and forge a friendship. Without waiting for Liu Dong's response, Wang Haitao raised his cup and drank heartily. Brother Liu, I toast to you. The men of Shandong were known for their generosity, warmth, and camaraderie, and this occasion was no exception. Though Liu Dong was not a frequent drinker, he felt compelled to reciprocate Wang Haitao's gesture, as refusing to do so would be a significant slight. Moreover, given Wang Haitao's enthusiasm, Liu Dong found it challenging to deny him, particularly in the presence of so many high-ranking members of the Black Tiger gang. Very well, prepare a fine pot of tea for Brother Liu, Wang Haitao instructed. Liu Dong nodded with a smile, maintaining his composure. With a swift motion, his right hand, previously resting on his lap, struck the solid wooden table with remarkable speed. The Mao Tai bottle and 3 untouched cups, once situated beside Wang Haitao, leapt from the table and aligned themselves in a straight line before Liu Dong. Remarkably, the other dishes and drinks on the table remained undisturbed throughout this extraordinary display. Witnessing this scene, which seemed to belong only in the realm of cinema, the members of the Black Tiger gang stared in disbelief. Among them, Wang Hongbing, who had initially considered testing Liu Dong's skills, instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a sense of relief. Unlike the others who merely watched in awe, he, having trained in martial arts since childhood, understood the immense difficulty behind Liu Dong's seemingly simple maneuver. Without mastering the subtlety of internal strength and control, such a feat was unattainable. Noticing the astonishment etched on their faces, Liu Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. He recognized that to truly command the respect of these fierce individuals, he needed to demonstrate strength that surpassed their own. Thus, he had decided to showcase this modest display of skill at the table. In the past, his abilities had not reached such heights. But ever since he inexplicably acquired the Radiant Essence, his long-practiced internal arts had undergone a significant enhancement. His control over power had become more effortless, allowing him to achieve this level of prowess with relative ease. This display further solidified Wang Haitao's resolve to recruit Liu Dong into his ranks. Chapter 68, Alliances. Liu, your remarkable skills in martial arts have truly opened my eyes. Wang, you flatter me. It is merely a trivial accomplishment, Liu Dong replied. Ha, my friend. Your trivial skill has indeed astonished us. To be honest, I have never witnessed such formidable prowess as yours, Liu. Wang Haitao praised enthusiastically. Liu Dong chuckled, lifting his glass, and said, Wang, allow me to toast to you. Without waiting for a response, he drained 3 cups of Mao Tai in succession. Ah, Liu, you truly embody generosity. Come, let us enjoy the feast. This is the most authentic Shandong cuisine, prepared by a chef I specifically invited. It is not something the average person can savor. Nodding in agreement, Liu Dong's appetite was piqued by the sumptuous dishes before him. Moreover, Since it was not his own expense, he unreservedly picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of the golden-fried large intestine. This exquisite dish, known as Jiuzhuan Dachong, has always been Liu Dong's favorite. Whenever his monthly income surpassed 5,000, he would indulge in this delicacy at a restaurant as a reward for himself. However, the small eatery Jiuzhuan Dachong could hardly compare to the delights crafted by a master of Shandong cuisine. As he began to eat, at Wang Haitao's invitation, the others at the table followed suit. Most of those present were individuals of little education, fond of wielding weapons, so there was little formality at the dining table. As wine and meat flowed, the atmosphere grew lively. Nevertheless, amidst the toasts and exchanged cups, the focus remained on the prominent figures of Wang Haitao and Liu Dong. Liu, may I inquire where you have been employed these past 2 years? Wang Haitao, having already sampled the dishes numerous times, casually ate a few bites before engaging Liu Dong in conversation. Liu, you are too kind. However, I have a modest request, which I hope you might consider. Given that it is a modest request, perhaps it is best left unspoken, to avoid any discomfort later, Liu Dong remarked, causing Wang Haitao's previously beaming smile to falter momentarily. Yet, having navigated the social landscape for many years, Wang's composure and resilience quickly returned. Ignoring Liu Dong's words, he smiled and said, Liu, with such exceptional skills, it would be a waste to merely set up a stall in the antique market. Why not join our Black Tiger gang? Rest assured, should you choose to join, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Within the gang, your status would only be second to mine, and your monthly earnings would be substantial. How does 20,000 sound? If you find it insufficient, we can certainly negotiate further. Observing the earnest smile on Wang Haitao's face, Liu Dong chuckled. To be honest, Wang's offer was indeed generous. After all, the salaries of professionals in Quanching hover around 2,000 per month, and a salary of 20,000 is a rare find, typically reserved for high-ranking executives. Furthermore, the prospect of holding a position of authority within the Black Tiger gang, a rank just beneath Wang Haitao, reflected his sincerity. Nevertheless, Liu Dong remained indifferent to such matters. Not only did he possess a fortune in the millions, but he also had the lucrative opportunity presented by the Shaili Yuanguang venture. Yet, even in the absence of these advantages, Liu Dong would have no inclination to join the Black Tiger gang. Having navigated the complexities of society for several years, he was acutely aware that it resembled a vast cesspool. Entry was simple, yet extricating oneself proved to be an arduous task. Even if one could eventually cleanse their reputation, life would inevitably bear its stains. I am grateful for the esteemed leader Wang's kindness, yet I am accustomed to a life of freedom and cannot abide by constraints. Thus, I must regrettably decline your generous offer. As soon as he finished speaking, before Wang Haitao could respond, a voice nearby expressed discontent. Liu Dong, you truly lack appreciation. The leader himself has invited you into the fold, and you dare to refuse. Wang Hongbing, who sat directly opposite Liu Dong, rose to admonish him. Of course, had he not felt emboldened by the presence of the elite members of the Black Tiger gang, he would never have dared to speak up, well aware that his own skills paled in comparison to Liu Dong's. Moreover, his eagerness to take the initiative stemmed not only from jealousy, but also from self-serving interests. Wang Hongbing understood that if Liu Dong were to join, his status would undoubtedly surpass his own. Wang Haitao was already in his 50s, while Wang Hongbing was merely in his early 20s, and with no offspring to inherit his position. He believed that if he could endure until Wang Haitao's retirement, he would naturally ascend to lead the Black Tiger gang. Therefore, he was resolutely opposed to Liu Dong's entrance. Otherwise, given Wang Haitao's regard for Liu Dong, the succession of the Black Tiger gang would likely shift into Liu Dong's hands, leaving him with no opportunity. Thus, Wang Hongbing was the first to speak out, though he couched his words in defense of Wang Haitao's position. The seasoned members present were well aware that his seemingly innocuous remarks had effectively closed the door on Liu Dong's potential membership. They were more than willing to let someone else take the fall, as they too were reluctant to share their power with a newcomer. However, they had witnessed Liu Dong's prowess firsthand and, under his formidable reputation, were hesitant to offend him. Furthermore, they could not openly oppose Wang Haitao's decision. So having the favored Wang Hongbing take the lead was indeed the most prudent course of action. At that moment, Wang Haitao felt a surge of frustration. Wang Hongbing's flippant words had nearly undone all his earlier efforts, despite harboring deep resentment towards Wang Hongbing for jeopardizing his plans. He could not disregard the latter's standing within the gang, especially before Liu Dong had even joined. He could not allow one careless remark to undermine his chief lieutenant in front of such high-ranking members of the Black Tiger gang. How can you speak so thoughtlessly? apologized to Brother Liu at once. After delivering a measured reprimand to Wang Hongbing, Wang Haitao turned to Liu Dong, his face adorned with a smile. My apologies, Brother Liu. The young lad, Hongbing, has just ventured into this world, inexperienced and naive. I trust you, being the elder, will show some leniency and not take offense. Liu Dong replied with a calm demeanor, dismissing the gravity of Wang's earlier words. Coincidentally, he had no intention of aligning himself with the Black Tiger gang, and with Wang Hongbing stepping forward, it conveniently spared him the need for excuses. Thank you for your generous hospitality, gang leader Wang. However, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall take my leave, Liu Dong stated, rising from his seat. He felt no affinity for the place and wished to avoid any entanglements with the Black Tiger gang. Thus, despite the unpleasant nature of Wang Hongbing's remarks, they inadvertently aided him, leaving Liu Dong with little anger in his heart. As Liu Dong prepared to depart, Wang Haitao was not inclined to let him go so easily. Brother Liu, why the haste? Why not stay a while and enjoy yourself? I assure you, you'll find it hard to leave. Wang Haitao's face broke into a suggestive smile, one that any man would recognize. Though he understood Wang Haitao's implications, Liu Dong felt no interest. Having encountered the likes of Wang Chong and Jiang Tingting, extraordinary beauties, he found himself indifferent to others of lesser allure. Moreover, he doubted that such exceptional women could be found within the confines of the Black Tiger gang. Noticing Liu Dong's lack of enthusiasm, Wang Haitao swiftly changed his approach. Brother Liu, I understand you have experience in the antique market. You must possess considerable knowledge regarding antiques and artifacts. I happen to have some antiques here and would greatly appreciate your expertise in appraising them. This piqued Liu Dong's interest. Gang leader Wang has antiques as well? Observing Liu Dong's curiosity, Wang Haitao felt a surge of satisfaction, believing he had struck a chord with him. Indeed, they are items pawned by patrons who frequented this place. I am not well versed, so it would be ideal for you to assist in their evaluation. The Black Tiger, as the largest and most opulent entertainment venue in Quansheng, not only offered dining, singing, and sauna services, but also housed the city's most extensive underground casino, a fact unknown to the general populace. Liu Dong, however, was familiar with it due to a previous incident where his temper nearly led to destruction 2 years prior. With the casino, it was only natural that gamblers would frequent the establishment. When debts were incurred, it was common for individuals to offer their children or possessions in settlement. It was also common practice to use antique art pieces and luxury items as collateral for debts. Historically, casinos have played a significant role in the provenance of auction items. Thus, Liu Dong harbored no doubts after Wang Haitao's explanation. Please, Brother Liu, Wang Haitao urged, instructing the others to continue their meal as he led Liu Dong out. The two made their way to the underground level 3 of the Black Tiger. Upon stepping out of the elevator, a lavishly decorated corridor unfolded before Liu Dong. After a few steps to the left, they arrived at a doorway, 2 robust bodyguards standing sentinel. Boss, the guards, upon seeing Wang Haitao, immediately bowed in greeting. Open the door, Wang Haitao commanded with a nod. Yes. As he spoke, one of them produced a black card from his coat pocket and gently slid it into a slot on the door. With a soft click, the previously tightly sealed aluminum alloy door opened a narrow gap, through which the murmur of lively conversations filtered out. Boss Wang, this appears to be your esteemed guild's casino. Does it not? Liu Dong remarked with surprise. Although the internal layout had undergone significant changes compared to 2 years ago, the evident importance that the Black Tiger gang placed on this establishment allowed him to deduce its nature. Indeed, Brother Liu, you are quite perceptive. Since the antiques are secured in the vault and retrieving them takes time, I thought I would bring you here to enjoy some entertainment in the meantime. Wang Haitao replied, his tone light. Perhaps not. I have little interest in gambling, Liu Dong said, shaking his head. Ah, no need to worry about that. There's no harm in taking a look inside, Wang Haitao insisted, determined to ensure Liu Dong's visit was memorable. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Dong eventually nodded in agreement. Deep down, everyone possesses a propensity for gambling. It merely hinges on self-control. While some find it impossible to resist, others, like Liu Dong, are less inclined. Nevertheless, his lack of prior gambling experience sparked a curiosity about the captivating allure of such games. Moreover, he felt confident in his self-discipline, believing he would not succumb to temptation. Most importantly, he held a significant advantage that rendered the likelihood of losing virtually non-existent. Rest assured, the experience inside is exhilarating and will certainly not disappoint you, Wang Haitao proclaimed with enthusiasm. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Liu Dong following closely behind. Despite being somewhat prepared, Liu Dong was still taken aback by the vibrant atmosphere within the casino, as well as the moderately dense crowd. Although he seldom frequented such establishments, he understood that places like bars and casinos typically see their peak traffic in the evening. To his astonishment, the afternoon crowd was quite substantial. This only underscored the thriving popularity of the Black Tiger Gang's underground casino, affirming their lucrative success. "Boss, what brings you here personally?" Upon seeing Wang Haitao enter, Zhou Guodong, the deputy leader of the Xuanwu Hall responsible for casino security, quickly emerged from the monitoring room to greet him. "Come, Guodong, let me introduce you. This is Liu Dong, a distinguished guest of our Black Tiger Gang, and you must ensure he is well taken care of. Liu, this is Zhou Guodong, our deputy leader of the Xuanwu Hall, tasked with overseeing security within the casino. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek him out." Liu Dong. Zhou Guodong was taken aback. Having joined the gang 2 years later, he was unaware of the previous discord between Liu Dong and the Black Tiger Gang. However, from last night until now, Liu Dong's name had been the most frequently mentioned in his ears. Regardless, he could never have imagined that the individual who had caused such turmoil within the Black Tiger Gang 2 years prior, nearly leading to its downfall, was none other than the seemingly spirited young man before him, whose appearance was rather unremarkable. Observing the astonishment on the other's face, Liu Dong naturally understood his thoughts. With a smile, he extended his right hand, saying, "Greetings. I hope to receive your guidance moving forward, Master Zhou." "Ah, Mr. Liu, you are too courteous. You are a distinguished guest of our leader, and of course, a valued guest of the Black Tiger Gang. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct me directly." Zhou Guodong, having risen to prominence within a mere 2 years to become the vice hall master of the Black Tiger Gang's Xuanwu Hall, responsible for the security of one of the gang's primary sources of revenue, the casino, was undoubtedly a person of considerable acumen. The respect displayed by Wang Haitao toward Liu Dong was indicative of the leader's high regard for him, prompting Zhou Guodong to promptly grasp Liu Dong's outstretched hand with great courtesy. "My brother Liu, since you are here, why not indulge in a little fun?" Without allowing Liu Dong a moment to respond, he instructed Zhou Guodong beside him, "Guodong, fetch 100,000 in chips from Mr. Liu." Chapter 70, Betting on Dice. Upon hearing Wang Haitao's words, the flicker of surprise in Zhou Guodong's eyes quickly vanished as he nodded in agreement and personally went to retrieve the chips. "Mr. Liu, your chips. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Master Wang." Liu Dong replied with a smile as he received the chips. "Hee, my brother Liu is too modest. If you happen to run out of chips later, feel free to come back here for more." Zhou Guodong, understanding his elder brother's intentions to recruit Liu Dong into the gang, nodded respectfully. "Rest assured, big brother." Zhou Guodong thought to himself that he had witnessed similar situations multiple times over the past 2 years. However, the only individuals who garnered such attention from Wang Haitao, who would personally intervene, were the likes of the current Red Flower Duel Clubs, Wang Hongbing, and this seemingly unassuming young man before him. "Mr. Liu, if you are not familiar with these gambling methods, perhaps I could find someone to explain them to you?" Zhou Guodong suggested. "That would be wonderful. I appreciate your assistance." "Mr. Zhou." Liu Dong nodded in agreement. In all honesty, apart from guessing high or low in dice games, he was largely ignorant of other gambling methods. Seeing his consent, Zhou Guodong waved to a figure not far away. "Shaoli, come here for a moment." Turning his head, Liu Dong was met with the sight of a stunning girl clad in a red off-shoulder bodycon dress, her figure graceful, and her face delicately shaped like an oval. Upon hearing Zhou Guodong's call, she hastened over. "Boss, did you call for me?" The girl inquired respectfully. Despite Wang Haitao's supreme status within the Black Tiger Gang, the lower-ranking members rarely encountered him, and thus, Shaoli remained unaware that the middle-aged man smiling beside her was, in fact, her true boss. Knowing his elder brother's prudent ways, Zhou Guodong refrained from introducing Wang Haitao. Instead, he gestured towards the distinguished guest standing aside, Mr. Liu Dong, instructing, "You shall be responsible for his reception. Ensure there are no errors. Understood?" "Yes, boss, I understand." The girl nodded eagerly, casting a furtive glance at Liu Dong. Initially, she assumed this seemingly ordinary young man, who appeared to be a few years her junior, was merely her boss's subordinate. Little did she realize he was, in fact, a person of significant stature. "Mr. Liu, please follow me," she said. Although taken aback, Shaoli quickly composed herself. Nodding, Liu Dong turned to inquire, "What is this? Aren't Wang Bangzhu and Mr. Zhou joining us for some fun?" "Brother Liu, you go ahead. I have some matters to discuss with Guodong," Wang Haitao replied. Liu Dong nodded in acquiescence, indifferent to Wang Haitao's true intentions, as he harbored no interest in joining the Black Tiger Gang. "Brother, do you intend to recruit him into our gang?" Zhou Guodong asked, watching Liu Dong's figure recede. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow. As a newcomer in the gang, he did not share the same belief in brute force as Wang Haitao and the other founding elders, who had fought their way up from the depths of society. A graduate of a vocational school, Zhou Guodong regarded himself as a relatively skilled individual within the Black Tiger gang and placed greater faith in wealth and power. He believed the era of cold weapons, where personal prowess reigned supreme, had long passed. No matter how formidable one's skills, they could not rival firearms. Thus, he fundamentally disagreed with Wang Haitao's assertion that Liu Dong could significantly enhance the Black Tiger gang's strength. Nonetheless, despite his dissent, he could not openly oppose Wang Haitao's decision. Having been in the gang for 2 years, he was well aware of the ruthless nature lurking beneath the amiable facade of the man beside him, who appeared as harmless as a friendly neighbor. Brother, with government regulations tightening, are we not attempting to cleanse the Black Tiger gang? Is it wise to admit someone like Liu Dong? Zhou Guodong remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the respectfully attentive Wang Haitao. Although he was cognizant of Wang Haitao's thoughts, he paid little heed. Every man has his aspirations, but they must not overstep their boundaries. Guodong, cleansing the Black Tiger gang is indeed correct, but it does not imply we should abandon the foundation we have established. The Black Tiger gang will not diminish. Rather, it shall continue to expand. Therefore, the pursuit of capable individuals remains our fundamental strategy that we shall never forsake. Understood, brother. Zhou Guodong nodded. Wang Haitao continued. Liu Dong is the most skilled martial artist I have encountered. As he spoke, memories of the brave figure who had stormed into the Black Tiger gang 2 years prior, and Liu Dong's astonishing display at the dining table resurfaced in his mind. Gripping his hands unconsciously, Wang Haitao resolved that such a person must be welcomed into the Black Tiger gang. When he loses money later, I will provide him with more chips. Zhou Guodong quickly interjected, understanding Wang Haitao's intentions. With a gentle pat on his shoulder, Wang Haitao expressed his approval, saying, Guodong, you are quite remarkable. As you just mentioned, by generously providing him with money, once he becomes accustomed to extravagance at the gambling table, the thrill of lavish spending will ensure he will no longer endure the frugal life he once led. At that point, we need not worry about him hesitating to join our Black Tiger gang. Simultaneously, Zhou Guodong nodded in agreement, recognizing that for any man, wealth, power, and beauty are the trifecta of allure. Thus, to exert control over an individual, it is most effective to approach these 3 facets. The underground casino of Black Tiger is the largest illicit gambling establishment in the entire city of Quanxing. The casino is divided into 2 levels. The first floor, encompassing approximately 1,500 square meters, is the main gaming hall, partitioned into various gambling areas based on different games. At this moment, throngs of people surrounded the gambling tables, and with waitstaff serving an array of beverages, the atmosphere was exuberantly lively. May I inquire what games Mr. Liu wishes to engage in? We offer a variety, including Texas Hold'em, roulette, 3-card poker, blackjack, pai gow, and mahjong, all available for your selection. Xiaoli diligently followed Liu Dong, providing an enthusiastic introduction. However, Liu Dong had never even heard of these gambling methods before, let alone participated in them. After observing the casino for a few minutes, he scratched his head and hesitantly asked, do you have any games that involve dice? Having heard his inquiry, Xiaoli glanced at Liu Dong and replied with a smile. Indeed, if Mr. Liu wishes to play with dice, I can guide you there. Let us play that then. Please explain the rules to me, as I have never played before. Although slightly embarrassed, Liu Dong decided to speak candidly. Chapter 71, The Human Condition. As she beheld the seemingly ordinary young man before her, whose face still bore traces of youth, Wang Xiaoli found it hard to believe that someone who could so easily mingle with the upper echelons of the Black Tiger gang had never participated in gambling before. Nonetheless, despite her curiosity, Wang Xiaoli was aware that delving into the backstories of such significant figures was not her place. Very well, Mr. Liu. The dice game you mentioned typically involves 3 dice. A sum of 3 to 9 is considered small, while 10 to 17 is deemed large. And rolling 3 of a kind is called a baljic, leopard. If you bet on small or large and win, the odds are 1 to 1. However, should you successfully wager on a baljic, the odds are 50 to 1. Pausing momentarily to allow Liu Dong to absorb this information, Wang Xiaoli continued. In addition to betting on small or large, you may also wager on specific numbers, from 4 to 17, each with varying odds, generally starting from 6 to 1. Furthermore, you can also bet on doubles or triples, which offer even higher odds. As she spoke, Wang Xiaoli led Liu Dong to the most boisterous section of the first floor of the underground casino. In this setting, The impeccably dressed corporate executives and the reticent government officials have shed their facades. They loosen their ties and roll up their sleeves. Their faces flushed and voices raised as they gather around the gaming table, exclaiming big and small, or calling out numbers with fervor. The electric atmosphere provokes a sense of intrigue in Liu Dong, a newcomer, igniting within him an impulse to join the game. "Let us go over there," Liu Dong declares. "Excuse me, everyone, 3, 4, 6, totaling 13 big." As the dealer in a red vest reveals the dice, the excitement escalates with his enthusiastic proclamation. The area designated for dice games is the only part of the casino where raucous cheering is permissible, further amplifying the spirited ambience. "How can it be 5 consecutive big rolls? Is this a joke?" lamented one player. "Oh, I lost again. I'm betting on small this round. It can't possibly be big every time." Another groaned. "Huh, another big. I won. Pay up." As Liu Dong navigates through the throng to the front of the table, he arrives just in time to witness the outcome of the game. The reactions of the gamblers, some shaking their heads in despair, others gnashing their teeth in frustration, and a few bubbling with elation, present a vivid tableau that allows Liu Dong to grasp, for the first time, the allure of gambling. His interest is piqued further. Once the chips are settled, the dealer once again picks up the black dice and shakes them vigorously. The crowd's attention shifts in tandem with the motion of the dice, and Liu Dong is no exception. However, his curiosity is not about the outcome, but the spectacle itself. "Ladies and gentlemen, bets are closed," the dealer announces as he sets the dice firmly on the table. "I'm betting 2,000 on small." "It can't be big again," another player declared. "I'll wager 10,000 on small too. I'm betting 20,000 on big." As the new round commences, many players place their bets, most opting for small, since statistically, after 5 consecutive big results, the likelihood of a small outcome becomes significantly higher. "I'll wager 100,000 on big." Liu Dong, having already discerned the numbers within the dice, smiled as he placed all his chips on big. "Sir, that is not how you play dice," Wang Xiaoli quickly cautioned. Yet, before she could finish, Liu Dong waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. Thank you for your concern, but if I lose this amount, it's no great loss." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoli fell silent, realizing that someone of Liu Dong's wealth would hardly regard 100,000 as significant. Little did she know that just days prior, Liu Dong's earnings paled in comparison to hers. Yet, fate is indeed curious. It may simply diverge at a fork in the road, granting a humble villager like Liu Dong the means to ascend to greatness. A single bet of 100,000 on a table where most wagers do not exceed 20,000 is certainly audacious, drawing the gaze of every onlooker. "Brother, what audacity! 100,000 on big. Are you truly that confident?" The individual conversing with Liu Dong is a portly middle-aged man, adorned in a navy blue shirt, sporting a short beard on his chin, and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Gambling. It inherently bears the essence of chance, whether one bets high or low. "And you, sir, are also placing high stakes," Liu Dong remarked with a calm smile. "Once the bet is placed, it is final. Does anyone else wish to wager? If not, I shall commence," called the croupier in a red waistcoat. "Let's get on with it. Spare us the chatter," the eager yet anxious gamblers urged loudly. "Yes, indeed. Let's begin. All right, here we go." As the croupier lifted the lid, 3 pearly dice were unveiled. 3, 2, 6, totaling 11, a high roll. "What? Another high? 6 consecutive high rolls. Are you cheating?" protested a young man, around 28 or 29, dressed in a white shirt, unable to bear the weight of his continuous losses, his eyes reddening as he shouted. Witnessing this scene, the previously irate youth instinctively recoiled, a look of fear etching his face. As a habitual patron of this establishment, he was well aware that this casino was under the dominion of the local gang, the Black Tiger Gang. Though he possessed a modest fortune, he understood that he could not afford to provoke such a lawless organization. Thus, embodying the wisdom of avoiding immediate losses, he silently gathered his remaining chips and departed. As Liu Dong gazed upon the dazzling pile of 200,000 chips, he felt for the first time that earning money could be so effortless. Within a matter of minutes, he had amassed 100,000. No wonder so many are drawn to gambling, not only for the exhilarating thrill of risking wealth, but also for the presence of such lucrative returns. Liu Dong mused. As time gradually passed, half an hour later, the chips before Liu Dong had accumulated into a small mountain. Of course, over the course of several rounds, he intentionally misbet 2 or 3 times to conceal the secret of his extraordinary luck. Nevertheless, even so, the chips before him had swelled to nearly 2 million. 400,000 on high, Liu Dong declared. "I too bet high. 1,000. I shall also bet high." Observing Liu Dong place his high bet, everyone around followed suit. Though Liu Dong had faced losses in numerous rounds, his wins outweighed them, and a substantial pile of chips before him served as undeniable evidence. No one would turn away from money. Chapter 72. A modest gain of 2 million. Let us proceed, Liu Dong stated calmly. Yes, indeed, let us commence. We've all placed our bets. Faced with the clamor of the gamblers, the croupier, once composed, had lost his tranquility. Sweat dripped from his brow, and his shirt was thoroughly soaked. It's over, it's over. 5 million lost in half an hour. The master will surely have my head, the croupier thought frantically. Yet, despite his trepidation, he dared not withhold the funds, for it was a matter of the casino's reputation. As the dealer, with trembling hands, unveiled the dice cover and discerned the numbers within, a deeper frown etched upon his face. 4, 4, 5, 13 points. A triumphant victory. Huh, what a stroke of luck. If it weren't for this young man, would your losing streak have turned into winnings? Indeed, if only I possessed such fortune. Mr. Liu, your chips. Despite having witnessed this spectacle multiple times over the past half hour, Wang Xiaoli could not suppress her astonishment. Having worked at the Black Tiger Gang's underground casino for quite some time, she had never before encountered someone with such extraordinary luck. As for whether Liu Dong might be cheating, she harbored little concern. Based on her years of experience in the casino, Liu Dong appeared to be a genuine novice at gambling, and the surveillance systems within the Black Tiger Gang were top-notch, effectively eliminating the possibility of cheating by players. This is for you. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Grasping the chip worth 10,000 in her hands, Wang Xiaoli felt elated, for that amount equated to 3 months of her salary. Nodding slightly, Liu Dong rose from his seat, aware that it was no longer prudent for him to continue gambling here. After all, the house was the Black Tiger Gang, and while losing a few million might not faze them, should he continue winning, he could attract unwanted attention. Although Liu Dong was unafraid, he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict with the Black Tiger Gang over mere millions. Could you exchange these for larger denominations? No problem, Mr. Liu. Please hold on. Lost in the joy of Liu Dong's generous tip, Wang Xiaoli nodded eagerly and hurriedly carried his chips on a tray towards the nearby exchange window. Observing this, the surrounding crowd understood that this fortunate young man was preparing to depart. While many gamblers who had followed Liu Dong in hopes of sharing in his success felt a pang of regret, the dealer, having lost nearly 6 million, felt a genuine sense of relief. The amount he had lost just earlier was equivalent to all the profits he had earned for the Black Tiger Gang in a month. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room on the first floor, Wang Haitao and Zhou Guodong also breathed a sigh of relief. If Liu Dong continued winning, even considering his formidable strength, they would find it difficult to refrain from intervening. After all, although the casino's monthly earnings reached tens of millions, it was impossible for all that wealth to remain with the Black Tiger Gang. To maintain the smooth operation of this underground treasure trove, more than half of the earnings had to be distributed to various stakeholders. Therefore, Wang Haitao would not permit any disruption or threat to the stable financial flow of the Black Tiger Gang. Brother, do you think Liu Dong is truly just lucky, or does he possess exceptional gambling skills? Zhou Guodong could not help but inquire. Gazing at the young figure on the screen, Wang Haitao furrowed his brow. After a moment of silence, he replied slowly, "It must be luck. According to our investigation, he is merely a woodcarver and jade sculptor who has never engaged in gambling since arriving in Quanqing these past few years. Moreover, do you truly believe that someone so young could master such exquisite gambling skills? It seems improbable." Zhou Guodong shook his head in agreement, "But my dear brother, given that he has amassed such a fortune, it may prove challenging to recruit him into our Black Tiger Gang." Indeed, that is a valid point. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Haitao remarked, "Let us first establish a rapport with him, and we shall seek opportunities thereafter. For now, this is the only course of action we can take." At that moment, as the two conversed, Wang Xiaoli had already returned with the exchanged chips and handed them to Liu Dong. "Mr. Liu, your chips total 2,345,600 yuan. I have exchanged them for 23 chips valued at 100,000 each, for chips worth 10,000, 5 chips at 1,000. And the remaining 600 yuan has been converted to RMB, all of which are here." "Ah, splendid." Liu Dong nodded in satisfaction as he received the money and chips from Wang Xiaoli, preparing to wander to other gaming tables. He did not intend to continue gambling, but merely wished to observe the lively atmosphere. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was called from behind. "Young man, please hold on. Is there something you need?" It was the middle-aged man who had spoken with him when Liu Dong first approached the gaming table. "Ah, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inquire, given your good fortune today, whether you might wish to try your luck at a few more games." "Perhaps not. I have lost interest in dice games," Liu Dong replied patiently, noting the man's amiable demeanor. You misunderstand, young man. I am not referring to this venue, but rather to the upper level. The middle-aged man gestured upward. Indeed, young man, while this ground floor may seem lively, those who play here are hardly the affluent. It is on the second floor where the true tycoons reside, where losing tens of millions is merely a trifle. Given your remarkable luck today, it would be a pity to miss the opportunity to win even more. After considering his words, Liu Dong felt a flicker of intrigue. Having endured a life of poverty and struggle at the societal bottom, he understood the significance of wealth. If there were more opportunities to earn, he would certainly not wish to forego them. Just as earlier, had he not wished to avoid unnecessary conflict with the Black Tiger gang, he would not have so readily dismissed the chance for quick gains through gambling. Of course, one must always exercise moderation. Gambling can yield swift rewards, but also leads to obsession. Thus, Liu Dong resolved to aim for a single profitable endeavor today and thereafter refrain from returning. At that moment, a familiar figure caught Liu Dong's eye. With a slight furrow of his brow, and after some contemplation, he smiled and said, "Listening to you, my curiosity has indeed been piqued. Ah, splendid. I assure you, young man, you are bound to earn a significant sum." The middle-aged man exclaimed joyfully. As the man's laughter echoed, Liu Dong's face revealed a faint smile. His gaze remained fixed on the figure ascending the staircase, his eyes betraying a steely intensity. "Young man, allow me to introduce myself. May I inquire your name?" "Liu Dong. Just an ordinary individual." He smiled unconsciously and continued, "Brother Liu, it seems you are not a frequent visitor to this establishment. You appear somewhat unfamiliar with the surroundings." Faced with the probing questions, Liu Dong found little reason to conceal the truth. Indeed, he had been too engrossed in work to have visited this place before. Today, however, he had accompanied a friend. Despite this assertion, Liu Dong had never regarded any member of the Black Tiger gang as a friend. Chapter 73. The opulent second-floor gaming hall. In the brief exchange between the two, they had already reached the foot of the staircase leading to the second floor. In stark contrast to the bustling and expansive gaming hall below, this area was noticeably less crowded. Just as Liu Dong was about to ascend the stairs, he was unexpectedly halted by security personnel from the Black Tiger gang, clad in black suits, stationed at either side of the staircase. "Sir, may I kindly request your membership card?" "Membership card?" Liu Dong furrowed his brow. He possessed no such item. "Brother Liu, allow me," his companion interjected, retrieving a gold embossed card from his pocket, identical in size to his standard bank card, and handed it over. "This gentleman is with me." After scrutinizing Liu Dong for a moment, the security personnel stepped aside, allowing passage. "Please, gentlemen, why is a membership card necessary in a casino? Do gamblers have ranks?" Liu Dong questioned with a frown. Indeed, the world is rife with gamblers, including tycoons from the business realm and esteemed officials. However, due to their distinguished status, they cannot mingle with the lesser patrons. Hence, the casino has designated the second floor exclusively for their enjoyment, catering to high-profile clients, came the explanation. Liu Dong nodded in understanding. "I must express my gratitude to Mr. Yang for your assistance earlier. It was but a trivial matter. There is no need for formality. Brother Liu, moreover, I must admit, I profited significantly by following your lead at the gaming table. If anyone should be expressing gratitude, it is I who should thank you." Yang replied, a hint of humility in his tone. Of course, had he not earned over 1 million just moments ago by shadowing Liu Dong, he might not have felt inclined to flatter someone who seemed nearly a round behind him in fortune. "Mr. Yang, you are far too modest, but I presume possessing a membership card suggests you are quite affluent?" Liu Dong remarked casually. "Ah, Brother Liu, you flatter me. Were I wealthy, I would have already ventured to the second floor. As for this card, it is merely borrowed from a friend," Yang responded with a chuckle. After hearing this, Liu Dong nodded, choosing not to press further. Since the other party was reluctant to divulge more, he had no desire to pry, especially as he was not one to indulge in gossip. Wang Xiaoli, as a dedicated service staff member of the casino, did not require a membership card to navigate the establishment. Thus she followed Liu Dong up to the second floor. The staircase was brief, and within minutes, the three had ascended. Upon arrival, Liu Dong observed that, in contrast to the expansive hall on the first floor, which exceeded 1,500 square meters, the second floor was considerably smaller, occupying less than half that space. Furthermore, while the first floor was teeming with patrons, the second floor boasted a significantly reduced crowd. Additionally, the opulence of the second floor decor surpassed that of the hall below. Even the waitstaff serving refreshments here were of a notably higher caliber in both physique and appearance compared to their counterparts downstairs. However, when Liu Dong laid his eyes upon these women, he swiftly averted his gaze. With the exquisite Wang Chong as a comparison, he naturally regarded these ordinary individuals with disdain. Noticing Liu Dong's expression, a nearby man chuckled. Brother Liu, those who can come here are either affluent or noble, each possessing considerable wealth. You should seize the opportunity to showcase your talents. Liu Dong merely smiled faintly, offering little in response. It is often said that unsolicited flattery is either a sign of treachery or deceit. Liu Dong was well aware that this middle-aged man named Yang was so eager to escort him to the second floor not only because of Liu Dong's impressive performance at the gambling table, but also due to his desire to profit further by associating with him. Nevertheless, Liu Dong was indifferent. As long as Yang did not impede his progress, he was free to pursue his own interests. After all, it was not his own money at stake. Mr. Yang, shall we proceed? Liu Dong suggested with a light-hearted tone. Of course, Brother Liu, please. Yang responded eagerly. Brother Liu, where are you headed? The dice tables are to the left. As Liu Dong chose not to follow Yang's expectations and instead moved towards the area bustling with spectators, Yang, determined to capitalize on Liu Dong's luck, hastily grasped his arm. Observing Yang's anxious demeanor, Liu Dong instinctively furrowed his brow. He felt a sense of obligation for having accepted the earlier favor, making it difficult to respond harshly. Mr. Yang, I truly appreciate you bringing me up here, but as I mentioned on the first floor, I have little interest in gambling on dice. If you wish to continue playing, I must beg your pardon, Liu Dong stated. Yang's face betrayed an unexpected shock. However, before he could react, Liu Dong had already inclined his head in farewell and brushed past him with Wang Xiaoli at his side. Watching their retreating figures, Yang's eyes filled with disappointment and frustration. Yet, since Liu Dong was unwilling to continue playing, he had no recourse. He certainly could not forcibly drag Liu Dong along, despite his considerable wealth. Shaking his head, he took a few steps to follow Liu Dong. Since Liu Dong had no desire to gamble, he might as well trail behind him, hoping for another chance profit. Seeing Yang follow, Liu Dong remained silent. His thoughts were now consumed with the unfolding gambling game before him. Haha, free of kind. I won this round. Han Lei exclaimed, revealing his cards. Upon realizing that his hand was the strongest, he could not suppress his delight. Last night, he had intended to have the Black Tiger Gang teach Liu Dong a lesson, only to discover that the seemingly rustic stranger was a tough opponent, leaving his men utterly defeated. This turn of events had greatly disappointed Han Lei, who had anticipated witnessing the downfall of that arrogant fellow. Thus, he had come today, seeking relaxation through a few rounds of play. As the sole heir to Han's jewelry, with an illustrious family background, and having frequented this establishment before, it was no surprise that many individuals among the wealthy elite on the second floor recognized him. The desire to curry favor with the formidable Han's jewelry has attracted numerous political and business figures. Thus, upon Han Lei's arrival, it was not long before someone voluntarily offered their seat, and even at the gambling table, a few players intentionally lost several rounds, all in an effort to appease this young heir. Indeed, Master Han's gambling prowess is exceptional. He won the very first round, marking a splendid start, worthy of celebration. This remark was made by a portly man clad in a black checkered shirt, seated to Han Lei's left. Although his ingratiating smile was quite nauseating to onlookers, one could not deny that his flattery hit the mark. Haha, old John, you are too kind. Everyone appreciates kind words, especially young rakes like Han Lei. Observing Han Lei's excessively arrogant demeanor, Zhang Fakwai could not help but feel a flicker of disdain, yet the obsequiousness on his face remained unaltered. We shall rely on young Master Han's assistance for the upcoming Quancheng Jadestone Trading Fair, Zhang Fakwai hastily declared. Rest assured, for this public auction in Quancheng, our Han family's stone gambling masters are at your disposal, Han Lei proclaimed with grandiosity. Oh dear, then I must extend my gratitude to young Master Han. Zhang Fakwai raised his chubby hands, beaming as he repeatedly bowed to Han Lei. Chapter 74. A clash of wits. As the opening date of the Quancheng Jadestone Trading Fair approached, a steady stream of gamblers and jewelers arrived, with many choosing to indulge in a few rounds of gambling. However, most were representatives of small to medium-sized jewelry companies, while they too engaged in stone gambling. They struggled to find skilled gambling masters. Thus, upon hearing that Zhang Fakwai had aligned himself with Han's Jewelry, a nationally renowned jewelry enterprise, envy was palpable on their faces. Particularly, a middle-aged man in a dark red sleeveless t-shirt, seated opposite the portly Zhang, displayed an even more intense mix of jealousy and admiration in his eyes. In terms of wealth, he and Zhang Fakwai were comparable, both owning modestly sized jewelry companies. Yet, finding himself outpaced by Zhang in securing a connection with such a jewelry giant as Han's, he felt a twinge of discontent. Determined, the middle-aged man resolved to be more astute in the forthcoming rounds, seizing any opportunity to align himself closely with young Master Han. "Everyone, my luck today has not been favorable, so I shall take my leave," Li Yinsong announced as he stood and moved aside. It was not that he lacked the desire to continue gambling, but rather he wished to avoid unnecessary losses. At this four-player poker table, it was evident that the other two players were eager to curry favor with Han Lei. One could imagine that the trio would surely form an alliance in the ensuing rounds. After all, it is said that two fists cannot contend with four hands, leaving him alone with little hope of winning. Better to make a wise choice and withdraw than to remain in a losing battle. Is anyone else interested in playing around? Although poker can accommodate 2, 3, or 4 players, it is typically played with 2 or 4. However, no one was foolish enough to respond when they saw the 3 forming a coalition. Despite Han Lei's repeated calls, no one answered. "I'll join." As Han Lei felt a twinge of disappointment, and the chubby Zhang and the lean middle-aged man were pained by the prospect of losing money to curry favor with him. A clear and powerful voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Meeting the gazes directed at him from all directions, Liu Dong navigated through the throng and approached the vacant seat. Sitting down opposite Han Lei, "Mr. Han, I never anticipated that we would meet again so soon," Liu Dong remarked calmly, observing the astonished expression on Han Lei's face. Initially intending to leave after playing dice downstairs, Liu Dong altered his plans upon spotting Han Lei. Despite having dealt a humiliating defeat to the thugs of the Black Tiger Gang last night, who had been sent by Han Lei to teach him a lesson, without sustaining any injury himself, Liu Dong was not inclined to let the matter rest. "You?" After a moment of surprise, Han Lei could not suppress his anger. Liu Dong was the first person in his life to best him. And compounded by the fact that he was also his rival, Han Lei harbored a profound animosity towards him. Indeed, it's rare for Mr. Han to remember a nameless nobody like me. I am truly touched. The faint smile and slightly sarcastic words of Liu Dong struck Han Lei as particularly grating and intensely irritating. At that moment, those around them began to comprehend from their exchange that they were not friends, but rather adversaries with irreconcilable differences. Furthermore, given Han Lei's demeanor, it appeared that he had suffered a setback in their confrontation, which piqued the curiosity of the onlookers regarding Liu Dong's identity. To have caused the heir of Han's jewelry to falter was no small feat. Noticing the curiosity etched on the faces of the crowd, Han Lei's expression darkened further. Yet the arrival of Liu Dong sparked a flicker of recognition in his mind. Those who can enter here are either affluent or esteemed, each possessing a membership card issued by the casino. I suspect this freeloader has snuck in here. Security, can you confirm if this bumpkin truly possesses wealth? I doubt he even has 10,000 on him. Han Lei declared loudly, as Liu Dong had given his chips to Wang Xiaoli upon ascending. He indeed found himself empty-handed at that moment, inadvertently lending some credence to Han Lei's claims. Before Liu Dong could signal for Wang Xiaoli, who was blocked by the crowd to pass him the chips, the security personnel from the Black Tiger Gang approached. Although they did not recognize Liu Dong, they were well acquainted with Han Lei, who had frequented Han's jewelry several times. "Sir, may I see your membership card?" Upon hearing this, Liu Dong furrowed his brow. He had indeed ascended using a membership card. However, it was apparent that the individual who had escorted Liu Dong to the second floor was reluctant to offend Han Lei, as he had yet to step forward to vouch for him. "You may leave. Brother Liu is a valued guest of our Black Tiger Gang. From now on, whenever he visits, he requires nothing." Just as Liu Dong felt cornered, a familiar voice came to his rescue. With those words, Wang Haitao, accompanied by the deputy leader of the Xuanwu Hall, Zhou Guodong, parted the crowd and entered. "Leader, remember what I've just said. Let's move on." Wang Haitao waved his hand. As he watched the security personnel depart, Liu Dong felt a burgeoning admiration for Wang Haitao, who had come to his rescue. "Leader Wang." Liu Dong rose and clasped his hands in respect. "Haha, my brother Liu, you have truly kept your skills hidden from me. Your gambling prowess is astonishing, and it has cost me dearly." Wang Haitao complimented. "Leader Wang is being too kind. Today, I merely relied on good fortune. I cannot claim to possess exceptional skills." Liu Dong replied modestly. "Enough of that. Furthermore, let's refrain from calling me Leader Wang, as it feels rather distant. Since I am a few years your senior, if you don't mind, shall we address each other as brothers?" Wang Haitao had no faith in Liu Dong's assertion of luck, especially after witnessing him win several rounds of dice. Coupled with Liu Dong's formidable skills, Wang Haitao increasingly recognized him as a rare talent, reinforcing his determination to recruit Liu Dong into the Black Tiger Gang. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, "Brother Wang, haha, splendid." Wang Haitao laughed heartily, giving Liu Dong a friendly pat on the shoulder. To him, the relationship between them had progressed significantly. Meanwhile, Han Lei seethed with jealousy yet was also filled with concern. Although the Han group held considerable standing and was not intimidated by the Black Tiger gang, their backing meant that dealing with Liu Dong would no longer be as reckless as before. Are you still going to play? If not, kindly leave and stop obstructing us. Han Lei, envious of Liu Dong becoming the center of attention, could no longer contain himself. Of course, I intend to play. I still wish to earn some pocket money from young Master Han. After exchanging a brief remark with Wang Haitao, Liu Dong resumed his seat. If you wish to win money from me, you must possess the skill to do so. Han Lei paused momentarily, then with a cunning smile added, in our game, you must have a stake of 1 million to even sit at the table. I wonder if you have such funds? Chapter 75, The 10 Million Gamble. As Han Lei's words hung in the air, Liu Dong had yet to respond, but Zhang Fati and the gaunt middle-aged man beside him wore expressions of dismay. Although they were well off, they were merely here for fun. Betting 20 to 30,000 was manageable, but 1 million was an overwhelming burden for them. 1 million is far too low. Why not play for 10 million instead? Liu Dong suggested casually. At his declaration, the surrounding gamblers erupted in astonishment. While they often wagered here, games with stakes exceeding 1 million were virtually unheard of, let alone 10 million. After all, it was the year 2000. Although the number of wealthy individuals in the country was on the rise, few dared to spend lavishly at the gambling table. Hearing the commotion, nearly all the gamblers in the second-floor gambling hall flocked over. Such high-stakes gambling, aside from Macau or major casinos abroad, was exceedingly rare in the country, making it an opportunity no one wished to miss. 10 million, what audacity! Do you truly possess such wealth? Though taken aback, Han Lei was unwilling to lose face and firmly disbelieved that Liu Dong, this rustic simpleton, could possibly produce 1 million. If he truly possessed such wealth, he would not be peddling goods at the antique market, unless he had lost his senses. Liu Dong, of course, was not foolish. It was merely that his rise to prominence had been so rapid that few were aware of his fortune. At that moment, Wang Haitao, who had been contemplating bringing Liu Dong into the Black Tiger gang, fell silent. In addition to being astonished by Liu Dong's audacity, he too harbored doubts about the authenticity of Liu Dong's financial claims. 1 million was no trifling sum. Mr. Liu certainly has it. Before Liu Dong could utter a word, a middle-aged man, squeezed among the crowd and clad in a white t-shirt, with thick brows and large eyes, proclaimed loudly. Seizing the opportunity for attention, he hurriedly maneuvered his way to the front of the gambling table. Truth be told, although this individual was speaking in Liu Dong's favor, Liu Dong had no acquaintance with this gallant figure who had come to his defense. Noticing the confusion in Liu Dong's eyes, the middle-aged man promptly introduced himself. Mr. Liu, I am Li Jianying from Jinyuan Jewelry. Yesterday at Shiwanj, I witnessed your remarkable extraction of that iced jadeite worth 15 million. Regrettably, my resources were limited, and I could not acquire that premier piece. Should you unearth any more fine jade in the future, I hope you'll consider contacting Jinyuan Jewelry. Rest assured, we shall ensure that you do not suffer any losses in pricing. He had not anticipated encountering someone who had witnessed his prowess at gambling stones. However, as the two conversed, the surrounding crowd became restless. Is it true that he extracted that jadeite worth 15 million yesterday? One murmured. I heard that a young man at Shiwanj unearthed a top-grade iced jadeite from the rough, which was subsequently purchased by Wang Changjong of Wang's Jewelry. I never imagined that it would be this young man before us. It became clear why he dared to wager 1 million. The news of Liu Dong's extraction of the 15 million jadeite had already spread throughout the gambling circles of Quansheng and was rapidly gaining traction throughout the province, especially with the upcoming Quansheng Jade Trade Fair. Thus, when it was suddenly revealed that the individual responsible for the top-grade jadeite was indeed the young man before them, astonishment washed over the faces of those present, including Wang Haitao. Among all, Han Lei was the most taken aback. He could hardly fathom that this country bumpkin he had so scorned had managed to extract a top-grade jadeite, which was even scarce at Han's Jewelry. Noticing the expressions of surprise on the faces of the crowd directed towards him, Liu Dong remained composed. He reached into his pocket and produced a bank card, placing it on the gambling table. This card contained 18 million. If young Master Han had any doubts, he was welcome to verify it right there. Verify? Certainly. Though Han Lei had begun to comprehend that much of what Liu Dong claimed was likely true, he could not bring himself to admit it. Still, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. In response, Liu Dong smiled nonchalantly, picked up the bank card, and turned to Wang, saying, Brother Wang, I would appreciate it if you could verify this, and also bring me 8 million in chips. Now, there are already over 2 million on his table. With just 8 million more, he can amass a total of 10 million in gambling funds. No worries. Rest assured, Brother Liu, despite being astonished by Liu Dong's wealth, Wang Haitao readily agreed. It has been verified that there are no issues with the funds in the bank card, even though he had mentally prepared himself. The confirmation of this seemingly ordinary young man's status as a millionaire still left Zhou Guodong utterly astonished. Of course, he was not alone in his surprise. Those around him were equally amazed and curious about Liu Dong's considerable fortune at such a young age. What do you think? There shouldn't be any problems for young Master Han now, right? Liu Dong replied with indifference. Consider yourself lucky. At that moment, Han Lei felt particularly uneasy. Wait. Just as Han Lei was about to instruct the dealer to deal the cards, Liu Dong suddenly interjected, ignoring the curious gazes of the crowd. Liu Dong fixed his gaze on Han Lei and said, "It seems young Master Han has forgotten something. My 10 million chips are already placed here, but what about yours? Gentlemen, since you are also participating in this wager, shouldn't you replenish the chips on your table?" Upon hearing his words, Zhang the Fat and the lean middle-aged man exchanged glances and shook their heads. Although they wished to curry favor with Han Lei and hoped to profit significantly from the upcoming Qiansheng Jade Trading Fair, they dared not wager such a colossal sum, knowing that 10 million represented nearly half of their entire fortunes. "I'm sorry, but this wager is too substantial. I truly cannot afford to participate, so I withdraw," the lean middle-aged man said with a wry smile. "I'm sorry, I am withdrawing as well." With that, Zhang the Fat also gathered his chips and left the gambling table. Liu Dong said nothing in response to their withdrawal. His aim had never been them. His position and character prevented him from empathizing with their plight, as he simply viewed their actions as a betrayal of his trust. It is worth noting that if the three of them had supported each other at the table, their chances of outmaneuvering Liu Dong and winning back that 10 million would have been significantly higher than if he were to face him alone. However, that possibility was now lost. Meeting Liu Dong's gaze, Han Lei retrieved a check from his jacket pocket, swiftly writing down the sum of 10 million before handing it to the bodyguard behind him. Soon, 10 million in chips was neatly arranged before Han Lei on the gambling table. "That should do it, right?" Listening to Han Lei's somewhat gritted voice, Liu Dong smiled and replied, "Of course." Wait. Chapter 76, All In Part 1. "Yes, brother." About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man around 40, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of scholarly refinement, approached. After nodding, the middle-aged man inquired, "What is the wager?" 20 million. Such audacity. However, others could see that he was not merely putting on a show of extravagance. He genuinely did not regard this 20 million wager as significant. After Don Jiheng donned his gloves, he surveyed the thronging crowd around him and furrowed his brow, intently declaring, to ensure the integrity and safety of this gambling event, "I kindly ask everyone to step back 3 meters. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Those situated closer to the front, eager for a clearer view, were understandably reluctant to retreat. However, due to the fact that this was the Black Tiger Gang's casino, even the most unwilling among them had to concede and step back to maintain a sight line for the game. Yet, in their desire to witness the central contest, individuals from the rear began to fetch chairs to stand upon, with many even climbing onto the gambling table itself. At this moment, no one seemed to mind such antics. Moreover, the crowd had momentarily shed their usual genteel facades, behaving like common folk, jostling and shoving in pursuit of a prime vantage point. The game of show hand, also known as shark, is a variant of poker where the arrangement of 5 cards determines victory or defeat. At the commencement of the game, each player is dealt 1 whole card, which remains face down until the end. After the second card is dealt, the player with the superior hand determines the amount to wager, while others may choose to call, raise, fold, or go all in. Once all 5 cards have been dealt, players reveal their whole cards to compare hands. The 5-card show hand game is particularly popular in mainland China and Hong Kong, as it is easily grasped, fiercely competitive, and incorporates both skill and an element of chance. A proficient player must possess a keen memory, sound judgment, calm analytical skills, and perhaps a dash of luck. Although it was Liu Dong's first encounter with the game of show hand, it was not entirely foreign to him. After all, the iconic film god of gamblers, starring the legendary Chow Yun-fat, had captivated audiences across China, leaving viewers enthralled by the ingenious gambling techniques portrayed, often inspiring them to emulate these methods. Liu Dong was no exception. However, the passage of time had rendered him nearly forgetful of the specific rules of the game. Fortunately, show hand is not overly complex, and after Wang Xiaoli elucidated the rules for him, Liu Dong had successfully committed them to memory. "If both of you have no further questions, we shall commence this gambling session," Don Jiheng proclaimed. After receiving nods of affirmation from the 2 players, he proceeded to outline the rules of show hand. The rules are straightforward. A straight flush, consisting of 5 consecutive cards of the same suit, is the highest hand, with an ace-high straight flush being the most powerful. In the event that both players possess an ace-high straight flush, the suit of the aces is compared, ranked in the order of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds. Following this, four of a kind, which consists of 4 cards of the same rank plus 1 additional card, is next in strength, with aces being the highest. Then comes a full house, made up of 3 cards of 1 rank combined with a pair of another rank, with the 3 of a kind determining the winner if both players have a full house. Continuing down the hierarchy, a flush consists of 5 cards of the same suit that do not form straight, while a straight consists of 5 consecutive cards of varying suits. 3 of a kind is formed by 3 cards of the same rank, with aces being the highest. 2 pairs consist of 5 cards made up of 2 sets of pairs, and a single pair comprises 2 cards of the same rank plus 3 unpaired cards. Lastly, there are high cards. Would either of you like to review the rules once more? He inquired. No need, Liu Dong replied with a shake of his head. Upon witnessing the scene, Han Lei, who initially intended to scrutinize the situation, likewise shook his head. He divided a deck of playing cards into 2 nearly equal stacks and swiftly shuffled them. However, Liu Dong had never contemplated memorizing the cards. The radiant energy of the Shirley Yuanguang was his greatest asset in winning the game. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you, Liu Dong mused. No problem. I am unfazed. With the assistance of Shirley Yuanguang, even against the world-renowned gambling king Liu Dong, he felt an unwavering confidence in his victory, let alone against a half-hearted player like Han Lei. According to the rules of the game, both players were dealt face-down cards initially, with the subsequent cards being revealed face-up. Haha, I bet 200,000. Han Lei, after surreptitiously glancing at his whole card, could not suppress a look of delight as he tossed 2 chips from his pile into the center of the table. His display elicited disapproving shakes of the head from the seasoned players around him. Since young Master Han wishes to play, I shall gladly oblige, Liu Dong declared, also casting 2 100,000 chips into the pot. Observing his actions, murmurs of speculation rippled through the onlookers. How can he wager 200,000 without even checking his whole card? Indeed, does he even know how to play? Perhaps he simply has money to burn. Chapter 77, Showdown, Part 2. Listening to the slightly mocking discussions around him, Wang Haitao could not help but furrow his brow. Although his acquaintance with Liu Dong was brief, the latter's composure and steadiness had left a profound impression on him. He could not believe that Liu Dong's decision to wager 200,000 was reckless. Yet, he was equally puzzled as to where Liu Dong's immense confidence stemmed from, especially as he had not even glanced at his whole card before making such a bet. Nonetheless, Wang Haitao held a favorable view of Liu Dong's chances of winning, particularly given Liu Dong's nearly flawless record displayed earlier on the first floor, which bolstered Wang Haitao's faith in him. However, despite his hopes for Liu Dong's victory, he did not genuinely wish for him to win this round, as a win would completely undermine his intentions of recruiting Liu Dong into the Black Tiger gang. After all, which millionaire would willingly join a gang? Liu Dong, indifferent to the opinions of others, had his own considerations. Soon, the third card was dealt. Liu Dong received a 5 of spades, while Han Lei was dealt a king of diamonds. Mr. Han, please proceed. Han Lei's face was alight with pride. It appears my fortune surpasses yours significantly. I raise it to 500,000. Liu Dong remained as composed as ever. I call your 500,000. After throwing in his chips, Liu Dong paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. Turning to the dealer, isn't it time to deal the next card? This was not an act one would expect from a rational individual. Moreover, he could never believe that someone like Wang Haitao would regard him as anything less than astute. This time, Liu Dong received a 5 of clubs, while Han Lei was dealt a jack of diamonds. Observing his hand, Liu Dong smiled faintly. It seems the moment for me to speak has arrived. According to the rules of the game, his 2 5s formed a pair, while Han Lei, despite having higher cards, merely held a scattered hand. Listening to Han Lei's displeased hum, Liu Dong remained unfazed, extending his hand to toss a handful of chips forward, this time wagering a substantial 2 million. Observing his actions, the surrounding crowd fell silent. For this was the most exhilarating moment of the gambling game. No gambler would wish to miss this heart-pounding high-stakes bet. This is the allure of gambling, where the unknown enchants the mind. At that moment, Han Lei's earlier bravado faded, his gaze fixed intently on Liu Dong, who appeared calm and composed. Though he was indeed a spoiled rich kid, he was no fool, understanding the rules of the game. He sought to discern whether Liu Dong genuinely possessed confidence or was merely bluffing. However, he could not fathom the source of such audacity emanating from Liu Dong. who dared to wager 2 million with only a pair of fives, without even having seen his whole cards. In truth, he was not the only one puzzled. The onlookers scratched their heads, attributing Liu Dong's boldness to sheer recklessness. Despite Liu Dong holding a pair of fives, the crowd did not harbor much hope for his victory in this match. 2 million, Han Lei declared, his expression grim. It seems fortune is favoring me, Liu Dong replied, brandishing his heart 5 toward Han Lei. With this card, his hand comprised 3 fives. Although Han Lei had a 10, forming a pair, it paled in comparison to Liu Dong's triplet. Witnessing his inferior hand, Han Lei's expression soured. Young Master Han, why don't we go all in? It would simplify matters, Liu Dong said nonchalantly, gazing into Han Lei's eyes. At this, Han Lei furrowed his brow after a brief glance at Liu Dong. Even with his wealth, facing the stakes of millions would instill hesitation. 2 million. Before Han Lei could respond, Liu Dong suddenly shouted. Gritting his teeth, Han Lei flipped his whole card, slamming it onto the table and proclaiming, I call your 2 million. I wish to see your cards. Huh. 3 tens. This triplet surpasses your 3 fives. Indeed, unless his whole card is a 5 or a 3. This round is likely young Master Han's victory. I believe young Master Han is destined to win. The probability of forming 4 of a kind or a full house is exceedingly low. Listening to the murmurs around him, Han Lei's confidence surged. Hurry and reveal your whole card. Let us settle this. The triumphant expression on Han Lei's face abruptly froze as he observed Liu Dong's demeanor. With a calm smile, Liu Dong replied, I'm afraid I hold a club 3. 3 fives and 2 threes, a full house. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Ha! Brother Liu's gambling skills are indeed remarkable. Hearing Wang Haitao's praise, Liu Dong smiled modestly. Brother Wang, you flatter me. I truly know little of gambling techniques. Winning this round was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, Wang Haitao's expression indicated his skepticism regarding Liu Dong's humble claim. Upon observing the situation, Liu Dong chose not to elaborate further. In truth, as he dealt the first card, he had already discerned the ranks and suits of the initial 10 cards. No matter how the game unfolded, defeat was simply not an option for him. When he received the 5th card, he initially contemplated going all in. However, noticing Han Lei's hesitation, which hinted at a potential retreat, he resolutely placed a wager of 2 million. Han Lei, boasting a 3 of a kind with 10s, opted to call. Looks like I won the first round, Liu Dong declared. Don't get too cocky. This is merely the first round, Han Lei retorted, his expression darkening. Perfect. That only piques my interest further. The second round commenced swiftly thereafter. As in the previous round, Liu Dong refrained from inspecting the first face-down card. With the victory of the first round underpinning his confidence, the onlookers remained silent. The second card revealed Han Lei's King of Spades, evidently superior to Liu Dong's 6 of diamonds. I bet 200,000. I call, Liu Dong responded, tossing out his own 200,000 in chips. The King of Diamonds, combined with his earlier King of Spades, afforded Han Lei a pair. Setting aside everything else, the strength of Han Lei's hand eclipsed Liu Dong's considerably, prompting an involuntary smile of excitement to grace his face. 600,000. As the attention of the spectators gravitated back towards him, Liu Dong merely smiled faintly, casting his cards toward Han Lei's eager gaze as he calmly declared, I fold. You, Han Lei, though not a novice to the gambling scene, was still only marginally more skilled than a beginner. His status as the heir to Han's jewelry often shielded him from the harsh realities of the gambling table, leading to a pattern of more wins than losses. This had fostered a sense of arrogant superiority in Han Lei, who fancied himself a master of the game. In his excitement, however, he had completely forgotten these nuances. Time slipped away amidst the back and forth of their gambling interactions. Over the course of 12 rounds, Liu Dong found himself predominantly on the losing end, either folding or facing hands that fell short against Han Lei's superior cards. Young Master Han's luck today is truly remarkable, winning 12 rounds in a row. That lad clearly has no grasp of going all in. This game is destined to be his loss. In truth, there was a degree of admiration for the young man. Despite losing such a significant sum, he maintained an unwavering calmness, as if he still harbored confidence in his chances of winning. Behold, the game is not yet concluded. Perhaps he could still turn the tide. Listening to the surrounding chatter and gazing at the towering stack of chips before him, Han Lei could not suppress a smile of exhilaration. What is this? You aren't considering folding again, are you? In response, Liu Dong met his gaze with an impassive expression and, with a flick of his right index finger, tapped his ace of spades, saying, having finally drawn such a splendid hand, I certainly intend to play it well. Pausing momentarily, he He casually picked up 500,000 in chips and tossed them into the pot. 500,000. I wonder if young Master Han is willing to call? Huh, of course. My King of Hearts is no small matter either. I'll match that with 500,000. As it turns out, Liu Dong holds a spade king, while Han Lei possesses a heart ace, perfectly mirroring the previous card. In the absence of hidden cards, and with both players displaying identical face values, the rules of Showdown dictate that the suit must be considered. Following the hierarchy of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds, Liu Dong's hand remains superior. Thus, he is expected to initiate the bidding. 1 million. I call. The fourth card becomes particularly crucial, as it is likely to determine the strength of the hands. And in previous rounds, Liu Dong had opted to fold when faced with the impending reveal of the fourth card. Haha, this time it's my turn to speak, Han Lei remarked, clutching the newly acquired diamond ace. Of course, Liu Dong replied nonchalantly, for his hand consisted merely of a spade 10. I raised 2 million. In truth, Han Lei could have wagered more, yet fearing Liu Dong might withdraw as he had in earlier rounds, he hesitated and settled on 2 million, his gaze betraying a mixture of determination and anxiety as he scrutinized Liu Dong. I call. Liu Dong chuckled. Well, you do possess some courage. Dealer, please deal the cards. Han Lei urged eagerly. Duan Zhiheng nodded. For him, this gamble of merely 20 million was trivial. Were it not for the lucrative offer from the Black Tiger Gang and certain undisclosed reasons, his skills would not have led him to this table. As the fifth card was revealed, Liu Dong received a spade jack, while Han Lei drew a club king. Evaluating the hands, Han Lei, with 2 aces and 2 kings, boasted the largest 2 pairs, far exceeding Liu Dong's 4 of a kind, which could only be considered a mere collection of cards. It appears I'm speaking now, Han Lei declared triumphantly. Of course, Liu Dong maintained his trademark calmness. However, every time Han Lei witnessed Liu Dong's unruffled demeanor, it gnawed at him. After all, he was the one currently winning. I wish to raise 6 million, but it seems you lack sufficient chips? Indeed, Liu Dong's remaining 800,000 had dwindled to 360,000, leaving him with a little over 140,000. In response, Liu Dong smiled, suggesting, in that case, let me wager an additional 400,000. Let us go all in and decide the outcome in one round, shall we? Han Lei was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixed intently on Liu Dong, struggling to comprehend the source of Liu Dong's confidence, especially without even glancing at his hidden cards. To win solely with a scattered hand against Han Lei's 2 pairs seemed implausible. All in, unless you draw a spade queen to complete a straight flush. This game is as good as lost for you. Straight flush, don't be absurd. The odds are less than 1 in 1,000. Do you honestly believe he can achieve a straight flush without even knowing his whole cards? At that moment, Wang Haitao, seated nearby, couldn't help but interject, brother, do exercise caution. Do not act recklessly. If you lose this money, it will be gone for good. Liu Dong turned to Wang Haitao, a warm smile adorning his face, though he understood Wang Haitao's intentions to recruit him into the Black Tiger Gang. He genuinely appreciated the well-meaning warning. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I am well aware of the situation. With that, Liu Dong turned his gaze toward Han Lei, whose face betrayed a conflict of emotions, and a cold smirk emerged within Liu Dong's heart. The more one contemplates death, the more one must first drive the opponent to madness. The prior 12 consecutive losses were merely the final preparations for this moment. He understood that with the favorable cards he held, coupled with Han Lei's arrogant disposition, there was no way he would refuse Liu Dong's proposal to go all in. As Liu Dong anticipated, Han Lei nodded heavily, declaring, fine, let's go all in. Today my luck is exceptionally good, and with my superior cards, there is no reason I should lose to you. He could not fathom that Liu Dong's fortune would be so fortuitous as to draw that 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000 chance of the Queen of Spades, completing a straight flush. Very well then, Liu Dong chuckled, pushing all his chips forward, and subsequently requesting an additional 4 million in chips from a casino. After both parties went all in, Han Lei was the first to reveal his whole cards. I have a king of clubs, 3 kings, and 2 aces, a full house. Unless you possess a straight flush or 4 of a kind, victory is assured for me. Chapter 79, Straight Flush. Observing Han Lei's unusually confident demeanor, Liu Dong smiled and revealed his own cards. I do not have 4 of a kind. However, quite unfortunately for you, I indeed possess a straight flush. The sight of Liu Dong's ace of spades, king of spades, queen of spades, jack of spades, and 10 of spades elicited a collective gasp of astonishment from the onlookers, who could hardly believe that Liu Dong had truly encountered that 1 in 1,000 opportunity to form a straight flush. It appears I have emerged victorious. In the face of Han Lei's incredulous gaze, Liu Dong rose, looking down upon him. Brother, your gambling skills are indeed remarkable. A straight flush is truly hard to believe. In response to Wang Haitao's praise, Liu Dong humbly replied, Brother Wang, you misunderstand. I am merely a novice at the gambling table. This victory is primarily due to good fortune. Yet, despite his sincerity, no one present believed him. Following the conclusion of this gambling match, his reputation as a gambling master was likely to be solidified. Wait, I must remind you, this casino belongs to the Black Tiger Gang, and its protection extends throughout the political and business circles of Spring City. Should he dare to renege, it would be a blatant violation of the casino's rules, incurring the wrath of those who lurk behind the establishment. If that were to occur, the Han family would no longer be able to thrive in Spring City. Furthermore, such an action would bring shame upon the Han family's name. Nevertheless, Han Lei was unwilling to allow this rival, who had become his adversary, to walk away with 10 million from him, especially under the watchful eyes of the public. This was a humiliation he could not bear. Throughout his life, he had never experienced such a loss. I want to continue gambling with you. Han Lei ground his teeth, enunciating each word with intensity. I'm sorry, but I have no time to play with you. Having won 10 million from Han Lei, Liu Dong felt he had avenged yesterday's insult, and, lacking interest in gambling, had no desire to continue. What? You cowardly creature who hides behind women's skirts. Having won my money, do you think you could just run away? Han Lei spat vehemently, his eyes ablaze. The staggering sum of 10 million had been lost to his rival, igniting a fierce anger within Han Lei. This 10 million was not mere pocket change. It represented the funds allocated by Han's jewelry for purchasing jade raw stones at the upcoming Quan City Jade Stone Trading Fair. Upon hearing Han Lei's scornful insults, Liu Dong's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned notably grim, instilling a sense of trepidation in Wang Haitao, who was nearby. Brother, please do not be enraged, Wang Haitao implored, not out of concern for Liu Dong's potential losses, but rather fear the damage Liu Dong might inflict on his gambling hall on the second floor. He had first-hand experience of Liu Dong's destructive capabilities, and the opulent decor of the hall, worth over 100,000, would incur significant costs if damaged. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I am not easily provoked, especially not by someone like this, Liu Dong replied, taking a deep breath to quell his rising fury. How could it be otherwise? Wang Haitao silently criticized. Very well, if you wish to gamble, I shall continue to indulge you. However, the rules have changed. My stake has now risen to 20 million. If you wish to continue this wager, you must present 20 million up front, Liu Dong declared coldly. Though Liu Dong had tempered his impulsiveness over the past 3 years since arriving in Quan City, he remained the type to retaliate tenfold for every punch received. 20 million it is. I shall procure it, Han Lei asserted, retrieving his checkbook from his coat pocket and swiftly writing a check, handing it to the dealer. Young master, this money was entrusted to us by the master for procuring materials at the Quan City Jade Stone Trading Fair. If you spend it, how shall we explain ourselves to the master? Han Zhong, who had been standing behind Han Lei as a bodyguard, interjected urgently upon witnessing the check being exchanged for chips. Enough. It is not your place to dictate my actions, Han Lei retorted without mercy. A flicker of anger crossed Han Zhong's eyes, but he chose to suppress it. He did not wish to get embroiled in Han Lei's reckless affairs, yet he felt compelled to remember the debt of gratitude owed to the Han family. With this thought in mind, he turned and stated, You keep an eye on the young master. I must step out for a moment. Understood. Han Zhong nodded before parting the crowd and hastily making his exit. Watching his hurried departure, Han Lei sighed internally and shook his head. Unlike Han Zhong, who was a legitimate member of the Han family, he was merely a hired bodyguard, and, as long as Han Lei remained safe, the losses incurred in gambling, no matter how monumental, were of little concern to him. With a fresh stack of chips before him, Liu Dong resumed his seat. Meanwhile, those who had initially intended to leave, enticed by the prospect of an even larger wager, began to gather once more. People are inherently drawn to spectacle, especially when it involves extravagant gambles in the millions, and none would wish to miss such an event. Duan Jihing nodded and said, Let's adhere to the previous rules. The minimum bet is 100,000. Now, enough with the chatter, let us commence. Han Lei, feeling somewhat irritable, urged them to start. The outcome of the second card revealed both players holding 2 tens, yet Han Lei's hearts trumped Liu Dong's diamonds, thus granting Han Lei the privilege to speak. If, during the initial round of gambling, Han Lei had displayed a modicum of rationality, he was now entirely consumed by the thrill of the game, resembling an ordinary gambler. However, the more anxious one becomes, the more susceptible they are to losses. I'm all in, Liu Dong declared, pushing forward 1 million in chips. Young Master Han, I suggest we simplify matters. Let us go all in on the third card to avoid any further hassle. I wonder if you possess the audacity to do so. Chapter 80, a windfall of 30 million. Liu Dong was acutely aware that this was the moment when Han Lei felt the most agitated, desperate to recover his losses. Coupled with his haughty nature, a mere nudge from Liu Dong would likely provoke an uncontrollable response from Han Lei. Are you so frightened by your previous losses that you hesitate to bet even with a superior hand? Liu Dong continued. Very well, if we are to gamble, then I shall not shy away from the challenge. Han Lei, unable to withstand the provocation, gritted his teeth and agreed, his eyes ablaze with determination. Young Master Han, I urge you to think carefully. Beware of his deceit. Zhang Fakuai interjected, unable to restrain himself. Who are you to dictate my actions, you fat pig? Han Lei snapped, his pent-up pressure revealing the arrogance he typically concealed. Fine, I shall say nothing. Zhang, feeling flustered, muttered under his breath. His well-intentioned advice had backfired, resulting in both a rebuke and a loss of face in front of the crowd. With both parties in agreement to go all in, each placed 20 million in chips at the center of the table. The sight of the mountainous stack of chips stirred the air with palpable tension, not only for Han Lei, but for the onlookers as well, though Liu Dong remained composed, fully aware of the outcome that awaited. This is impossible. You must be cheating. Han Lei erupted as Liu Dong revealed his 3 cards, leaping from his seat, his finger jabbing accusingly at Liu Dong. His excitement rendered him slightly tremulous. This reaction was understandable, for Liu Dong's 2 jacks and a 10 surpassed Han Lei's 2 tens and a jack, both players holding pairs, leaving Han Lei in disbelief. Furthermore, the stakes were 2 million, a sum significant enough to make even the affluent Han family wary. One may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly. Which of your eyes witnessed my cheating? If you cannot bear the loss, then do not gamble and spare yourself the humiliation, Liu Dong retorted, rising to his feet with a mocking tone. Scoundrel, what do you know, you country bumpkin? You are courting death. Han Lei, taken aback by the audacity of being so insulted, soon erupted in fury. If you cannot handle the game, then do not play. Blaming others for your losses is utterly disgraceful. A voice rang out from the crowd of onlookers. Who? Who dares to say that? Step forward. Han Lei Belouvid. It was I who spoke. What of it? A young man, clad in a black t-shirt and gray trousers, with a slender face and piercing eyes, approximately 24 or 25 years of age, parted the crowd and advanced forward. Upon seeing him, Liu Dong recognized him, recalling that it was this individual who had once vacated his position for him. However, he did not know the man's name. Nevertheless, it was evident that he was now extending assistance, prompting Liu Dong to feel a sense of gratitude towards him. Young Master Han, I, Wang Haitao, am willing to testify that Brother Liu has absolutely not cheated. You can rest assured. Upon hearing Wang Haitao's words, Han Lei, despite his arrogance, refrained from rebuking him. It was imperative to recognize that the Black Tiger Gang was indeed the true local power in Quansheng. Offending them could spell trouble for the Han Jewelry's numerous branches in the city, jeopardizing their business prospects. What? Does young Master Han wish to continue gambling? Noticing Han Lei's unwavering gaze, filled with animosity, Liu Dong could not help but chuckle and inquire. After all, Liu Dong had already crossed swords with Han Jewelry, and he was quite willing to win more funds from his adversaries. Let the games commence. Do I fear you? Han Lei's flushed face and bulging neck epitomized the essence of gambler. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd could not help but shake their heads. However, having witnessed the previous folly of a certain corpulent individual, no one dared to voice their concerns. Very well, but my current stake stands at 40 million. If you wish to continue gambling, you must first procure the 40 million in chips, Liu Dong proclaimed, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Although they had speculated previously, they were nonetheless astonished when the prospect of an 80 million wager came to light, stirring animated discussions. In that moment, the second-floor gambling hall bore a striking resemblance to a bustling marketplace. It was no wonder they were so exhilarated. Such colossal stakes, nearing 100 million, were typically only heard of in whispers, yet today they were about to witness it firsthand. Such extravagant wagers were a rarity, even in the world-renowned gambling haven of Macau. Unfortunately, it seemed that such a monumental gamble was destined to remain elusive. Young master, your father's call is for you. Just as Han Lei was about to retrieve his checkbook, Han Zhong hurried over, a phone in hand. Observing that Han Lei had already lost the second round, resulting in a 30 million loss to his opponent, Han Zhong's eyes reflected deep regret. Had he made the call sooner, perhaps his young master would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Yet, this was merely speculation. Father, although displeased with Han Zhong's presumption, Han Lei swiftly accepted the phone from him. After ending the call, having just endured a scathing reprimand, Han Lei's bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Liu Dong, the hatred palpable. Very well, I'm always ready to engage, but next time, I hope you come prepared with a bit more money and refrain from scurrying away in disgrace. Liu Dong retorted sarcastically. It was essential to note that Liu Dong was not one to suffer in silence. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront the Black Tiger gang single-handedly. You, Han Lei seethed, with a profound understanding of Han Lei's character. He genuinely feared that this young master could not withstand ridicule and would stubbornly continue to wager. Thus, he hastily provided Han Lei with a graceful exit. Upon hearing this, Han Lei's tightly furrowed brows trembled violently, and his countenance darkened as he glared at Liu Dong, declaring, "Humph, we shall see." After uttering these words, Han Lei, unwilling to linger in embarrassment, swiftly departed with his two bodyguards. Yet, regardless of the perspective, the sight of the young master's retreat was undeniably pitiful. A stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Although aided by the surly Yuan Wang, which assured him that the odds of losing were minimal, Liu Dong, experiencing such a grand gamble involving millions for the first time, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. "Brother, provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer your winnings immediately." Wang Haitao, with a hint of envy in his eyes, addressed Liu Dong. Despite being the leader of the Black Tiger gang and controlling the largest underground casino in Quancheng, raking in vast sums daily, he was not immune to the harsh realities of operating a casino. The profits could not solely reside in his pocket. He had to allocate funds for monthly expenses and manage a substantial number of gang members who required financial support. Consequently, the actual amount Wang Haitao could pocket each month was a mere 20 million. Witnessing Liu Dong's astonishing earnings of 30 million within just an hour, it was impossible for Wang Haitao not to feel a pang of jealousy. However, regardless of his envy, he could neither withhold such a significant sum nor dare to do so. He was mindful of the casino's reputation and the formidable prowess of Liu Dong. Having already experienced one humiliating confrontation, he had no desire for a repeat. "Brother Wang, just continue transferring the funds to this card," Liu Dong said as he once again produced the agricultural bank card and recited the card number. Chapter 81. The Treasure Trove of the Black Tiger Gang. As the extravagant gamble, amounting to a staggering 40 million, concluded, the spectators, exhilarated by the spectacle, lost interest in their own modest games. After witnessing such a lavish display of millions, none were inclined to resume their trivial wagers of less than a million. Thus, many began to exchange their chips and depart. Liu Dong had initially hoped to meet the slender young man who had bravely stepped in to assist him, intending to express his gratitude. "Brother Liu, I have organized the antiques I previously collected. Would you care to take a look?" Wang Haitao suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong's eyes sparkled with interest. Aside from sculpture, his greatest passion lay in the collection and appraisal of antiques. Moreover, having absorbed a wealth of knowledge from old Li's notes, Liu Dong recognized the necessity of practical experience to hone his discerning eye. After all, the acquisition of a surly Yuan Wang had been so extraordinary and abrupt that he could not guarantee its permanence. Furthermore, no matter how exceptional the surly Yuan Wang was, it could not replace the depth of knowledge he aspired to cultivate. Ultimately, only that which is engraved in one's heart can provide lifelong utility and serve as the foundation for his future endeavors. Therefore, upon hearing Wang Haitao's proposition, Liu Dong readily agreed. Upon witnessing his nod, Wang Haitao felt a surge of joy within. This gambling match had afforded him a fresh perspective on Liu Dong's capabilities. The previously formidable impression he had formed had not faded, but rather crystallized into the image of a young tycoon. This further substantiated his initial belief that this seemingly ordinary young man was indeed extraordinary. Naturally, after learning that Liu Dong's wealth exceeded 40 million, Wang Haitao had largely abandoned his earlier intention of recruiting him into the Black Tiger gang. However, years of navigating life's challenges had instilled in him a resolute determination to cultivate a friendship with this yet-to-rise potential asset. "Shall we descend the stairs?" Liu Dong queried, perplexed as he followed Wang Haitao. After your spectacular gamble, I can only imagine how many people on the first floor are eager to meet the gambling deity who netted 30 million. If you wish to be admired like a circus act, then let us take the stairs," Wang Haitao remarked with a knowing smile. Slightly embarrassed, Liu Dong replied, "Perhaps not." At that moment, he realized that with the departure of the individuals from the second floor, news of his triumphant winnings at the gambling table, specifically The 30 million he had garnered from the sole heir of Han's jewelry had likely already spread throughout the casino. Considering the vast throng in the first-floor hall, far surpassing that of the second floor, he surmised that had there not been a blockade at the staircase, and if this venue wasn't under the auspices of the Black Tiger Gang, those eager spectators would have rushed forward to admire their newly minted millionaire. Noticing the uncharacteristic awkwardness on Liu Dong's face, Wang Haitao chuckled. It was the first time he had seen such a flustered expression from the otherwise composed young man, who was barely 20. Following this encounter, Liu Dong silently trailed behind Wang Haitao, refraining from further conversation. Within the Black Tiger Gang's casino, aside from a staircase on the second floor, there existed an elevator, typically reserved for the internal staff of the Black Tiger Gang to transport cash and chips. At this moment, Wang Haitao guided Liu Dong into the elevator to exit the casino. After navigating several turns in a sealed corridor, they arrived at a fortified alloy door equipped with a keypad lock. As Wang Haitao entered the code and pressed his right thumb against the fingerprint scanner, a soft click resonated, and the previously sealed door parted with a narrow opening. Observing this, the Black Tiger Gang member stationed beside the door promptly advanced and forcefully pulled the alloy door open. "Brother Liu, let's proceed inside." Wang Haitao beckoned. Nodding in agreement, Liu Dong followed him through the threshold. Upon entering, Liu Dong discovered that the space was not as expansive as he had envisioned, nor was it adorned with an array of various antiques. In truth, the area behind the alloy door measured barely over 50 square meters and was rectangular in shape. Aside from a central corridor approximately 1 meter in width, flanked on both sides by 4 steel frameworks measuring around 5 meters in length, which were directly welded to the surrounding walls and floor, the room was rather unremarkable, although the shelves are now filled with various items. Liu Dong is deeply disappointed to find that most of them are not the artworks he eagerly anticipated, but rather luxurious goods such as gold watches and jewelry. Noticing the expression on Liu Dong's face, Wang Haitao naturally comprehends his thoughts and cannot help but chuckle. "Brother Liu, as an antique connoisseur, you understand that this realm demands a discerning eye. My subordinates are adept at brawling, but when it comes to appraising antiques, they likely fall short of even 1% of your expertise. Thus, the collateral here predominantly consists of easily valued gold and silver jewelry, which must surely disappoint you." In truth, Wang Haitao's words only reveal part of the story. A considerable portion of the antiques here has already been given away as gifts. After all, the era of lavish cash gifts in the political realm has long since passed. Artworks, characterized by their elegance and potential for appreciation, have emerged as the premier gifts in contemporary official circles. Wang Haitao naturally caters to such tastes. However, these sentiments are not something he would openly express to Liu Dong. "You flatter me. To be honest, I am merely a novice in the field of antique appraisal." Liu Dong's claim is not one of false modesty, but rather a reflection of his genuine circumstances. Nevertheless, Wang Haitao is not overly concerned with this. His primary focus is on fostering a good relationship with Liu Dong, especially after Liu Dong's triumphant win of 30 million from Han Lei, making it impossible for him to recruit Liu into the Black Tiger Gang. Otherwise, given Liu Dong's gambling prowess, if he were to frequent his casino daily, it would surely lead to financial ruin for Wang's establishment. Of course, Liu Dong is oblivious to Wang Haitao's internal machinations. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, as he has resolved to avoid the casino unless absolutely necessary. Although quick and effortless wealth can be amassed here, it is all too easy to become ensnared in its allure. He does not wish to become a mere gambler. While it may yield substantial riches in the short term, such a life holds little meaning. Furthermore, profiting from others in a casino can easily offend people and even invite life-threatening dangers. After all, whether domestically or internationally, those who control casinos are often entangled with dubious dealings, and few are entirely above reproach. Liu Dong, though unafraid, sees no need to court unnecessary troubles. Noting Liu Dong's disinterest in the glimmering luxury items, Wang Haitao leads him around a corner to a display case against the wall, where the genuine antiques that truly captivate Liu Dong's interest are showcased. However, despite the presence of porcelain, paintings, and bamboo carvings on the tall iron rack, the selection is rather sparse, only about 30 or 40 pieces at most. Moreover, apart from a few limited exceptions, these antiques share a common characteristic. They are all rather worn. Many porcelain items bear conspicuous cracks and chips, evoking a sense of pity. Nevertheless, Liu Dong is unperturbed, for it is only natural that artifacts with a lineage spanning centuries would exhibit some imperfections. Indeed, as a consequence, the value of these antiques would greatly diminish. Chapter 82. The Ming Xuan Censor. Brother Wang, may I take a closer look? Liu Dong had long memorized the unwritten rules of the antique trade, and although he was aware that Wang Haitao would likely not refuse, he still felt it prudent to inquire. No problem. Feel free to look around. Wang Haitao replied nonchalantly. The so-called antiques displayed here were primarily damaged or of little worth. Even if Liu Dong accidentally broke one, Wang Haitao would not be distressed, as they held negligible value. Of course, there were complete and valuable antiques belonging to the Black Tiger gang, but those were set aside specifically as gifts and would certainly not be revealed to Liu Dong at this moment. After receiving permission, Liu Dong donned a cautious expression as he picked up a piece of red porcelain from the second tier of the iron rack. Among all classifications of antiques, aside from paintings and jade, porcelain was his favorite, not merely for its exquisite appearance and rich historical legacy, but also because many jade and wooden carvings drew their templates from traditional porcelain shapes. The most representative of these were the famous ancient kilns, Chai, Ru, Jun, Guan, Gu, and Ding, renowned for their elegant porcelain works. For instance, the illustrious Xuan Censer was crafted by emulating the standard forms of these ancient kilns. Liu Dong's choice to grasp this red vase on his first attempt was due to its status as one of the few undamaged items on the steel rack. The piece in his hand, known as the Rouge Red Track Powder Vase, was a name he recognized thanks to the notes of Old Li. This slender-necked vase, standing approximately 15 centimeters tall, boasted a beautiful body with images of magpies perched on branches, surrounded by red flowers, green leaves, and twisting stems, complemented by the black-feathered magpies poised to take flight. The lines were fluid, and the entire scene was vividly animated. The vase's body, adorned with a single line depicting a flowing intertwined lotus pattern and the white glaze at the mouth and base, despite the passage of time, remained as pristine as ever, smooth to the touch without any hint of roughness. In ancient times, aside from the imperial kilns, folk kilns rarely produced such exquisite items. Furthermore, the inscription on the base indicating it was made during the Daoguang period seemed to affirm Liu Dong's assessment. Brother Liu, what do you think of this porcelain? Wang Haitao inquired. A fine piece, undoubtedly a masterpiece from the Daoguang period's imperial kiln, Liu Dong remarked, gazing appreciatively at the vase in his hand. Brother Liu indeed has a discerning eye. However, while it is an exquisite piece from the imperial kiln, regrettably, it holds little monetary value. If only it were from the Kangxi or Qianlong eras. It appeared that Brother Wang possessed considerable knowledge in antique appraisal. Liu Dong could not help but gaze in astonishment at this local gang leader, realizing that most people would be oblivious to the intricacies of porcelain, especially that of the Qing dynasty. Presently, in the realm of porcelain collecting within the country, particularly for pieces from the Qing dynasty's imperial kilns, those from the three eras of Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong were valued in a completely different league compared to those from later Qing dynasty periods. For instance, this Rouge Red Pastel porcelain piece, if it were from the official kilns of the Qianlong era, could fetch a staggering 4 to 5 million, with eager collectors vying for it. However, if it were from the Daoguang period, its value would barely reach a mere 100,000. This illustrates the disparity. Of course, this is an unavoidable circumstance. The subsequent reigns of Jiaqing and Daoguang witnessed a decline in both the economy and overall national strength of the Qing dynasty. With economic downturns, the lavish craftsmanship akin to that of the Kangxi and Qianlong periods could no longer be sustained, resulting in a decline in the quality of porcelain production, leading to a scarcity of exquisite pieces and a corresponding drop in prices. Brother Liu, you flatter me. Wang Haitao humbly gestured. My knowledge is but hearsay, far inferior to your esteemed understanding. Liu Dong chuckled, choosing not to respond further. He believed that rather than engaging in this debate, he would be better off examining more antiquities. If Brother Liu is fond of this piece, I shall take it upon myself to gift it to you. Upon hearing this, although Liu Dong genuinely admired the Rouge Red Pastel vase, he resolutely shook his head. No, I can't accept such a generous gift. This piece is valued over 100,000, which is no small sum. I cannot accept it without merit. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your generosity, Brother Wang. Observing Liu Dong's steadfast demeanor, Wang Haitao refrained from further persuasion. The vase had been pawned at the gambling house the previous day and, due to its relatively modest value, was left unclaimed. However, if this vase could serve to solidify his relationship with Liu Dong, Wang Haitao would be more than willing to part with it. Especially after their interaction that afternoon, he increasingly recognized the exceptional character of this young man. Though youthful, Liu Dong exhibited none of the typical impulsiveness associated with his age. Rather, He displayed a level of composure and astuteness reminiscent of a seasoned veteran navigating the complexities of society. Such individuals, given a solid foundation, are destined to rise swiftly. Presently, with nearly 50 million in initial capital, Liu Dong was well positioned to engage in most industries, making his future success nearly foreseen. Thus, forging an early connection with such a promising figure would be advantageous for Wang Haitao. After surveying the array of antiquities on the iron rack, Liu Dong reached for a wide-mouthed vessel from the third tier. It featured a slender, short neck, a rounded belly, and 3 blunt conical feet, adorned with bridge-shaped handles at the rim. Standing over 20 centimeters tall, its exterior presenting a brownish hue typical of copper furnaces. Upon turning it over, Liu Dong's expectations were confirmed. The inscription made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty gleamed prominently, along with the classic Xuande furnace mark, which notably lacked a horizontal line in the character for Da. The Xuande furnace typically refers to the copper incense burners crafted during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty, commonly abbreviated as Xuande Lu. It marked the first instance in Chinese history of using brass for casting copperware. Although the historical origins remain uncertain and the Xuande furnace from the third year of Xuande lacks a standard reference, among the 2 prevailing legends regarding Xuande furnaces, the second is more widely accepted. During the reign of Emperor Xuande, to satisfy his penchant for collecting incense burners, he ordered the importation of a batch of red copper from Siam, totaling 39,000 pounds, assigning the palace artisans Liu Zhen and the Minister of Works Wu Bongzhua to design and supervise the creation of the incense burners. Drawing inspiration from the renowned ceramics of the Chai Kiln, Ru Kiln, Official Kilns, Gu Kiln, Jun Kiln, Ding Kiln, as well as historical texts, such as the Xuande Antiquities Catalog and archaeological illustrations, to ensure the quality of the incense burners. The copper used for the Xuande furnace underwent an extraordinary 12 refinements. It is noteworthy that previously, the royal foundries produced incense burners with only 6 refinements. Moreover, the extravagant Xuande emperor not only utilized high-quality copper, but also incorporated gold, silver, and numerous other precious metals into the mixture. After immense effort, by the third year of Xuande, the exceptional copper furnaces were finally cast. From this batch of imported copper, a total of 3,000 incense burners were produced, with some accounts suggesting 5,000. However, thereafter, no further records of Xuande furnaces were documented. Upon witnessing these incense burners, which he had personally overseen, the Xuande emperor felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Each piece radiated an extraordinary grandeur. Most of these incense burners were displayed throughout the palace, while a select few were bestowed upon royal relatives, distinguished ministers, and prominent temples known for their vigorous incense offerings. The common folk were familiar only with the name of the Xuande furnace, having never seen one. After centuries of trials and tribulations, the authentic copper incense burners cast in the third year of Xuande have become exceedingly rare. The unique stature of the Xuande furnace, alongside its opulent appearance and exquisite craftsmanship, has rendered it a coveted treasure sought after by successive dynasties and high-ranking officials. To exploit this demand for profit, antique dealers have continuously replicated the Xuande furnace from the Ming dynasty through to the Republican era. Even after the cessation of its production, some officials responsible for casting summoned the original artisans to imitate the Xuande furnace according to its designs and processes. These meticulously crafted replicas could rival the originals, and even experts have found it challenging to distinguish between them. To this day, not a single Xuande furnace in prominent domestic museums has been universally acknowledged as authentic by numerous appraisers. The task of authenticating the Xuande furnace has become one of the enigmas in Chinese archaeology. Consequently, the copper incense burners inscribed with the Xuande mark command remarkably low prices in the international art market, significantly less than other forms of ancient Chinese bronze artifacts. Chapter 83. The Masterful Crane Painting. Although Liu Dong was a newcomer to the world of antiques, he had certainly heard much about the illustrious Xuande furnace. However, when it came to the authentication of the Xuande furnace, his actual expertise fell far short. To illustrate, the base markings of the Xuande furnace alone include the Xuande mark, the Xuande period mark, the Xuande year mark, and the Great Ming Xuande year mark, 4 distinct types. Additionally, there are numerous other common and uncommon marks, such as the Zhaitong mark and private names, amounting to an impressive total of 116 variations. Without extensive accumulation of experience and practice, achieving proficiency in Xuande furnace authentication is virtually impossible. Nevertheless, in comparison to the average individual, Liu Dong possessed a unique advantage with the assistance of the relic of Shili Yuanguang. Soon, A faint white radiance emanated from the brown Xuanda furnace in his grasp, while above the Shirley bead within a mustard seed space appeared the inscription, Qing Dynasty Xianfeng Yukingtang Imitation Xuanda Furnace. Liu Dong had not heard of Yukingtang, yet since the emergence of the Xuanda Furnace, the pursuit of its replicas had persisted for centuries, both among the royalty and the common people. Unless crafted by renowned artisans or royal families producing exceptional pieces, the multitude of workshops replicating the Xuanda Furnace has long since faded into the annals of history. Is it true, Brother Liu, that you also fancy this stove? Indeed, as the saying goes, a red sleeve adds fragrance to reading at night. Which man could possibly resist such a lure? Wang Haitao remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong smiled in response, appreciating Wang's wit. Alas, if only this stove had a cover. It would indeed possess that enchanting charm of a red sleeve adding fragrance, as you say. At this juncture, Liu Dong's mind involuntarily conjured the image of the breathtaking Wang Chang. After examining a couple more items, Liu Dong's curiosity began to wane. Furthermore, this was not his home, and it was unreasonable to expect Wang Haitao, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, to accompany him in this antiquities exploration indefinitely. With such thoughts, Liu Dong decided to envelop all the antiques on the iron rack with his sacred radiance. What's this? In Liu Dong's perspective, these antiques emanated varying intensities of white spiritual light, which was not surprising. However, what astonished him was a flame-like red glow that nearly overshadowed all the surrounding white light. This was a sight he had never encountered before. It was worth noting that all the antiques he had previously encountered, regardless of their intensity, emitted white light. Now, he was witnessing an antique radiating such a vibrant red spiritual glow, even more intense and dazzling than the Tang Yin Spring Mountain Companion he had previously acquired. At this moment, Liu Dong's curiosity surged. Bending down, he rummaged through the lower right corner of the iron rack, where he discovered a rolled-up item that resembled a tattered rag. Brother Liu, those items are of no worth. You needn't bother, exclaimed Wang Haitao from aside. Typically, items placed at the bottom are damaged and lack provenance, rendering them valueless. No worries, I merely wish to take a look, Liu Dong replied, gently brushing off the dust from the burlap, squatting on the ground as he pressed one side of the fabric and slowly unfurled it. It was evident that this piece of burlap had existed for quite some time, as it displayed severe signs of mold and insect damage during the unrolling process. Fortunately, it had not suffered any significant tears. This must be silk, Liu Dong mused internally, observing the center of the burlap that, although yellowed, still revealed a smooth and delicate texture. Silk was a general term for ancient silk fabrics, serving as a vital medium for writing and painting before the advent of paper. Although paper was invented in China during the Eastern Han period by Kai Lun, the mature application of Xuanji paper in the realm of painting began in the Tang dynasty. Renowned throughout history and esteemed by literati of all generations, the Chengsen Tang Xuanji paper was the masterpiece of Liu, the last ruler of the southern Tang. Celebrated for its egg-like texture, purity akin to jade, and its fine, lustrous quality. Despite the emergence of Xuanji paper during the Tang and Song dynasties, silk remained the dominant medium in painting until the Ming and Qing dynasties, when relatively inexpensive Xuanji paper ultimately supplanted the costly silk, leading to its widespread use in calligraphy and painting. As the coarse linen roll gradually unfurled in his hands, the ancient yellow silk canvas emerged in increasing abundance. Suddenly, a magnificent white crane, adorned with black claws, a black tail, white wings, and a red crown, soared into Liu Dong's view. The lines of the crane in the painting were fluid, capturing its majestic flight with just a few strokes, bringing it to life in such a vivid manner that it seemed almost animated. Witnessing this crane, Liu Dong felt a profound sense of admiration swell within him. Although he primarily engaged in sculpture, his rich familial heritage had endowed him with a profound understanding of traditional Chinese painting. He could discern the artist's exceptional talent and skill in the portrayal of the crane, which heightened his anticipation for the remainder of the artwork. With a slight exertion of his right hand, he fully unfurled the painting onto the cement floor of the storage room. At that moment, its entirety fell into Liu Dong's gaze. Given the severely damaged linen mount outside, the painting measured approximately 150 centimeters in length and about 60 centimeters in width. Rendered in colors on silk, the ancient yellow canvas depicted 5 cranes in various postures, some in flight and others at rest. The feet of the cranes were sketched with minimal strokes, surrounded by mountains and vegetation in the distance. instantly expanding the spatial perception of the artwork and further accentuating the crane's ethereal grace. Upon observing this, Liu Dong couldn't help but exhale in relief. Despite the extensive damage to the outer linen mount, the painting's core remained largely intact, save for some grayish mold spots likely due to the passage of time. This was indeed a fortunate outcome amidst unfortunate circumstances. Typically, when mounting a painting, certain areas are left unadorned. However, in this case, there was no margin left at the top, bottom, or sides. The painting was pressed against the surrounding linen, which seemed rather unreasonable. Moreover, how could such a splendid piece of art be supported by a tattered piece of linen? It felt as though a beautiful flower had lost its green leaves, only to be placed upon dung, both lamentable and oddly amusing. Thus, when Liu Dong once more observed the entire painting with his discerning eye, a wave of intense joy and possessiveness surged within him. Yet, mindful of the astute and seasoned leader of the Black Tiger Gang standing beside him, he restrained the expression of his delight. "Brother Wong, this painting is indeed remarkable, but alas, my knowledge is limited, and I cannot discern its dynasty or the artist's identity," Liu Dong remarked, rolling the painting back up with a calm demeanor. "Ha, Liu brother, there's no need for such self-deprecation. When I first acquired this painting, I sought the opinions of others as well, but alas, its origins remained elusive. Eventually, realizing it was an ancient piece and discarding it would be a shame, I decided to keep it here," Wang Haitao replied with a smile. Chapter 84. A Fortuitous Discovery. It is said that a painting is 3 parts artwork and 7 parts mounting. A fine mount can enhance a painting's brilliance. However, the quality of this painting's mounting and materials was abysmally poor, rendering what should have been a masterpiece into a neglected piece of scrap, slowly decaying in the corner of the Black Tiger Gang's storage room. Fortunately, it encountered Liu Dong. Given this, could Brother Wong possibly transfer it to me? Liu Dong casually held the painting in his hands, inquiring with a tranquil demeanor. "Oh, do you like it, Brother Liu?" Wang Haitao's heart stirred, and he asked with a smile. "Well, Brother Wong should be aware that I previously made my living in the antique market through carving. Naturally, being surrounded by such an environment has piqued my interest in antiques. However, the antique trade is fraught with complexities. Without sufficient experience and extensive knowledge, one can easily fall prey to deception. Thus, I have long desired to collect a few pieces for my enjoyment, yet I have hesitated to make a purchase. Although this crane painting lacks inscriptions, it is quite well done and appears to be an ancient work, so I wish to acquire it as my first collectible," Liu Dong stated half seriously. His gaze remained calm, and even a seasoned individual like Wang Haitao could discern no hint of unease on his face. "Since Brother Liu is interested in collecting, why did you overlook that crimson powder-painted vase earlier, only to be drawn to this nameless ancient painting? Are you not concerned about purchasing a counterfeit?" In response to Wang Haitao's probing, Liu Dong smiled faintly, expressing that he preferred ancient paintings over porcelain, and that the powder-painted vase was merely a product of the late Qing dynasty, lacking significant collectible value. In contrast, this ancient painting could provide him with a semblance of the thrill of treasure hunting. After hearing his words, Wang Haitao scrutinized Liu Dong once more. To be honest, after witnessing Liu Dong's audacious gambling with Han Lei at the casino, where he earned 30 million in less than an afternoon, he realized that the seemingly ordinary youth before him was far from typical. Therefore, he found it hard to believe that Liu Dong's interest in the painting was solely based on the reasons he presented. Could this ancient painting be a remnant of a renowned historical artist? Wang Haitao pondered. However, when he first received the painting, he had consulted numerous art appraisers, including one he had hired from the Palace Museum at considerable expense. While they all acknowledged the painting's high caliber, they were unable to ascertain its author or precise date, and the absence of inscriptions significantly diminished its value. At that time, someone had offered 50,000 to purchase it, but he had rejected the offer, clinging to his fantasies. As more and more people provided similar evaluations, Wang Haitao ultimately abandoned hope. Moreover, 50,000 yuan, while a substantial sum for many in the 1990s, was negligible for someone like Wang Haitao, who commanded the Black Tiger Gang. Consequently, he did not consider selling the painting and had grown too indifferent to even give it a more distinguished framing, simply tossing it aside. Had Liu Dong not brought it back to light today, he would have nearly forgotten that he still possessed such a painting. Very well, since Brother Liu appreciates it, I shall gift it to you. In his mind, the painting held little value, and befriending Liu Dong undoubtedly aligned better with his current objectives. If the painting truly lacked worth, Wang Haitao would feel no qualms about bestowing it upon him, and Liu Dong would gladly accept. However, at this moment, he has come to comprehend the profound significance of the painting in his possession, which can be rightfully hailed as a masterpiece of ancient Chinese art, deserving to be placed among the esteemed works of both past and present. Its value transcends mere monetary assessment. In light of this realization, Liu Dong naturally insists on settling the transaction in full to prevent any disputes arising once the true nature of the painting is revealed. Observing the resolute expression on Liu Dong's face, Wang Haitao understands his determination and refrains from further persuasion. In truth, Wang Haitao, as the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, the foremost organization in Quansheng, has greatly contributed to its vibrant operation. His ability to read others and navigate social interactions is remarkable, allowing him to engage effectively with someone like Liu Dong, who appears calm and collected, yet possesses an unwavering resolve within. This painting has been in my possession for several years. It was once used by a gambler to settle a debt of 20,000. If Brother Liu desires it, then 20,000 is all I ask. Very well, 20,000 it is. I shall not be overly formal with Brother Wang. Liu Dong is aware that this price is somewhat undervalued. However, further pleasantries at this juncture would be ill-timed and could potentially displease Wang Haitao, jeopardizing his acquisition of the painting. Brother Liu is indeed forthright. A true man of Shandong. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong smiles and continues, "Yet, I do not possess such an amount on hand. A transfer will be necessary." Notarus, Brother Liu. First, take a look at these remaining antiques. There are many treasures within. Wang Haitao replies with a grin. Never mind, I shall not look further. Collecting is a gradual pursuit, and acquiring this painting today is already sufficient. However, should any remarkable items appear in Brother Wang's casino in the future, do be sure to inform me. After obtaining the ancient painting, Liu Dong realizes that casinos are, in fact, concentrated hubs for antique art. The likelihood of encountering rare items here far exceeds that of traditional antique markets or pawnshops, as gamblers often use family heirlooms to settle debts, with over 50% being authentic treasures, some even valued in the millions. Moreover, the prices here are significantly lower than those at auction houses, making it an excellent venue for treasure hunting. Eager to enter the world of antiquities, Liu Dong, with his limited collection, is determined not to overlook such an opportunity. Certainly, should I come across any intriguing items, I will promptly notify Brother Liu. Wang Haitao, who is already contemplating ways to strengthen their relationship, readily agrees. After guiding Liu Dong out of the storage room and successfully completing the transfer, Wang Haitao personally escorts Liu Dong to the entrance of Tianshang Renjian. To be honest, Brother Liu, by now, you're undeniably a millionaire. Shouldn't you consider upgrading your vehicle? Observing the 2 stacks of books bound with rope in the back seat, along with the old-fashioned Jinlu bicycle that can be deemed an antique, Wang Haitao cannot help but urge him. Indeed, it is simply a matter of time. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under the peculiar gazes from the Black Tiger Gang members, Liu Dong sheepishly touches his nose and chuckles. Very well, I shall not say much more. Should Brother Liu encounter any difficulties in the future, he is welcome to seek my assistance. As long as I can be of help, Wang Haitao will certainly not decline. Wang Haitao proclaimed with great bravado. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong cast a grateful glance in his direction. Regardless of Wang Haitao's underlying intentions, his words were undeniably moving. Brother, this is the information we gathered about Liu Dong from the police department. As Liu Dong's figure gradually faded into the distance on his bicycle, Hong Changshan, the strategist of the Black Tiger Gang, handed over a substantial stack of documents, approximately 10 pages thick. Observing the astonishment on Hong Changshan's face, Wang Haitao merely smiled faintly, said nothing, and turned to enter the grand doors of the Heaven on Earth establishment. Witnessing this, the members of the Black Tiger Gang, who had gathered at the entrance, dispersed. For Wang Haitao at this moment, the information on Liu Dong accumulated over the past 3 years, though significant, had lost much of its relevance. This was because the details had become outdated since Liu Dong had amassed 30 million from the gambling table, thanks to Han Lei. Moreover, Wang Haitao had essentially abandoned his intention of recruiting Liu Dong into the Black Tiger Gang, shifting instead to fostering a friendship between them. Thus, the painstakingly acquired information by Hong Changshan was no longer of any use to him. Chapter 85, Liu Dong's Concerns. Having stepped out of his home in the early afternoon, visited a bookstore to select some books, spent several hours at the underground casino of the Black Tiger Gang, and finally admired various antiques, the afternoon had quietly slipped away. By the time Liu Dong arrived at his building, under the indifferent gaze of a security guard, the time displayed on his newly purchased Nokia phone read 6:10 in the evening. Should he go up now? The awkward incident that transpired in the restroom that morning made Liu Dong's head throb with discomfort. He was truly inexperienced in such tantalizing scenarios. Never mind. As the saying goes, one must face death with courage. How could a man fear a woman? With this thought in mind, Liu Dong grasped 2 stacks of books and strode up the stairs. Although he could have easily stored these books in his spatial pocket, he preferred to carry them openly today, as explaining their origin would be cumbersome. Besides, this modest weight posed no challenge for him, given his increasingly enhanced physical abilities since acquiring his extraordinary powers. The 3rd floor was not a considerable challenge for the robust Liu Dong. Within less than half a minute, he had ascended. While he was tempted to use his minds, I had glimpsed the fiery temper of Dianying, who also harbored a slight inclination towards the same sex. He regrettably realized that his current range was limited to 3 meters, rendering it impossible to view the entirety of her room. After considering this, he decided against it. After retrieving his keys and unlocking the door, Liu Dong first poked his head inside. His gaze immediately fell upon Wang Chong, who was dressed in a snug pink top and light blue hot pants, her curvaceous figure on full display as she practiced yoga in the living room. As Liu Dong stared vacantly at his own reflection, Wang Chong felt her cheeks flush. However, witnessing Liu Dong's furtive demeanor, akin to that of a thief, piqued her amusement. Hearing Wang Chong's disapproving tone, Liu Dong offered an awkward smile before pushing the door open, carrying 2 hefty bundles of newly purchased books. Sister Wang, you must understand. It was purely accidental. I never anticipated she would forget to close the door while using the restroom. Moreover, I truly saw nothing. Yet, even Liu Dong found it hard to believe his own words. Feeling a surge of frustration, Liu Dong mused that it takes 2 to tango. After all, Dianying bore some responsibility for leaving the door ajar. However, when it came to dealing with a woman like Dianying, he felt utterly powerless. Confronting her physically was simply out of the question, especially since she was a friend of Wang Chong. Observing Liu Dong's glum expression, Wang Chong's heart softened, and she promptly reassured him. Ting is merely a bit impulsive. Perhaps in a few days, she will have forgotten all about it. For now, it would be best for you to avoid her until she calms down. Everything will resolve itself in time. That seems to be the only option left. Liu Dong replied with a resigned gesture. By the way, why have you suddenly acquired so many books? When will you ever finish reading them? Perhaps seeking to shift the topic or merely out of genuine surprise, Wang Chong could not help but inquire upon seeing the towering stack of books Liu Dong held. Nearly half a meter high. It's all right. If I can't finish them all at once, I can take my time. It saves me the trouble of constantly buying more in the future. Ever since he unexpectedly acquired his extraordinary abilities, Liu Dong had noted a remarkable enhancement in his memory. Previously, it would take him over half a month or even a month to finish a single book, often requiring multiple readings to retain the information. However, that time had significantly diminished. While he could not yet claim to possess a photographic memory, he found that after reading a book 3 or 4 times, he could recall its contents with clarity, and this retention did not fade with the passage of time. Just then, an untimely rumble emanated from Liu Dong's stomach. Haven't you had dinner yet? Wang Chong asked, noticing the pained expression on his face. Nodding vigorously, Liu Dong instinctively placed a hand on his abdomen. It was not merely dinner he had missed. After a morning fraught with misunderstandings with Dianying, he had fled his home in disarray and naturally missed breakfast, even though it was nearing noon. After leaving the bookstore, he had gone to the Black Tiger Gang. Despite the sumptuous meal prepared by them, he had arrived with an accusatory demeanor. Coupled with the memory of his past confrontation with the gang 2 years prior, Liu Dong had remained tense, bracing himself for any sudden attacks, which rendered him oblivious to the lavish feast laid before him. Furthermore, he feared that the gang might tamper with the food, resulting in hardly a few bites consumed. After a nearly full afternoon of gambling, it had now been almost an entire day since he had eaten. He hadn't had a proper meal, and at just over 20, he was in the prime of his life, a time when one's physical vitality is at its peak, and the appetite is the greatest, with digestion occurring rapidly. Thus, at this moment, Liu Dong's stomach was as empty as a barren wilderness. How could he not be hungry? Upon hearing this, Liu Dong hastily placed the book he was holding in the corner and said, "I'm not tired. I'll join you." Wang Chong did not refuse his offer. Having lived together for nearly half a year, she was well aware of Liu Dong's considerable culinary skills. And so, the two of them entered the kitchen, one after the other. "Sister Wang, you can pick the vegetables. I'll handle the frying. Otherwise, the hot oil might splatter and harm your skin. I never imagined you knew so much. You really know how to charm a girl." In response to Wang Chong's playful teasing, Liu Dong smiled and replied, "To win over a beauty like you, Sister Wang, one must indeed put in some effort." If his earlier pursuit of Wang Chong had been somewhat veiled, with the growth of his wealth and a diminishing sense of survival pressure, Liu Dong's ambitions had now become unequivocally clear. Of course, had he not achieved favorable outcomes from their previous intimate encounters, he would not have dared to act so boldly now. Wang Chong, taken aback by Liu Dong's sudden near confession, blushed deeply, though she felt no real anger. In fact, there was a hint of joy within her that she herself was unaware of. However, due to her innate modesty, she shot Liu Dong a sharp glance, saying, "Xiao Dong, what nonsense are you speaking? If you keep this up, I might just get angry." Yet to Liu Dong, her demeanor held little menace. Although her face bore signs of irritation, her eyes betrayed no true anger, which relieved him and filled him with delight. Yet Liu Dong understood the principle of moderation. Now he had opened a breach in Wang Chong's heart, and with a little patience, he could gradually widen this gap, ultimately capturing the heart of this stunning beauty. Chapter 86. A Cozy Dinner. "Sister Wang, let us prepare the meal." With that, Liu Dong quickly retrieved an apron from behind the kitchen door, donned it, and approached Wang Chong with another one in hand. "Sister Wang, allow me to help you wear this." Looking at the blushing Liu Dong, Wang Chong replied with a hint of annoyance, "No need. I can manage. Then could you help me tie the back strings? It's a bit inconvenient for me." Liu Dong, undeterred, tried another approach, seizing every opportunity to gain an advantage. Seeing his persistence, Wang Chong chuckled lightly and did not refuse. She turned Liu Dong around, wrapped her arms around his waist, and tied the strings of the apron in a neat knot at his lower back. Throughout this entire process, Liu Dong wore a smile, relishing the close proximity, especially the subtle fragrance emanating from Wang Chong. "All right, hurry up and get to work. Are you still hungry or not?" Wang Chong said with amusement. "Yes, coming right up." After a brief acknowledgement, Liu Dong swiftly retrieved a pot from the stove, squeezed in some dish detergent, added a splash of water, and began scrubbing vigorously. Meanwhile, Wang Chong commenced extracting the vegetables she had previously stored in the refrigerator. Their collaborative efforts, combined with the undeniable truth that a mixed-gender partnership makes labor less arduous, culminated in less than an hour's time in a delightful array of dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried eggplant with meat, sauerkraut fish, braised pork, vinegar-simmered ribs, accompanied by seaweed soup and a bowl of rice, all elegantly displayed on the dining table. "How is it, Sister Wang? My culinary skills are quite commendable, aren't they?" Liu Dong couldn't help but boast, noticing the glimmer in Wang Chong's eyes. Of course, had it not been for the financial constraints that once rendered dining out prohibitively expensive, he would have never honed such impressive cooking skills. Observing Liu Dong's prideful demeanor, Wang Chong smiled, honestly acknowledging that his home-cooked dishes were indeed well prepared. "However, this sauerkraut fish is my specialty." "Huh, I know. Sister Wang's skills far surpass mine," he replied. "All right, let us eat. Otherwise, if the dishes cool down, they won't taste as delightful." Wang Chong urged, "Let's dine together." With that, Liu Dong picked up his chopsticks, scooping a generous piece of egg and placing it into Wang Chong's bowl. "I can serve myself. You should eat." After a brief acknowledgement, Liu Dong took a piece of sauerkraut fish for himself and began to eat heartily. Having not enjoyed a proper meal for nearly a day, he was indeed ravenous. In contrast to Liu Dong's somewhat uncouth manner of eating, Wang Chong savored her meal with an elegance that was pleasing to behold. Furthermore, unlike Liu Dong, who was wholly absorbed in his meal, Wang Chong's thoughts were predominantly focused on the man across from her, who was 3 years her junior. She had previously overlooked the fact that Liu Dong was quite an admirable individual. Despite his humble beginnings, he bore no inferiority complex, worked diligently, and remained steadfast in pursuing his dreams. In the brief span of less than 6 months that they had known each other, she had observed Liu Dong spending much of his time in his room reading or sculpting, never indulging in the more frivolous pursuits of movie watching, shopping, or wasting time in internet cafes and karaoke bars like many of her friends. Additionally, Liu Dong was the first man she had encountered who, despite living under the same roof for nearly half a year, had never once crossed any moral boundaries in regard to her beauty. Despite Wang Chong's striking appearance, she was, at her core, a girl yearning for simplicity, with little desire for material wealth. To her, a modest family life, nurturing children and sharing a home, was the true essence of happiness. Moments like these, when she and Liu Dong prepared soup together and enjoyed a meal at the table, filled her with hope for a future where they might have children together and grow old side by side. Such a life was what Wang Chong truly aspired to. Perhaps, allowing him to be her boyfriend would be a splendid choice. Wang Chong mused. Moreover, Liu Dong's ordinary appearance would likely shield him from many temptations in the years to come. However, it was unfortunate that Wang Chong's aspirations for the future were destined to remain unfulfilled. "Xiao Dong, How did you suddenly acquire so much money in your account? This was a question that had long perplexed Wang Chong. Thus, upon noticing that Liu Dong had nearly finished his meal, she abruptly posed the inquiry, especially when she unconsciously began to consider matters from the perspective of Liu Dong's girlfriend. The urgency of the answer became palpable. Aware of Wang Chong's sensitivity regarding the gambling stone, Liu Dong told a small fib. As for the 30 million he had just won at the gambling table, he chose to remain silent. For one, the revelation was too astonishing, and moreover, gambling holds a rather unsavory reputation among the Chinese populace. He feared that disclosing this would tarnish his image in Wang Chong's eyes. Wang Chong was naturally aware of the antiquities market, yet hearing about Liu Dong's sudden gain of over 10 million was a first for her, prompting her to inquire further. Given Liu Dong's current knowledge of antiques, fabricating a story to deceive Wang Chong, a novice in this realm, was indeed a trivial matter. So, you are now a millionaire? She teased lightly. Well, one could say that, Liu Dong replied, a hint of pride on his face. What do you plan to do with all that money? Surely you won't just let it sit in a bank? Wang Chong asked with curiosity. Absolutely not. Liu Dong shook his head. Though he had never attended university and had only graduated from high school before venturing into the world on his own in Spring City, his understanding of investment was not lacking. I have already given it much thought. First, I will purchase a decent villa in Spring City, then bring my parents and sister over. After that, I plan to open a large shop in the antique market, dealing in jade carvings, wood carvings, and antiquities, with myself, as the proprietor, ensuring a steady income. This way, our family will truly establish roots here in Spring City. With a pause in his speech, Liu Dong expressed a sense of nostalgia and aspiration. This was my dream when I first arrived in Spring City, and now it is finally within reach. Observing the earnest expression on Liu Dong's face, Wang Chong could empathize with his sentiments. There is no greater joy than seeing long-held aspirations come to fruition. So, you will soon be buying a house. After glancing at Liu Dong, she lowered her head, her delicate right hand absent-mindedly stirring the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks. Her tone seemingly calm as she inquired. However, Liu Dong could detect a subtle tremor beneath her composed facade, which brought him a sense of delight. As he gazed at Wang Chong's slightly flushed cheeks and her radiant beauty, Liu Dong felt a surge of warmth within him. Boldly, he reached out and grasped her soft hand resting on the table. Wang Chong's face turned crimson as she instinctively attempted to withdraw her arm. But Liu Dong's grip was firm, rendering her efforts futile. After casting a disapproving glance at this increasingly audacious young man, Wang Chong ceased her struggle, allowing Liu Dong to hold her hand, which undoubtedly encouraged him immensely. Chapter 87. The Buried Ancient Painting. What a delightful thought. Why would I want you living here? If it weren't for your honesty back then, I would have kicked you out long ago, she exclaimed, pausing to shoot Liu Dong a glance before continuing. It seems your initial honesty was merely an act. Deep down, you're just as bad as those men outside. Despite his limited romantic experience, Liu Dong felt it prudent to steer the conversation away from this topic. Noticing Liu Dong's silence, Wang Chong shot him a glare, but chose not to say anything further. The warm atmosphere between the two individuals has indeed been significantly enhanced. They savored their meal at a leisurely pace, perhaps both cherishing the rare opportunity for heartfelt communication. After closing the door and removing the craft paper from the 2 stacks of newly purchased books, Liu Dong meticulously arranged them on the bookshelf beside his bed. Glancing at the alarm clock perched on the bedside, he noted that it was just past 8 o'clock, leaving him ample time before his designated rest. Recalling the ancient painting he had acquired from the Black Tiger Gang that afternoon, Liu Dong felt a surge of excitement. He promptly approached his somewhat antiquated writing desk, pulled out a chair, and switched on the desk lamp that was resting at the foot of the table. He then retrieved the ancient painting from the spatial pocket. Carefully unrolling the thick burlap, the 5 vividly portrayed cranes once again graced his sight. As a flutter of anticipation coursed through him, the depth and nuances of the painting vividly re-emerged in his mind. Soon, his face radiated intense exhilaration. Perhaps only he, endowed with the ability of clairvoyance, understood that these 5 white cranes were but a fraction, slightly more than 1/3, of the entire artwork. The remaining sections were folded beneath the top layer of the painting. The thick burlap used for mounting effectively concealed this added thickness, causing a masterpiece that ought to have been celebrated throughout the ages to be shrouded in obscurity, reduced to merely an anonymous work of decent craftsmanship, thus diminishing its value substantially. Moreover, the quality of the mounting was rather subpar. Although Liu Dong was not particularly versed in the ancient mounting techniques that have persisted for nearly 2 millennia in China, he possessed a general understanding of the principles involved. Typically, the backing of ancient paintings is done with specialized backing paper in modern times, or silk in ancient practices. However, this piece was mounted with burlap that had never been employed by previous artisans, and due to the passage of time, its structural integrity had long been compromised. A slight consolation was that the painting's core remained relatively intact. Despite the presence of numerous bluish-gray mold spots, it had fortunately escaped any significant damage. Indeed, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. It seemed imperative to seek out a skilled mounting master to restore this painting to its former glory. Liu Dong's right hand unconsciously caressed the ancient surface as he pondered this thought. After mingling in the antique market of Spring City for 3 years, he had heard much about the art of mounting ancient paintings. He knew that masters of this time-honored craft could revitalize a damaged artwork through a series of intricate processes, including supporting the core, selecting materials, inlaying, backing, and framing, allowing a once dilapidated piece to regain its original splendor. Subsequently, Liu Dong listened for any sounds from outside and noted that Wang Chong remained in her bedroom, not having emerged yet, which prompted a slight shake of disappointment from him. He then reached for the book on Chinese painting history that he had purchased earlier in the day and leaned back against the headboard as he began to peruse its contents. As time gradually passed, the clock struck 10 in the evening. For most young urbanites, this hour marks a time of merriment. However, for Liu Dong, who has maintained his habitual routine since leaving home, 10 o'clock signifies the onset of his rest. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, he glanced at the time, closed his book, and placed it on the nightstand. Without changing his attire, he laid his head down upon the pillow and gently closed his eyes. Liu Dong has always enjoyed a high quality of sleep, and after a somewhat restless night prior, he quickly succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the room as a delicate piece of blue and white porcelain collided with the hard floor, shattering into a flurry of fragments. At that moment, Han Lei showed no inclination to halt his rampage. Damn it, that despicable country bumpkin shall not escape my wrath. Not for a moment, he shouted, his voice hoarse and his eyes aflame with rage, as he kicked aside a sofa cushion that had fallen to the ground. Observing his father's erratic behavior, Han Zhong internally sighed. In terms of personal capability and decorum, Han Lei paled in comparison to him. Should the Han group fall into the hands of such a man, the family's downfall would be imminent. Yet, such matters were far beyond the concerns of a mere servant, whose sole duty was to ensure Han Lei's safety. Certainly, there were others who shared his sentiments, but their connection to the Han group was merely one of employer and employee, rendering Han Zhong's gaze towards Han Lei rife with disdain. Thud! After overturning the sofa, Han Lei, having exhausted much of his energy, finally ceased his destruction after more than half an hour. However, the once opulent hotel suite had been reduced to a state of disarray. Aside from the doors and windows, which remained relatively intact, the sofa, television, tables, chairs, and various ornaments lay scattered and shattered. Han Zhong, I know you have a way. Eliminate that boy from me. I demand his death. Han Lei, with a twisted expression, turned to fixate on Han Zhong, his voice a low growl of fury. Throughout his life, he had never suffered such a significant defeat at the hands of another. Not only had he been humiliated in front of many, but he had also lost the 30 million yuan allocated by his father for the Han Group's procurement at the upcoming stone gambling convention in Quan City. What made this humiliation even more unbearable was that the source of his shame was a rustic individual whose standing was nowhere near his own, and furthermore, a rival in matters of the heart. This was a bitter pill for Han Lei, who had always sailed smoothly through life without significant setbacks. Nevertheless, despite the intensity of Han Lei's desires, Han Zhong could not acquiesce to his plan. It was imperative to understand that if he proceeded as instructed, it would constitute a true crime, and murder would exact a grave toll. However, observing the current demeanor of the young master, it is evident that he has been profoundly affected by the humiliation of losing the wager in front of a multitude this afternoon. Should an answer not be provided promptly, it is likely that this young master, who is currently plagued by a throbbing headache, will remain restless. Just as Han Zhong was racking his brain for a solution to appease Han Lei, the previously closed door was suddenly thrust open from the outside. Who permitted your entry? Do you dare to disregard my words? Are you seeking death? Han Lei, with his back to the door, barked without turning upon hearing the door creak open. He was already seething with anger. How dare these impertinent individuals collide with his wrath? However, upon turning around to vent his frustrations at the insolent subordinate, his expression froze in astonishment. As he scrutinized the newcomer, the formerly arrogant demeanor evaporated, replaced by an unusually submissive countenance. Chapter 88. Han Shizhong. Father, what brings you here? Han Shizhong surveyed the disarray within the room, coupled with the boisterous tirade he had just overheard from his son, and he began to piece together the events that had transpired. As the saying goes, a father knows his son best. He was all too familiar with the unseemly temperament of his wayward child, were it not for the fact that he had only this one son, while others he had fathered outside had given him daughters, and given that Han Lei was the sole heir to Han's jewelry, he would never have entrusted this irresponsible son with the procurement of materials for the upcoming gambling event in Quanqing. He had initially hoped this experience would serve as a valuable lesson for him, yet he was taken aback to discover that mere days after arriving in Quanqing, his son had already embroiled himself in such a significant debacle. Although 30 million is a trifling sum for Han's jewelry, which boasts assets exceeding 10 billion, it nonetheless constitutes a substantial portion of the funds allocated for this event's material procurement. Now, having placed such a considerable sum in Han Lei's hands, not only had no materials been acquired, but he had also squandered it all at the gambling table. It is no wonder that Han Shizhong hurriedly boarded a flight from the capital upon receiving the news. Is it permissible for me to remain absent? You lost 30 million in just 1 hour. If I had delayed even a moment longer, would you have intended to mortgage Han's jewelry as well? Han Shizhong glared at his son, his frustration boiling over, paying no mind to the presence of others as he reprimanded Han Lei with a thunderous voice. At this moment, Han Zhong's earlier defiance vanished entirely. Confronted by his father's admonishment, he lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Yet, upon hearing his father mention the 30 million lost at the gambling table, a flicker of indignation reappeared on Han Lei's face, and he muttered under his breath. It must have been the Black Tiger Gang assisting that country bumpkin in cheating. Otherwise, how could he possibly have bested me? What did you say? Speak up. Han Shizhong interjected, his brow furrowed in disapproval. In nothing, Han Lei stammered. If there exists anyone capable of instilling fear in Han Lei, the notoriously unruly young master, it would undoubtedly be his father, Han Shizhong, who holds the strings to his purse. Come in, all of you. After instructing his bodyguards to remain outside, Han Shizhong directed his secretary to secure another room before striding through the cluttered living room towards the inner bedroom. This room, aside from the bathroom, was the only space that had not suffered the ravages of Han Lei's recklessness, making it a feasible place to settle. Sitting on a chair by the window at the edge of the bed, Han Shizhong addressed the three who had entered. Han Zhong, recount the events surrounding this matter in their entirety. Leave not a single word unspoken. Compared to his arrogant son, he preferred to place his trust in the earnest and dependable Han Zhong. Yes, sir, Han Zhong responded, and proceeded to narrate how Han Lei had met Wang Chong in Island City, pursued him to Spring City, and subsequently clashed with Liu Dong, continuing until he reached the gambling incident that occurred that afternoon. After recounting the entire saga, Han Shizhong, upon hearing the details, fixed a furious gaze upon Han Lei, who stood to the side and admonished him loudly. Once again, it's a woman. How many times have I warned you? For a man, the most crucial aspect is his career. Do you understand? Once you inherit the Han group, what manner of woman will you not be able to attract? At this juncture, observing Han Lei's somewhat impatient expression, Han Shizhong felt a mixture of anger and helplessness. He had repeated this admonition to Han Lei countless times, yet the boy remained unrepentant. Since Han Lei entered high school, he had found himself embroiled in numerous troubles due to his pursuits of women, and Han Shizhong had lost count of how many times he had had to clean up after him. Thus, he was disinclined to reiterate his warnings, knowing full well that Han Lei would merely dismiss his words. What sort of person is Liu Dong anyway? Did you not ascertain that he is merely a street vendor? How is it that he is so intimately acquainted with Wang Haitao of the Black Tiger Gang, to the point of referring to each other as brothers? After contemplating for a moment, Han Shizhong turned to Han Zhong and inquired slowly. Taken aback by the question, Han Zhong also found himself perplexed. He had gleaned Liu Dong's background from the Public Security Bureau in Spring City, and even after the incident at the underground casino of the Black Tiger Gang that afternoon, he had made a point to double-check, yet he had found no discrepancies. While Liu Dong's wealth could be attributed to his dealings with ice-type jade, it remained baffling that a mere street vendor could claim such camaraderie with the underground leader of Spring City. Han Zhong racked his brain, unable to uncover the underlying reasoning. Unbeknownst to Han Zhong, a significant part of the explanation lay in the gag order issued by Wang Haitao 2 years prior. Furthermore, with the passage of time, few of the original members of the Black Tiger Gang remained. Although Wang Haitao had previously instructed his subordinates to search for Liu Dong with great fanfare, he had not disclosed the reasons behind it. Consequently, Aside from the current high-ranking officials within the Black Tiger Gang, very few knew the details of the incident from 2 years ago. Moreover, this matter is exceedingly embarrassing and has adversely affected the reputation of the Black Tiger Gang. Additionally, Wang Haitao's gag order remains in effect. Consequently, those who are aware of the situation dare not divulge it. It is hardly surprising that Han Zhong is unaware of the underlying reasons. Of course, there are quite a few individuals who are privy to the events of 2 years ago. Given Han's Jewelry's long-standing connections in Quansheng and their financial resources, if they were determined to investigate, it is unlikely that this matter could be concealed for much longer. After listening to him, Han Shizhong nodded silently, retaining faith in Han Zhong's capabilities. This matter must be investigated promptly, and he should report to me at the first opportunity. Knowledge of both the enemy and oneself is essential for victory. I intend to make it clear that the 30 million of Han's group is not easily obtained. At this point, a chilling glint flashed in Han Shizhong's eyes, and an aura of formidable power enveloped him. In comparison to the inept scion Han Lei, Han Shizhong, who rose from humble beginnings, possesses far superior acumen and intellect. However, as soon as he finished speaking, instead of receiving the anticipated praise, he was met with rebuke. "You fool! I, Han Shizhong, have established the vast Han's Jewelry Group from scratch. How could I have such a dullard for a son? Get out!" Frustrated by Han Lei's foolishness, Han Shizhong could no longer contain his mounting anger. He stood up, trembling, and pointed at the astonished Han Lei, chastising him loudly. Witnessing his father's fiery gaze and furious demeanor, Han Lei realized the gravity of the situation. He dared not retort and quickly exited the oppressive room. Once he had left, Han Shizhong dejectedly lowered his arm and slumped into his chair, resting his hand against his forehead, a look of helplessness etched on his face. Han Shizhong understood all too well that if he proceeded with such actions, he would anger not just Liu Dong, but the entire Black Tiger Gang, along with the influential political figures in Quansheng who receive monthly tributes from the casino. After all, gambling naturally involves the casinos. If the casinos were shut down, it would not only implicate the Black Tiger Gang, but also sever the financial lifelines of those political parasites who benefit from the casinos. It is said that obstructing someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents. Offending the local power brokers in Quansheng would mean that Han's Jewelry would have no hope of prospering in Quansheng or even in the entire Dongshan province. Chapter 89. Liu Dong's Confession. It is no wonder that Han Shizhong is so furious. Observing the situation, Han Zhong hesitated for a moment before gently advising, "Boss, the young master is still quite young. It is inevitable that he speaks and acts impulsively. As he experiences more, he will naturally become more composed." Upon hearing Han Zhong's words, Han Shizhong waved his hand wearily. "No one knows Xiao Lei's temperament better than I, his father. His life is likely to unfold in this manner. He is a quintessential wastrel. Unless a miracle occurs, relying on him to support the Han group is an unattainable dream." With a momentary pause, Han Shizhong rested his forehead in his hand and sighed softly, lamenting to think that I, Han Shizhong, a figure of wisdom throughout my life, would bequeath such a fool of a son. It is indeed ironic. At this juncture, Han Zhong fell silent. Over time, he had long discerned the true character of Han Lei. After a brief silence, Han Shizhong finally spoke. "Enough about him. Han Zhong, continue your investigation into that Liu Dong. We must uncover every detail about him, especially the nature of his relationship with Wang Haitao." "Understood, Mr. Han," replied Han Zhong before departing the room. Raising his hand to check the time, a hint of fatigue crossed Han Shizhong's face. Although the flight from the capital to Quansheng took merely an hour, he was, after all, past 50, and his vigor was not what it once was. Thus, he found no inclination to seek out his captivating secretary for any intimate endeavors, opting instead to disrobe and lie down for a respite. Pushing open the door, Liu Dong beheld the breakfast spread of fried dough sticks, soy milk, eggs, and various side dishes laid out on the table. A wave of hunger surged within him, prompting an involuntary swallow. However, in stark contrast to the beauty of Wang Chong, he was enveloped by a sense of homely warmth. This feeling had eluded him since he departed from that small mountain village 3 years prior. "Sister Wang, I adore you. Will you marry me?" Observing Wang Chong in her domestic attire, exuding grace and warmth, Liu Dong could no longer conceal his feelings and drew her tightly into his embrace from behind. Previously, many men had uttered similar sentiments to Liu Dong, most of whom were exceptionally accomplished young talents in both political and business realms. Yet, until now, Wang Chong had never felt a flicker of affection for any of them. Thus, for 24 years, she had refrained from entering into any romantic relationship. However, upon hearing Liu Dong's confession, her heart became tumultuous, not with aversion, but with a delightful, indescribable joy. Perhaps I truly do have feelings for this man who is 3 years my junior, she contemplated silently. Seeing that Wang Chong did not reject him and showed no resistance to his intimate gestures, Liu Dong felt a surge of exhilaration. He understood that patience was essential, yet the opportunity for such closeness was too precious to squander. "All right, Sister Wang." As he felt the warmth of her breath against his ear, a tingling sensation ignited within Wang Chong, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Liu Dong's hands, previously resting innocently at his waist, began to stray, igniting a flurry of sensations that coursed through her body, akin to electric shocks, drawing her into a state of intoxication. As the once magnificent form of Wang Chong was again concealed by fabric, Liu Dong's eyes betrayed a profound sense of regret. Whose damn phone call was that? If only he could have waited for half an hour, or even just 10 minutes. Liu Dong silently cursed. Gazing at the closed door, he momentarily paused, before a broad smile returned to his face. The results of today had far exceeded his expectations, and although he hadn't fully indulged with Wang Chong, he could tell that she had already accepted him in her heart. Otherwise, she would not have permitted him to touch her. Suddenly, as Liu Dong reveled in his achievements, his phone, which he had stowed in his pocket, rang abruptly. "Hello, is it Xiao Dong? This is Li Renfang." Hearing the familiar voice on the line, Liu Dong involuntarily displayed a look of respect. "Li Lao, this is Liu Dong. Why are you calling me so early?" "Hey, it's not too early. I'm not like you youngsters who sleep in." "All right, enough of that. This morning I'm heading to do an appraisal for General Zhao of Huadai Group. Didn't you say you wanted to come along?" Yes, I'll go," Liu Dong quickly replied, eager not to miss such an enlightening opportunity. And he also had something he wished to ask Li Lao for assistance with. "Great, then finish your meal and hurry over. We should go together, otherwise, you won't be able to enter his place alone." "Understood, Li Lao, I'll head over right away. Take your time. Just make sure to arrive before 9. "Yes, I understand. All right, I'll hang up now." When he finally emerged, he frowned at the still-closed door. After changing clothes in his own room, he knocked on Wang Chong's door. "Wang Jia, come out for a meal. Otherwise, it will get cold." Upon hearing Liu Dong's voice outside, Wang Chong, lying on her bed, immediately recalled the intimate moment they had shared in the living room. A wave of warmth surged through her abdomen, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body, an unfamiliar feeling that made her blush and her heart race. "You go ahead and eat. You don't need to wait for me." At this moment, she was still uncertain about how to face Liu Dong, so for now, she could only play the role of an ostrich. Of course, Liu Dong had previously gleaned some experience in pursuing girls from Wu Yunxin, who had worked alongside him at the stall. According to Wu Yunxin, one should seize the moment when a girl shows interest, maintaining a firm grip on the opportunity to win her over completely. However, after spending half a year together, Liu Dong understood that Wang Chong was not a naive girl fresh out of school. Having worked hard in society for many years, she remained composed regarding her feelings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained single for so long. Thus, Liu Dong believed that the best approach to win Wang Chong's heart was to adopt a gradual, gentle method, especially since their relationship had only just begun. Once Liu Dong had made up his mind, he ceased to linger on the matter. "Very well, Sister Wang. I have some errands to attend to this morning, so I shall have my meal first. Do not eat too late, or your food will grow cold." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Liu Dong found his appetite particularly robust that morning. Within 10 minutes, he had consumed a significant portion of the breakfast laid before him. Had he not remembered that Wang Chong had yet to eat, he would have devoured the remainder without hesitation. "Sister Wang, I am leaving." After dabbing his mouth with a napkin and washing the grease from his hands in the dining area, Liu Dong glanced at the wall clock before rising and announcing loudly, "Understood." Upon hearing this, Liu Dong felt a twinge of disappointment as he regarded the door that remained stubbornly shut. After a moment's hesitation, he turned, extracted his keys, and opened the door to step outside. It was not until he heard the door close that Wang Chong cautiously opened her own door. Finding the living room empty and devoid of Liu Dong's presence, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, after witnessing the earlier scene, she was uncertain how to face Liu Dong now. Yet, throughout the years, this man, 3 years her junior, was the first to stir feelings within her. Perhaps it was time to accept him, she mused quietly. "Knock, knock, Sister Wang. Open the door. Hurry up." Just as Wang Chong was lost in her thoughts, the door was suddenly pounded upon. The loud banging startled her from her reverie, and upon recognizing the familiar voice outside, she instinctively placed a hand over her racing heart, letting out a breath of relief. She then retrieved her keys and opened the door. "Where's that rascal? I am determined to give him a proper talking to today." Before Wang Chong could fully open the door, Jiang Tingting, who had been waiting impatiently outside, darted into the room and began to search frantically. Unfortunately for her, she was destined for disappointment. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Tingting had driven over early in the morning, hoping to catch Liu Dong and vent her frustrations. After closing the door, Wang Chong observed Jiang Tingting's disgruntled expression, her eyes darting about in vain, and could not help but roll her eyes. All right, enough searching. He left before you arrived. What? He left? When I called you earlier, did you not say he was still at home? Jiang Tingting exclaimed, turning to Wang Chong with an expression of indignation. Yes, he was indeed at home, but you arrived too late. If you had come just 10 minutes earlier, you would have caught him. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Jiang Tingting could not suppress her frustration any longer. Damn it, he slipped away again. Seeing her cute, pouting face, fists clenched, and eyes wide with anger, Wang Chong couldn't help but stifle a laugh. All right, Tingting, do not be upset. Liu Dong was simply caught off guard yesterday, so forgive him. No way, absolutely not. He dared to spy on me. This must not go unpunished. Jiang Tingting declared vehemently. Fine, fine, no forgiveness then. But since you rushed over so early, have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten yet, I have just prepared some food here. Why not sit down and have a bite? Observing her in a fit of anger, Wang Chong chose not to press the issue further and swiftly changed the topic. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Jiang Tingting rubbed her belly, and the fury on her face finally subsided. No, I woke up early this morning wanting to seek revenge. I hardly had time to think about eating. As she spoke, she noticed the dishes on the dining table. Although they were evidently partially consumed, Jiang Tingting assumed they were devoured by Wang Chong. Thus, starved, she didn't ask and, like Liu Dong, sat down and grabbed a youtiao with her hands, stuffing it into her mouth with great enthusiasm, resembling a famished spirit rather than a refined lady. Witnessing her manner, Wang Chong, who initially intended to explain, opened her mouth but then shook her head with a hint of helplessness. It was likely that if she were to elaborate, her own breakfast would be disrupted. Sister Wang, since we're not working at the company today, where shall we go to have fun? With her cheeks stuffed with soybean milk and youtiao, Jiang Tingting asked, her words somewhat garbled. Observing her, Wang Chong chuckled. By the looks of you, perhaps it's best to eat first. After finishing, we can ponder where to go. With that, feeling her own hunger, Wang Chong sat down, peeled an egg, and began to eat it delicately. Chapter 91, A Return Visit. While they were dining, Liu Dong, familiar with the route, had already pedaled his old bicycle to the antique market. After greeting Uncle Long at Taiping Pavilion and leaving his bicycle there, he purchased some items from the shops on the street before walking to the backyard of Qinxiang Pavilion. Last time, he had arrived empty-handed, but this time he was determined not to repeat that mistake. He even took the initiative to consult Uncle Long about it. Knock, knock. After rapping on the door, Liu Dong quickly heard footsteps approaching from inside. Creak. Accompanied by a somewhat hoarse sound, a middle-aged woman, around 40, appeared at the door, leaning out halfway. Aunt Wu, it's me. I'll come to visit old Li. Having visited 3 days prior, Liu Dong was already familiar with the caregiver looking after old Li. Oh, it's Mr. Liu. Please come in. The old gentleman has mentioned you several times. Aunt Wu felt a warm fondness for this courteous young man, her tone reflecting genuine warmth. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong politely replied and stepped over the threshold into the courtyard. He was already well acquainted with the scenery from his previous visit, yet upon seeing the serene environment again, he couldn't help but feel a deep-seated affection for it. Uncle Liu, you're here. Did you bring a gift for Wan? Perhaps hearing the commotion at the door, a little girl with 2 braided pigtails, dressed in a white princess dress and about 5 or 6 years old, dashed out from the house, hugging Liu Dong's leg and inquiring with a sweet, innocent voice. Gazing at her cherubic and innocent visage, Liu Dong hastily retrieved the sugar figurine he had purchased on his way. This is a gift from Uncle Liu. Do you like it? Upon seeing the delightful confection in his hand, the little girl's eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly accepted it, examining it with delight. Her round, cherubic face radiated happiness as she exclaimed, I love it. Her adorable demeanor compelled Liu Dong to scoop her up in his arms. Is Xiao Dong here? At that moment, Li Renfeng emerged from the inner room. Wan, Uncle has brought you a gift. Be sure to say thank you, understand? Thank you, Uncle Liu. The little girl replied obediently. Ruffling her hair, Liu Dong smiled and praised. Wan is truly understanding. From now on, whenever I visit, I shall bring you gifts. Ha! Enough of that, Xiao Dong. You mustn't spoil her. After a brief pause, he added, Wan, come down now. Grandfather needs to speak with Uncle, so you can go play. Hearing this, the little girl nodded, wriggled a bit, and once Liu Dong set her down, she clutched the sugar figurine and scampered away in delight. Li Lao, Knowing your fondness for gardening, I brought you a pot of flowers, Liu Dong said, presenting a potted plant he had been carrying in his left hand. However, I must confess my ignorance about them, so I hope this one meets your approval. Upon hearing his words, Li Renfeng accepted the pot, examined it briefly, and with a smile inquired, "This was gifted to you by old Long, wasn't it?" Liu Dong understood the implication of the question, and, with a slightly embarrassed smile, replied, "Indeed. Ah, Xiaodong, how thoughtful of you. I truly appreciate this orchid." With that, Li Renfeng graciously accepted the gift. Ever since Liu Dong had presented him with a compilation of antique appraisal insights he had gathered over a lifetime, their relationship had evolved into one akin to that of mentor and disciple, even though Li Lao had not formally agreed to take him as a student. Therefore, there was no need for formalities. Otherwise, their rapport would seem distant. This visit was also an opportunity for Liu Dong to express his gratitude for Li Lao's generosity in sharing his knowledge, prompting him to consult Uncle Long, who informed him of Li Lao's passion for nurturing plants, particularly orchids. Thus, he ventured to an antique market and spent a considerable sum to acquire this exquisite spring orchid. Observing Li Lao's enjoyment now brought a sense of relief to Liu Dong, assuring him that he had chosen well. Following Li Lao into the house, Liu Dong surveyed the surroundings and noted that the layout of the living room starkly contrasted with modern decor trends, resembling instead the traditional Chinese style of home furnishings. Upon entering, one was greeted by a couplet that read, "A heart as pure as an orchid, steadfast in its nature," adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words "valued in true understanding." Below this, an octagonal table exuding classical Chinese charm was flanked by 2 armchairs. Behind this elegant setup stood a long table approximately 3 meters in length, slightly taller than the octagonal table. Upon the dark surface of this table rested several pieces of blue and white porcelain and a few green plants. On either side of the living room, against the walls, were 4 circleback chairs. The entire main hall is adorned with an antique charm. Though not ostentatious, it exudes an abundance of elegance. Liu Dong, who has been by Uncle Long's side for many years, immediately recognized that the classical Chinese furniture was predominantly crafted by the old master himself. Whether in terms of materials or workmanship, they are of the highest caliber. "Make yourself at home, Xiaodong. Mother Wu, please serve the tea." Place the orchids on the long table behind the 8 immortals table, Li Renfeng said as he took his seat at the head of the table, smiling. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong quickly replied, "No need for such trouble, Li Lao. It's quite all right. Please don't stand on ceremony with me." After a brief pause, once Liu Dong had settled back down, he inquired again, "By the way, have you had a chance to look at the diary I entrusted to you?" "Yes. I've read a bit of it. However, the content you recorded is quite profound, so I'm progressing slowly. Furthermore, much of it requires revisiting reference materials to fully comprehend," Liu Dong answered somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Li Renfeng nodded, revealing a look of satisfaction rather than displeasure. He was well aware of the contents of his own writings. As Liu Dong had mentioned earlier, while the insights into appraisal knowledge he recorded were indeed invaluable, they were not comprehensive. For someone well-versed in antique appraisal, his diary would be a treasure trove, allowing for rapid advancement in their skills. However, for a novice like Liu Dong, it proved to be quite the challenge. The diary contained a wealth of appraisal knowledge. For instance, while it detailed the characteristics and appraisal methods of roux-kiln porcelain, it did not explain what roux-kiln porcelain is, nor its historical context and evolution. Of course, this was an unavoidable limitation. To encompass all such content would require countless volumes, as the historical and cultural legacy of China, spanning thousands of years, is remarkably profound, and the number of precious artifacts is incalculable. One could devote an entire lifetime to thoroughly understanding even a single category of antiques. What pleased Li Renfeng the most was Liu Dong's attitude towards antique appraisal and the diary. He was not merely memorizing the appraisal content verbatim. Rather, he was purchasing books and researching diligently, gradually enhancing his appraisal knowledge. This realization affirmed to Li Renfeng that he had indeed chosen wisely. Liu Dong is an exemplary successor. After casually quizzing Liu Dong with a few questions and observing his articulate and thorough responses, Li Renfeng's satisfaction deepened. "All right, let us enjoy some tea and sit for a while. Once another person arrives, we shall depart." After taking a sip of tea, Li Renfeng stated. However, before he could finish, a loud knock echoed from outside. At that moment, without waiting for Li Lao's instruction, Mother Wu, who had just served Liu Dong tea and was standing to the side, promptly stepped out upon hearing the knock. Soon, the hoarse sound of the door opening could be heard from outside. "Mother Wu, is Li Lao inside?" Uncertain of the reason, Liu Dong felt an inexplicable familiarity with the voice he heard, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. The old gentleman is in the living room. Wu Ma's tone was warm, evidently indicating a deep acquaintance with the visitor. Very well. I shall enter first with what I have in hand. I kindly ask you, Wu Ma, to close the door. The voice was remarkably youthful, and from the tone, it was apparent that the speaker was well acquainted with the esteemed Mr. Li, likely a regular at this establishment. As Liu Dong pondered the identity of this familiar voice, a young man entered, clad in an orange short-sleeved shirt, dark trousers, and brown leather shoes. He appeared lean, sporting a small patch of facial hair and a roguish grin, suggesting he was in his 20s. Ha, Mr. Li. This young man pays his respects. I have brought you a pot of longevity flowers, and I hope you will graciously accept it. After bowing to Mr. Li upon entering, the young man eagerly produced a potted plant adorned with vibrant red blossoms from his left hand. Liu Dong, however, was not well acquainted with such flora. Oh well, I shall accept this gift, but I sense that your unexpected obedience must be due to a request for my appraisal, Mr. Li remarked with a twinkle in his eye. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression momentarily betrayed a hint of embarrassment, which quickly vanished. Hee, you know me well. I've come across a rather fine jade pendant and would appreciate it if you could provide an evaluation. Upon hearing his words, astonishment flickered across the young man's face. His acquaintance with Mr. Li was not a fleeting one. He understood the elder's temperament well. Although he was not an expert in carving, Mr. Li, as a connoisseur of appraisal, possessed an impeccable eye for the quality of carved artifacts. Now, receiving a compliment from him signified that the carver's skill, while not masterful, surpassed that of many seasoned artisans in the field. What was even more striking was that the artist appeared younger than the young man himself. Is it you? The dazzling sunlight outside had obscured the young man's view, and upon entering the dimly lit room, he had not noticed Liu Dong's presence. Ha! I did not expect to see you here. By the way, I owe you my gratitude for yesterday. Upon hearing the young man's surprised exclamation, Liu Dong rose with a smile. Initially, he had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance at Mr. Li's, though they could hardly be deemed close. Their previous meeting had been brief. It was this young man who had come to his aid in the casino of the Black Tiger Gang, speaking up for him when Han Lei accused him of cheating. Moreover, it was this individual who had offered him his seat at the gambling table, leaving a deep impression on Liu Dong. He recognized him immediately upon entry, even if he had not announced his presence beforehand. Indeed, I truly did not expect to find you here. It seems we are destined to cross paths. Liu Dong Shuklat. He vividly remembered this young man, who had triumphed at the gambling table, winning an astounding 30 million from Han Lei. Upon unexpectedly encountering this individual just moments ago, I could not restrain my astonishment and exclaimed, "Do you know each other?" Listening to their conversation, the venerable Mr. Li, seated in the principal position, inquired with a hint of surprise gracing his countenance. Observing his expression and the glimmer of imploring in his eyes, Liu Dong inwardly smiled. Since the other party preferred not to divulge details, Liu Dong felt it appropriate to reciprocate the kindness previously bestowed upon him. Thus, he gently nodded in response to Mr. Li's inquisitiva gaja. Very well. Since you are acquainted, I shall forego the introductions. After glancing at his watch, he rose, declaring, "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed. Mr. Li, my jade pendant." Upon hearing his words, Li Yunsong hastily interjected, his face illuminated with joy as he swiftly retrieved a jade pendant wrapped in white cloth from his coat pocket and presented it to Mr. Li. Witnessing the elder's reaction, Li Yunsong could not suppress a chuckle, seemingly having anticipated this scenario. Curiosity piqued, Liu Dong stepped closer, harboring a profound admiration for antiques. As a jade carver himself, he held a particular fascination for jade craftsmanship, especially ancient jade carvings. Consequently, he positioned himself beside Mr. Li to examine the antique jade pendant in his possession. In stark contrast to the intricate designs of jade artifact from the Song dynasty onward, particularly during the Ming and Qing dynasties, the jade pieces from the pre-Qin and Qin Han periods reflected a simplicity and grandeur, shaped by societal production capabilities, aesthetic preferences, and daily habits. This jade pendant exemplified such artistry, with a few deft strokes depicting a half-curved dragon, adorned with evenly sized scale-like motifs. At the back of the dragon, where the pendant's loop was situated, a relatively small Qi dragon emerged. The entire piece epitomized the quintessential style of Han Dynasty jade pendants, elegant and unpretentious, with smooth lines and vivid imagery. As a jade carver, Liu Dong was already well acquainted with the renowned Han 8 cuts technique. Nevertheless, this marked his inaugural encounter with an authentic jade artifact carved using this celebrated method. His certainty regarding its authenticity stemmed from the appraisal of his microcosmic space. Additionally, he observed a striking red glow emanating from the pendant, reminiscent of the ancient crane painting from the previous day, albeit somewhat dimmer in comparison. Moreover, the jade pendant measured approximately 14 centimeters in width and around 10 centimeters in height, with a thickness that Liu Dong estimated would not exceed half a centimeter. Remarkably, this piece showcased not only its inherent bluish-white hue, but also exhibited shades of yellow, brown, and black. Typically, the coloration found in ancient jade is a result of prolonged burial, where the jade's trace elements interact with surrounding soil substances leading to such chromatic transformations. Chapter 93. 3 Methods of Arrangement. Oh, what a treasure! Truly an extraordinary piece. Its form is archaic yet natural. The craftsmanship is deft and fluid. The coloration penetrates deeply, and the internal ice cracks radiate outward. This is indeed a genuine millennium-old jade. Yinsong, you have struck gold with this find. After Mr. Li examined the object from various angles and even retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket to scrutinize it for over 10 minutes, he finally exclaimed in admiration. Are you saying this is genuine? Li Yinsong asked with a look of surprise. Indeed, it is authentic. If you have no desire for it, then kindly leave it to this old man. Mr. Li replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yinsong chuckled and, rubbing his hands together, remarked, Ah, you are truly a seasoned connoisseur. Having encountered countless treasures, how could a mere piece of Han jade captivate your discerning eye? At Mr. Li's venerable age, he had seen it all. Although Li Yinsong's flattery was pleasing to the ear, it could not sway Mr. Li's resolve. Nevertheless, he felt no need to covet the possessions of a younger generation. Here, take it, he said. This piece of Qilong jade pendant is indeed genuine Han jade, crafted from the Qingbai jade of Nanyang Dushan. While the jade quality may be ordinary, the rare hues of the ancient jade are exceptionally sought after. Take good care of it. As Li Yinsong beheld the ancient Han jade presented by the elder, a gleam of joy illuminated his face, and he eagerly reached out to accept it. His family background granted him a certain expertise. While the value of this Han jade may not rival that of renowned artworks or precious porcelain, it could fetch around 500,000 to 600,000 at auction, and if fortunate, even surpass $1 million. However, such ancient jade, having lain buried for an extensive period, often appears dull due to the patina, requiring the owner's diligent care to restore its original luster. Typically, the ancient Chinese approach to jade appreciation can be categorized into 3 methods: Wu-pan, Wen-pan, and Yi-pan. The first method, Wu-pan, also known as urgent nurturing, requires the jade to be worn consistently, allowing the warmth and moisture of the wearer to invigorate it. After several months of wear, the jade's texture gradually hardens, at which point one may gently wipe it with a clean, old cloth until a subtle sheen appears, followed by a new cloth for further polishing. It is paramount to avoid colored fabrics, opting instead for white or coarse cloth. The more one polishes, the more warmth the ancient jade absorbs, thus facilitating the natural fading of impurities and enhancing its color. Generally, within a year, the jade can be restored to its original state, though care must be taken, as any misstep in the Wu-pan process could lead to irreparable damage. Beyond Wu-pan, the second method of jade nurturing in ancient China is Wen-pan, or gentle nurturing. This approach involves regularly wearing the jade at the waist, allowing one's personal energy to imbue it with vitality. Patience is essential in Wen-pan, as it cannot be rushed. This practice is also a means of fostering one's character. Typically, after 2 to 3 years of gentle wear, the jade's colors may begin to reveal themselves, but it may take several years for the hues to become vibrant. A decade of wear might be necessary for the ancient jade to regain its former glory. According to expert jade enthusiasts, ancient jades from the Qin and Han dynasties typically require a decade of consistent wear to restore their original beauty, while those from the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties may necessitate an even longer duration, approximately 50 to 60 years, to fully revive their inherent colors. Regardless of whether it is a disc of jade or a disc of weaponry, the longer ancient jade is buried in the ground, the more challenging it becomes to reveal its original color and quality. This is due to the prolonged influence of the Earth's energy, which penetrates deeper into the jade's essence, requiring time for its brilliance to gradually manifest. The third method, known as intention cultivation, refers to the practice wherein collectors hold the jade in their hands, contemplating its virtues while engaging in the tactile experience. Through this process, they absorb the jade's essence, nurturing their own character and spirit. Over time, this practice can elevate one to a noble state of unity with the jade, preserving the jade while simultaneously enhancing the spirit of the jade cultivator. Intention cultivation is a lofty, spiritual pursuit that demands a focused mindset. Rather than merely engaging with the jade, it is more accurate to say that the jade cultivates the individual. Achieving such a spiritual state has been exceedingly rare throughout history, particularly for the restless souls of modernity. The high demands of intention cultivation make it a daunting endeavor, while the physical method of jade handling requires continuous attention and care, which can be quite costly. Consequently, contemporary jade collectors often adopt a hybrid approach, combining both intention and physical handling, wearing the jade close to the body while regularly engaging with it in their hands. However, regardless of the method employed, newly excavated jade should not be immediately handled. It must be kept close to the body for a year to allow its hardness to stabilize before it can be properly appreciated. Nevertheless, Mr. Li refrained from explaining these nuances to Liu Dong and Liu Dong, as one was a jade carver and the other had a rich familial heritage in jade, both of whom were already well-versed in the methods of jade cultivation. There was no need for him to waste his breath. "Oh dear, I've fallen for your trick," exclaimed Mr. Li, slapping his forehead in mock annoyance as he watched Liu Dong joyfully wrap the jade pendant and carefully tuck it into his pocket. He was acutely aware of his own weakness. Whenever he encountered something exquisite, he found it impossible to let go without authenticating its value. This obsession consumed him, leaving him restless and sleepless as he scoured resources to find methods for identifying antiques. It was, indeed, this fervent passion and dedication to his craft that transformed him, a latecomer to the field, into a renowned appraiser not only in Quancheng and Dongshan province, but throughout the nation. Upon hearing the elder's words, Liu Dong simply chuckled, offering no reply, as he was well aware that he had come out ahead in the exchange. Observing his demeanor, Mr. Li could only shake his head in mild exasperation, having known the character of this young friend for many years. Although he hailed from an illustrious family, he did not exhibit the arrogance typical of those from high society. While he may have been somewhat indolent, his generous spirit and sincerity, coupled with his profound filial piety, endeared him to the elder. "All right, it's already past 9. Xiaodong, let us be on our way. Otherwise, it may grow late." "It wouldn't be courteous to keep them waiting," the elder said as he prepared to depart. "Mr. Li, are you going to conduct an appraisal? May I accompany you?" Liu Dong quickly interjected, noticing the elder's eagerness to leave. Given that time was of the essence and both parties were well acquainted, Mr. Li nodded in agreement without further deliberation. "Thank you for your assistance earlier, Brother Liu," Liu Dong whispered as he walked beside the elder, following in his wake. Liu Dong certainly grasped the implications of his words. He nodded, gesturing that there was no need for formality, recalling that he had also received assistance from this individual previously. His impression of this person was already favorable, and with the added connection to Li Lao, their relationship had inadvertently grown closer. "Well, since my brother has said this, expressing gratitude again would seem rather distant. However, I have forged a friendship with you, Liu Dong. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Pausing momentarily, he cast a discreet glance at the elderly ahead, then whispered to Liu Dong, "Brother, I heard them mention your prowess in stone gambling last time. Could you perhaps take me along to experience it?" Upon hearing this, Liu Dong regarded him with amusement, responding with a light laugh. "Stone gambling? I thought you were inviting me to the casino for a round." Liu Dong's expression shifted to one of discomfort, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. "Perhaps gambling is best avoided. If my father were to discover this, he would surely break my legs." The apprehension that crossed his face suggested he had faced considerable repercussions in the past. Observing his candid demeanor only deepened Liu Dong's fondness for him. Perhaps due to his own character, he found himself more inclined to befriend those who were generous, warm-hearted, and broad-minded. Whether it was the somewhat naive yet straightforward and exceptionally skilled Mu Gang or the present Liu Dong, both were the kind of individuals he considered friends. Of course, after years of camaraderie, Mu Gang had transcended mere friendship. The countless brawls they had engaged in made them akin to brothers. The trio did not exit through the main entrance of the Qinshan Pavilion, but rather through a smaller door. "Mama Wu, I have some matters to attend to this morning. I trust you to look after Wan. At the entrance, Li Lao earnestly instructed. "Ha, Mr. Li, I have watched Wan grow since childhood. In my heart, she's just like my own granddaughter. I shall take good care of her, so you need not worry." In response, Li Lao nodded, feeling assured about Mama Wu, who had served him as a maid for nearly a decade. Chapter 94. The scenic area of Woha Mountain. At that moment, a resounding honk interrupted their conversation. Turning around, the group saw a black Mercedes-Benz slowly approaching. It appeared to be originally headed for the main entrance of the Qinshan Pavilion, but veered towards them upon spotting the trio. "Mr. Li, our chairman has sent me to pick you up." After the vehicle came to a halt, a man in his 30s, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, with a gaunt face adorned by gold-rimmed glasses, exited the passenger seat. He swiftly approached Li Lao, his demeanor respectful. Li Lao recognized him. "Ah, it's Secretary Wang. I apologize for keeping your boss Zhao waiting. Let's be on our way." As he spoke, he stepped towards the rear door that Secretary Wang had opened, preparing to enter the vehicle. Though a single car accommodating 5 individuals was not overly cramped, the company included several individuals of notable status, making it impractical for everyone to share one vehicle. "Mr. Li, please take the back seat. I also drove here, so Liu and I will follow behind you." After listening to Li Yunsong's words, Old Li chuckled and said, "Let's have Xiaodong work with me. Unlike you, he has his own car." "What? Liu, you don't have a car?" In Li Yunsong's reasoning, it was inconceivable for a person like Liu Dong, with a fortune of several million, to be without a vehicle. Observing the astonishment etched on Liu Dong's face, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, recalling that he had only struck it rich less than half a month ago. Even if he could afford a car, he wouldn't know how to drive one. Nevertheless, the incredulous expression on Li Yunsong's face further solidified Liu Dong's resolve to acquire a vehicle soon. It wasn't merely a matter of convenience. It was fundamentally about maintaining one's dignity. "Ah, indeed, I was just planning to buy one," Liu Dong replied, and without waiting for Li Yunsong, he hurriedly leaped into the Mercedes, settling beside Old Li, and with a decisive slam of the door, left Li Yunsong outside. The exaggerated surprise on that young man's face was quite infuriating. Observing Liu Dong's demeanor, Old Li chuckled. "Xiaodong, you truly ought to purchase a car, otherwise it will be quite inconvenient for you to conduct your affairs. Given your current financial situation, acquiring a vehicle worth over 100,000 should be quite manageable." "Yes, Old Li, I have been preparing to buy one lately, but I am not very knowledgeable about this. I am unsure which brand to choose. Perhaps you could offer me some advice?" Liu Dong inquired. Upon hearing this, Old Li waved his hand and smiled. "I will pass on that. At my age, I am not particularly well versed in these matters. You should consult Yunsong. He is quite knowledgeable about it." As their conversation unfolded, the Mercedes swiftly started and gradually made its way out of the antique city. Fortunately, it was early morning, and the foot traffic was relatively sparse. Otherwise, a vehicle like theirs would have struggled to enter. Of course, had it been afternoon or evening, even if cars could enter, few would wish to do so, for fear of encountering those who engage in fraudulent accidents, leaving one unprepared for the consequences. As the capital of Dongshan Province, the population of Quansheng approached 10 million, with the urban area divided into 3 rings, making it extraordinarily vast. Fortunately, it was the year 2000, and the roads in Quansheng were not yet overly congested. Coupled with good road conditions, they managed to exit the city after over half an hour of driving. Following approximately 10 minutes of travel on the national highway, they turned off at a junction and continued northward. As the surrounding vegetation grew increasingly lush and the terrain elevated, the houses flanking the roads appeared progressively more diminutive. After a short while, the landscape was predominantly adorned with verdant corn seedlings on either side of the road. Through the car window, Liu Dong frequently caught sight of a large welcome sign for the Wohum Mountain Scenic Area. The various small shops dotting the roadside and the occasional passing tour buses further validated his assumptions. It was evident that they were traveling along the main route to the Wohum Mountain Scenic Area. Noticing Liu Dong's curious gaze, Old Li merely smiled and said nothing. As time passed, a growing number of small shops selling souvenirs and food, as well as various inns, began to appear along the roadside. Through the windshield of the car, Liu Dong could even see the gleaming golden characters of the Wohum Mountain Scenic Area in the distance, shining brilliantly under the radiant sunlight. Could it be that Mr. Zhao resides within? Liu Dong pondered, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. However, before he could sort through his thoughts, the vehicle veered off the main road and into a neighboring 2-lane asphalt road. After traveling for less than 200 meters, the luxurious Mercedes came to a halt before a yellow security booth. The sign by the roadside distinctly indicated private residential area, no entry for visitors. As Liu Dong surveyed the surroundings, a robust man, clad in a gray security uniform, emerged from booth. His demeanor was grave, exuding a sense of military discipline as he approached with purposeful strides. He appeared to be in his 30s. Zhang Baohua, having retired from the military, had come to this position through the recommendation of his former commander. Although the role of a security guard may seem mundane, it was relatively easy, and given that this was the most upscale villa community in Quansheng, the compensation was substantial, which made him value this job even more. Furthermore, the residents here were either affluent or of notable status, which added to the weight of his security responsibilities, compelling him to be particularly diligent in his duties. Even though he was very familiar with the black Mercedes and its license plate, Zhang Bao did not dare to be negligent in his inspection. These individuals are friends of our boss. Observing him approach, Liu Zhao opened the car door and stepped out. Secretary Liu, you are well aware of the protocols here. Please ensure they complete the registration, Zhang Bao said with a courteous tone, given his familiarity with the frequently visiting Secretary Liu. Acknowledging this, Liu Zhao nodded and took the registration book from him, fully aware that such procedures were standard. Mr. Liu, I kindly ask you to register. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong took the form and noted the required fields included not only the usual name and phone number, but also address, occupation, and identification details. Unable to suppress his frustration, he remarked, "Why is it so troublesome just to enter?" He recalled that in his own residence, the Dianying community, which was also considered upscale in Quancheng, one merely needed to provide a name and phone number, and sometimes not even that to gain access. Not surprising at all. The wealthiest individuals in Quancheng, even in the entire Dongshan province, reside here. It is only natural that security would be stringent. Li Lao, who was filling out the form, chuckled and explained, with his distance from the city center, it's not convenient for them to shop. Why would they choose to live here with their wealth? Surely, anything they desire could be acquired in the city center. Although Liu Dong had lived in Quancheng for 3 years, he had spent most of that time struggling at the lower rungs of society, making it difficult for him to comprehend the lifestyle of the affluent. After listening to his words, Mr. Li first submitted the completed forms of the two individuals before gazing out of the car window at the lush, verdant mountains and the distant concealed hills. With a smile, he remarked, living here is truly delightful. The mountains are pristine, the waters are clear, and the tranquility is unparalleled. Nestled close to Mount Wohu, the scenery cannot be compared to that of the city. Were it not for my decades spent residing in the antique city, I would have certainly purchased a home here long ago. Upon hearing Mr. Li's words, Liu Dong felt a sudden jolt of realization and contemplated that there was indeed much wisdom in his sentiment. Unlike the youth who revel in bustling activities, the elderly, with their limited time, undoubtedly prefer serene and picturesque locales conducive to health and peace. After collecting the forms from a group, Zhao Bao made a call to Zhao Defa's villa for confirmation before opening the road barrier to allow 2 vehicles to enter. It was only after the cars had driven in that Liu Dong deeply understood the envy in Mr. Li's tone when he spoke of this place. For the scenery was indeed breathtaking. Chapter 95, the idea of purchasing a villa. The winding road stretched endlessly ahead, flanked by an array of nameless wildflowers and towering, verdant trees, accompanied by unfamiliar shrubs. Through the faintly visible thickets, he could even glimpse the shimmering lake in the distance, where various waterfowl soared over its surface. Beyond the lake lay rolling hills that extended to the horizon. This harmonious blend of movement and stillness was reminiscent of a classical Chinese ink wash landscape, captivating to behold. Furthermore, the fresh air that wafted through the half-opened window, penetrating his senses, bestowed upon Liu Dong an unprecedented sense of rejuvenation, a feeling he had never experienced in the city of Quan. In this moment, an impulse to purchase a home in this enchanting place began to blossom within him. "How do you find it here, Xiao Dong?" Mr. Li inquired, observing Liu Dong's expression with a smile. "Indeed, it is splendid," Liu Dong replied, as he had always been a person who cherished tranquility. The serene mountains and clear waters made it an ideal location for retirement, and he envisioned bringing his parents here to reside comfortably. "Mr. Li, what is the price of a house here?" With a firm decision in mind, Liu Dong could not help but ask, "What are you considering buying?" Mr. Li responded, to which Liu Dong nodded. "I have managed to save some money lately, and I wish to bring my parents from the countryside. However, I currently have no place to stay, so acquiring a larger home would be perfect. This place appears ideal, with its serene beauty that my parents would surely appreciate." Your filial piety is commendable, but the houses here are not inexpensive. Even the smallest ones start at 5 million. "Do you have that much?" Mr. Li remarked. Though Liu Dong anticipated that properties in such a location would carry a hefty price tag, the minimum figure of 5 million still caused his heart to skip a beat, as he thought to himself, had he not recently earned some money, this house would indeed be out of reach. At that moment, Liu Dong began to feel that his wealth of over 40 million was not as substantial as he had once believed. "Yes, I have the funds, but purchasing a house here may not be simple. Such an exquisite location. If Mr. Li and I are drawn to it, surely others share the same inclination. Moreover, in China, The wealthy are in no short supply. It seems that purchasing a property here requires more than mere affluence. Upon hearing his words, Oldley could not help but glance at Liu Dong, surprised. As a friend of Old Long, he had become somewhat familiar with Liu Dong, especially since it was through his introduction that the precious Kangxi snuff bottle had found its buyer. Therefore, he could roughly estimate Liu Dong's financial standing. However, after hearing Liu Dong's recent remarks, he realized he may have underestimated this young man. Judging by Liu Dong's demeanor and tone, 5 million was evidently not an astronomical figure to him. Yet, in just 3 days, where could Liu Dong have acquired such substantial wealth? Oldley felt a deep curiosity stirring within him. Nevertheless, money is a sensitive topic, and despite their relatively close relationship, he hesitated to broach the subject. However, seated in the passenger seat, Liu Zhao, upon hearing Liu Dong's words, spoke up. Mr. Liu is correct. This area is adjacent to the Woha Mountain Scenic Area. With the Woha Mountain Reservoir right in front, surrounded by picturesque landscapes and exceptional feng shui. Consequently, the demand for villas here has always exceeded supply. Thus, it may not be easy for Mr. Liu to purchase a property in this location. Nodding thoughtfully, Oldley turned to Liu Dong and said, if you truly wish to acquire a residence here, you could seek assistance from Boss Zhao. He has extensive connections, and if there's a property available, he can help you secure it. Oldley, I'm not well acquainted with Boss Zhao. Would he be willing to assist? Liu Dong inquired. Chuckling, Oldley replied, rest assured, even for the sake of Old Long, he would lend a hand. Moreover, I shall also speak on your behalf. Hearing this, Liu Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him. While he may not hold much significance in Zhao Defa's eyes, he valued the relationship with Old Li and Uncle Long. Thank you, Old Li. No need for thanks. However, properties here are not inexpensive. Are you truly resolved to make this purchase? Indeed, the environment is delightful and serene, perfectly suited for retirement, aligning with his parents' preferences. In the past, when he lacked financial means, he may not have given this place much thought. Yet now, equipped with the ability to purchase such a property, it posed no issue. Furthermore, with his current capabilities, earning money had become a relatively effortless endeavor, making it unnecessary to be as frugal as before. Yes, Oldley, I have made my decision. Observing Liu Dong's serious nod, Li Renfeng responded affirmatively. If your funds fall short, I can lend you the difference, and you can repay me later. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong was touched by the gentle smile on the elder's face. It should be noted that Oldley was unaware of the fortune he had amassed through gambling and underground casinos. Thus, to buy a property here, he would need at least several million more than what he had earned from selling the snuff bottle. Such a sum would typically be difficult to borrow, even from one's closest relatives, let alone from someone he had only known for a few days. Oldley, thank you, but there's no need to trouble yourself. I have sufficient funds to purchase a property here, Liu Dong replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Elderly nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Although his acquaintance with Liu Dong had not been extensive, he had gleaned sufficient insight into Liu Dong's character. Since Liu Dong expressed confidence, it was evident that he possessed considerable assurance regarding the matter at hand. The car ascended the winding yet spacious mountain road, which was both serpentine and smooth. Along the route, one could frequently observe villas of varying architectural styles, each adorned beautifully. This sight further solidified Liu Dong's resolve to purchase property in this enchanting locale. All the villas were perched on a modest hill with a prime geographical position. Thus, despite the winding roads, the journey to the villa where Zhao Defa resided was relatively brief. As Liu Dong gazed at the villas enveloped in grayish-blue rocks, memories of his rural hometown flooded his mind, reminiscent of stone walls and mountainous residences, yet the inhabitants within were not his kin. Unconsciously, as he beheld the imposing iron gate that loomed before him, a profound sense of nostalgia surged within him. While Liu Dong was lost in his reverie, the grand black iron gate, 3 meters wide and 2 meters high, began to slowly part, revealing its entrance. Suddenly, 2 formidable German shepherds burst forth, barking furiously at the vehicle as it crossed the threshold, startling Liu Dong, who was absorbed in his thoughts. Fortunately, the dogs were restrained by leashes, preventing them from advancing further. At this juncture, Liu Dong, a newcomer to this luxurious estate, began to survey his surroundings through the car window. This marked his inaugural visit to such opulent villas. Upon entering, the Mercedes did not come to a halt but continued along the straight, asphalted driveway. Flanking the sides of the road were stately coniferous trees, which elegantly separated the gardens from the main thoroughfare. The gardens were replete with a myriad of flowers, each unique in form and hue, basking in the sunlight and creating a stunning tableau of vibrant colors. After traversing nearly 20 meters of the main driveway, Liu Dong was met by a grand pool of over 20 square meters. At its center stood a semi-nude sculpture of a Western woman. Though Liu Dong could only recognize Venus from his high school textbooks, the area surrounding the pool featured a small plaza, approximately 150 square meters, with the villa's main entrance aligned to the north. It was evident that the west side was designated for parking, where a black Toyota sedan was already stationed. As Liu Dong's vehicle circled around the left side of the pool towards the villa's entrance, it gradually came to a stop. When Liu Dong assisted elderly from the car, Zhao Defa, who had evidently been informed of their arrival, promptly approached with a welcoming smile, exclaiming, "Elderly, welcome." Taking Zhao Defa's outstretched hand, elderly courteously replied, "You are too kind, Boss Zhao. We were delayed a bit while departing and have arrived later than expected. I hope for your understanding. Indeed, if Mr. Li has come, it is certainly due to the esteem he holds for me, Zhao." Upon hearing this, Mr. Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. Excessive pleasantries often seem insincere, and that is not his nature. "Brother Liu, it is a pleasure to see you again." The gaze exchange between Liu Dong and Zhao Defa bore a complex mixture of scrutiny, reflection, astonishment, and an undeniable sense of camaraderie. "Greetings, Boss Zhao," Liu Dong replied, his demeanor warm, yet maintaining an air of dignity. "Ah, Brother Liu, the ancients proclaimed that one should regard a scholar differently after 3 days. This maxim is particularly fitting in your case." Liu Dong could surmise the meaning behind Zhao's words. After all, as the esteemed head of the nationally renowned Huatai group, Zhao certainly possessed a vast network of connections. The news of his extravagant gamble of 40 million at the underground casino of the Black Tiger Gang had undoubtedly circulated among the elite of Quanqing by now. Zhao Defa was well aware of this. Such flattery from Boss Zhao is unwarranted. "I merely had a stroke of luck." Observing the calm demeanor of the young man before him, Zhao Defa felt once again the complexities of his character. If he could amass 30 million with such ease, it was unlikely he would exhibit such tranquility under similar circumstances. "You are too modest, Brother Liu. Today is rather inconvenient for me, but I shall ensure to treat you to a meal at my earliest opportunity, so we may strengthen our rapport. I hope you will honor me with your presence." Having risen from humble beginnings to his current status, Zhao Defa was not one to underestimate the importance of relationships. In China, achieving success often hinges upon the intricacies of personal connections, a truth Zhao understood profoundly. Faced with such an invitation from a wealthy magnate, Liu Dong felt no inclination to decline. After all, he would soon be embarking on his own business endeavors, and individuals like Zhao Defa would undoubtedly be among his key clients. "Of course, I shall be at your beck and call." Then it is settled. Their dialogue, punctuated by the warmth evident on both their faces, particularly Zhao Defa's, left Mr. Li somewhat perplexed. He was certain that prior to his introduction of the two, they had never met nor shared any familial ties. How had their relationship transformed into that of old friends in just 3 days? At that moment, Li Yunsong approached, having parked the car. "And who might this be?" Zhao Defa inquired, regarding the young man whose demeanor was tinged with a hint of irreverence, yet whose attire and presence suggested a character far from ordinary. "Oh, I neglected to introduce him to you, Boss Zhao." Li extended a hand towards the approaching Li Yunsong. "This is my old friend's nephew, Li Yunsong. He originally sought my assistance in appraising an item today, but upon learning I would be visiting you, he insisted on accompanying me. I could not refuse him, so I brought him along. The time was too short to notify you properly, and I hope you will not take offense." Upon hearing Mr. Li's words, Zhao Defa broke into a hearty smile, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, you flatter me. This young gentleman is clearly a prodigy among men. I must also express my gratitude to you for introducing me to such an esteemed friend. How could I possibly take offense?" Having honed his skills in the business arena for many years, Zhao Defa was adept at conversing with people, whether they were of high or low stature, and he spoke with an authenticity that was both pleasant to the ear and devoid of exaggeration. Otherwise, Mr. Li Yunsong would not have left the conversation with a broad grin. "Come, Mr. Li, let us proceed inside. They are already waiting for us." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Defa led the way, guiding the trio toward the villa. The grand entrance featured a pair of intricately carved double wooden doors, which, based on Liu Dong's extensive experience in wood carving, he surmised were crafted from African ebony. Although this type of ebony does not rival the esteemed rosewood in price, it still commands a hefty price of 3,000 to 4,000 per cubic meter. Upon entering, a 4-meter distance revealed a screen elegantly adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs carved in relief. Liu Dong was quite familiar with this screen, having seen it priced at 200,000 in Uncle Long's Tai Pavilion. However, he had not anticipated that it would ultimately be purchased by Zhao Defa. Turning right through the hall, a spacious living room, approximately 100 square meters and suffused with traditional Chinese decorative style, unfolded before them. The main hall featured an 8 immortals table, circle chairs, scholars' armchairs, porcelain, and other traditional Chinese furnishings, evoking a sense of time travel to the opulent estates of affluent merchants from the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was evident that both Zhao Defa and Mr. Li shared a deep reverence for Chinese traditional culture. In addition to the neatly arranged tables and chairs in the living room, there was a circular table accompanied by a set of scholars' armchairs positioned against the wall near the window, likely serving as the owner's reception area. At that moment, upon noticing Liu Dong and the others entering, 2 individuals seated in the reception area set down their teacups and stood up. "Mr. Zhao, could you hasten your arrival? Mr. Fujita has been anxiously waiting. If you have no interest in this exquisite porcelain piece, we can seek alternatives." As Zhao Defa led Liu Dong and the others over, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, with a gaunt visage and a middle-part hairstyle, approached. He appeared to be around 34 or 35 years old. Liu Dong could not help but frown at the arrogance evident in the man's tone, as he bore a striking resemblance to characters from wartime television dramas, evoking a strong sense of distaste. It was apparent that Zhao Defa also harbored no fondness for this individual. However, given the necessity of purchasing an item from him, he merely frowned without expressing anger. "Mr. Wang, my associate has arrived. We can commence now." "Mr. Zhao, is this the appraiser you sought?" At that moment, a middle-aged man, slightly over 6 feet tall, with a prominent forehead and a goatee, who had been trailing behind Mr. Wang, approached with a glint of cunning in his eyes. He addressed Mr. Li with a tone of deference. "Indeed, this gentleman is the renowned porcelain appraiser, Mr. Li Renfang." Zhao Defa first introduced Mr. Li and then continued, "Mr. Li, this is Mr. Fujita Ichiro, a collector from Japan, along with his assistant, Mr. Wang Shi." After hearing the introduction, Mr. Li furrowed his brow, displaying a demeanor akin to that of many elders. The esteemed readers are cordially invited to enjoy the latest, most rapid, and most popular serialized works. Mobile users, please visit M. Reading. Chapter 97, The Changhua Doucai Chicken Cup. Moreover, due to the influence of Chinese culture on Japan, despite the prevalent disdain for their Western neighbors, Japanese society, from top to bottom, holds a profound admiration for ancient Chinese culture. This reverence is reflected in the realm of collecting, where there exists a fervent enthusiasm for Chinese antiques and artifacts. Consequently, the largest buyers of Chinese antiques on the international stage remain the Japanese. They are not only active participants in auction houses worldwide, purchasing Chinese relics, but they also make annual trips to China to seek treasures. Of course, not all Japanese visitors to China are there to acquire Chinese antiques. Some are there to sell, particularly in the context of China's reform and opening up, where numerous Chinese individuals have amassed wealth and the antique collection market has grown increasingly vibrant. Many Japanese collectors facing financial difficulties opt to liquidate their Chinese artifacts for cash. Besides reaching out to major auction houses, they also connect with international antique dealers, colloquially known as brokers, to directly sell their antiques to affluent Chinese buyers. Mr. Fujita Ichiro clearly belongs to this category, though the elder harbored a certain aversion towards the rather unsavory appearance of the Japanese gentleman before him. He recognized the man's courteous demeanor and respectful attitude, coupled with his proactive approach to extending a handshake. Thus, Mr. Li, despite his lack of enthusiasm, understood the necessity of maintaining decorum, especially since the antiques in question remained in the possession of the Japanese collector. Subsequently, after a brief handshake and introductions, the guests took their seats at Zhao Defa's invitation. "Mr. Fujita, you should be ready to present the items now, correct?" Zhao Defa inquired with a hint of anticipation. Upon hearing his words, Mr. Wang, the assistant, first murmured a translation to Mr. Fujita, who then nodded, carefully retrieving a silver-white coded case from beside him and placing it on the round table at the center. After entering the code, Mr. Fujita cautiously opened the case and extracted a small box, approximately 20 centimeters in length and adorned in red. Gently placing the box on the round table, Mr. Fujita meticulously unfastened the gilded latch and opened it, revealing a pair of small cups, wrapped in golden silk about the size of regular wine cups, with a pristine white interior glistening before the eyes of the onlookers. As Mr. Fujita delicately set the 2 small cups from the coated case onto the table, the previously composed Mr. Li suddenly displayed an expression of profound astonishment his eyes widening and lips parting slightly, as he exclaimed with a tremor in his voice. The chicken cup. Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man, surnamed Wang, seated nearby, declared with a tone of pride, indeed. This is the renowned Ming Dynasty Changhua Doucai Zhejiang Cup. The Changhua Doucai Zhejiang Cup, crafted at the imperial kiln in Jingdezhen during the Changhua period, is a highly esteemed artifact. Historical records from the Ming Wanli era note that during the reign of Emperor Shenzong, the court possessed a pair of Changhua Doucai Zhejiang cups valued at 10,000 taels of silver. This illustrates that by the Wanli period, the Doucai Zhejiang cup had already become a treasured item within the imperial court, holding extraordinary value. Moreover, Changhua porcelain features a delicate body and lustrous glaze, exquisitely crafted with fine details. The light blue hues are understated, and the brushwork is soft, showcasing a gentler style compared to earlier, more rigid forms. The technique of outlining in blue and harmoniously layering various colors atop the glaze exemplifies the so-called Doucai style. The cup has a slightly flared rim and a low wall, adorned with chicken motifs. Thus, it is aptly named the chicken cup, resembling a jar in shape. The pair of Changhua Doucai Zhejiang cups in Ichiro Fujita's possession exhibits patterns and colors identical to those previously described. They appear to be richly patinated, with smooth lines and vivid designs, remaining in pristine condition without visible nicks or scratches, making them immediately appealing. It is no wonder that upon first sight, Mr. Li lost his composure. Any porcelain enthusiast would recognize the illustrious name of the Changhua Doucai Zhejiang cup, which is even more precious than the renowned treasures from the 5 famous kilns of the Song dynasty. Only 19 of these cups exist globally, with 15 housed in prestigious institutions such as the National Palace Museum in Taipei, the Palace Museum in Beijing, and the Metropolitan Museum of Art in the United States, leaving only 4 in private hands. It is said that rarity enhances value, and coupled with the supreme craftsmanship of the Changhua Doucai Zhejiang cup, this diminutive vessel, acclaimed as the finest wine vessel, is indeed worth a fortune. Mr. Fujita, may I take a look? At this moment, Mr. Li's gaze was entirely fixated on the 2 cups, measuring 4 centimeters in height, with a diameter of 8, 3 centimeters, and a foot diameter of 3, 7 centimeters, completely forgetting everything else. As a master appraiser, specializing in porcelain, nothing captivates Mr. Li more than such a Chinese artistic treasure as the Changhua Doucai Zhejiang cup. Please, esteemed sir, take a look. After the middle-aged man translated, Ichiro Fujita nodded. Upon receiving permission, Mr. Li took a deep breath, striving to calm his excitement. He then retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket and donned them. Cautiously, he stepped forward to the round table, wearing an expression of utmost care as he delicately lifted one of the Zhejiang cups for a closer examination. As Mr. Li proceeded with his inspection, the atmosphere in the reception room grew hushed, with all eyes fixed on him as he evaluated the 2 cups. Notably, Zhao Defa held his breath, eyes wide with anticipation. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Liu Dong detected a fleeting expression of tension on his face. Meanwhile, Liu Dong was also scrutinizing Mr. Li's careful appraisal. Of course, given his current level of expertise, he could discern nothing about the authenticity of the Zhejiang cups unless employing his innate abilities. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to an instinctual feeling, he could not shake the belief that these Changhua Doucai Zhejiang cups were not genuine. And indeed, it proved to be the case. Through the trial of extraordinary abilities, although a faint spiritual light appeared on the 2 cups, it was far from the level one would expect from a national treasure like the Changhua Doucai chicken cup, which has been cherished for centuries. Brother Liu, do you believe this is genuine? Just as Liu Dong formed an answer in his mind, Li Yunsong, sitting beside him, tugged at his sleeve and whispered discreetly. Upon hearing his words, Liu Dong raised an eyebrow, looked at the enigmatic Li Yunsong, and smiled softly, asking, "What? Do you absolutely think these chicken cups are fake?" Li Yunsong furrowed his brow, glanced at the earnest Li Lao, who was diligently appraising the cups, and lowered his voice even further. "I'm not sure. But there are only 19 of these pieces in the entire world. They are rarer than the renowned Yuan blue and white porcelain and the official kiln wares from the 5 famous kilns of the Song dynasty. Now suddenly, 2 have appeared here. Do you think that is plausible?" Upon hearing this, Liu Dong cast another glance at him, surprised that the seemingly carefree Li Yunsong possessed such a delicate sensibility. "I also find it hard to believe, but let's wait for Li Lao's verdict." Indeed, at this moment, everyone's attention was fixated on Li Lao, who was appraising the 2 chicken cups, and they did not notice the subtle exchange between the 2. "Li Lao, what is the verdict?" At this time, Zhao Defa, unable to contain his anticipation, stood up and approached Li Lao, whispering inquiringly. Upon hearing his question, Liu did not divert his gaze from the two small cups. He merely shook his head gently, and after several more minutes, he spoke with a hint of perplexity. These two chicken cups, in terms of color, shape, and patina, present no flaws. No matter how one looks at them, they're undoubtedly authentic Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cups. After a brief pause and another glance at the cups, he added, however, for some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that something about these cups is amiss, though I cannot articulate what it is. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Defa felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, silently lamenting. Could you at least provide me with a definitive answer? Are these cups genuine or not? Chapter 98, The Bet. In truth, one cannot blame Zhao Defa, a billionaire, for feeling so anxious. After all, these diminutive cups are far from inexpensive. In April 1999, just last year, at a Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong, a well-preserved Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cup fetched an astronomical price of 17 million Hong Kong dollars, setting a record for ancient Chinese porcelain at auction. With the current exchange rate of Hong Kong dollars to renminbi, that amounts to nearly 24 million. While auction prices can sometimes be inflated, it is not excessive to assert that the market value of a chicken cup exceeds 20 million. Moreover, what sits before us is not a single cup, but a pair. It is essential to understand that in the realm of antiques, the value of paired or set antiques is not merely additive. It transcends simple addition, equating to 3, 4, or even greater values. This implies that if this pair of Ming Changhua chicken cup is indeed genuine, then Zhao Defa would need to offer at least 60 million, if not more, to secure the purchase. Such a substantial sum of money demands caution, even considering Zhao Defa's considerable wealth. After all, the Huatai Group, with assets nearing 100 billion, is not solely his to command. Observing the conflicted expression on Zhao Defa's face, the naturally cautious Li Lao slightly shook his head and, with a complex demeanor, remarked, Boss Zhao, although I cannot identify any flaws in these cups, something feels amiss. Pausing for a moment, he sighed, perhaps my appraisal skills are lacking. Please do not say that. Otherwise, I would lose the face to have you assess my items in the future. Zhao Defa hastily replied. At that moment, sitting nearby, Fujita Ichiro and a middle-aged man named Wang exchanged peculiar glances. The latter stood and spoke. Mr. Zhao, this pair of chicken cups is a treasured heirloom of Mr. Fujita. They are undoubtedly exquisite Ming Dynasty porcelain. If Mr. Fujita were not facing difficulties in business, he would never consider selling them. Thus, we hope Mr. Zhao can make a prompt decision. Should you choose not to acquire these artistic treasures, we do not wish to pressure you, as we believe other collectors in China will not let this opportunity slip by. Upon hearing these words, before Zhao Defa could respond, Li Yunsong, seated beside Liu Dong, interjected indignantly. What a farce. A so-called heirloom, which is merely a product of plundering our nation. As a Chinese, how can you utter such words without shame? You bring disgrace to our heritage. Although Li Yunsong's voice was not loud, it was sufficiently clear for everyone present to hear. What did you say? The Wang man retorted angrily after hearing Li Yunsong's remarks. Liu Dong, who had also found them intolerable, stood up and said, What? Was there anything incorrect in his statement? Any true Chinese would recognize that this item belongs to our country. It is astonishing that you would refer to it as the heirloom of this foreign interloper. I now question your identity as a Chinese. Such foolishness is beyond belief. Throughout history, during the Republic of China era, aside from Taiwan and the northeast, Shandong province suffered the most severe atrocities at the hands of the Japanese. The Jinan incident, the Jinxiang incident, and the Wuzhai mountain incident resulted in the deaths of thousands of Shandong people. Although half a century has passed since World War II, the deep-seated animosity remains ingrained in the bones of Shandong natives. Among 10 Shandong individuals, 9 and a half harbor ill feelings toward the Japanese. And Liu Dong is no exception. Haha, Brother Liu is absolutely correct. The Wang man, enraged by Liu Dong's words, turned purple, his right index finger trembling as he pointed at Liu Dong, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. What's you? You should hurry and take this pair of worthless cups back to your Japanese master. How outrageous! A Chinese aligning with these foreign devils, deceiving his fellow countrymen with counterfeit goods. Liu Dong's sharp tongue was equally as fierce as the others. Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man named Wang exhibited a flicker of terror in his eyes, momentarily forgetting to refute Liu Dong. Baka, you Chinese, do you claim that this pair of Doucai chicken cups is counterfeit? What evidence do you possess? At that moment, Ichiro Fujita suddenly interjected in fluent Mandarin. Ah, so you can speak Chinese. Quite the performance you put on just now. Liu Dong scoffed coldly. Meanwhile, a hint of panic crossed Wang Zhao's face, though it vanished swiftly. Yet it did not escape Liu Dong's observant gaze. Mr. Fujita frequently conducts business in China. It is not surprising that he speaks the language. Furthermore, do not attempt to divert the conversation. You asserted that Mr. Fujita's Dotsai chicken cups are fake. What evidence do you have? Surely you are not merely spouting baseless claims? Wang Zhao retorted with a tone laced with mockery. In response, Liu Dong smirked icily and replied, "Since I assert they are counterfeit, I must possess a measure of confidence." Pausing, he cast a scornful glance at both men before continuing. "However, I propose a wager with Mr. Fujita. I wonder if he dares to accept?" Upon hearing this, Ichiro Fujita regarded the unusually youthful Chinese man before him with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. He was well aware of the authenticity of the cups. Could it be that Liu Dong had truly discerned their nature? "Xiao Dong, how did you ascertain that these chicken cups are fake?" At that moment, among everyone present, the venerable Mr. Li, who understood Liu Dong's appraisal skills the best, could not contain his curiosity. "Indeed, Brother Liu, how did you come to know that these cups are counterfeit?" Zhao Defa inquired, his face clouded with doubt. He found it hard to believe that Liu Dong, a mere youth, could surpass the expertise of the seasoned Mr. Li, who had dedicated his life to the study of porcelain. To be frank, even Li Yinsong, who had been Liu Dong's staunchest supporter, harbored reservations about Liu Dong's ability to authenticate this pair of Ming Changhua Dotsai chicken cups. "Mr. Fujita, I challenge you to a wager. Your Changhua Dotsai chicken cups are, in fact, genuine. Moreover, I have little faith in his expertise," Wang Zhao declared. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Fujita's eyes gleamed with interest. Wang Zhao's words reminded him that even seasoned appraisers like Mr. Li had failed to identify any flaws in his cups. He could hardly believe that a young novice like Liu Dong could possess such discernment. "Very well, I accept your challenge. How shall we wager?" Fujita proclaimed loudly. Hearing this, the anxious Mr. Li interjected, "Xiao Dong, you must not act impulsively." In response, Liu Dong smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I am fully aware of my limits and will not act recklessly." Observing the resolute expression on his face, Li Renfeng realized that the course of events had become irreversible. With a sigh, he took a step back, regretting his decision to bring Liu Dong along today. However, unlike Mr. Li, Li Yinsong, standing behind Liu Dong, felt an increasing sense of confidence in him, having witnessed Liu Dong's remarkable triumph at the gambling table just the previous day, when he had decisively won 30 million from Han Lei. Now, witnessing Liu Dong boldly challenge the Japanese man to a wager, it seemed only fitting that he would emerge victorious once more. However, Liu Dong was oblivious to the thoughts swirling within him. Earlier, upon noticing a painting nestled within your suitcase, he surmised it to be an antique. Thus, he proposed a wager. If he could unearth evidence that the pair of chicken cups were counterfeit, the painting would rightfully belong to him. Conversely, should he fail, he would compensate you with an equivalent sum based on the painting's market value. What do you think of this arrangement? Chapter 99, The Counterfeit. Liu Dong's initial intention was merely to expose the chicken cups as fakes, thereby preventing Zhao Defa from falling victim to deceit. He had no intention of engaging in a bet with Ichiro Fujita. However, as he enveloped the cups with his unique ability, seeking proof of their inauthenticity to bolster his subsequent claims, he was taken aback by the emergence of a vibrant white aura from the suitcase that Fujita had just brought in. The appearance of this luminescent white light was not lost on Liu Dong, who had been attuned to his abilities for over half a month. He recognized its significance. Yet, he had not anticipated that, aside from the counterfeit cups, Fujita harbored a genuine antique of considerable worth. Curiosity piqued. Liu Dong could not resist using his powers to examine it, and he quickly discerned that it was a work in the style of traditional Chinese painting. Coupled with the appraisal results from his pocket dimension, he promptly altered his perspective. In Liu Dong's view, the artistic treasures of China ought to remain within its borders, and he was determined not to let them fall into the hands of the Japanese. Certainly, he would be willing to purchase it, but he did not wish to enrich Fujita. Thus, the notion of a wager took shape, influenced in part by the extravagant gamble from the previous night. "You're not afraid to wager with me, are you?" Seeing Fujita's hesitation, Liu Dong, wary of prolonged indecision, prodded him further. Upon hearing Liu Dong's taunt, Fujita, who had previously harbored disdain for the Chinese, felt a surge of impetuosity. Without fully contemplating how Liu Dong had discerned the painting's authenticity or the implications of the wager, he blurted, "Very well, I accept." For him, as a citizen of the Empire of Japan, it was imperative to maintain his dignity before these yellow-skinned pigs. At that moment, a middle-aged man named Wang, who had been standing beside Fujita, intended to offer a word of caution. However, upon witnessing Fujita's swift agreement, he opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. Though he was certain that this exceptionally young individual lacked sophisticated appraisal skills, he could not shake a sense of unease that settled in his heart as he gazed upon Liu Dong's earnest yet confident visage. Moreover, after Fujita acquiesced to what seemed a frivolous wager, the inexplicable anxiety intensified. Ah, splendid. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong felt a surge of elation. He promptly retrieved a sheet of white paper and a fountain pen from his jacket pocket, bending over the round table to write vigorously. This habit of carrying paper and pen had been cultivated during his earlier days as a sculptor. It is well understood that to create a remarkable piece of sculptural art, not only must one possess exceptional carving skills, but the preliminary design sketches are equally vital. Liu Dong's pocket notebook served as a convenient tool for him to jot down the flashes of brilliant design ideas that occasionally crossed his mind or caught his eye. Little did he anticipate that it would come in handy at this moment. After completing his notes, Liu Dong reviewed them and found no issues, promptly signing his name before handing the document to Ichiro Fujita. Mr. Fujita, mere words hold no weight. For the sake of our future wager, it would be prudent to formalize this with a written agreement. This way, both parties can rest easy. Although Liu Dong was quite certain that this young man before him possessed little skill in antique appraisal, the confident visage of Ichiro Fujita suddenly became fraught with uncertainty. With so many onlookers present, coupled with his earlier commitment, he clearly found himself at a point of no retreat, as Liu Dong's eyes betrayed a hint of mockery. Fujita's irritation intensified. Gritting his teeth, he seized Liu Dong's pen and scrawled his name on a makeshift contract, inwardly vowing, I refuse to believe he can genuinely discern the authenticity of this exquisite Changhua Doucai chicken cup. Now, is that satisfactory? He snapped, tossing the notebook back to Liu Dong. Of course, Liu Dong replied with a smile. It was only after both parties had finalized the wager that the crowd truly grasped that a bet had commenced. Brother Liu, how can you be so sure that his painting holds any value? Inquired Zhao Defa, standing nearby, his skepticism mirrored by the expressions of Li Lao and Li Yunsong. Observing their puzzled faces, Liu Dong smiled faintly. He could not disclose his unique abilities, so, meeting the trio's inquisitive gazes and the furtive looks cast by Fujita and Wang Zhao, he simply replied with a slight curve of his lips, It's a guess. Indeed, given that the painting is placed alongside the Changhua Doucai chicken cup, it must surely be a valuable item. Therefore, with my confidence in winning, why not seize the opportunity? He continued. Moreover, even if it turns out to be worthless, I would incur no loss. Hearing Liu Dong's self-assured words, the middle-aged man named Wang could not contain his sarcasm, retorting, You're so confident that you will surely win? In response, Liu Dong cast a disdainful glance at him and replied, Absolutely. This demeanor drove Wang to the brink of frustration. Well then, now that the wager is signed, shouldn't you present evidence that the cups are forgeries? Or do you simply lack knowledge? Wang Zhao glared at Liu Dong with hostility. Liu Dong harbored no fondness for this ungrateful individual, thus disregarding his remarks, which only served to infuriate Wang Zhao further. Internally, Wang vowed, Let it be arrogant. Once he fails to produce evidence, I shall ensure he pays for his hubris. Despite such thoughts, the middle-aged Wang kept a close watch on Liu Dong's every move. Knowing the true nature of the chicken cups, witnessing the confident expression on Liu Dong's face, he felt a twinge of insecurity. At this moment, Ichiro Fujita fervently prayed for the protection of Amaterasu, for should he lose this wager, not only would the precious Changhua Doucai chicken cup become a worthless trinket, but he would also have to part with a valuable Chinese painting. Regret began to gnaw at his heart for having agreed to Liu Dong's challenge. Alas, it was too late. The die had been cast, and even if he wished to retract, it was no longer possible. Old Li, may I borrow your magnifying glass? Of course. Here you go. In the face of Liu Dong's unwavering resolve to continue with the wager, Old Li chose to assist him wholeheartedly. Furthermore, he was curious to discover how Liu Dong was so certain that the chicken cup was a counterfeit. Observing his movements, the onlookers instinctively fell silent. Soon, a quarter of an hour had passed. Hey, have you finished yet? If you can't find any evidence, you might as well concede. The growing irritation within Ichiro Fujita compelled him to utter a sarcastic remark. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Old Li, Zhao Defa, and Li Yunsong, who stood beside Liu Dong, revealed their concern. Ah, Mr. Fujita, there is no need for haste. I've already found the evidence. Liu Dong replied with confidence. Had it not been for his desire to maintain a semblance of normalcy, he would have revealed his findings upon first handling the cups. What? That is impossible. Upon hearing his declaration, both Ichiro Fujita and Wang Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. Observing the panic on their faces, Liu Dong sneered, "There is nothing impossible. Come and see for yourselves." No sooner had he spoken than Fujita could no longer contain his excitement and rushed over to seize the magnifying glass from Liu Dong's hand. When he initially acquired the chicken cups, he had employed carbon dating for authentication and had found no evidence of forgery on the porcelain. This was the very reason he had felt confident in establishing the wager with Liu Dong. Haha, you are deceiving us. There is absolutely nothing here. After a while, Ichiro Fujita suddenly exclaimed with delight.